In the Sancientra, faced with the impending apocalypse, there exists no semblance of advanced technology. Here, the mutate human serenatra for toa zombies, butcherthers demonic corpses. In this realm, those possessing special abilities are not called practitioners, but instead are known as sorcerers. In this place, a secure location is not or metabase, but is instead called a sophisity. Before the Reberthofflin you have been in the post-apocalyptic world. Shavautos intoth pinnacle of t continent in this lifetime. Trampling uponto suho hadrong it here in her previous existence. Chapter was all severed. In the dim lila chamber. Asing glamina spear lamadidendul radiate dogental glow. On libithes off lightoft he pro kudun discern that thighs was not moya room. Butrethera stone chamber. Within the chamber, there were renitable sorkers, nor any cabinets or similar furnishings. Thesoli object present was a stone but beneath the luminous bearl. Lying upon the stone bedways a woman, her hair disheveled, partially obscuring her countenance, rendering her features unrecognizable. Yet, what was perplexing was how chains bound der limbs thoft not thick, they were forged from 1,000 dieral darkerin. Fumen lay matutionless upon the stone bed, as if in slumber. Surrounding the stone bedways sackajecraft head from the same mediant darkerin. It could be said that thighs ways a prison. Should anyone witness this sheen, they would undoubtedly wonder about the identity of Tumen in the bed. How was confined with such a red archeron? At that moment, with air sounding boom, the door of the chamber swung open, slowly creaking gauger. A figure entered, and in the dim light of the lamina spiral, one could vaguely make out the tetwasa woman. As he approached, her appearance gradually came into focus. Fuman warrior lofty benand was gladina flowing butterflagon, her features while not breathtaking, we're charming gampetite, however, her skin boreas light darkness, air sultoff prolonga dex besurteth the sun. Though her demeanor was gentle at this moment, an inadvertent thin toff decisiveness betrayed the fragility epically associated with women. Sister. Fuman callet softly as he drew closer. Fuman and the stone bid mere libether lower politely, a flicker of irritation flash engine here eyes. Sister, e have come to share to a piece of good news with thee. The first is that I shall be marrying tomorrow, and me betrothed is nonieth or thanth lord of an unmoon city. Ario happy form? Fuman spoke with a gentle smile, her voice increasing ligelsit, yetherias betrayed no mistakable pride. The woman, referred to as sister, felt their hand tremble slightly before regaining composure. Yet, this mulgish did not escape with watchful gaze oft heather woman. Seeing Gerfinally wrecked, a cold smile curled upon the lips of the intruder. Lunguebbing, you indeed care, don't you? I am to wed thee utrish. Are you not pained? Suppressing her emotions, the woman continued, Thesican piece of news is related to Lehani. Will dio Lakito hear it? After stating this, she fell silent. The woman enthusiasmed, Lunguebbing remained mute, and the chamber was engulfed in silence. After a prolonged pause, a hoarse voice broke the stillness. Lung Yunling, speak your mind if I wish to sesameth if not, depart. There is no need for this garade of sisterly affection. Upon hearing Lung Yubing's words, Theon called Lung Yunling couldn't help but tout a mocking laugh, her demeanor no longer gentle. Once her laughter subsided, Shara pleaded in a sweet voice, of course I will speak o cal de possibler mainsolent? Ash spoke, a glimmer of malice flashed across her brow, and she conjured a dagger, a cup, and a key from thin air. With deliberate slowness, Shinlock Thikich made a fincient darker Ronan stepped inside. She to uneath the dagger and viciously slashed it across Lung Yubing's right tritrist. Blood immediately was inferred that Lung Yunling caught flowing blood in the cup, her eyes gleaming with excitement as Hein voluntarily licked her lips. Despite her hand being wounded, Lung Ebbing did no teven furrow or brow, remaining gas composed as if nothing had occurred. On set the cup was nearly full, Lung Yunling brought Tito her nose, inhaling thescent lightly her expression was not onov disgusted the metallic harima, butyrotheroneo frapture. Casting a glance at Thwound and Lung Yubing shand, Lung Yunling sneered, as expected, Thu and Helsa sever. Naturally, if it cold and Theo, how cold I savor this delectable blood? Finishing her words, Lung Yunling lowered her head slightly into cassip from the cup. A droplet of liquid clung to her lips, and she extended her tongue tolicat away. If Thysictora performed at any other time, it would exudio ur, yet in thisment, it appeared exceedingly sinister. It must be noted that thighs wash a man blood. Yet Lung Yunling's expression was on a futter delight as if she were indulging in agar delicacy. I told ya, I feel have no thing to say. Then leave, Lung Ebbing shores a voicicho at onsmary. Sister, don't it bane such a hurry. I am about to speak, am I not? In the face of Lung Yubing's demeanor, Lung Yunling showed no signo fanger instead. She continued with a beaming smile, Sister, let me tell ya Lehaniestead. Hertenair resemblet that of Simeon sharing an amusing anecdote, laced with mischief. Lung Yubing's body quivered. Herias woodening in disbelief. Lung Yunling watched with satisfaction at Yubing's reaction, and continued Dina play full tone, Sister, you were requite surprised, are you not? Would I like tok no amethizend? Kuaspir said be 1,000 arrows. How about hat? Even more shocking, right? Haha. It's impossible, Yurling. Those Yarauskood not possiblihermum how coudity? Lung Yu Ebbing struggled to gain her composure. Other words, Lung Yubing's pupils contracted. Sister, Yuga said correctly. At that moment, Lehania Kamato save you again. Timey and again, Hester retrable, angering Shio. Thus, Zayasidiata threatened him, demanding have forfeit Thai's abilities. Otherwise, he'd inflict a wound upon you every half a minute. At this point, a look of hatred crossed Ling Yunling's face, and never anticipated that Lehani, that fool, would immediately relinquish his ability to stop prevent Zaya from Harmingia. How foolish of him. Tosa come to such a simple threat was she courting death? You cannot imagine how spectacular 'twas when those zeros rained down upon him. She harbored a deep resentment for Lehaniasha had loved Heimel along, yet remained oblivious, continuously flattering Lung Yuebing, whom despised, while regarding her with disdain. Nout hat Lehenuis dead, thuf shuffled sorrow, ike ways clipsed by exhilaration. Hehadal waste looked down upon her, yet enthiened, Hametsika tragic fate. Up in hearing this words, Lung Yuebing felt as thought world were spinning. Herr Hardaching gunburbly shuashetakri, yet no tear swold come. That foolish Lehani, how could he be so novice to sacrifice a himself for a threat that was na threatatal? How cold a bessa foolish? Observing Lung Yuebing's expression of despair, Lung Yunling felt a wave of satisfaction. As if not yet satiated, she continued, would like that happen to Lehani after his death? Come, I shall show you. With that, she conjured a glass aurora and positioned it before Lung Yuebing. As Lung Yuebing gazed into the mirror, her heart constricted, and her breath engraped. Tear soft blood streamed down her cheeks. Lehani was suspended a thesitigate, exposed to Theskerkingson, his body riddled wiros, not a single part left unscathed. Even on his forehead, an arrow pierced through at the center. His speech blossom yes remained wide open through Teglasser. Lung Yuebing see Meto see the lingering reluctance and sorrow in his gaze directed at her. Lung Yuebing vividly recalled the last time she had seen Lehani, when he had broken through Aloflin Wangsius obstacles, standing before her, battered and bruised, yatunable townlock thiki geofanciant darkren. When she had foresaid him Tully would be threatening her life, he had promised that Wudunde rescue her and Durjet her to wait for him. But now, he had met a fate for her. After a moment, Lung Yuebing's hoarse voice broke the silence. Did not profess your love for him? If she loved him then, indeed I do love him but how could change the fact that it her belongs to I. Do you have an idea how much speciethis? Humph since he was willing to defer you, had deserved his fate. In truth, what treat him quit well at least tweeted not throw him to Theminster outside the city. Upon hearing Ling Yunling's words, Lung Yuebing shans clenched in toe fists. You have a long desired Miss Secret technique, have you not? Ishal granted you, Lung Yubing suddenly declared. Lung Yunling was taken aback by Thaisun expected statement, as it surpassed her expectations. Upon hearing Ling Yubing's words, excitement flickered in Ling Yunling's eyes, but it was quickly placed by wariness. Could Ling Yuebing have a so ulterior motive? Yet, the thought of the secret technique possesses her at her grid. Indeed, acquiring that secret method is rather simply requires schism demise. One set a bear of the secretis lane, thick knowledge will instinctively transfer to the murdered. This was precisely how unwittingly obtained it in the first place, spoke Ling Yuebing with an aside attachment. Are you certain of what you say? Surely you do not mean to deceive me? Lung Yunling inquired, a flicker of temptation igniting within her, thought uncertain to linger in her voice. I am aware of fire skepticism. I have endured dio yurderment without divulging the secret because surveillangitude cost me my life. I am not yet prepared to embrace death, which is why I have remained silent. At this juncture, however, the prospective life or death holds little significance for him, Lung Yuebing replied calmly. Upon reflection, Lung Yunling recognized the truth in your words and, consequently, her doubts dissipated as he gazed at Ling Yuebing. Her eyes were met with murderous intent. In truth, she had long arboret the desire to eliminate Ling Yuebing her utility hadmer lie restrained her hand until now. Now that she understood that slang Ling Yuebing would grant their access to the enigmatic secret, how could she possibly refrain from acting? Without hesitation, she plunged the dagger deep into Ling Yuebing's heart, leaving gone lie the hilt protruding from her body. As darkness enveloped her, Ling Yuebing's silent murmured within your heart, Lehani, Will you wait for me on Theroat Underworld? Chapter 2. Rebirth. Ling Bingyue opened her eyes, staring blankly upwards, her gaze betraying an unmistakable disappointment. Why? Why was she still alive? Was it truly so difficult for her to seek death, in this lifetime? Was she destined to remain in this lightless abyss? Wait, lightless abyss. Ling Bingyue's pupils slightly constricted as she sat up, incredulously glancing around, the somewhat worn and old-fashioned decor, the dimly lit room. This was her chamber where she had resided for nearly 7 years. Yet, she had left this place after the apocalypse had descended. Ling Yuebing pinched her arm forcefully, gasping in surprise, but a broad smile crept onto her lips. It hurt, which meant everything before her was real. She was not dreaming. Not a dream. How delightful. But what day was it now? Had that incident occurred yet? At this thought, Ling Yuebing's brows knitted together as she contemplated getting out of bed to ascertain the current situation. The creaking sound of the door interrupted her movements. She lifted her gaze, and the moment she saw the visitor, her expression turned slightly cold. A girl of around 13 or 14, dressed in a water-green outfit, exclaimed in astonishment, "Miss, you're awake?" Her tone was filled with surprise and confusion, but devoid of the joy one would expect upon their master's awakening. Ling Yuebing suppressed the chill in her eyes and smiled, as if oblivious to the maid's demeanor. What day is it now? Yue, her personal maid, was not truly loyal to her. In her previous life, Ling Yuebing was aware of Yue's disrespect and knew she was in the service of Lady Lu. Yet she did not care and had never intended to make things difficult for her. Instead, she naively felt pity for Yue, who had been sold by her parents at such a young age to become a maid, and thus treated her with kindness. However, in the end, her goodwill did not earn her gratitude. Rather, it led Yue to become increasingly disrespectful, ultimately betraying her. Reflecting on her past foolishness, Ling Yuebing felt a wave of self-contempt wash over her. Yue was momentarily taken aback by Ling Yuebing's question, then regarded her with a peculiar expression. Was this young lady all right? How could she possibly inquire about the current date? Had her mind become muddled? With such thoughts, Yue unwittingly voiced her opinion. "Miss, are you feeling a bit dazed?" Ling Yuebing's expression darkened at her words. Impertinence. Yue's heart raced, astonished by Ling Yuebing's anger, perplexed as to why she was upset when she had done nothing wrong. Yue remained oblivious to the fact that such words were beyond her place to utter. This was a result of Ling Yuebing's long-standing indulgence, which had emboldened Yue to speak freely in her presence. At that moment, Yue felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, thinking that this young lady was being unreasonable, flaunting her authority. Nevertheless, she feigned a look of grievance and turned to Ling Yuebing. "Mississippi, get down on your knees." Before Yue could finish, Ling Yuebing's voice rose in anger, feigning distress. That tactic might have worked on her in her past life, but it held no power over her in this new existence. Yue was momentarily taken aback by the command, then looked at Ling Yuebing with even more indignation, defiantly biting her lip. "Miss, what have I done wrong? Why must I kneel?" Upon hearing Yue's response, Ling Yuebing burst into laughter, albeit fueled by anger. "I see now that I have been far too lenient with you, to the point where you have forgotten the very essence of propriety." Her smile was warm, but with each word she spoke, Yue's face grew increasingly pale. Yet, Ling Yuebing appeared oblivious to her discomfort, continuing, "You wonder why you must kneel. But it seems I have just learned that the rules of our noble house have changed. Now it is acceptable for servants to question their masters, and even to address them without the proper respect." Yue's face drained of color as she comprehended the gravity of her misstep. Realizing her error, she hastily fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face. "Please spare me, miss. I was merely worried about you and forgot the rules. I shall never do so again. I beseech you to forgive me this once." Though Yue's face bore the marks of fear as she cried and pleaded, internally, she felt no true fear at all. This was merely a performance. Who did not know that her lady was known for her gentle disposition, never punishing her servants and especially indulging Yue? With her tears flowing, surely the young lady would not pursue the matter further. As for Ling Yuebing's unusual response, Yue did not dwell on it. Moreover, Yue had another advantage. She was sent by the lady of the house, loyal to her. If the young lady punished her, would that not be against the lady's wishes? Would this eldest daughter dare? Ling Yuebing saw through Yue's petty thoughts with ease, a faint smile playing on her lips, laced with irony. Did she think that with Lu's backing, she could escape punishment? Not wanting to be reprimanded? Then she would make Yue beg for it herself. With a slight furrow of her brow, Ling Yuebing gazed at Yue, then gently sighed. "Yue, I might consider sparing you." Yue's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. Her face lighting up with triumph. She had known it. This useless young lady would not dare to take action against her. However, when Ling Yuebing continued speaking, Her expression froze. "That I can spare you, for the rules of this household are not set by me. And you are sent here by the second madam. That it would not be appropriate for me to punish you. Even if outsiders were to learn of it, they would merely say that the second madam governs poorly, and it would reflect no ill upon me." Lung Yuebing's seemingly casual words splashed cold water upon Yuer's elation. Gritting her teeth, Yuer reluctantly replied, "I, Yuer, have erred. I humbly request the miss to punish me." She felt no need to regard this young lady with any respect, for this was the will of the lady of the house. Yet, should this matter involve the lady's name, it would be an entirely different situation. Lung Yuebing remained silent, observing Yuer under her gaze. Yuer felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. For reasons unknown, she sensed fear for the first time under the young lady's scrutiny. There was something decidedly different about this young lady. Before she could ponder what had changed, Lung Yuebing's voice shifted her thoughts. Chapter 3, Sisters. With a resigned sigh, Lung Yuebing finally spoke. "Since you have made your decision, I shall not intervene further." Yuer felt a knot tighten in her chest, the discomfort overwhelming her, yet she still managed to express her gratitude. "Thank you, Mississippi." At that time, before the apocalypse had struck, she and her younger sister, Lung Yueling, had been strolling by the pond when she accidentally slipped and fell into the water. The icy grip of November's cold water was unbearable, and even though she quickly emerged, she was stricken with a high fever that lasted 2 days and nights. Throughout this ordeal, her so-called father had not even bothered to check on her. In hindsight, it was clear that this was no mere accident. It was the doing of Lung Yunling. How had she lived in her previous life without seeing through this? In the end, she had sacrificed her own safety time and again for the sake of this cold and ridiculous familial bond. Lung Yuebing felt an overwhelming desire to slap herself, though she would never be foolish enough to actually do so. If any punishment were to be meted out, it would be directed at Lung Yunling and her ilk. However, now that she was aware of the current time, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Thankfully, nothing had yet transpired, and there was still hope. Casting a glance at Yuer, Lung Yuebing said, "Go and receive your punishment." Yuer was about to take her leave when a voice rang out. "Oh, what wrong has Yuer done? Even my elder sister, who is known for her good temper, has grown angry enough to punish her?" The sharp, piercing voice belonged to a girl of similar age. Lung Yuebing raised an eyebrow, inwardly sneering. Though her words feigned concern for her, they subtly suggested that her good nature was merely a facade, implying that she was indiscriminately punishing her servants. A group of people entered the room, led by a girl of around 13 or 14, adorned with the latest popular golden lotus hairpiece and dressed in pink garments. Looking down her nose at Lung Yuebing, she was none other than Lung Yunru, the current lady of the Marquis' household, the daughter of the former second madam. Lu. Standing a step behind Lung Yunru were 2 other girls, one in a green dress, appearing 11 or 12 years old, and the other in a light yellow outfit, looking about 10. The girl in green was Lung Yunqi, the third daughter of the fourth Madam Feng. Lung Yuebing had little impression of her, knowing only that she was a quiet girl who had displayed some resilience during the apocalypse, though tragically, both mother and daughter had ultimately perished in the first year of the apocalypse. Upon seeing the girl in yellow, Lung Yuebing felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and eliminate her. Yet, her remaining rationality reminded her that the time was not yet ripe. To kill her now would only benefit her. Failing to repay the grievances she had endured in her past life, clenching her fists tightly, her sharp nails digging into her flesh without her noticing, Lung Yuebing eventually relaxed her grip, calming her emotions. "Lung Yunling, I am quite curious to see how you will survive the early days of the apocalypse without me." Lung Yunling was the daughter of the third Madam Li, characterized by her timid and cowardly nature, perpetually wearing an innocent facade. In her previous life, she had been deceived by the guise of Lung Yunling, but in this life she would not fall for the same trick again for reasons unknown. Lung Yunling felt a chill creeping down her back, prompting her to shudder involuntarily. Lung Yunru, upon hearing this, scoffed disdainfully, abandoning any pretense of sisterly affection, and directly retorted, "Lung Yuebing, do you truly believe me to be a fool? Just a moment ago, you ordered her to be punished and now you deny it. What, are you too cowardly to admit it?" Lung Yuebing found the situation amusing. Lung Yunru's words were laced with such ignorance. Did she truly think that she would be too afraid to own up to her actions? What was there to deny? Before Lung Yuebing could respond, Lung Yunling spoke up first, standing to the side. She regarded Lung Yuebing with a worried expression. After a moment's contemplation, she mustered her courage and addressed Lung Yunru, second sister, as the legitimate daughter. "It is entirely normal for the eldest sister to impose discipline upon a servant. You should not quarrel with her over a mere maid." "Silence!" Lung Yunru barked furiously, her gaze piercing like a dagger directed at Lung Yunling. A tremor coursed through Lung Yunling, her eyes reddening as tears welled up. Yet she dared not let them fall. She ceased her protests, casting a glance filled with remorse towards Leng Yuebing, as if apologizing for her inability to aid her. With a gentle smile, Leng Yuebing feigned ignorance and calmly stated, "Indeed, I did instruct Yuer to go and receive her punishment." Leng Yunling's eyes widened in astonishment at Leng Yuebing's reaction. The latter concealed her emotions, a slight smirk curving her lips as a predatory glint sparkled in her eyes. Had this been in the past, she might have acted as Leng Yunling presumed, feeling sympathy for her, but now, she would not entertain such notions. Though Leng Yunling was ostensibly offering counsel, she was merely highlighting that her position as the legitimate daughter afforded her the liberty to act as she pleased. Leng Yunru had always resented that title, for even though her mother had been elevated to the rank of lady, she still remained a step below the true legitimate daughter. Leng Yunling's insinuation only served to stoke the flames of Leng Yunru's fury further. Upon hearing Leng Yuebing's words, Leng Yunru's face twisted into a mocking expression. "Oh, did you not just claim there was no punishment? Why the sudden change of heart?" Leng Yuebing dismissed her with indifference, replying coolly, "Is it not I who shall punish Yuer?" Yuer trembled slightly, glancing nervously at Leng Yuebing. Witnessing this, Leng Yunru immediately assumed that Leng Yuebing was threatening Yuer into silence regarding her mischief. With a cunning glint in her eye, she softly urged Yuer, "Do not be afraid. Speak freely of any grievances you may have." "Yuer, what second sister says is correct. If you have any grievances, do share them," Leng Yuebing said, her tone unhurried. Yuer's forehead was slick with sweat. What grievances could she possibly have? The punishment was something she had brought upon herself. Though reluctant, if she did not accept it, she would face dire consequences from the lady once word got out. Leng Yunru stared in disbelief, her eyes widening. "Yuer, is that the truth? I said you could express any grievances without fear. Second sister, your words seem rather peculiar, as if you are insisting on labeling me a cruel mistress." Leng Yuebing replied, her tone suddenly turning frigid. "Humph, even if I had punished Yuer, what of it? Am I, a legitimate miss of the Dingyuan market, not entitled to discipline a maid? Is it to be believed that within my household, the maid's status surpasses that of the eldest miss? If such is the case, I would like to inquire when the laws of the Nanxing dynasty were amended." Upon hearing this, Leng Yunru's heart raced, her anger flaring as she retorted, "Leng Yuebing, do not slander me. When did I ever say such a thing?" Leng Yuebing chuckled coldly, "You may not have spoken it outright, but your every word since entering has conveyed that very sentiment." "You!" Leng Yunru pointed an accusatory finger at Leng Yuebing. "Eldest sister, second sister only worried for you, as she has been concerned about your fevered state. She summoned us to check on you. She had no ill intentions." Leng Yunling interjected at an opportune moment. "Oh? Is that so?" Leng Yuebing replied with a sardonic smile directed at Leng Yunling. "How kind of you. Now that I have awakened, you may take your leave. I require rest and no need to see me out." "Eldest sister," Leng Yunling called out, her voice laced with grievance. Leng Yuebing lay back down, closing her eyes and ignoring them. Observing this, Leng Yunling pouted. Leng Yunru opened her mouth to speak again but was pulled aside by Leng Yunling, who whispered something in her ear. "Did I in the end?" Leng Yunru cast a resentful glance at Leng Yuebing before leaving with the others. Before departing, Leng Yunling cast one last lingering look at Leng Yuebing. Once the room was devoid of company, Leng Yuebing opened her eyes. Weariness etched across her features. She was indeed fatigued and wished to avoid further confrontation. She needed to gather her thoughts and contemplate her next steps. However, one resolution had crystallized in her mind the moment she realized she had been reborn. In this life, she would forsake all others but would never betray Lei Hani in the slightest. Chapter 4. Siblings. Brother. The light, cheerful voice of a young girl echoed from outside the study. The girl appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, clad in a delicate lavender dress with a snow-white fox fur coat draped over it. Her hair was casually styled, exuding a lively and refreshing aura. Her chubby little face was framed by arched brows and enchanting peach blossom eyes, which, rather than exuding seduction, radiated innocence and clarity. "Miss, the young master is occupied with matters in the study. You cannot enter without permission," a cold male voice responded. "What did you say?" "Leamo, how dare you claim that I would disturb my brother? I merely wish to discuss something with him. Step aside." The girl exclaimed indignantly. "Without permission you cannot enter," Leamo insisted resolutely. "Will you let me through or not?" The girl glared at Leamo, fuming. Leamo remained silent, his stance unwavering, seeing him still blocking the doorway. The girl ground her teeth in frustration. "You, humph! Don't think that just because you are my brother's personal guard I won't dare to act. Take this." With that, she kicked out at him. Leamo's expression remained unchanged. To him, her skills were akin to that of a novice. A hint of helplessness flickered in his eyes as he casually dodged her attack inside the study. The young man shook his head in exasperation. Raising a hand to rub his temples, Layamo, let Exine you in. His voice was low, yet both Layamo and Lay Exine you heard him clearly triumphant. Lay Exine you shot Layamo a smug glance, prompting Layamo to step aside. Feigning ignorance with a mischievous glint in her eyes, Lay Exine you swiftly stomped on Lamo's foot before pulling a face at him and darting into the room. Pain shot through Lamo's foot, and the corners of his lips twitched ever so slightly. This girl truly had a vicious streak. Hearing the commotion from a hidden corner, Layamo shot a cold glare at several spots, instantly silencing them. Once inside the study, Lay Exine you dashed to the young man at the desk, wrapping her arms around his arm and pouting, "Brother, that guy Layamo is bullying me again." The young man, rather than appearing to be merely a man, looked more like a youth of 18 or 19, possessing a countenance that would incite envy among all women. His dark hair was loosely tied back with a purple jade crown, and beneath his sword-like brows were a pair of peach blossom eyes identical to Lay Exine you's. However, unlike her clear and innocent gaze, his dark eyes were deep and captivating, exuding a chilling demeanor intertwined with a hint of mischief. With a straight nose and thin, cold lips, he emanated an aura that was both frosty and devilishly charming. Dressed in a flowing black robe, his attire accentuated his fair complexion. However, a slight imperfection was that he sat in a wheelchair, his palms bearing the calluses of one who had pushed it themselves. Yet, even seated, his presence demanded respect, radiating an air of authority that belied his youth. At that moment, his icy gaze softened slightly upon seeing Lay Exine you, and he spoke in a measured tone. "How could he dare bully you when you just stomped on him?" Though Lay Exine you loved to play and could be a bit spoiled, she was not unreasonable. However, she could not help but shout in frustration every time she faced Layamo. As for Layamo, he was typically taciturn, indifferent to everyone except her, yet he had an uncanny ability to provoke her ire. Did they perhaps have a grudge from a previous life? Layhani found himself pondering this more than once. Lay Exine you marveled at how increasingly handsome her brother had become. He truly was worthy of being her brother. Upon hearing Layhani's words, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she turned her head defiantly. "It's his fault for not letting me in. He deserves it." That stubborn demeanor elicited a helpless sigh from Layhani, who thought to himself, "He was merely following my orders. Humph, I don't care." He was in the wrong, Lay Exine you insisted childishly. Seeing her childish antics, Layhani could only shake his head in resignation. His little sister, despite her age, still acted like a child. Without further ado on this topic, I inquired, "What brings you here?" Upon hearing this, Lay Sinew suddenly recalled her purpose for visiting, her face shifting to one of anxiousness. "Brother, I heard that Sister Bing fell into the water. Is it true?" At the mention of Sister Bing, a gentleness flickered in Layhani's cold gaze, only to be swiftly replaced by a hint of bloodthirsty chill. He nodded slightly. "Yes. How could something happen to Sister Bing? Which scoundrel is responsible for this? How is she now? In such frigid weather, how can she endure?" Lay Sinew's expression morphed from anger to concern. "I must go see Sister Bing." With that, she dashed out of the study. Her worry for Sister Bing was genuine, for Sister Bing was the one her brother cherished, and the one she regarded as her sister-in-law. "Yue Bing is fine now, do not disturb her. She needs to rest properly. You may visit her tomorrow," Layhani interjected. With a mischievous glint in her eye, Lay Sinew teased, "Brother, why not accompany me to see Sister Bing tomorrow?" For a moment, Layhani's eyes brightened, but then they dimmed, shaking his head. His voice carried an inexplicable bitterness. "No, she would not wish to see me. My presence would only exacerbate her distress and prolong her recovery." Seeing this, Lay Sinew sighed softly, unsure of how to console her elder brother. However, with a playful wink, she asked, "Brother, have you truly never visited Sister Bing? Your tone suggests otherwise." She could hardly believe that her brother would not check on Sister Bing. If he could genuinely refrain from visiting, she would change her surname to his. Though of course she already shared it. With a sly smile, she darted out of the study, calling back at the door with a playful hum. Layamo, unfazed, indicated he had not seen anything inside the study. As he watched Lay Sinew leave with a cheerful smile, Layhani could not help but shake his head. His sister had indeed become spoiled by his indulgence, now daring to tease him. Yet, the thought of Lung Yuebing's misfortune filled him with murderous intent. He would not let anyone who harmed Yuebing go unpunished. Still, a frown of worry creased his brow. Yuebing was far too protective of that individual. If he were to exact punishment, it must be without her discovering his involvement. Otherwise, her already unfavorable opinion of him would only deepen. Sighing lightly at the thought of her attitude towards him, Layhani lamented the long road ahead in seeking her affection. Chapter 5. The phantom thief. The capital city of Nanjing has recently been plagued by unrest. At some point, a notorious thief emerged, pilfering everything in sight while stealing gold, silver, and antiques might be expected. This thief's audacity extended to raiding rice, vegetables, and flour, leaving households to awaken to scant provisions, forcing them to send servants out to procure supplies at once. The anger of those robbed was palpable. If one must steal, why rice? Their hunger became a pressing concern. In a matter of days, the city was rife with complaints, overwhelming officials who found themselves at a loss. Despite sending numerous guards to patrol during the night, thefts persisted, sometimes occurring brazenly in broad daylight. Thus, the thief earned the moniker, the Shadow Phantom Thief, for even in daylight, he left no trace, appearing and vanishing without a sound. In just 5 days, this matter found its way into a report for the emperor, who, upon learning of the situation, erupted in fury, reprimanding the Minister of Justice and imposing a hefty fine on his salary. The case was handed over to Prince Leihani, who declined under the pretense of ill health. Meanwhile, the infamous Shadow Phantom Thief was none other than Leng Yuebing, currently slumbering in a nondescript little house in the backyard of the Dingyuan Marquis' residence. The following day, Lei Xinyu visited her, bringing nourishing supplies and showering her with praise for her brother. Listening to these words, Leng Yuebing found herself amused, yet warmed by the absence of prejudice against Leihani in this life. After Lei Xinyu departed, Leng Yuebing resolved to steal from the wealthy families in the vicinity. With her financial situation dire, acquiring food openly would attract unwanted attention. She had no desire to be targeted due to her unusual actions before the impending apocalypse, which she feared would draw the wrong kind of attention to her abundant supplies. Thus, thievery became her only option. For Leng Yuebing, infiltrating these estates was a trivial matter, especially since she possessed a gaming system that accompanied her into this new realm. Indeed, this was not her first reincarnation. Once a Gu girl in the 21st century of the Huaxia nation, she had honed her skills into a formidable character point. One day, while immersed in gameplay, the world around her spun. And upon regaining consciousness, she found herself in this alternate reality as the neglected legitimate daughter of the Dingyuan Marquis. Merely 8 years of Adai in her previous life, the Gu clan was characterized by harmony and familial bonds. Leading to her gentle disposition and outlook, however, the skills she possessed could only be employed once per hour for a duration of 15 minutes, yet that was sufficient to accomplish her goals. Leng Yuebing hoped her previous life of turmoil was merely a dream, one that would not resurface in this lifetime. Yet, she knew this was an impossibility. Given the inevitability of the apocalypse, her only course of action was to prepare ample provisions to ensure both she and Leihani would not suffer from hunger when the time came. A solitary candle flickered in the dim room, casting a soft glow. Suddenly, the window opened of its own accord, and a figure slipped in silently with a subtle gesture. The window closed without a sound. Leihani sat beside the bed, quietly observing the sleeping Leng Yuebing. As Lei Xinyu had rightly noted, while he could not openly visit her, he made it a point to come by each night without her knowledge. Fearing her disdain, Leng Yuebing slept fitfully, her brow furrowed as if trapped in a nightmare, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. A pang of sorrow filled Leihani's heart, for this was not the first time he had witnessed her restless nights since she awoke. He suspected the trauma from her near drowning haunted her. Gently, he took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from her brow. Hesitating for a moment, he reached out to smooth her furrowed brow. Just as his fingers hovered close, Leng Yuebing's eyes flew open. In an instant, she produced a dagger, launching a swift attack. Taken aback, Leihani was stunned not by her sudden movement, but by the icy coldness in her gaze. Devoid of its usual warmth, the dagger halted mere inches from his throat, and as she recognized him, her expression shifted to one of confusion and surprise. What is he doing here? She thought, blinking in disbelief. Once assured this was not a dream, the dagger clattered to the floor beside the bed. Leihani, feeling somewhat awkward, met her gaze, his icy demeanor momentarily faltering in the face of his beloved. Would she despise him more now that she had discovered him sneaking into her chamber at such an hour? Should I render her unconscious, so she believes it was merely a dream? He pondered but dismissed the idea. Leng Yuebing was not foolish, and he could never bring himself to harm her. His cold facade crumbled in her presence, and he became an ordinary man, flustered and anxious before the woman he adored. Finally snapping back to reality upon hearing the dagger's clatter, he glanced at the sharp blade on the floor, his expression darkening. How could you keep a dagger in your bedding? He exclaimed, irritation lacing his words. Leng Yuebing stared at Leihani, who was suddenly furious, her heart sinking. You found a dagger so sharp in my bed. What if I had accidentally harmed myself? In silence, she contemplated the weight of his accusation. Could she possibly explain that the dagger had been retrieved from her bag, not hidden beneath her covers? Suddenly, Lung Yuebing lunged at Lei Hani, bursting into tears like a child. Lei Hani, taken aback by this unexpected assault, fell onto the bed as he gazed at the sorrowful Lung Yuebing. Confusion filled his eyes, and his hands hovered uncertainly, unsure where to rest. Eventually, he tentatively placed them on her back. Chapter 6. Warmth. Lung Yuebing wept heart-wrenchingly, as if she were attempting to expel the endless grievances and fears that plagued her heart. Since her rebirth, she had outwardly maintained a facade of calm, diligently pursuing her plans each day. Yet, in reality, she had been tormented by nightmares every night, haunted by the tragic conclusion of her past life and that of Lei Hani. She often awakened in the dead of night, startled by her own nightmares. She feared she would fail to protect those dear to her, terrified that history might repeat itself, and most dreadfully, she feared that her rebirth was merely a dream, that upon waking she would find herself once again trapped in that stone chamber. While Lei Hani met a tragic fate because of her, she dared not reveal these fears, suppressing them deeper into her heart where they only grew heavier. Within the entire Dingyuan Marquis Manor, there was not a single soul she could lean on, no one to whom she could vent her growing unease and terror. At night, she was afraid to extinguish the candles, the enveloping darkness suffocating her. Yet, inexplicably, each time she awoke from a nightmare, the candles in her room had been extinguished, as if they had never burned out completely. Even when she closed the windows tightly, it made no difference. Now, upon seeing Lei Hani, she could no longer contain herself, pouring out all her emotions. If there was one person in this world who would never betray or harm her, the only individual she could trust wholeheartedly, it was none other than Lei Hani. She was finally able to release her pent-up emotions, but Lei Hani was in a state of panic. Listening to her heart-wrenching sobs, his heart ached. Yuebing, I didn't mean to scold you. I just. The esteemed Prince at this moment was utterly at a loss for words, even stammering that if anyone were to witness this scene, they would surely be astonished. Who was Prince? A cold-faced reaper, ruthless and merciless, capable of killing without a flicker of an eye. Although he was disabled, he could still intimidate a 3-year-old into silence. He recalled once, in front of the entire city, commanding his subordinates to crush several individuals' limbs, leaving everyone pale with fear, unable to move, while he calmly observed the spectacle. The reason behind that incident? Merely because those men had uttered a few disparaging remarks about Lung Yuebing, which he overheard. From that day forth, no one in the capital dared to speak ill of her, fearful of facing such treatment. Yet, where was that cold-faced reaper now? Though Lung Yuebing was nestled in his embrace, close to him as never before, a situation that would have delighted him under normal circumstances, now he was consumed by regret, devoid of any joy. How could he have scolded Yuebing, causing her to cry? What a fool he was! Why couldn't he have spoken softly? Truly foolish. After pondering for some time, he could not think of a single phrase to soothe Lung Yuebing's tears, ultimately resigning himself to the task of holding her close and gently patting her back. The fabric of his clothes had already absorbed a considerable amount of her tears, but Lei Hani felt no displeasure. The cool fabric clung to his chest, igniting within him a fire that seared not only his skin but also his heart. Gradually, Lung Yuebing's cries subsided into intermittent sobs. Seeing that she had finally ceased her tears, Lei Hani let out a sigh of relief and softly promised, Yuebing, I won't scold you again. With her head bowed, Lung Yuebing felt a slight flush on her cheeks. She realized that her recent behavior had led to Lei Hani's misunderstanding. Shaking her head, she refrained from explaining, as she did not know how to articulate her feelings. Should she say, I am not crying because you scolded me, but because I am anxious and fearful about the events of my past life? After a moment's consideration, she decided against it, fearing that Lei Hani might think she was losing her mind. Now that she had expressed her emotions, Lung Yuebing felt considerably lighter than before. Stealing a glance at Lei Hani, she noticed a large wet patch on his chest from her tears and quickly stammered. I didn't mean to dirty your clothes. A hand interrupted her words. Lei Hani shook his head, gazing at her with tenderness. It's all right. You need not say those 3 words to me. Lung Yuebing looked at him, remaining silent. Lei Hani too was at a loss for words. The two remained in silence, one above and the other below on the bed. Eventually, it was Lei Hani who broke the silence. Clearing his throat, I just came to check on you because I was worried. Not intending to intrude upon your private space, I will take my leave now, so I won't disturb your rest. Though he wished to hold her longer, he recalled that he had intruded upon her at such an hour. Given that she had just cried, her reaction might be slow. What if she ended up disliking him more upon regaining her senses? Thus, he resolved to leave promptly. Raising his hand, he opened the window. It turned out that a fine thread had been discreetly concealed within his sleeve. He prepared to make his exit using the thread's assistance. Lung Yuebing unexpectedly grasped his sleeve. Don't go to, she implored, her eyes betraying a hint of desperation. Upon seeing the glimmer of pleading in her eyes, Lei Hani's heart trembled, and without a moment's hesitation, he replied, I want to leave. Lung Yuebing lowered her head slightly, feeling a tinge of embarrassment after uttering those words. Yet, at that moment, she truly desired someone by her side. A flicker of amusement danced in Lei Hani's eyes. Yuebing was feeling shy. The silk thread once again pulled, closing the window. Sleep now. I will stay here with you, Lei Hani gently said, tucking the blanket around Lung Yuebing, nestled within the confines of the blanket. Lung Yuebing watched Lei Hani, who was half reclined beside her, her face flickering with indecision. It was November, and despite the windows being shut and the charcoal burning in her room, it still felt somewhat chilly. Moreover, Lei Hani's clothes, dampened by her tears, left him exposed to the cold. What if he caught a chill? Yet, allowing him to share her bed felt audacious. Inviting him to stay had already been a stretch. Sharing the same blanket was another matter entirely. However, upon reflection, she realized that her entire life had been devoted to repaying Lei Hani. Sharing a blanket was merely a triviality. Why hesitate? You can come in, she said. Lei Hani was momentarily stunned, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. Was Yuebing concerned for him? He felt elated but shook his head in refusal. Seeing his rejection, Lung Yuebing fell silent, her tear-streaked eyes stubbornly fixed on him. In resignation, Lei Hani complied, shedding his outer robe and lying down beside her. The blanket was warm, and beside him lay the woman he cherished. He felt an overwhelming tension. A natural flush crept onto his exquisite face. In an effort to conceal it from Lung Yuebing, he waved his sleeve, extinguishing the candle with the silk thread, saying, It is not conducive to rest with the candle burning. No. The moment the candle was snuffed out, Lung Yuebing's heart, which had just settled, leaped into her throat. She cried out in alarm, curling up nervously startled. Lei Hani instinctively enveloped her in his arms, soothing her in a gentle tone. Yuebing, don't be afraid. I am here with you. You need not fear. As if clutching a lifeline, Lung Yuebing clung tightly to his clothing, burying herself in his embrace. With Lei Hani's soft reassurances, her anxious state gradually calmed, and weariness began to wash over her. Unconsciously, she nestled closer into his warm arms, drifting into a deep slumber. Hearing her breathing slow and steady beside him, Lei Hani's lips curled into a subtle smile as he too closed his eyes. Surrendering to rest, the atmosphere between them brimmed with warmth and tranquility. Chapter 7. Poisoned. When Lei Hani opened his eyes, he instinctively glanced down at the figure nestled in his arms. Upon seeing the sleeping beauty, a smile crept across his lips. It turned out he was not dreaming after all. With a tender gaze fixed on Lung Yuebing's peaceful slumber, Lei Hani felt as though time stood still. His heart brimming with contentment. He had often dreamt of Lung Yuebing sleeping soundly in his embrace, but waking from those dreams always brought a sense of loss. Her demeanor had always been distant, and he had never anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. The happiness came too quickly, rendering it somewhat surreal. Gently, he placed a kiss upon her brow, carefully extricating himself from her hold. While he yearned to hold her once more, Lei Hani recognized the virtue of restraint. All things must unfold gradually. The previous night's developments were a significant stride forward. Should he inadvertently provoke Yuebing's ire, causing her to despise him anew? Thus, he resolved to take his time, meticulously crafting a plan to ensnare her in his affections, ensuring that she would never wish to leave him. What Lei Hani would not admit to himself was the underlying anxiety that gripped him, fearing that when Lung Yuebing awakened, he might witness regret and deeper disdain reflected in her eyes. Thus, the esteemed prince he found himself evading his own feelings. At this moment, he failed to realize that he need not worry, nor take any action. In this lifetime, Lung Yuebing would love no one but him. But that was a matter for another time. As for now, Lung Yuebing's feelings towards Lei Hani were primarily rooted in gratitude. Once he entered the study, the smile faded from his face. Lei Mo, regaining his usual cold demeanor, spoke in a chilling tone, I am here. Lei Mo knelt partially on the ground and asked, Go investigate what has transpired around you in recent days. Remember, every detail must be uncovered. Nothing must be overlooked. A deep bloodlust flickered in Lei Hani's eyes. Last night, he felt both alarmed and elated by Yubing's actions, which led him to dismiss his thoughts. However, upon reflection, he discerned discrepancies. Setting aside the fact that Yubing would not be so fragile as to cry simply from his fierce demeanor, what about her subsequent reactions? He could not recall her ever expressing a fear of darkness. He had visited her at night before, and there had never been an incident of candles extinguishing. This peculiar occurrence had only begun after the day she fell into the water. What could have frightened her so? His profound inner strength allowed him to see even in the absence of light. Recalling her terrified and restless visage after the candlelight was snuffed out, Lei Han felt a pang in his heart. His hand pressed against his chest, involuntarily curling into a slight smile. Many years ago, he had been poisoned by a toxin known as cold ice moon, a malady that rendered his emotions beyond his control. Yet this poison was one he relished upon sensing the murderous intent radiating from Lei Han. Lei Mo trembled and promptly replied, "I shall obey your command." Meanwhile, the individual being pondered by Lei Han was comfortably asleep. After a restful night, Leng Yubing stared blankly at the ceiling upon awakening. She recalled sensing someone approaching last night, opening her eyes to attack, only to discover it was Lei Han. Prompting her to cease her assault and burst into tears in his embrace. Feeling anxious, she had requested him to stay with her, and then reflecting on the events that followed, Leng Yubing found herself bemused. How had she fallen asleep in his arms so quickly? Nevertheless, she could not deny that she had not experienced nightmares in the latter half of the night. Did he this moment? Lei Han's presence was absent, and the coolness of the space beside her indicated he had been gone for some time. After freshening up, she noticed her dagger resting on the table, recalling last night's events once more. She chuckled softly, placing the dagger into her gaming backpack. Glancing at the stuffed bag, she felt conflicted. Over the past few days, she had filled her backpack with items taken from affluent families, leaving no room for more. Fortunately, the items within the gaming backpack bore no weight. Otherwise, carrying them would be utterly burdensome. Despite the bag being full, Leng Yubing was acutely aware that it was still insufficient. She did not wish to face hunger alongside Lei Han and their companions due to inadequate supplies. She had endured such a feeling in her past life and was determined to avoid it in this one. Where then should the subsequent supplies be stored? They must not be discovered, or it would spell disaster in a post-apocalyptic world. Leng Yubing contemplated that in truth, she believed the best solution would be to carry them on her person, secure and convenient. If only there were room. Sighing, she envied those with spatial abilities. How she wished for such powers now. Before she could lament further, a voice from outside the room caused her to furrow her brows, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Sister. Leng Yunling entered the room, smiling gently upon seeing Leng Yubing. Calling sweetly, "Sister." Yu Er followed closely behind, remaining silent. In recent days, she had realized that this young lady was indeed different from before. She was no fool. She had quickly discerned that the events of that day were not mere coincidence but rather orchestrated by this young lady, who had brought punishment upon herself while deftly evading blame. After coming to this realization, she felt a jolt of apprehension and began to act with caution. However, since Leng Yubing had awakened, she had distanced herself, often forbidding her from entering without explicit orders, even moving her quarters further away. This moment, the fourth young lady entered without prior notice, causing Yu Er to worry that Leng Yubing might reprimand her. Leng Yubing cast a casual glance at Yu Er, causing her to tremble slightly. Why, Yu Er? You may leave, Leng Yubing said indifferently. Yes, Yu Er replied, as if granted a reprieve, hastily departing. Sister, did Leng Er upset you? Leng Yunling asked, looking at her helplessly. Leng Yubing smiled faintly. Fourth sister, you just doi appear to be displeased. After several days of calm, she had managed to face Leng Yunling without losing control of her emotions. No sister, you certainly do not. It's just that your appearance last time made me think you were angry with me, Leng Yunling replied with a sweet smile, playfully clinging to one of Leng Yubing's arms. As Leng Yubing poured tea, she subtly extracted her arm. Noticing her movement, Leng Yunling's expression shifted, but she feigned ignorance. This change in demeanor did not escape Leng Yubing's notice. She inwardly sighed. Despite being so young, Leng Yunling was quite astute in her emotional manipulation. Nevertheless, her youth still betrayed her. Even if she was clever, traces of her emotions would inevitably surface. Why would I be angry with fourth sister? Have you offended me unbeknownst to me? Leng Yubing inquired with a smile that held an ambiguous edge, causing Leng Yunling to feel a bit awkward. Sister, you jest. You are Ling Er's most beloved elder sister. How could Ling Er offend you? Ling Er merely worries that she could not assist you last time, fearing you might be upset, which is why she feels this way. That if you keep saying such things, Ling Er might just cry. Leng Yunling pouted, looking petulant. Leng Yubing merely smiled, choosing not to indulge her further. She would not offend her directly. Rather, she would incite others to do so while remaining in the shadows. Waiting for her opportunity, she had experienced this in her past life. Seeing that Leng Yubing remained silent, Leng Yunling was momentarily at a loss for words. Her eyes brightened, and her mood lifted considerably. Observing Leng Yubing, she felt a noticeable change in her demeanor, her gaze softening significantly. What brings you here today, fourth sister? Leng Yubing finally asked, Her mood evidently improved at if you hadn't asked. I might have forgotten grandmother asked me to convey that 10 days hence, the Prime Minister's wife will host a plum appreciation banquet, and we sisters must attend, Lung Yunling replied, somewhat vexed as she playfully stuck out her tongue. Lung Yubing's gaze deepened at the mention of the banquet. She recalled that in her previous life, it was indeed around this time that she had attended with them, and then sister, what are you lost in thought about? Would you share it with me, please? Lung Yunling cooed, her eyes assessing. Lung Yubing smiled slightly, nonchalantly replying, I was merely pondering what attire I should wear for the occasion. Realizing that Lung Yubing was not being truthful. Yet unable to press further, Lung Yunling said, do not worry, sister. You are the genuine legitimate daughter. Your garments will undoubtedly surpass those of the second sister. After speaking, she realized her words might have been inappropriate and nervously glanced at Lung Yubing. Relieved to see no sign of distress, Lung Yubing's lips curved upwards. The acidity of Lung Yunling's words was quite palpable. The two continued to engage in casual conversation until Lung Yunling, sensing her sister's waning interest, suggested taking her leave. Lung Yubing made no effort to retain her, instructing Yu Er to see her out. Upon returning to Huanling Courtyard, Lung Yunling's maid, Chui Er, remarked, Miss, why do I feel that this young lady has changed somewhat? Having shed her previously delicate demeanor before Lung Yubing and the others, Lung Yunling's expression fluctuated as she nodded in agreement. You are right, Lung Yubing is indeed somewhat different. The coldness that inadvertently emanated from her gaze sent shivers down Lung Yunling's spine. What should we do? Will the previous incident— What incident? Lung Yunling coldly interrupted Chui Er, remember, the previous matter has nothing to do with us. If I see you in such a flustered state again, do not blame me for being ungrateful. Do you understand? Chui Er immediately knelt. I understand. I know nothing. Satisfied, Lung Yunling nodded and added, even if she has changed, what of it? Her disdain for Princey is a fact as long as she continues to harbor that disdain. I will have my chance. A legitimate daughter? Humph, with her foolish brain. She merely had the fortune of being born into a good family. Speaking of this made Lung Yunling grit her teeth in hatred. She believed herself superior in talent and intellect compared to Lung Yubing. All Lung Yubing possessed was beauty and the title of legitimate daughter. Why did Princey favor that wretched Lung Yubing? Meanwhile, oblivious to Lung Yunling's thoughts, Lung Yubing was in a delightful mood. Her lips curving into a smile, she suddenly recalled something significant in her past life. Lung Yunling had initially lacked any abilities. Only later awakening as a spatial mage, Lung Yubing remembered clearly that it was during one of her injuries when blood accidentally dripped onto the jade pendant she wore at her waist, which absorbed the blood, granting her the power of space. Externally, Lung Yunling merely claimed to have awakened her spatial abilities without mentioning this incident. This matter is known only to Lung Yunling and herself. Initially, she was unaware of it, but later, through a serendipitous opportunity, she came to know. However, upon learning the truth, she chose not to publicize it, for she understood the formidable challenges that an ordinary person faces in surviving in a post-apocalyptic world. Even if she could protect Lung Yunling, there would inevitably be moments of oversight. Conversely, Lung Yunling's identity as a spatial mage afforded her a degree of self-preservation. Reflecting on this, Lung Yuebing's eyes sparkled with realization. She distinctly recalled that the jade pendant capable of accessing space was taken from her, and its origins traced back to Lei Haniat. It was a gift he had presented her on her 15th birthday. A piece she held dear, yet her affection was always tainted by the fact it was gifted by him. Later, when Lung Yunling expressed her admiration for the pendant, she hesitated but ultimately decided to give it to her. In hindsight, it was clear that Lung Yunling's fondness for the pendant was merely a reflection of her interest in its original owner. In this lifetime, she resolved never to part with that pendant again. Since it possessed spatial capabilities, it was best kept by Lei Hani himself. No one else would dare take it. As for her own intentions regarding the pendant, Lung Yuebing dismissed the thought without a second glance. There was simply no necessity. If she wished to store items, she could easily approach Lei Hani. Additionally, she had never considered concealing her resources from him. The pendant rightfully belonged to Lei Hani, and it was entirely normal for him to claim ownership and utilize it. Moreover, should Lei Hani possess his own space, he would not have to worry about where to store supplies in the event they parted ways. Lung Yuebing sighed, somewhat vexed that she hadn't thought about these matters the previous night. Nonetheless, if her estimations were correct, Lei Hani would likely visit again that evening. Last night, her heart had been preoccupied and she lacked the time to ponder deeply. Now, with clarity restored, she had figured things out. She finally understood why the candles never burned to completion each night. They were extinguished by Lei Hani, who had been coming to her room nightly. She found it curious, as the doors and windows were securely shut. Leaving no trace of wind to snuff out the flames with a sense of resignation, she acknowledged that Lei Hani truly was a source of exasperation. Lung Yuebing was certain that Lei Hani had not only begun visiting her room recently. He must have stealthily come before, unbeknownst to her. Chapter 9. Worthless nightfall arrived swiftly, and having resolved where her supplies would be stored, Lung Yuebing's mood throughout the day remained buoyant. Suddenly, the window creaked open without a breeze, and a figure glided into the room. Lung Yuebing, seated at the table, exhibited no surprise at the sight. The figure joined her at the table, and the flickering candlelight illuminated his features. It was indeed Lei Hani. Upon noticing Lung Yuebing waiting for him, he bore a fleeting hint of embarrassment, which quickly dissipated due to the dimness of the room. She failed to perceive his expression. Lung Yuebing felt a conflict within herself. She had meticulously prepared what she wished to convey before his arrival, yet now that he was in front of her, words eluded her. Neither spoke. One was at a loss for words, while the other was hesitant, ensnared by awkwardness. Thus, the atmosphere between them grew stifled. Ultimately, it was Lei Hani who shattered the silence, inquiring, Yuebing, is there a reason you are waiting for me at this late hour? Her presence here indicated that she was aware of his previous visits. Observing the troubled expression on her face and the hesitation in her gaze, he discerned that she was troubled by something related to him. Lung Yuebing's eyes brightened momentarily. It was fortuitous that Lei Hani broached the subject first, relieving her of her earlier anxiety about how to begin. Lei Hani, haven't there been reports of a notorious thief causing havoc in the capital recently? Lei Hani narrowed his charming eyes slightly and nodded. And, he prompted, curious about her intent, those items that they were stolen by me, Lung Yuebing confessed, taking a deep breath and stealing a cautious glance at Lei Hani, eager to gauge his reaction, despite her awareness from her past life that he would always stand by her side. A twinge of anxiety lingered within her. To her surprise, there was no trace of astonishment on Lei Hani's handsome visage. He nodded calmly in acknowledgement. Now it was Lung Yuebing's turn to be astonished. Her mouth fell agape as she stared at him in disbelief. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Lei Hani's eyes as he observed her reaction. You knew? Lung Yuebing asked incredulously. Yes, he confirmed with a nod. How did you know? I was so discreet. Lei Hani suddenly broke into a mischievous smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. Some truths are simply not meant to be concealed. Caught in his enchanting smile, Lung Yuebing momentarily lost her composure. Hearing his words, she inwardly scoffed. If he chose not to divulge, why must he grin so devilishly? Such a wicked sense of humor. Lei Hani noticed her subtle, feminine gestures, and his smile widened. He was perplexed by how, all of a sudden, Lung Yuebing seemed less distant and hostile towards him. Nonetheless, the fact that she was no longer pushing him away brought him joy. I heard the Emperor has sent you to apprehend that notorious thief, Lung Yuebing remarked. I declined, Lei Hani stated nonchalantly, brushing the matter aside. Curious, Lung Yuebing inquired. I've heard about it, but since you know it was me, why are you not curious about my reasons or attempting to stop me? The loss of their belongings is of no concern to me. Why should I exert myself on their behalf? You are the only person I cherish in this lifetime. Whatever you choose to do will have my unwavering support. Lei Hani's tone was cold yet commanding, even using the term this prince. His declaration conveyed a depth of sentiment. Though he maintained his composure, the palms hidden within his sleeves were beginning to sweat. His gaze fixed intently on Lung Yuebing, absorbing every nuance of her expression. Lung Yuebing felt a flush creep across her cheeks. Whether it was a shift in her mindset or not, in her previous life, when Lei Hani professed his affection, she had felt only irritation. Yet now, his words left her feeling bashful simultaneously. Her heart ached with nostalgia, recalling how in her past life, Lei Hani had truly upheld his promise to support her, regardless of the hardships her actions caused him. Her voice trembled as she whispered, I'm not worthy of such devotion. Whether you are worthy is for me to determine, Lei Hani replied with a smile. In that moment, he felt elated, although he could not fathom why Lung Yuebing appeared suddenly downcast. The fact that she did not refute his words was telling. Did it imply that she harbored feelings for him as well? Perhaps if he persisted, he could win her heart. Struggling against the urge to cry, Lung Yuebing took a moment to regain her composure before speaking. Aren't you curious how I managed to steal so many items? Curious, he admitted, but if you prefer not to share, I won't pry. My role is merely to support you. He silently added to himself that he could investigate discreetly. He had intended to say he would simply indulge her, but opted for a more measured approach. Conscious that she had blushed at his earlier confession, if he rushed things, it might backfire. A warm current flowed through Lung Yuebing's heart. She pondered how she had managed to overlook such a remarkable person in her past life. repeatedly inflicting harm upon him? Was it true that what is easily obtained is often taken for granted? Casting a glance at Leilani, she vowed never to hurt him again in this life. In truth, I had intended to tell you about this matter. I simply struggled to articulate it, as it might seem unbelievable. Lung Yuebing finally confessed. As long as you speak, I will believe you, Leilani assured her without hesitation. A bittersweet smile crept across Lung Yuebing's face. She trusted Leilani's sincerity, and in any other circumstance, she would be certain he would believe her. However, the concept of an impending apocalypse felt far too surreal. Had she not experienced the time travel and the turmoil of the end times firsthand, she would have dismissed anyone claiming such a fate as delusional. Nevertheless, despite her inner turmoil, she was resolute in her intention not to conceal the truth from Leilani. By the way, Leilani, you possess a jade pendant, right? The one engraved with a pair of phoenixes? Lung Yuebing shifted the topic to the pendant. Engaging this subject would likely compel Leilani to take her words more seriously. Even if he found them hard to believe upon hearing her mention the pendant, Leilani's expression grew complex as he regarded her. What is it? Lung Yuebing questioned, puzzled by his demeanor. He shook his head. Uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts, he did indeed possess the pendant, yet its implications. Chapter 10. Bloodsucker. At this moment, Leilani's heart was a tumult of emotions. How could he possibly convey what he felt? Indeed, he possesses that jade pendant, which has accompanied him since birth. The Empress Mother once mentioned that upon his arrival into this world, he grasped that very pendant, a revelation that astonished the midwife present at the time. Had it not been for the king's swift intervention to suppress the matter, he might have lost his life due to it long ago. Did I have the pendant? Are you certain you wish for it? Leilani inquired, a fleeting shadow crossing his eyes. Yes, please show it to me, Lung Yuebing replied, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Oblivious to the subtle shift in Leilani's tone, a twinge of disappointment flickered within Leilani. Was it the pendant that drew Yuebing closer to him? A bittersweet smile graced his lips as Lung Yuebing finally noticed his unusual demeanor. Blinking thoughtfully, she began to comprehend his sentiments, yet she was at a loss for how to articulate her understanding. With a soft sigh, she realized that actions would speak louder than words. Despite his feelings of dejection, Leilani resolved that as long as Lung Yuebing did not distance herself from him, it mattered little if her affection stemmed from the pendant. After all, the pendant held no significant value to him. If it pleased Yuebing, it was hers to keep. He retrieved the phoenix jade pendant from his pocket and presented it to Lung Yuebing. Upon receiving the pendant, Lung Yuebing examined it closely, her eyes lighting up with joy as she confirmed it to be the same from their previous life. Every movement of hers was scrutinized by Leilani, and witnessing her happiness dispelled any lingering disappointment in his heart. All that matters is your happiness, he thought. After confirming the pendant's authenticity, Lung Yuebing instructed, extend your hand. Though puzzled, Leilani complied. Then an astonishing event unfolded before him. A dagger materialized in Lung Yuebing's hand, seemingly out of nowhere, as if conjured by some mystical sorcery. Leilani was filled with bewilderment but refrained from questioning her. If she wished to share, she would. If not, he would respect her silence. Yet, witnessing such an extraordinary display suggested a deep trust between them. Yuebing, he called out, just as Lung Yuebing had lightly grazed his finger with the dagger. She looked up in confusion. Leilani, observing her actions, did not intervene, merely advising, do not produce objects so suddenly in front of others. It could pose a danger to you. Puzzled by his words, Lung Yuebing followed his gaze to the dagger in her hand and suddenly understood. Nodding obediently, she smiled as she replied, all right. She recognized that such sudden displays could frighten others, leading them to label her a monster, yet she felt no fear of harm from Leilani. As for others, she would keep this secret hidden until the end of days. She pressed the phoenix jade pendant against Leilani's bleeding fingertip, allowing it to absorb his blood. Initially, he paid little heed to her actions, but soon his brow furrowed in concern. What was happening? The pendant was indeed absorbing his blood. As Lung Yuebing prepared to remove the pendant, she was astonished to find it firmly affixed. Glancing up at Leilani, she noticed beads of sweat forming on his brow, his complexion paling from blood loss and a panic. She reached out to wipe his forehead. Tears welled in her eyes as she thought, I never intended for this to happen. Forgive me that I didn't foresee this. I only wished to grant you space, she lamented, recalling that when Lung Yunling activated the pendant in their previous life, no such occurrences transpired. Leilani, overwhelmed by blood loss, felt his vision blur. Suddenly, a drop of liquid landed on his face, followed by another, and then several more. Struggling to maintain consciousness, he opened his eyes to see the weeping Lung Yuebing. Heartache filled his gaze as he mustered the strength to wipe away her tears. whispering gently, "When did you become so emotional? Please do not cry. I am fine." "Ugh, I'm so sorry, I had no idea it would lead to this, I merely wished to help you." Lung Yuebing sobbed. Leilani, too weak to ponder her peculiar words, succumbed to unconsciousness. Lung Yuebing, witnessing his fainting form, felt a surge of panic and heartache. Uncertain of what to do, suddenly a thought struck her. Her gaze fell upon the pendant still drawing blood. Determined, she pressed the dagger to her own wrist, allowing her blood to flow. "Let it absorb my blood instead. I cannot allow anything to happen to Leilani, that I owe him far too much already." Her resolve hardened, yet, as the blood continued to seep from her wound, she began to feel faint. Despite having seemingly recovered from her recent ordeal, she was still weak, and the loss of blood soon took its toll. As she swayed, Lung Yuebing too succumbed to unconsciousness. At that moment, the pendant ceased its absorption. The once white jade turned a deep crimson hue, emanating a faint glow. The eyes of the phoenix etched upon the pendant blinked. And then, as if animated, 2 phoenixes burst forth, swirling through the air before descending upon Leilani and Lung Yuebing, vanishing into their foreheads. Each bore a distinct phoenix emblem. Leilani's represented the majestic male, while Lung Yuebing's symbolized the graceful female. In tandem, the pendant vanished from sight, along with the 2 unconscious figures. The flickering candlelight in the room continued to dance, and on the floor lay a bloody dagger. A silent testament to the events that had transpired. Chapter 11. Space. When Leilani awoke, he found himself half submerged in a stream, relieved to discover he was leaning against the bank, where the water was shallow. As he shifted slightly, his hand brushed against a body, his gaze hardened, but upon realizing it was Lung Yuebing, his expression softened instantly. Gently, he cradled her in his arms, his eyes inadvertently falling upon her injured hand, causing him to freeze in surprise. His feelings were complex, a mixture of gratitude and concern flooding him. He was certain that wound had not been there before, and its origin was evident looking at the pale, unconscious Lung Yuebing. A glimmer of mischief sparkled in Leilani's eyes. "Little girl, you've saved me once more. Such a debt of gratitude shall bind you to me for life, especially since you've done so twice. You'll never escape me now." Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Fixated on the injury on Lung Yuebing's wrist, he observed the wound gradually healing. Astonished by her body's uniqueness and worried about the potential dangers her differences might attract, it was clear he could not allow Yuebing to be harmed again. With these thoughts in mind, he began to survey his surroundings. A fine mist enveloped the area, revealing 5 patches of land, 2 of which were already lush with vegetation. Not far from the plot stood a wooden cabin, and beyond that, there was nothing else. Considering the distance between himself and the cabin, he furrowed his brow. Thankfully, the water was warm. Otherwise, Yuebing's frail body would not endure such exposure. After an indeterminate amount of time, he felt movement in his arms. Lung Yuebing slowly opened her eyes, her expression one of confusion. "You reawake," Leilani said, his voice breaking the silence. Startled, Lung Yuebing's eyes widened, and a glint of fear flickered within them. However, upon recognizing the familiar voice, she softened. Raising her head, she noticed she was nestled in Leilani's embrace. "And they were both in the water. Where are we? How did we end up here?" she asked, her surprise evident. Leilani took note of her reaction, his gaze darkening slightly before he smiled gently and replied, "I am unsure. I found us here upon waking." Releasing herself from his hold, Lung Yuebing stood and scanned their surroundings. Spotting the wooden cabin, her eyes lit up. "Let us go to the cabin. Staying in the water is uncomfortable," she suggested cheerfully. Leilani shook his head lightly, a tender smile gracing his lips. "No, you go on ahead. I cannot reach it without something to lean on." His honesty caught her off guard, and she instinctively glanced down at herself, her face flushing as she realized her wet clothes clung to her form, revealing her figure to Leilani. "Ahem. Hurry to the cabin and see if there are any clothes to change into. Remaining in wet garments may lead to illness," he urged, turning his gaze away, a hint of crimson coloring his cheeks. Lung Yuebing considered his words but did not immediately head for the cabin. Instead, she instructed, "Raise your hand." She pointed to her shoulder. Leilani assumed she wished for him to carry her. Thus he shook his head, saying, "No, you cannot bear my weight," although his legs were rendered useless, and he spent his days confined to a wheelchair. This did not imply that his weight was light. The petite frame of Lung Yuebing found it exceedingly strenuous to move him, let alone carry him. As for the notion of a man being borne by a woman, which might tarnish his dignity, Leilani did not entertain such thoughts. What could possibly be more significant than the person he cherished? Unable to suppress her irritation, Lung Yuebing shot him a glare and retorted, "Who said I would carry you?" She then squatted down and placed one of his hands on her shoulder while wrapping her arm around his waist. Rising effortlessly, as she swayed slightly, Leng Yuebing mused internally that this seemingly slender individual was surprisingly heavy. Once steady, she lifted her toes and executed a light-footed maneuver akin to the agile techniques from a game. And in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the doorstep of a wooden cabin. "This is where you stay. I will go in first," she suggested. "All right," Lei Hani nodded in agreement as he watched Leng Yuebing enter the cabin. A contemplative look crossed his face. He could not recall her ever having trained in internal martial arts. Yet what she had just demonstrated was undeniably a form of lightness skill, albeit a peculiar one. It seemed that his Yuebing harbored many secrets. With a soft smile, he felt a surge of contentment. No matter how many secrets she held, at least she had no intention of hiding them from him. After a brief interval, Leng Yuebing emerged from the wooden cabin, adorned in a flowing purple gown, adjusting her sleeves as she remarked, "I never expected to find clothes here, though they are rather strange with patterns I have never seen before. Oh, and there are men's garments inside. Let me take you in to change." Lei Hani laughed and shook his head. "There's no need. I have already dried my clothes using internal energy." Upon seeing this, Leng Yuebing nodded in acknowledgement, shaking her head in disbelief. Indeed, compared to supernatural abilities, internal energy proves to be far more practical. But given your current condition with excessive blood loss, how can you recklessly use your internal energy? What if you inadvertently injure yourself? Listening to her concerned words, Lei Hani felt warmth spreading within him. Nonetheless, he shifted the topic. "I have been observing this place for quite some time, and it appears there are no living creatures here apart from us." At this, Leng Yuebing ceased her lamentations, her expression betraying a hint of hesitation and uncertainty. "I believe this is a space," she ventured. "Space?" Lei Hani echoed, the term unfamiliar to him, his brows knitting in confusion. "Yes," she confirmed with a nod while changing clothes. She had contemplated that this location bore similarities to the personal spaces described in novels from the 21st century. However, she was perplexed. In her previous life, the space activated by Leng Yunling could only store items, not accommodate people. Why had this changed in this lifetime? What had gone awry? Yet, she quickly reassured herself that it was not entirely a bad thing. At least during perilous moments in the apocalypse, she could retreat here. But whose space was it? After all, the jade pendant had absorbed the blood of both her and Lei Hani. Who had truly activated it? Noticing Lei Hani's puzzled expression, Leng Yuebing decided to set aside the question of ownership and explain the concept of space. This space was akin to another realm, one solely governed by its owner. Impervious to external control. She articulated her understanding, and Lei Hani listened intently, processing the information within his mind. After she finished speaking, he observed her closely. He recognized that for someone from an ancient era, grasping such a concept might be challenging, but she felt it was vital to convey this before delving into the impending apocalypse, which would surely be more shocking. "Oh," Lei Hani replied with a detached air. Leng Yuebing was taken aback by his response. She had anticipated a more drawn-out reaction, perhaps a few probing questions, yet he simply acknowledged her with a calm. His gaze, filled with mirth, met her astonishment. "What is it?" he inquired, his tone devoid of urgency. Leng Yuebing shook her head, silently acknowledging his formidable capacity for acceptance, which was indeed the renowned cold-faced Shura of the capital. "Yuebing, is there something you wish to share with me?" Lei Hani asked suddenly. He was far from foolish. His keen observation had noted her reticence since she had confided in him about the family's stolen possessions, though she had previously masked her hesitation well. The emergence of this space had made her inner turmoil increasingly apparent. He sensed that she had something significant to disclose but was unsure how to articulate it. Leng Yuebing began. Only to falter. She yearned to tell Lei Hani, yet a myriad of concerns stifled her words. A self-deprecating smile crossed her face. Why had she become so timid? Despite her overwhelming self-doubt, she felt the urge to speak. "Say it, I believe you," Lei Hani encouraged, gently stroking her head. "All right, I will." She took a deep breath, steeling herself. "Regardless of how you perceive me after this, even if you think I am mad, please bear this in mind. The apocalypse is approaching." With a rush of words she exhaled, her body relaxing slightly as her gaze fixed intently on Lei Hani. Eager to gauge his reaction initially, Lei Hani furrowed his brow at her assertion that he might think her insane. But upon hearing the latter part, he was momentarily taken aback. It occurred to him that he had repeatedly struggled to comprehend Leng Yuebing's statements that day. He reflected on whether he needed to broaden his knowledge. For failing to understand her words was not a trivial matter. It could alter her perception of him in the future. Unbeknownst to him, no amount of reading could bridge the gap, for the concepts she spoke of were rooted in the vernacular of the 21st century, which had no place in ancient records. If Leng Yuebing could read his thoughts, she would undoubtedly be speechless. While she was engulfed in anxiety, He was preoccupied with such trivialities. The apocalypse, as the name suggests, is the end of the world. During that time, some individuals will transform into monsters, devoid of thought and humanity, driven solely by the urge to consume others. The entire world will descend into chaos as Lin Yuebing spoke. Lei Hani's expression grew increasingly grave after her explanation. She anxiously watched him, aware that such talk in the 21st century could lead to accusations of spreading rumors and disturbing national peace, resulting in imprisonment. In this ancient era, it could be deemed heresy, punishable by death. Lei Hani had intended to respond, but upon observing Lung Yuebing's effort to maintain her composure despite her trembling form, he could not help but chuckle as he took her hand. "What are you so anxious about? I told you I believe you. Do you not trust me?" At his words, Lung Yuebing immediately shook her head in protest. No, I trust you, I'm simply worried." The latter part of her sentence remained unspoken, for she feared that voicing it would imply a lack of faith in him. Yet how could she not trust him? In this lifetime, he was the only one she truly believed in. Though her thoughts remained unvoiced, Lei Hani's perceptiveness allowed him to discern her feelings with a gentle sigh. He embraced her, choosing not to elaborate further. Promises could not merely be spoken but rather demonstrated over time. He knew that eventually the time would come to prove the truth of his words. "Yuebing, if what you say is true, then food will become crucial during that time." He shifted the topic, subtly changing how he addressed her. Lung Yuebing nodded, impressed by his insight. She had not even mentioned it, yet he had already deduced it as for his choice of address. She did not contest it, tacitly accepting it seems I must prepare. Lei Hani stated earnestly, his heart swelling with happiness at her acceptance of his endearment. "Yes, indeed," she affirmed, aware that such a term would inevitably bridge the gap between them. "You took those items from the families in anticipation of the apocalypse, didn't you?" Lei Hani inquired. "Yes," she replied, "though there isn't much. My backpack cannot hold too much." She expressed a hint of regret as she transferred everything from her backpack into the space, observing the pile of items before him. Lei Hani regarded Lung Yuebing with a strange expression, a bit sheepishly. She smiled and explained, "I have a backpack on me that can store items. I usually keep it hidden." As she spoke, she activated the display function for the backpack in the game interface, causing Lei Hani to stare in amazement as an oddly styled bag appeared behind her. His mouth fell slightly agape. The sight of such a reaction on his exquisitely handsome face prompted Lung Yuebing to laugh unabashedly. "You are quite adorable," she teased. Lei Hani cast a resigned glance at her, fully aware of the source of her amusement. His expression typically bore little emotion, softened only in her presence, but his earlier demeanor had indeed been rather out of character. As Lung Yuebing stifled her laughter, her eyes sparkled with mirth, her lips curling upwards. Lei Hani sighed, "If you wish to laugh, then do so. There's no need to hold it in." The moment his words left his lips, Lung Yuebing erupted into hearty laughter. In the stillness of the evening, Lung Yuebing expressed that it was not her intention to laugh, yet the mere thought of Lei Hani's recent demeanor rendered her unable to suppress her amusement. With playful hands, she gently kneaded his face, exclaiming, "You are truly adorable." Lei Hani, adorned with an array of dark lines upon his forehead, mused that only Lung Yuebing would dare to treat his face like dough. Had it been anyone else, he would have surely reduced their bones to dust. Furthermore, adorable? Was such a term even appropriate for a man? Nevertheless, upon witnessing the genuine smile radiating from Lung Yuebing, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Lei Hani's eyes, prompting him to affectionately ruffle her hair. Ultimately, as long as Yaya was pleased, that sufficed. Once Lung Yuebing had indulged in her laughter, she finally broached the matter at hand. "Now that we possess this space, we can store our supplies within it, and look at that land. If the other two plots can yield crops, then the remaining one should certainly be capable as well. We can procure some seeds to plant there, alleviating our concerns regarding food," she articulated. Lei Hani listened attentively, nodding occasionally in agreement. Chapter 13. Should I embrace darkness, this prince shall accompany. Seated in a pavilion, Lung Yuebing gazed upon the scenery beyond. This pavilion, nestled within the inner courtyard of the Dingyuan Marquis's residence, was not particularly exquisite, yet it drew her in. Here, she could better appreciate the world's beauty before the impending apocalypse, even if the view consisted solely of a few barren trees. Such sights would be rendered obsolete in the aftermath of the apocalypse, as survival would become humanity's singular focus, leaving no room for the cultivation of flowers or plants, and most trees would be decimated. Perhaps only the Lord's manor might retain some semblance of elegance. As Lung Yuebing contemplated the scene outside, her thoughts drifted far away. It had been 7 days since they had acquired the space, and she had subsequently shared various insights about the impending apocalypse with Lei Hani. In her previous life, she had survived 5 years amidst the chaos, confined within a stone chamber for nearly a decade. She possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding the events of those initial 5 years, during which she had been a formidable presence due to her gaming system. Albeit her focus had not extended to other matters, however, she was well versed in the art of survival. She relayed her understanding to Leilani, fabricating a plausible explanation for her knowledge while deliberately concealing certain truths about the apocalypse. After all, possessing an extensive understanding of such a cataclysm was not a matter easily explained away. Upon concluding her narrative, she and Leilani experimented with their newfound space, only to discover that it was jointly shared between them. Moreover, the passage of time outside was in a 1-to-2 ratio with the time experienced within the space, implying that for every hour that passed outside, 2 hours elapsed within. This was a significant boon for them, allowing both to freely enter the space, albeit returning to the same location they had entered. This revelation brought great joy to Leilani, who perceived the space as a testament to their bond. After all, the jade pendant bore twin phoenixes, and it had only been unlocked with their blood, solidifying its shared nature. In contrast to Leilani's contentment, Leng Yuebing found joy in the practicality of their situation, as it allowed them to gather resources simultaneously with greater efficiency. Their discussions regarding the apocalypse continued, and at one point she could no longer contain her curiosity, inquiring why Leilani exhibited no shock or difficulty accepting the notion of an impending apocalypse. For modern individuals, even hearing such claims from others would be met with disbelief, let alone for someone from a bygone era. Thus, she was genuinely intrigued by Leilani's calm acceptance. Without reservation, Leilani disclosed the reason behind his demeanor, elucidating the origin of the jade pendant. It was said that a prophecy had long circulated in this realm: those born with the jade shall bring about the world's destruction. This served as a forewarning, prompting the belief that should such an event occur, the child born alongside the jade would be doomed to die, regardless of their innocence. Leilani's parents, deeply in love, chose to protect him rather than succumb to the prophecy, shrouding the truth entirely. Consequently, Leilani's ability to accept the impending apocalypse was significantly bolstered by this prophecy. Although he was not inclined to believe in such things, it nonetheless strengthened his capacity for acceptance. A soft sigh escaped Leng Yuebing's lips. She felt fortunate that Leilani's parents were not the type to sacrifice their own for an unfounded prophecy. Indeed, she strongly opposed such a notion, arguing that it was inconceivable to condemn an innocent newborn simply due to a prophecy. Her disdain was directed towards the originator of this prophecy. It was utter nonsense. Even with the apocalypse looming, Leng Yuebing maintained that it had nothing to do with Leilani. It was merely a coincidence. While Leng Yuebing's thoughts wandered, Leilani found himself within a temple. He had just placed a black piece on the board, and across from him sat an elderly monk, appearing kind and benevolent. This was Master Wuming, the abbot of the temple in the southern sacred dynasty. Holding a white piece, Master Wuming observed as Leilani's black piece fell into place, and his own white piece followed suit. The prince seems to be in good spirits, he remarked with certainty. Leilani nodded in affirmation. It is due to that kind-hearted Leng. A gentle smile graced Master Wuming's lips. Has the prince truly made up his mind? Regarding that esteemed Leng before he could finish, Leilani interjected, his peach blossom eyes fixed on Master Wuming. She is the only wife I shall ever have. The abbot paused, his hand hesitating over the white piece. And he sighed. Umitba, since the prince has made his decision, I shall refrain from further persuasion. Leilani offered no response. Master Wuming shifted the topic. Prince, whether Leng is a divine envoy or a demon is contingent upon your actions. Should she act in a manner that endangers the populace, I hope you shall intervene for the sake of the common people. Leilani placed a black piece on the board. Capturing a white piece, he replied, Abbot, whether I am a divine envoy or a demon depends entirely on Ya. In other words, should Leng Yuebing embrace divinity, I shall align myself with her. If she were to delve into darkness, I would accompany her, and as for intervening for the sake of the populace, what concern is that to me? Why should I obstruct Ya for their sake? Chapter 14. Qualification. My status as a divine envoy or a demon rests solely with Ya. Even Master Wuming, with his calm disposition, momentarily faltered at this declaration, casting a look of disbelief upon Leilani. The prince's expression remained composed, yet resolute. Ultimately, Master Wuming said nothing further, and the two continued their game in silence. Once Leilani departed, Master Wuming rose, stepping outside and gazing skyward. He had recently noticed unusual celestial phenomena, which he traced back to the eldest daughter of the Dingyuan Marquis's residence, who had captured the heart of Prince Yi. He attempted to divine her fate but found it impossible to ascertain. ultimately paying a steep price for even the slightest insight. Yet, even this minuscule revelation was enough to instill a sense of dread within him, prompting his earlier words to Lehani. Little did he expect the prince's attitude to be so unwavering that but it seemed he needed to have a conversation with Lung Master Wuming mused to himself. If he could not reach Prince Yi, he would need to speak with the principal party involved at this moment. Leng Yuebing stood within the courtyard of the Dingyuan Marquis' residence, poised outside the old matriarch's chamber. With her head slightly bowed, she observed as a haughty maid stood at the threshold, regarding her with disdain. Unbeknownst to anyone else, a murderous intent flickered in Leng Yuebing's eyes, accompanied by a sinister smile that played upon her lips. Moments prior, she had been at the pavilion when Yueran sought her out, relaying the old matriarch's request, prompting her to come here. Yet she was met with obstruction at the door, as another maid claimed she needed to announce Leng Yuebing's arrival. However, after a quarter of an hour had passed without any word, it became abundantly clear that this delay was sanctioned by the old matriarch. A mocking smile graced Leng Yuebing's lips. They believed she would merely stand idly for an hour? Raising her head, she cast a cold glance at the arrogant maid before striding toward the interior. Halt! No one is permitted to enter without the old matriarch's permission, the maid asserted, blocking her path. With a slight smirk, Leng Yuebing's eyes chilled as she regarded the maid startled. The maid instinctively took a step back, her face shifting through shades of pale and flushed with embarrassment and anger upon realizing she had been intimidated by this seemingly delicate young lady. Observing the maid's reaction, Leng Yuebing smiled faintly. And what if I insist on entering? In that case, please forgive us for our transgressions, miss, the maid replied. Cold Moonbing smiled gently and nodded. Then the maid stared in astonishment as Cold Moonbing strode purposefully out of the courtyard. As she was about to step beyond the gates, the maid's heart began to race with anxiety. Yet she found herself at a loss as to what to do. Just then, a commanding voice rang out. Stop right there. An elderly woman's voice suddenly interjected upon seeing the newcomer. The maid felt a wave of relief and hurriedly paid her respects, saying, I pay my respects to the old madam, second miss. And fourth Mississippi. The old madam waved her hand lightly, signaling the maid to rise, her murky yet piercing gaze fixed intently on the departing Cold Moonbing. Upon hearing the voice, Cold Moonbing turned slightly, a subtle smirk curling at the corner of her mouth, as she continued her departure without any hesitation. How dare you? I command you to stop. Do you intend to be unfilial? The old madam exclaimed. Her face flushed with anger. Her eyes, sharp as daggers, glared at Cold Moonbing, as if questioning whether she had failed to hear the command. Did this girl take her for a fool? Though aged, she was not so feeble as to let someone defy her so easily. Behind the old madam stood Lu Shur and Cold Yun-ro, their faces betraying a sense of schadenfreude, while Cold Yun-ling lowered her head in silence. Cold Moonbing met the old madam's gaze with calm composure. Recognizing that dwelling on this matter would yield no fruitful outcome, the old madam shifted her tone, saying, How dare you leave without my command? Do you not see me, your grandmother? Casting a glance at Lu Shur, Cold Yun-ro, and Cold Yun-ling, Cold Moonbing feigned confusion, realizing that the old madam had not been resting, but rather chatting with her second aunt and younger sisters. Oh, how curious! Where has that lazy girl Hua Hua run off to? She didn't even come to inform me, leading me to believe you were resting, old madam. Observing Cold Yun-ling's displeased expression, the old madam's gaze deepened. Hearing Cold Moonbing's address, Lu Shur's expression stiffened, a flash of anger darting across her eyes. Binger, that form of address is inappropriate. You ought to refer to the old madam as grandmother, not old madam. Cold Moonbing's smile faded. Second aunt, as the sole legitimate daughter of the Duke of Dingyuan, do you presume to teach me how to speak and act? Lu Shur opened her mouth, rendered speechless, and finally replied, I only worry for you, Binger. If outsiders were to hear, they would accuse you of being unfilial. Oh. Is that so? What error is there in my referring to the matriarch as old madam? Grandmother is indeed the matriarch of our noble house, and I address her thus out of respect. Yet you, as half a servant, what right do you have to address me by my name? Cold Moonbing's smile returned, but her tone grew increasingly frigid. Moreover, I am quite perplexed by how our household servants seem so eager to gossip about their masters. If that is the case, why keep such servants? It would be better to sell them off and procure new ones. Cold Moonbing cast a sweeping glance at the surrounding servants. Chapter 15. Support. Cold Moonbing's words left the onlookers in shock, each one staring at her in terror. How dare you? The old madam suddenly bellowed, her gaze locked onto Cold Moonbing. Ener is your mother. Why does she lack the right to call your name? Your mother has always considered your well-being, yet you, as the legitimate daughter of the Duke's house, dare to be so disrespectful and confrontational. A chilly wind swept through the courtyard, causing everyone present to shudder involuntarily. You. The old madam's face flushed crimson with fury, yet she struggled to articulate a complete thought. The Lord has arrived. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the courtyard, followed by the entrance of a middle-aged man. He appeared to be in his 30s, robust in stature with a stern expression. This man was none other than Duke Cold Liang. Cold Liang furrowed his brow, sensing an unusual atmosphere in the courtyard. Upon seeing the old madam standing at the door, he hurried forward, concern etched on his face. Mother, why are you standing outside? In this cold weather, what if you catch a chill? Einer, how are you caring for your mother? He shot a reproachful glance at Lu Einer. Lu Shi pressed her lips together, saying nothing, yet a hint of grievance flickered across her face, subtle but perceptible to Cold Liang, observing her mother's reprimand. Cold Yunro wished to explain but was covertly silenced by Lu Shi, leaving her to glare resentfully at Cold Moonbing. Upon seeing her father, Cold Moonbing's smile widened, though her eyes betrayed no mirth. Only a profound hatred. Father, ha! The old madam entered the room with Cold Liang, and Cold Moonbing raised an eyebrow, following suit with an air of seriousness. Enough of this. This matter has nothing to do with Einer. Do not blame her, the old madam began. Who has displeased mother? Cold Liang inquired. Is it not your precious daughter? What sins have we, the Cold family, committed to bear such an unfilial child, without my permission? She turns her back and leaves, and when I scold her, she dares to show me her displeasure. Einer could not stand by and said a word for me, and what does she do? She boldly confronts the matriarch. The old madam glared at Cold Moonbing in indignation. Following the old madam's gaze, Cold Liang frowned. What are you doing here? A trace of mockery flickered in Cold Moonbing's eyes. She had been standing there for quite some time. How much did they truly care for her if they only just now noticed her presence? She had no desire to call these people father and mother. As for Cold Yunro and the others, they were merely actors in this farce. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Cold Liang's expression darkened. Cold Moonbing feigned confusion. Looking at him as if she did not comprehend his words, Cold Liang, filled with rising anger, admonished her sternly. Unfilial daughter, who permits you to show disrespect to your grandmother? Who taught you to confront the matriarch? Where have your manners gone? My lord. Cold Moonbing began. Silence. I am your father. How dare you address me so casually? Cold Liang shouted that he loathed the sight of Cold Moonbing, for her very visage reminded him of someone he wished to forget. Thus, he could not contain his emotions whenever he faced her. Cold Moonbing, hearing this, shed her pretense and coldly retorted, Father? Do you deserve such a title from me? As for her, she directed her gaze at Lu Shi. How dare a concubine call herself my mother? I shall make it clear. I have only one mother, and she is deceased. She no longer wished to feign civility. After all, the apocalypse was merely months away, and she cared little for whether she remained in the Duke's house. It would be best if she could sever ties with them completely, ensuring a clear distinction after the impending chaos. Lu Shi, hearing Cold Moonbing's words, seethed with hatred, yet simultaneously felt an unsettling shift. Why did Cold Moonbing seem so transformed, so unlike her former self? Bring forth the family punishment. If I do not discipline you today, I would be remiss to your deceased mother, Cold Liang declared angrily. As his words fell, the temperature in the room plummeted. Cold Moonbing's face hardened, her icy gaze fixed on Cold Liang. When have you ever shown respect to my mother? What gives you the right to discipline me in her stead? If he had refrained from mentioning her biological mother, she might have tolerated it, but to bring it up was to invite her ire. Though she felt little affection for the mother of this body, her research indicated that the woman had been a good mother, and the circumstances of her death. A servant brought forth a whip, and upon seeing it, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Cold Moonbing's eyes. This whip was no ordinary one. It was adorned with cruel hooks, designed to tear flesh from bone. Those who endured this punishment rarely survived due to its brutality, and it had not been wielded in years. Yet now, Cold Liang intended to use it on her, evidently wishing to end her life. In this rebirth, she had not sought vengeance against them, yet they had come to her doorstep uninvited. If they were to act so rashly, then she would not hold back. Cold Yunro and Lu Shi exchanged glances, reveling in the moment. Cold Yunling, who had kept her head down, now bore a faint smile, her eyes glinting with schadenfreude. Cold Moonbing, so this is your day of reckoning. What does it matter that you are the legitimate daughter? You too must face the family punishment. I thought you had grown wiser. Yet you appear even more foolish than before. I am your father. Do you see if I have earned that right? He was about to discipline whom? Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed. All present turned toward the source of the voice, startled, and immediately stood to pay their respects. This humble servant pays respects to the prince. Old Madame pays respects to the prince. A common woman. One by one they bowed except for Cold Moon Bing, who stood still. Her previously frigid expression now softened with a warm smile directed at the newcomer. She hurried forward, taking the wheelchair from Lei Mo's hands as he stepped aside. Pushing Lei Han, Cold Moon Bing smiled and asked, "What brings you here?" "I have come to support you," Lei Han replied, disregarding the formalities with Cold Liang and the others. His gaze swept over the whip, and his expression turned icy, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Chapter 16. The chaotic world. Soon, the day of the plum appreciation banquet arrived. After Cold Moon Bing had finished her morning routine and arrived at the Duke's residence entrance, she found no sign of the Cold sisters. Only a dilapidated carriage left standing, gazing at the rickety vehicle, which seemed as though it might collapse in the wind. Cold Moon Bing's expression turned frigid. The servants at the entrance stood trembling, their faces etched with fear as they looked upon Cold Moon Bing. The thoughts of those lowly servants elude Long Yue Bing, who now harbors a cold smile within. It appears that the scoundrels of the Marquis's residence have yet to learn their lesson. Not long ago, after the arrival of Lei Han, Lung Liang immediately lost his nerve. Who is Lei Han? He is none other than the esteemed Prince Yi, a figure to whom even the emperor must show deference. Despite his crippled legs, the legacy of generals runs deep within the Lei family, and though this generation may lack them, their influence should not be underestimated. It can even be stated that had Lei Han not been disabled, the Ming Emperor would have likely taken action against the Lei family long ago. Ironically, it is precisely because Lei Han is a cripple that the Ming Emperor not only refrains from targeting the Lei family but also showers them with even greater favoritism. For throughout history, those with physical disabilities have seldom ascended to the throne, leaving the Emperor with little to fear. Mississippi, please. Board the carriage. The driver spoke timidly, his head bowed. Long Yue Bing cast him a fleeting glance. Remaining silent and refusing to enter the carriage. In her previous life, she had encountered a similar scenario at the entrance of the plum appreciation banquet, where all had departed eventually. She had no choice but to take this very carriage. And had it not been for Lei Xinyu passing by, she would have surely arrived late. A carriage came to a halt before Long Yue Bing. Lei Xinyu pulled back the curtain and said, "Sister Bing, get in. Let us proceed to the Prime Minister's residence together." Long Yue Bing nodded and climbed aboard. The driver, watching Long Yue Bing depart in the Lei family carriage, felt a surge of anxiety within. What should he do? The young lady has boarded the Lei family's carriage, and the madam's instructions are in jeopardy. While the driver remained in a state of fret and fear, Long Yue Bing and Lei Xinyu were enveloped in cheerful laughter. "Sister Bing, you look so beautiful today," Lei Xinyu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with sincerity. "You flatter me," Long Yue Bing replied with a smile. "Not at all, my sister Bing is inherently beautiful," Lei Xinyu pouted playfully, clinging to Long Yue Bing's arm. "At your age, still acting so spoiled, you." Long Yue Bing gazed at Lei Xinyu with a hint of exasperation. Lei Xinyu stuck out her tongue. "No matter how old I get, I will still act spoiled like Sister Bing." "No, I should no longer call you Sister Bing. I should call you sister-in-law." Long Yue Bing's cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "Such nonsense. Have you no shame?" My mission today is to keep an eye on Sister Bing for my brother, to prevent anyone from stealing you away," Lei Xinyu mischievously declared. All right, you young ladies, how old are you to be speaking such nonsense?" Long Yue Bing regarded Lei Xinyu with affectionate exasperation in her previous life. No matter how she treated Lei Han, she genuinely cherished Lei Xinyu as her sister. If there was one thing she did right in her last life, it was forging a true friendship with Lei Xinyu. It was a pity that in the end, Lei Xinyu sacrificed herself for her. With a soft sigh, she acknowledged her immense debt to the Lei siblings. A determination flickered in her eyes. In this life, she would ensure that nothing befell Lei Xinyu. Suddenly, Lei Xinyu's expression shifted to one of gravity. Hesitantly, she said, "Sister Bing." "Yes?" Long Yue Bing turned her gaze towards her. "Is there some danger approaching? I feel that my brother has been acting strangely, as if he is busier than before, yet when I ask him, he remains silent." Lei Xinyu furrowed her brow. Long Yue Bing's gaze sharpened momentarily, but she soon regained her composure, though Lei Xinyu noticed the change. "Sister Bing, please do not hide anything from me. Is there truly something about to happen?" "Lately, I have felt very uneasy," Lei Xinyu said earnestly. After a long moment of contemplation, Long Yue Bing finally nodded. "Xinyu, turmoil is on the horizon." She refrained from mentioning the end of the world, as Lei Han trusted her due to his affection for her, while Xinyu, despite their friendship, might find the notion of apocalypse too overwhelming. However, to speak of chaos would at least prepare Lei Xinyu psychologically. Taking Lei Xinyu's hand, Long Yue Bing gently asked, "Xinyu, are you afraid of the impending chaos?" Lei Xinyu nodded and shook her head. "I am not afraid, But if chaos does arrive, what of my brother's legs? The worry was evident on her face. She was unafraid of chaos itself. After all, the Lei family had been heroes on the battlefield for generations, born into the Lei family and trained in martial arts since childhood. She could not possibly fear turmoil. Her only concern lay with her brother's legs. Gently ruffling Lei Sinyu's hair, Leng Yuebing reassured her, "You need not worry about Lei Hani's legs. They will surely recover." "Really?" Lei Sinyu's eyes sparkled with hope as she gazed at Leng Yuebing. Leng Yuebing nodded. In her previous life, Lei Hani's legs had been healed after the arrival of chaos, and this life, with the aid of the game system, she was confident she could restore his legs before the turmoil struck, especially with the mystical spring within her space. The carriage came to a halt as the driver announced their arrival at the Prime Minister's residence. Lei Sinyu alighted first, followed by Leng Yuebing. At this moment, Lei Sinyu's emotions had settled. Earlier, her anxiety stemmed from the uncertainty of what was to come, but now that she understood it was merely chaos, her heart felt at ease. Let the chaos come. As long as her brother was safe, all would be well. In fact, she had long desired to become a female general, and the onset of chaos would provide her the opportunity to fulfill that ambition. After the arrival of chaos, whenever Lei Sinyu recalled Leng Yuebing's words, she would gaze skyward in exasperation. Where was the promised chaos? This was hardly chaos. It was an apocalypse, for goodness sake. Who would fulfill her dream of being a general? Of course, these were matters for another day. Since they rode in Lei Sinyu's carriage, they arrived on time, perfectly coinciding with the arrival of the Leng family. When Lu Shi and Leng Yunru spotted Leng Yuebing, disbelief flickered across their faces. Leng Yunling's eyes darted upon seeing Lei Sinyu beside Leng Yuebing, and a flash of hatred crossed her features, her gaze quickly dropping. Only Leng Yunqi maintained a calm demeanor. Serving as an observer, noticing their reactions, a subtle smile curved Leng Yuebing's lips. Did Lu Shi and the others truly believe they would be late today? Unfortunately for them, she had previously instructed Lei Hani to have Lei Sinyu arrive early, ensuring they would enter the Marquis's residence only after Lu Shi and the others had departed. Now, witnessing her timely arrival, much to their astonishment, she relished the moment. "Sinyu, my sister is over there, so I shall not accompany you any further," Leng Yuebing said to Lei Sinyu. Lei Sinyu glanced at them, her eyes betraying her disdain. With a playful smile, she said to Leng Yuebing, "Very well, Sister Bing. However, should certain individuals abandon you at the entrance, you must ride with me again. It would be a splendid opportunity for us to bond further." Chapter 17. The princess. Aside from the Leng family, other noble ladies and wives were present. The moment Lei Sinyu spoke, all eyes turned towards Lu Shi and her companions with a peculiar expression. Faced with their strange gazes, Lu Shi's expression shifted slightly. She had initially intended to claim that Leng Yuebing, the little wretch, sought to curry favor with the Lei family, hence abandoning them to board their carriage. However, with Lei Sinyu preemptively voicing those words, her scheme lay in ruins. Internally seething with resentment towards Lei Sinyu, she dared not reveal her true feelings. Leng Yuebing, well aware of Lu Shi's intentions, silently commended Lei Sinyu. At that moment, Leng Yunling broke the awkward atmosphere, saying, "Sinyu, I last time cough. Fourth Miss Leng, we are not familiar enough for you to address me by my given name, so I kindly ask you to refer to me as Miss Lei," Lei Sinyu stated politely. Yet her words held a biting edge. She had long regarded Leng Yunling with disdain, perceiving her as a facade of gentility hiding a bellyful of malice. Were it not for Leng Yuebing's constant protection of Leng Yunling, she would have been far less courteous. However, stealing a glance at Leng Yuebing and seeing no sign of displeasure, her lips curled into a satisfied smile. It seemed the news was accurate. Sister Bing had finally seen through Leng Yunling's true nature, and would no longer shield her, allowing Lei Sinyu to unleash her pent-up frustration. Clenching her hands tightly beneath her sleeves, Leng Yunling struggled to contain her fury, her face betraying a hint of grievance. And the backyard. Everyone was enjoying the plum blossoms, with those who were close gathering to chat about the latest trends in clothing and adornments in the capital. Leng Yuebing stood alone by the pond, gazing at the scenery before her. Earlier, Lei Sinyu had been taken away by her friends, and as Leng Yuebing seldom ventured out, she had only a handful of acquaintances among the young ladies. Leaving her solitary, yet she was unperturbed by this solitude. Observing the opulence of the Prime Minister's residence, a flicker of intrigue crossed her eyes, and a barely perceptible smile graced her lips. It appeared the Prime Minister's residence was quite wealthy, having likely amassed considerable treasures in secret over the years. Surely, during this visit, she ought to procure some treasures for herself. It would be a disservice otherwise. Although Lei Hani had been discreetly gathering supplies, the covert nature of his efforts had limited their speed. Casting a glance at the supplies within her space, Leng Yuebing pursed her lips. While the inventory was substantial, it still fell short of her needs. Sister. Lung Yunru approached with several young ladies, her face adorned with a friendly smile. Lung Yunru's demeanor was as if nothing had transpired at the entrance, and their relationship remained as cordial as ever. Following Lung Yunru was Lung Yunling, still playing the part of the innocent. Upon spotting Lung Yuebing, she beamed sweetly, exclaiming, "Big sister, come play with us. Standing here alone is so dull." Lung Yuebing regarded their performance with immense admiration. Previously, they had already bestowed upon him such a significant favor at the entrance of the Xiang residence, yet they could still greet him with such amiable smiles nevertheless, since they wished to perform. He would gladly indulge them. Moreover, a fleeting glint passed through Lung Yuebing's icy gaze. Before she could utter a word, a gentle voice rang out. "Xinyu, is this the ice sister you have spoken of?" Following the sound, Lung Yuebing beheld a woman clad in a flowing sky-blue gown, draped in a pristine white fox fur. With an oval face, phoenix-like eyes, and cherry-red lips, her complexion was smooth and as radiant as snow. She bore a soft smile, exuding an ethereal quality reminiscent of a celestial being untouched by the mortal realm. Upon seeing her, Lung Yuebing's eyes flickered. Indeed, she had arrived. The newcomer was known to Lung Yuebing. Or rather, she had been acquainted with her in a previous life. She was the most cherished daughter of the current emperor, the 7th princess, Nan Huayan, born of the virtuous consort. This princess had long harbored affections for Lei Hani. Yes, Lei Xinyu nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to Lung Yuebing with a cheerful smile. "Ice sister, you seldom venture out, so you may not recognize her. She is the 7th princess, Nan Huayan. We pay our respects to the princess." Everyone bowed in unison. Lung Yuebing was no exception, offering her courtesy. "This humble servant, Lung Yuebing, pays her respects to the 7th princess. Please rise, everyone. Today is merely a simple gathering to enjoy the plum blossoms. So there is no need for such formality. Your demeanor makes me feel as if I ought not to be present." Nan Huayan teased in a gentle tone. Her refusal to refer to herself as this princess instantly put everyone at ease, significantly enhancing their fondness for her. Though she was greatly favored by the Ming Emperor, she bore none of the haughty airs typically associated with royalty. Observing the expressions of the young ladies, Lung Yuebing understood their thoughts that if today were indeed her first encounter with the 7th princess, she too would likely perceive her as kind and approachable. Alas, a subtle smile curved at the corners of Lung Yuebing's lips. The crowd resumed their previous activities, though some lingered nearby, eager for a chance to curry favor with the princess. "Miss Lung, it seems we are quite akin to one another, since Yun and I are good friends. May I call you Yuebing, and you may refer to me as Yenner?" Nan Huayan began. Upon hearing her words, envy and admiration flickered across the faces of the young ladies present. To befriend a princess, especially one so favored, was indeed a rare opportunity. Why had they not been granted such a chance? Cold Yun maintained her smile, as if she had anticipated this situation. A few others cast meaningful glances at Lung Yuebing. While only Lei Xinyu looked at Lung Yuebing with concern. She was unsure of the 7th princess's intentions in wanting to befriend Ice Sister. Everyone in the capital knew of the princess's affection for her elder brother, and it was equally well known that her brother favored Ice Sister. She genuinely worried for Ice Sister. Compared to the 7th princess, she preferred Ice Sister as her sister-in-law. However, she found herself unable to voice any warnings, as the princess currently exhibited a very friendly demeanor. Casting a reassuring glance at Lei Xinyu, Lung Yuebing then smiled faintly and said, "Thank you for your kindness, 7th princess." Chapter 18. The Disappearance. Thank you for your kindness. 7th princess. However, propriety must not be neglected as a mere subject. What right do I have to befriend a princess and call her by her given name? Lung Yuebing's words placed herself in a humble position. For a brief moment, Nan Huayan's smile faltered, but it quickly returned to normal. She had not anticipated Lung Yuebing's refusal. Such a slight had left her feeling somewhat disgruntled, though she did not allow it to show. What was even more infuriating was that she could not reprimand her, as Lung Yuebing had claimed she was unworthy of the friendship. With her position already lowered, how could she possibly retaliate? Upon hearing Lung Yuebing's words, Cold Yun's smile faltered. She shot a glare at Lung Yuebing, while the surrounding young ladies gazed at her in astonishment, deeming her foolish for rejecting such an opportunity to ingratiate herself with the princess. 7th princess, please do not take offense that my elder sister seldom ventures out, and thus she is somewhat lacking in social graces. Cold Yun stepped forward and offered an explanation on behalf of Lung Yuebing. Observing Cold Yun's defense of her sister, the others inwardly lamented Lung Yuebing's good fortune in having such a caring sibling. Nan Huayan's eyes flitted to Cold Yun before returning to Lung Yuebing. "Ah, Miss Lung, please rise. I harbor no ill feelings. Since you have made such a statement, I shall not press the matter further." Nan Huayan's voice was soft, yet tinged with disappointment. Lung Yuebing offered a non-committal smile. Refraining from further comment, Nan Huayan pondered for a moment, seemingly searching her sleeve for something, when suddenly her expression shifted. She exclaimed in surprise, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present. They observed the astonished look on Nan Huayan's face, which soon morphed into concern, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, prompting curiosity about what had transpired. Just as someone was about to inquire, Cold Yunyun seized the opportunity. Seventh Princess, what troubles you? Why do you seem so flustered? Cold Yunyun inquired with a concerned expression. Nan Huayan grasped Cold Yunyun's hand as if seeking support. Yunyun, the precious pearl that my father bestowed upon me has gone missing. As she spoke, her voice quivered with emotion. The gathered crowd gasped in shock, and Lei Xinyu furrowed her brow. Could it be the one you showed me earlier? Yes, that one. Nan Huayan nodded tearfully. I had intended to present it to Miss Lung as a token of our meeting. But when I searched my sleeve, the pearl was gone. She began to weep sorrowfully. What shall I do? If father finds out, if he learns that I lost the pearl he gifted me, I shall surely be scolded. Seventh Princess, perhaps it simply fell along the way. Why don't we help you look for it? A young lady suggested. Indeed, Seventh Princess, we shall all assist you. Many hands make light work. We are certain to find it. Another chimed in. The rest of the young ladies readily echoed their agreement. Nan Huayan's eyes sparkled with hope. Really? Then I must thank all of you in advance. The young ladies humbly dismissed her gratitude. Nan Huayan outlined the places she had visited since arriving at the Xiang residence, and soon, the ladies dispersed to search for the missing pearl. Some young women sensed something amiss but could not pinpoint the issue, prompting them to join the search nonetheless. Lu Xingyu was among those who felt an underlying strangeness, yet she could not discern the source of her unease. Before departing, she exchanged a cautious glance with Lung Yuebing. Lung Yuebing nodded slightly, signaling her to remain untroubled. Nan Huayan and Cold Yunyun shared a covert glance. Miss Lung, I must trouble you further. I truly apologize, Nan Huayan said with a gentle smile, exhibiting none of the haughtiness associated with royalty. Lung Yuebing's lips curled into a subtle smile as she regarded Nan Huayan and Cold Yunyun, then replied coolly, it is no trouble at all with that. She strode off in a particular direction. Nan Huayan observed Lung Yuebing's retreating figure, a mysterious smile gracing her lips, her eyes shadowed with uncertainty. Lung Yuebing, I fail to comprehend how Yigu has come to favor you. But fret not. Once today has passed, he shall no longer harbor feelings for you. Humph, do not blame me. You dared to covet Yigu and compete with this princess for his affections, and thus you shall pay the price. Princess, Cold Yunyun watched Lung Yuebing depart, a glimmer of triumph flashing in her eyes. Lung Yuebing, after today, let us see how you continue to flaunt yourself. Having witnessed Lung Yuebing's proud demeanor in recent days, she felt a gnawing resentment, yet even her father could not rein her in, leaving her powerless. But now the situation had changed. Cold Yunyun glanced at Lung Yuebing's receding silhouette, then at Nan Huayan, bowing her head. Let us also separate and search, Nan Huayan suggested. Cold Yunyun nodded in agreement as Lung Yuebing opened the game interface map, committing the layout of the Xiang residence to memory. To an outsider, she appeared to be leisurely wandering without a care for the search. Suddenly, a shadow emerged behind her, and with a swift strike, she was knocked unconscious. Raimo, how goes the collection of items? In the study, Lei Hani sat in his wheelchair, casually inquiring while perusing a book. Only in the presence of Lei Hani did Raimo's words flow more freely. Lei Hani furrowed his brow slightly before replying, urge them to expedite their efforts as you wish, Raimo acknowledged, yet he did not depart, remaining in place. Understanding Raimo's nature, Lei Hani added, is there something else you wish to discuss? I have nothing to inquire about, Raimo opened his mouth, finally stating, those matters were beyond the purview of a mere subordinate. He closed the study door, but Lei Hani's voice echoed in his ears that I can only tell you that the day is nearing chaos. Raimo paused momentarily before resuming his natural demeanor. He had no intention of divulging this information, for since it had been conveyed to him telepathically, it indicated that it was not meant for others' ears. Lei Hani set the book aside, massaging his temples. The collection of resources in recent days had been relatively fruitful, yet it still fell short. This matter could not be conducted with great fanfare. Fortunately, the shadow guards of the Lei Wang mansion are numerous and have been loyal for generations, which has made things somewhat easier. Picking up a box from the desk, Lei Hani opened it to examine its contents. A gentle smile playing at the corners of his mouth silently, he uttered a phrase in his heart, and then vanished from the study. Chapter 19. An incident in a secluded courtyard. Two young maidens stealthily glanced around before moving behind a tree to assist another girl concealed there. The girl allowed herself to be supported without resistance, and upon closer inspection, one could discern that she was currently unconscious. "Hurry up," one of the girls urged. The two hastened their actions, carrying the unconscious maiden to the bed inside the room. "Miss, we should leave," said the girl dressed like a maid. "What's the rush?" "There's still plenty of time. We'll wait for Fu Hua to arrive before departing," the young lady replied, furrowing her brows with impatience. "But what if someone finds out?" The maid's face reflected her fear. The young lady shot her a displeased glare. "Who would come here if there's no reason? Stop overthinking that. If you continue to look like this after we leave, and someone notices, I'll make sure to flay your skin." Yes, I understand," the maid replied submissively. The young lady snorted coldly and then turned her gaze to the girl lying on the bed, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. "Lung Yuebing. I wonder how you'll be so proud afterward." The unconscious girl on the bed was indeed Lung Yuebing, while the two assisting her were Lung Yunru and her personal maid, Yener. At that moment, a rhythmic knock echoed from the door outside. "Come in," Lung Yunru called out. The door swung open to reveal a young man of 18 or 19, whose handsome appearance was somewhat marred by a stagger in his gait. Indicative of excess indulgence. Upon seeing Fu Hua, Lung Yunru's eyes glimmered with disdain as she pointed to the bed and remarked, "The person is here. You know the 7th princess's orders, right?" "I understand," Fu Hua replied, his gaze momentarily shining upon the unconscious Lung Yuebing. Noticing this, Lung Yunru chose not to speak further but instead produced a bead, channeling a bit of her internal energy into it. The bead emitted a faint red glow. "7th princess, the task is accomplished." Meanwhile, far away, Nan Huayan activated a similar bead, infusing it with internal energy, and hearing the message emanating from within, a pleased smile crept across her lips. In this realm, every individual possesses a modicum of internal energy, though it is scarce. It will increase with practice. This bead serves as a communication device, requiring internal energy to convey messages. Communication beads come in 3 forms: jade pendants, beads, and imperial seals. The ones in the possession of Nan Huayan and Lung Yunru are in the bead form, accessible only to those of certain status. The jade pendants are for common folk, requiring no monetary expenditure, while the imperial seals are exclusive to the emperor. Aside from the imperial seal, all other communication items are bound to their owners, with each individual permitted only one throughout their lifetime. Should the owner perish, the item shatters. Nan Huayan had informed the young ladies that the pearls had been located and instructed them to gather by the pond. "Hey, where's Sister Bing? Has anyone seen Sister Bing?" Lei Xinyu scanned her surroundings, worry evident in her voice upon realizing her sought-after companion was absent. The other young ladies exchanged glances, shaking their heads to indicate they had not seen her. "Oh, and Miss Lung Er is also missing," someone suddenly pointed out. Upon hearing this, Nan Huayan maintained a facade of indifference, though internally she cursed Lung Yunru. Where had that girl disappeared to? Was she truly lost? Nevertheless, Nan Huayan felt compelled to cover for Lung Yunru. If suspicions fell upon her, it would spell trouble for Nan Huayan as well. "Yunru just communicated with me, saying she had eaten something bad and is feeling unwell. So she's staying in the hall for a while." Upon hearing Nan Huayan's words, no one expressed doubt. One young lady turned to Lei Xinyu and said, "Xinyu, aren't you able to send a message to Miss Lung? Why not ask her?" Lei Xinyu shook her head. "It's no use, Sister Bing never carries that device." "What should we do then?" Nan Huayan frowned slightly. "This mansion is quite large and it's Sister Lung's first visit. Could she have gotten lost? It's my fault. If I hadn't carelessly lost the pearls, everyone wouldn't have to help me search. 7th princess, do not blame yourself. This is not your fault. We volunteered to assist you." Another chimed in. "Indeed, this is the Prime Minister's residence. Even if she is lost, there is no real danger. Let us search for Miss Lung together." "Exactly, we will find Miss Lung. Nothing untoward will happen," they all reassured Nan Huayan. Internally acknowledging how amiable the 7th princess was, Lei Xinyu did not oppose their suggestions, and soon they all set off to find Lung Yuebing. On their way, they fortuitously encountered the Prime Minister's wife and her entourage. Noticing the anxious expressions on the young maidens' faces, she inquired. Nan Huayan recounted the situation, and together they all proceeded to search for Lung Yuebing. At that moment, a maid passed by, and Nan Huayan called out to her, asking if she had seen Lung Yuebing. The maid pondered for a moment before replying that she had seen her earlier. Upon hearing this, joy illuminated Nan Huayan's face, and she led the group down the path indicated by the maid. After a short walk, they arrived at a small courtyard. It seems Miss Lung must have entered this courtyard to rest after getting lost. Let us hurry and call for her as mealtime approaches. The Prime Minister's wife remarked with a smile as they approached the small courtyard. Upon entering, they heard sounds emanating from one of the rooms, causing the expressions on their faces to turn peculiar. Binger Binger, Lu Shur suddenly cried out in distress, rushing to push the door open. Binger, what has happened to you? As the door swung open, the scene within unfolded before their eyes, although the sounds had led them to suspect something amiss. Witnessing it firsthand left them in a state of shock. A man and a woman were engaged in the most primal of human acts on the bed, oblivious to the commotion at the door. The woman's face was obscured, making it impossible to discern her features. However, the onlookers quickly assumed it to be Long Yuebing. The unmarried maidens turned crimson, hastily averting their eyes, yet curiosity lingered. Sister Bing. How could this be? It cannot possibly be Sister Bing, Lei Xinyu exclaimed in a flustered tone, yet her panic only served to further confirm their suspicions regarding the identity of the individuals on the bed. A subtle smile crept upon Nan Huayan's lips in the shadows, while a flicker of realization crossed Lei Xinyu's eyes. Binger Lu Shur feigned tears, yet made no effort to conceal her actions. The Prime Minister's wife wore a grim expression. No one would maintain a pleasant demeanor upon discovering such a scene within their own home, especially in front of guests. Someone take Miss Lung. Chapter 20. Self-preservation. What is happening to me? A clear, youthful voice suddenly rang out. A girl clad in purple stepped forward, her brow slightly furrowed, seemingly perplexed by the Prime Minister's wife's words. Is that not Miss Lung? One young lady suddenly exclaimed. Indeed, how could Miss Lung be here? Wasn't she inside? Another echoed, precisely. How could Miss Lung be here? The young ladies murmured amongst themselves. Elder sister. Lung Yunling gazed in astonishment at the emerging Long Yuebing. Sister Bing, thank goodness you are unharmed, Lei Xinyu exclaimed with relief. What could possibly happen to me? Lung Yuebing questioned, looking at her with confusion in her heart. Lei Xinyu silently commended Lung Yuebing's performance. Lung Yuebing, what are you doing here? You were supposed to be. Lu Shur was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lung Yuebing, her eyes widening in disbelief. If I am not here, where else would I be? Lung Yuebing retorted, and Lu Shur stammered, her complexion paling as she struggled to articulate her thoughts, upon witnessing Lung Yuebing's appearance. Nan Huayan's hand clenched tightly beneath her sleeve. She understood that the scheme devised for today could not possibly succeed. At that moment, the couple within the room halted their actions, and with a collective gasp, all eyes shifted from Lung Yuebing back to the scene inside. It was only then they recalled the ongoing events. Rower. The woman's features were revealed to the crowd, and upon recognizing Lung Yunru, Lu Shur was momentarily stunned, rushing forward to assist her in dressing. Fu Hua, already clad in his garments, glanced at Lung Yuebing amidst the crowd, a look of surprise flashing across his eyes as he grasped the sudden shift in circumstances. Mother. Wu. After dressing, Lung Yunru looked tearfully at Lu Shur. The Prime Minister's wife felt a surge of discomfort upon recognizing Fu Hua, a flicker of disdain crossing her gaze. Lung Yuebing, observing the distraught Lung Yunru, couldn't help but let a slight smirk escape her lips, devoid of any sympathy. Second sister, what is the matter with you? She feigned surprise. Lung Yuebing, it was you who framed me. Lung Yunru, who had been crying, turned her fierce gaze toward Lung Yuebing upon hearing her voice. Miss Lung, where have you been? Everyone was worried about you, Nan Huayan interjected, her inquiry echoing Lung Yunru's earlier accusation, igniting an electric tension among the onlookers. Indeed, where has Miss Lung been? There were clearly reports of her heading this way. They pondered. Could it be that she was indeed responsible for Lung Yunru's predicament? Consequently, the crowd's perception of Lung Yuebing began to shift dramatically. Cold Moon Bing sensed the gazes upon her, unfazed as she calmly stated, "Oh, just now, Princey sent me a jade flute, so I am here with the maid he dispatched." After speaking, she raised her hand for all to see. Indeed, a jade flute appeared in Cold Moon Bing's grasp, crafted from a millennia-old warm jade, with several tassels hanging from one end. Simple yet captivating. Upon seeing the flute, Nan Huayan's eyes flickered, yet she inquired, "But where is that maid? Why is she nowhere to be found?" "She has left," Cold Moon Bing replied nonchalantly, shrugging her shoulders. "Then how can this be proven?" Nan Huayan looked at Cold Moon Bing with some difficulty. "If it does not suffice, you may go ask Princey." Cold Moon Bing blinked, smiling as she spoke. This jade flute was indeed a gift from Lei Han, though it was not sent by a maid but rather given to her in a space of their own. The crowd fell silent. Who would dare to question Princey? Moreover, they were already well aware of how often Princey would unexpectedly present gifts to Miss Cold. Thus, they did not doubt Cold Moon Bing's words. Nan Huayan wished to say more, but was interrupted by the Prime Minister's wife. She understood that today's affair would not conclude satisfactorily, so she led everyone to the front hall. This matter must be disclosed to the Prime Minister. Upon learning of this incident, the Prime Minister flew into a rage. However, before he could utter a word, news broke that the Prime Minister's residence had been robbed. With this revelation, the Prime Minister's attention shifted entirely, and he hastily muttered a few remarks before departing. The guests exchanged glances, deeming it inappropriate to remain and partake in the feast, and thus departed one by one. Cold Moonbeam discerned Lu's attitude, but she was indifferent. If the mask of civility was ripped apart, so be it. She harbored no fear. Inside the carriage, only Cold Moonbeam and Lei Xinyu were present, both having left their mates behind. Xinyu, do you think I am heartless? Cold Moonbeam asked Lei Xinyu earnestly. Not at all. That I know Sister Bing is merely protecting herself if they did not wish to harm you. This outcome would not have occurred. Lei Xinyu shook her head, her expression filled with indignation. If it were not for Sister Bing's cleverness, it would be you whose reputation was ruined had Sister Bing not discovered this matter and relayed it to her for assistance. Lei Xinyu dared not imagine what the repercussions would be, especially if her brother were to find out. As she thought of this, Lei Xinyu could not help but shudder. Her brother would surely explode with fury. Self-preservation. Cold Moonbeam murmured softly, her gaze drifting into a haze. I in her previous life at this banquet, the seemingly benevolent 7th princess and Cold Yunro conspired together, laying a trap for her were it not for Lei Hanyi's concern for her attending this plum appreciation banquet. Sending someone to covertly protect her, she might have met the same fate as Cold Yunro. Of course, in her previous life, the one who bore the consequences was also Cold Yunro. Yet, reflecting on her past, Cold Moonbeam felt a pang of guilt for having blamed Lei Hanyi for being cold-hearted after being rescued. How many times had she hurt Lei Hanyi in her previous life? Cold Moonbeam pondered, unable to recall. Sister Bing? Sister Bing, what are you thinking about? Lei Xinyu inquired, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. Seeing her whimsical expression, Cold Moonbeam found it amusing and reached out to ruffle Lei Xinyu's face. Nothing much. Lei Xinyu freed her face from Cold Moonbeam's grasp and huffed in a proud manner. I don't believe you. Let me guess, are you thinking of my brother? Cold Moonbeam laughed. Looking at Lei Xinyu with a helpless nod. Yes, she was indeed thinking of him. This was the truth, haha. Upon hearing Cold Moonbeam's admission, Lei Xinyu beamed with joy. Chapter 21. Expulsion. Upon entering the Marquis's residence, Cold Moonbeam was intercepted by a young attendant beside Cold Liang, who informed her that the Marquis and the old lady requested her presence. Cold Moonbeam raised an eyebrow and followed behind. She understood well what Cold Liang and the old lady sought from her. Indeed, no goodwill came from their arrival. Inside the room, the old lady, he sat at the head, while Marquis Cold Liang occupied the first seat below her. Lu sat in the next seat, with Cold Yunro buried in Lu's embrace, trembling. Cold Yunqi and Cold Yunling stood to the side, heads bowed. The moment Cold Moonbeam stepped into the room, an object flew toward her. Cold Moonbeam swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the projectile. Glancing at the shattered teacup beside her, her eyes darkened. She raised her head to look at the person who had thrown the cup and asked, "What is the meaning of this, old lady?" The cup had been filled with hot water. Had it struck her, it would have caused injury and burns. What do you mean? You wicked girl, kneel. How could our Dingyuan Marquis residence produce such a heartless descendant? You are spoiled and willful, showing no respect to your elders, yet you even dare to harm your own sister. The old lady accused, her face aflame with fury. Willful? Disrespectful to my elders? Cold Moonbeam blinked. Incredulous, was she truly being spoken about? How absurd! Before her rebirth, even in her previous life, she had always been the obedient daughter, doing whatever they commanded, suffering in silence. It could be said that had it not been for Lei Hanyi's protection, she would not have survived until the arrival of the apocalypse. As for her grandmother, she had held her in the highest regard. Yet now, to be accused of being willful and disrespectful was nothing short of laughable. Surely, they were speaking of Cold Yunro, for within the entire Marquis residence, the most willful of all was indeed Cold Yunro. Old lady, Moonbeam is wronged. When has Moonbeam ever harmed her sisters? She has not, Cold Moonbeam exclaimed, panic rising as she looked at them, though she did not kneel. Bing heir, I know you dislike me. Whatever grievances or anger you harbor, you may direct toward me. But why must you frame your sister Rower and cause her to lose her virtue? Lu suddenly interjected, a sorrowful expression on her face. Second aunt, you are mistaken. When have I ever framed second sister for losing her virtue? Is she not in love with the Prime Minister's son? Cold Moonbeam replied, her eyes wide with confusion. It was you. You are the one who harmed me. Cold Yunro shrieked, pointing a finger at Cold Moonbeam in a fit of hysteria. Second sister, without evidence, you cannot accuse me. Understand that this is slander. And as for the legitimate daughter of the household, Cold Moonbeam said, glancing at Cold Liang, who had remained silent, with a faint smile as she continued. Surely the Marquis is aware of the punishment that Nanshang issued regarding this matter. Cold Liang's eyes narrowed. Since that incident, He had noticed a change in his daughter and had been observing her closely since she entered. Hearing Cold Moonbeam shift the topic to him, he fixed her with a sharp gaze that left no room for evasion. Cold Moonbeam met his gaze without flinching. Cold Yunro was his most cherished daughter. With such an incident occurring, he was furious. However, if she were indeed wronged, he would certainly stand by her, as she was the daughter he had doted upon for so many years. In truth, had it not been for Cold Moonbeam's association with Prince E, he would have directly placed the blame on her. Cold Moonbeam was keenly aware of this. Father, it was her doing. The maid clearly saw her walking this way, yet she was nowhere to be found afterward. You must stand up for your daughter, Cold Yunro pleaded, tears streaming down her face. In response, Cold Moonbeam could only silently lament the abundance of Cold Yunro's tears. What explanation do you offer? Cold Liang asked, his gaze cold as ice. Cold Moonbeam shrugged. I already stated that I went to fetch the flute. If you do not believe me, there is nothing I can do. Markith Lu looked at Cold Liang with pleading eyes. You went to fetch the flute? Humph, how are we to know if this is true or not? You are well aware that we cannot simply ask Prince E. What you say holds no weight. The old lady interjected, her tone dismissive. Since the old lady does not believe me, and Marquis, you dare not question Prince E, you are left with no choice but to place the blame upon me. And I cannot change that, Cold Moonbeam retorted. Hearing Cold Moonbeam assert that he did not dare question Prince E, Cold Liang's expression darkened. Cold Moonbeam paid no heed to his cold demeanor and continued. However, I would like to ask you, second sister, I clearly left before you. How could I have harmed you when I do not know your whereabouts? You were lurking about, then followed me and struck me unconscious. Elder sister, I know I have been unkind to you at times, but why would you want to harm me so? Enough. Do not speak further, Liang, with such a wicked girl who harms her own sisters in our Marquis residence. It is a disgrace to our family today. You shall expel this wicked daughter from the Marquis residence, the old lady declared, making the decision indisputable. Mother, this Cold Liang was taken aback by his mother's proclamation. What if Prince E learned of this and sought retribution for Cold Moonbeam? The old lady cast a calm glance at him, and Cold Liang immediately grasped her intent. Old lady, how can you do this? If I am expelled from the Marquis residence, I will not survive. I am truly wronged, Cold Moonbeam exclaimed, her face contorted in shock. Cold Liang regarded her with an icy gaze devoid of any emotion, as though he were looking at a stranger rather than his own flesh and blood. Bring the family tree today. We shall officially expel this wicked daughter from the Marquis residence. The attendant by Cold Liang's side promptly went to make arrangements. Cold Moonbeam wept and pleaded, but to no avail. Upon hearing Cold Liang's decree, Cold Yunro and Lu exchanged glances filled with delight, while Cold Yunro's eyes glimmered with satisfaction and malice. The wretched Cold Moon Ice has caused her to lose her purity. Once this despicable woman is expelled from the Marquis' residence, she will undoubtedly seek her demise. She cannot believe that without any noble background, Cold Moon Ice would still receive the protection of Prince E. Cold Yunling shares this sentiment. She feels elated that Cold Moon Ice, after being cast out of the Marquis' residence, is utterly unworthy of Prince E, thereby ensuring that he belongs to her. The Marquis' actions are swift. In less than an hour, they have executed their plan. Cold Liang, with a brush, strikes through Cold Moon Ice's name in the family register, declaring, henceforth Cold Moon Ice shall no longer be regarded as the legitimate young lady of our Marquis' house. Her life or death shall no longer concern us. Following this proclamation, everyone turns to Cold Moon Ice, eager to witness her despair. However, to their astonishment, Cold Moon Ice, shedding her previous tears and sorrow, gracefully waves her sleeve and beams, saying, I am grateful to Duke Dingyuan for your assistance. Just as the crowd is bewildered by her demeanor, a servant announces the arrival of Prince E. Without waiting for the master to greet him, Lei Mo directly pushes Lei Hani into the room. You've arrived. Cold Moon Ice smiles at him. Lei Hani does not even glance at Cold Liang and the others, completely disregarding their greetings, and instead gazes at Cold Moon Ice, his eyes soft as he asks, Is everything in order? Yes, it is all settled from this moment forth. I am a free person. I am truly thankful to Duke Dingyuan. My tears were not shed in vain. Cold Moon Ice replies with an expression of joy that leaves Cold Liang in disbelief. What does Cold Moon Ice mean by this? Could it be that everything prior was part of her scheme? This question lingers in the minds of all present. Let us depart. Remaining here is tiresome, Lei Hani states. Cold Moon Ice nods, stepping forward to replace Lei Mo and assist Lei Hani with his wheelchair. Will you be staying at the royal residence? Lei Hani inquires gently. No, please arrange for me a courtyard. It would be inconvenient for me to reside with you now, Cold Moon Ice declines. Although Lei Hani wishes for Cold Moon Ice to move into the royal residence, he must concede after all. Since Cold Moon Ice has only just severed ties with Duke Dingyuan's household, it would not bode well for her to immediately take up residence with him. Chapter 22 ends in the blink of an eye. Several months have passed as the day of the apocalypse draws closer. Cold Moon Ice trains with increasing diligence, causing Leilani great concern each time he watches her. Yet, due to her words, he finds himself unable to intervene. For she has expressed her desire to stand by his side and protect him. After a rigorous training session, Cold Moon Ice wipes the sweat from her brow and soaks in the spiritual spring. This spring within her space has been divided into two sections, one for drinking and the other for bathing. She certainly does not wish to drink the bathwater shared with Leilani. Strangely enough, even when used to water the trees, the spring never diminishes, nor does the water become dirty. Cold Moon Ice squints slightly, a look of comfort gracing her features, each time she bathes in the spring after training. Her body feels incredibly light. She is not worried about Leilani entering or witnessing her, for she trusts that he would never engage in such voyeuristic behavior. Exiting the wooden cabin, she gazes at the patches of soil before her, a smile curving her lips in delight. The supplies she has gathered over the past few months are sufficient for their survival in the apocalypse for several years, allowing them to gradually collect more afterward. However, idly consuming their resources is not in her or Leilani's nature, so they have planted some seeds in the soil. This soil seems to possess the ability to accelerate growth, as the fruit trees have already borne fruit. Plucking an apple, Cold Moon Ice takes a bite. Crisp and delicious. As she munches on the apple, her thoughts drift. Although she has spent most of her time in her space over the past few months, it does not mean she is unaware of the events unfolding outside. Ever since the news of Cold Moon Ice's expulsion from the residence spread, rumors have circulated, with many anticipating that Leilani would abandon her. After all, how could a woman without status or influence be worthy of the esteemed Prince Yi? The seventh princess, Nan Huayan, upon learning of this situation, was infuriated. She immediately approached the emperor, expressing her affection for Leilani and urging Emperor Ming to refrain from arranging a marriage between him and Cold Moon Ice. The emperor was not surprised by Leilani's request. He had always been aware of the prince's feelings for the young lady of the Cold family. However, in the past, he would not have acquiesced, as the Dingyuan Marquis' household still held some military power. Yet, the circumstances have changed. Marrying Cold Moon Ice would no longer benefit Leilani, especially since she had been expelled from the Marquis' residence. Nevertheless, the emperor still harbored some hesitation. However, once the seventh princess arrived, the emperor resolutely issued an edict, for he would never allow Leilani to marry a royal princess. Nan Huayan, feeling discontented, found herself powerless, as the emperor, fearing her impulsiveness, had confined her within the palace, forbidding her from stepping outside until Leilani's marriage took place. Meanwhile, the date for Leilani and Cold Moon Ice's wedding has been set for March 30th of the 26th year of the Southern Ming. Following Cold Moon Ice's coming-of-age ceremony, Cold Moon Ice lowers her gaze slightly. March 30th. What a pity it is that she and Leilani cannot wed, for just 2 days prior. On March 18th of the 26th year of the Southern Ming, the apocalypse arrives. Yet, there is nothing she can do, in the Southern Sacred Dynasty, unless a woman engages in disgraceful conduct, such as Cold Yunru losing her purity before her coming of age. Women must wait until after their ceremony to marry. Their union is already considered early. Leilani is aware of this as well. Although he longs to marry Cold Moon Ice quickly, he does not wish to burden her with a tarnished reputation. Fortunately, the fact that they are still considered engaged brings him some relief, as she is, after all, already marked as Leilani's betrothed. Sensing a subtle shift in the atmosphere, Cold Moon Ice raises her head, a smile forming as she spots Leilani. You've come. She tosses the apple core into the soil, where it promptly vanishes. Leilani nods and slowly stands from his wheelchair. Cold Moon Ice steps forward to support him, preventing him from losing his balance. Over the past few months, aside from gathering supplies and training, she has been treating Leilani's legs daily. His legs are afflicted by poison that has accumulated over time, rendering him unable to stand. Cold Moon Ice employs her unique method to detoxify him, followed by soaking his legs in the spring's water. After the apocalypse, Leilani's legs have gradually begun to heal, as the toxins dissipate slowly due to his extraordinary constitution. However, Cold Moon Ice is not satisfied with such a slow pace, especially with the impending dangers of the apocalypse. Although Leilani managed to regain some mobility last time, she cannot gamble on uncertain circumstances this time. She cannot afford to take such risks. Fortunately, after months of treatment, Leilani's toxins have been eliminated, yet due to years of inactivity, he has forgotten how to walk and must practice slowly. Watching him struggle with each step, Cold Moon Ice's thoughts drift away. Recently, The abbot Wuming of the Southern Sacred Temple has passed away. Narrowing her eyes, she recalls the abbot's words during his visit. Marveling at his wisdom, he foresaw the chaos that would engulf the world, leaving her apprehensive that he might discover her rebirth. Thankfully, he only predicted the apocalypse, failing to discern other details, including its timing. But to protect all beings? Cold Moon Ice scoffs inwardly. Why should she protect anyone? She has long vowed to safeguard only those she cherishes. The fates of others are of no concern to her. For she is not so noble as to sacrifice herself for others. With a slight sigh, she reflects on the unfairness of her thoughts, yet cannot help but feel that the abbot's passing before the apocalypse is a blessing for him. Those excessively compassionate individuals are ill-suited for survival in such dire times. You've come so far. Cold Moon Ice steps forward to support Lei Hani, rising on her toes to wipe the sweat from his forehead. They are nearly 3 meters apart, a distance that may seem trivial to an ordinary person, but for Lei Hani, who has only recently begun to regain the use of his legs, this is no small feat. Yes, Lei Hani replies softly, his heart swelling with joy. Although this distance is challenging for him, he has managed to overcome it. He never imagined he would stand again in this lifetime, yet here he is. His feet on the ground, and all of this. Lei Hani glances at Cold Moon Ice, his gaze tender. Meeting Yaya is the greatest fortune of his life. Yet, a frown crosses Lei Hani's brow as he feels a sense of unease. Only 4 days remain until the apocalypse she mentioned, and within this space there are merely 8 days left. Time is running short, and he must regain his full mobility before the impending disaster. That's wonderful. I believe you will soon be back to normal, Cold Moon Ice sincerely assures him. Yeah, tomorrow you will come of age. Lei Hani gently brushes his fingers through her hair, shifting the topic. Indeed, the apocalypse is approaching. Cold Moon Ice nods in agreement. Lei Hani falls silent. This girl, must she always bring it up? Tomorrow is her birthday, and discussing such matters is truly a damper on the mood. Chapter 23. The apocalypse approaches on March 18th of the 26th year of the Southern Ming. This day would be unforgettable not only for the Southern Sacred Dynasty, but for all people of the Tianyu continent. From this day forward, a nightmare would descend upon them to avoid unforeseen circumstances. Cold Moon Ice arrived at the Lei Wang residence early that morning as the time approached 1:15 noon. She felt a sense of unease. I have arranged everything. Do not worry, a warm hand takes hers, speaking softly. The cold moonlight cast a serene glow as Leng Yuebing gazed at Lei Hani, who sat beside her in a wheelchair. A sense of relief washed over her, and she nodded slightly. A self-deprecating smile tugged at her lips. Why had she been so anxious? It was merely the apocalypse, a scenario she had navigated before. In her previous life, she had survived without preparation. This time, armed with foresight, they would undoubtedly thrive. With this thought, Leng Yuebing's grip on Hani's hand strengthened. Noticing the surge of strength emanating from her hand, Lei Hani's eyes flickered momentarily before returning to their customary indifference. That moment, they were in the main hall, accompanied by Lei Xinyu and 4 other men, one of whom was Lei Mo. The 4 were all trusted confidants of Lei Hani. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared sense of confusion. None understood why the prince had summoned them all to this place, yet a vague intuition hinted that something significant was about to unfold. However, as loyal subordinates of Lei Hani, they were well aware of the boundaries of inquiry. Lei Xinyu idly played with the whip in her hands, occasionally glancing at Lei Hani and Leng Yuebing. Stifling a quiet giggle as the clock struck noon, a wave of sudden collapses swept through the palace. The military, the streets, and the taverns. People everywhere began to fall unconscious. My lord. Something terrible has happened. Many have suddenly fainted. A servant cried out in alarm. Silence. Leng Yuebing snapped, and the servant fell silent. Intimidated. Sister, what has happened to my brother? Lei Xinyu asked, her voice tinged with worry as she looked at the suddenly unconscious Lei Hani. Among the 4 men, one had also succumbed to unconsciousness. The expressions of Lei Mo and the others were fraught with anxious bewilderment. Leng Yuebing furrowed her brows. She had not anticipated this turn of events. In her previous life, she had not been present when this calamity struck Lei Hani, but she had heard him mention that he had not fainted initially. Why was this life different? As sweat formed on her palms, anxiety surged within her. Yet, she forced herself to remain composed. Any disruption on her part would jeopardize their plans. She needed to trust Lei Hani, to believe he would be all right. Resolute, she addressed Lei Mo. Go and arrange for those who have fainted to be taken to the rooms. Remember, 2 individuals per room, and they must be securely bound with the iron chains we prepared in advance. Although Lei Mo was perplexed by her instructions, he complied. He cast a worried glance at the unconscious Lei Hani and another brother before discreetly shifting his gaze to Lei Xinyu, filled with concern. and then departed. Miss Lung, is the prince and Lei Yong all right? One of the men, Lei Qing, inquired. Lei Xinyu and another confidant, Lei Li, looked at Lung Yuebing with apprehension. I do not know, she replied, shaking her head. I believe Lei Hani will be fine, but as for Lei Yong, that I cannot say. Upon hearing this, Lei Xinyu, Lei Qing, and Lei Li collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, though trepidation lingered. Ice sister, what has happened to them? Why are so many collapsing? Lei Xinyu pressed. They. Lung Yuebing hesitated, uncertain whether to disclose the truth. However, seeing their anxious expressions, she decided to reveal the grim reality. Xinyu, I once told you that chaos was approaching. What we are witnessing now is the onset of that chaos. To label it chaos was somewhat misleading. More accurately, it was the apocalypse. Those who fell unconscious would awaken, with some retaining their humanity, while others would transform into grotesque beings devoid of thought and memory, driven solely by a hunger for human flesh. For these unfortunate souls, the only course of action was to eliminate them. As Lei Xinyu listened, her complexion grew increasingly pale, her eyes widening in disbelief. Lei Qing and Lei Li appeared somewhat steadier than Lei Xinyu, yet their faces mirrored shock. I sistered, how do you know this? Lei Xinyu asked, her voice laced with skepticism. Faced with her doubt, and noting the glimmer of disbelief in the eyes of the others, Lung Yuebing felt no resentment. She understood that such skepticism was human nature. She had prepared an explanation. This was foretold by Master Wuming, who later shared it with your brother. Lung Yuebing spoke with earnest conviction, and though her words contained a kernel of truth, Master Wuming had indeed foreseen turmoil in the world. Albeit not the apocalypse, his reputation in the Southern Holy Dynasty lent her words credibility. As a result, despite lingering doubts, the three began to trust her insights. Then, if that is the case, what about my brother? Lei Xinyu's eyes filled with tears as she contemplated Lung Yuebing's words and the sight of her unconscious brother, fear gripping her heart. He was her only remaining family. The thought of him becoming a monster was unbearable. Gently, Lung Yuebing embraced her, speaking in a soothing tone. Xinyu, have faith in your brother. He will be all right, I promise you. Do not be afraid. With her head buried in Lung Yuebing's shoulder, trembling slightly, Lei Xinyu looked up. Her eyes glistening with tears. Ice sister, is that really true? Of course it is. Do you not trust your brother? Lung Yuebing wiped away her tears. I believe, Lei Xinyu affirmed resolutely, pulling away from Lung Yuebing's embrace. Ice sister, what can I do? Inherently strong, Lei Xinyu quickly regained her composure. From now on, you and Lei Qing and Lei Li must take care of the prince's residence. The safety of the estate is in your hands. Remember my previous instructions and do not let yourselves get harmed. Ensure the gates are firmly guarded. No one must enter. Understood, the three responded in unison as Lung Yuebing watched the unconscious Lei Hani lying on the bed. She felt reluctant to confine him. Holding his hand gently, she whispered, Lei Hani, you will be all right, won't you? You promised to protect me. In that moment, her earlier strength faltered in the presence of Lei Xinyu and the others, revealing the fear and concern in her eyes. Chapter 24. The prince awakens. 3 days may not seem long, yet it was sufficient for everyone to recognize that the world had changed. Within the prince's residence, those who had been unconscious began to awaken one by one, but the results were horrifying. Their eyes were bloodshot, sharp fangs protruded from their mouths, claws sprouted from their hands. Their skin appeared desiccated like tree bark, and they often emitted guttural roars, struggling violently at the approach of any living person. It was evident that they were no longer human. Lei Mo and the others had already heard Lung Yuebing's descriptions, and upon witnessing the reality align with her words, they were tempted to eliminate those afflicted. However, many of their comrades remained unconvinced, believing the individuals were merely ill and insisting on summoning a doctor for treatment. Consequently, opinions diverged, creating a rift among them. What do we do now? One of the four seated in the room, Lei Qing, voiced the question. Present, only they were privy to the prince's unconscious state. The others, fearing his authority, had yet to take action. However, this stalemate could not continue. If the others discovered that the prince was incapacitated, the situation would undoubtedly shift. At this juncture, Lei Mo held the highest rank among them, so they had no choice but to heed his decision. Wait, Lei Mo said succinctly. They had no option but to wait until the prince awoke. Yet, they felt they were failing in their duty to Lung Yuebing. Lei Xinyu sat silently, contemplating whether to speak, but ultimately refrained. Her eyes were filled with worry as she gazed outside. 3 days had passed. Why had her brother not awakened? Lung Yuebing had yet to emerge. And had it not been for the sounds from within, they would have been deeply concerned for her brother. No, she must not think like that. She had promised to trust in her brother and Lung Yuebing. Lei Li sat quietly beside her, not uttering a word. Suddenly, a shadowy figure rushed in, bearing an anxious expression. Manager Mo, there is trouble. What has happened? Lei Mo's face darkened at the news, his voice chillingly cold. Some of their comrades had attempted to force open the gates to summon a doctor, but they had been thwarted. Nevertheless, they had managed to breach the entrance. The shadowy figure relayed the information. And Lei Mo's icy demeanor intensified with fury. We must investigate. Damn it, how dare they betray the prince? Lei Qing and Lei Li nodded in agreement. Following closely behind Lei Mo, Lei Xinyu wished to accompany them. But Lei Mo forbade her. Lei Mo, what do you mean by this? Why can't I go? Lei Xinyu protested, displeasure etched on her face. It is dangerous. I must ask the young lady to remain in the prince's quarters. Lei Mo insisted respectfully yet firmly. Why? I am the lady of the residence, the prince's sister. How can I leave when trouble brews? Lei Xinyu retorted, indignant. The Lei family had never been one to shy away from danger. Their ancestors included renowned female generals. The prince needs people there, Lei Mo stated simply, leaving the rest unsaid, knowing Lei Xinyu would understand. Indeed, upon hearing this, Lei Xinyu's expression hardened, and she replied, very well, I will guard that place. Thus, with the situation uncertain and her brother still unconscious, she recognized the necessity of remaining vigilant at his side. Meanwhile, shifting the focus back to Leng Yuebing, within the confines of the spiritual spring, she remained beside Lei Hani, one hand clasped around his, her head resting gently against his chest. Lei Hani has been in a coma for several days now. On that fateful night, he suddenly developed a high fever that could not be subdued, leaving her in a state of utter panic. While others may be unaware, she knows that a high fever during a coma is unequivocally a sign of transformation into a demonic corpse. Her mind in disarray, she found herself at a loss for what to do. Although she had prepared herself for this eventuality, the reality of the situation left her flustered and helpless. Fortunately, a spark of inspiration struck her, and she transported Lei Hani into a mystical space, hoping that the waters of the spiritual spring could help bring down his fever. The miraculous nature of the spring's water should be able to save him. And this was her last glimmer of hope that if there truly was no other way, she would be left with no choice. Thankfully, upon placing Lei Hani in the spring, his temperature returned to normal. However, should she remove him from the spring, his temperature would inevitably rise again. When will you awaken? You promised to protect me. Are you the esteemed Prince Yi going back on your word? Cold Moon Bing murmured softly. No. A hoarse voice suddenly interrupted her. Cold Moon Bing froze, her disbelief palpable as she looked up to find his enchanting peach blossom eyes now wide open. Gazing at her, tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. You reawake. You finally awakened. Woo-woo. Cold Moon Bing could not help but bury herself in Lei Hani's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Emotions of worry, fear, and helplessness poured out along with her tears, seeing her cry. A flicker of panic flashed in Lei Hani's eyes as he reached out to pat her back, his heart aching with compassion. His throat was parched and uncomfortable from days of unconsciousness. Yet Lei Hani paid it no mind as he spoke. Yet do not cry. Am I not fine? He coughed painfully towards the end of his sentence, realizing that he had just awakened and his throat must be sore. Cold Moon Bing instantly ceased her crying and fetched a bowl of spring water. After he drank, Lei Hani felt a significant relief in his throat. Do not seek others, he commanded after quenching his thirst. With her throat now at ease, Cold Moon Bing refrained from further tears, prompting Lei Hani to gather the words he had heard upon waking. What? Cold Moon Bing exclaimed, confusion evident on her tear-streaked face. Wiping the sweat from her brow, he declared possessively, Ye is mine. You are forbidden from seeking anyone else for protection. Cold Moon Bing retorted, brother, that is not the point. Yet, upon observing Lei Hani's serious demeanor, she could not help but stifle a laugh. Lei Hani's forehead twitched with exasperation as he gazed at her helplessly. Cold Moon Bing straightened her expression and said earnestly, fine, I will not seek others. I shall only allow you to protect me. Lei Hani's lips twitched. Why did he feel as though this girl was treating him like a child? Speaking of which, what abilities have you awakened? She inquired. She recalled that in his previous life, Lei Hani had awakened 3 powers, the first being lightning. She wondered if this time would be the same. As per Cold Moon Bing's suggestion, he attempted to manifest his powers. And then, Lei Hani's eyes twitched while Cold Moon Bing slumped helplessly against him. Gazing at her resting in his arms, Lei Hani was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. The one he cherished lay in his embrace while he felt utterly powerless. Unable even to lift a hand, such a peculiar predicament was likely unique to him. Cold Moon Bing felt utterly defeated, as they were currently submerged in water, and Lei Hani's awakened power was lightning. Thus they had found themselves in a dire situation. Lightning and water do not mix. It was quite normal for Lei Hani, a man of ancient times, to be unaware of this, considering there was no electricity in antiquity. Yet how could she have forgotten? Even as a precaution, they should have first exited the water to change out of their wet clothes. Thankfully, his powers were newly awakened, and the energy was still minimal, dissipating somewhat in the pool. Otherwise, they would have serious regrets. To be killed not by a demonic corpse but rather by their own powers would be an exceedingly humiliating fate, regardless of their chagrin. They could only wait in the water until the electrical current subsided. With a resolute demeanor, they sought recommendations, collections, and comments. Chapter 25. Choices of departure. Once the current dissipated and their strength returned, they departed the spiritual spring. Upon emerging from the space, they pushed open the door to their quarters. Leilani remained seated in his wheelchair, with Cold Moonbeam pushing him along. This was an arrangement they had previously agreed upon. It was not yet the time to inform everyone that Leilani's legs had healed. Suddenly, Cold Moonbeam's expression hardened, and Leilani's countenance grew even colder, exuding an intensified aura of chill. She gazed at the map displaying a plethora of red and yellow dots, indicators of monsters and enemies, with a dismally sparse number of green dots. Clearly, something had gone awry. Leilani also sensed this. Albeit through his own intuition rather than Cold Moonbeam's method. With his profound inner strength, his senses were far more acute than those of others, and now that he had awakened his powers, they had only sharpened further. Moreover, Leilani's gaze lowered slightly. His courtyard was unlike the others. Due to prior circumstances, he had specifically summoned masters knowledgeable in formations to set up a defensive array within this estate. The existence of this formation was known only to Leimoen himself, and it would never activate unless a true crisis arose. Now, however, the formation had been triggered. Exchanging knowing glances, they both deduced the cause of the turmoil. Sure enough, upon reaching the courtyard entrance, they encountered Leimoen and others, all bearing expressions of vigilance. As they saw Leilani and Cold Moonbeam emerge, their faces lit up with joy. "Your Highness! Brother!" they exclaimed in unison. Lei Sinew rushed forward, throwing her arms around Leilani, her excitement rendering her somewhat incoherent. "Brother, you're awake. You're finally awake. How wonderful!" Noticing the fear in his sister's eyes and her slightly trembling form, Leilani softened his gaze and comforted her as he had when they were children. "Sinew, be good. Brother is fine now. There is nothing to fear." As her emotions settled, Lei Sinew stood up, feeling slightly embarrassed. "What has happened?" After reassuring his sister, Leilani's expression turned cold once more as he directed his gaze towards Leimo, Lei Qing, and the dozen or so subordinates behind them, including Lei Li and his group standing a short distance away. Yet, as he spoke, the expressions of Leilani and Cold Moonbeam darkened further, especially for Leilani, who had granted a 3-day holiday to everyone except the Dark Guards just yesterday for the sake of the estate's safety. There were now fewer than 50 individuals remaining. His intent was for them to remain secure amidst the impending apocalypse, yet the plan had been entirely compromised. "Did I not say I would eliminate those monsters?" Cold Moonbeam's voice was icily resolute. Leimo remained silent, and the others followed suit. "Sister Bing." Lei Sinew attempted to explain, but upon meeting her brother's fiery gaze, she obediently fell silent. "I understand that those individuals are your brethren, but I have also stated that from the moment they awaken from their stupor, anyone who is not fully conscious is a monster. While you may regard them as brothers, they see you as food." Cold Moonbeam spoke without mercy, for it was the truth. If they could not come to terms with this reality, they would soon find themselves as either the prey or companions of those demonic corpses in this dystopian world. Finally, Leilani grasped Cold Moonbeam's hand, offering her a comforting pat before addressing his subordinates. "This time I shall forgive you all, but should there be a next time?" The unspoken threat hung heavy in the air, causing the expressions of those present to pale considerably. Although they remained silent, they understood all too well what such a statement implied. "Your Highness, I wish to depart." Lei Li spoke up first. Leilani nodded. Unperturbed, Lei Qing shot a furious glare at Lei Li, who, sensing her gaze, merely met her eyes briefly before turning away indifferently. Leilani surveyed Leimo and the others, speaking coolly. "In light of the current apocalypse, I am granting you all your freedom. Those present today who wish to leave may do so without hindrance. You are all aware that my legs are not well. Those who remain will face a significantly higher risk of death." His words struck a chord with many, particularly the latter part. They exchanged glances, finding resolve in one another's eyes. The prince was correct. Following him posed a considerable danger, especially since he was physically impaired and required protection. Under ordinary circumstances this would be acceptable, but in their current state, they had lost their inner strength. Protecting the prince would likely lead to their own demise, and none wished to face that fate. Indeed, during the past few days, they had noticed their internal energy gradually depleting. Those with insufficient strength were left with only enough to utilize communication talismans, while even those with greater reserves were merely delaying the inevitable. Your Highness, I wish to leave as well. Many voiced their intentions to depart. Cold Moon being observed quietly as Lei Xinyu glared angrily at those wishing to leave. Your Highness, I will stay, Lei Mo declared resolutely. So will I, Lei Qing added that I shall remain as well. Ultimately, out of 34 individuals, only 6 chose to stay behind while the rest opted to leave. Lei Mo's life had been saved by the prince, and he vowed to serve him loyally regardless of life or death. Lei Qing's life was likewise spared by the prince. Wherever he went, she would follow. I Li Hu shall remain as well. I Zhang Yuan will also stay. I Wu Ming. I Wang Tian. The 6 of us expressed our resolute determination when suddenly a man's voice rang out. Lei Yang share the same sentiment. In this life, I shall remain loyal to the prince regardless of life or death. Lei Yang has also awakened. Lei Xinyu looked at him with delight. Your Highness. Lei Yang smiled at Lei Xinyu and then bowed to Lei Hani. Good, as long as you are safe. Lei Hani nodded. Just as the two were about to speak further, unexpectedly, Leng Yuebing moved suddenly before anyone could react. She swiftly brandished a dagger and killed 2 individuals. Miss Leng, what are you doing? Lei Li glared at Leng Yuebing with anger. The prince has stated that we can choose freely whether to leave. What do you mean by this? All eyes turned to Leng Yuebing, whose demeanor was met with hostility, except for Lei Hani and a few others. What do you mean? Leng Yuebing sneered. Chapter 26. Discussing our path. Lei Hani's expression remained unchanged as he looked at Leng Yuebing. His eyes filled with affection. Regardless, he would support whatever Leng Yuebing chose to do. If she truly wished to kill these people, then let it be. However, he believed that her actions were justified. Indeed, Leng Yuebing scoffed disdainfully. Rest assured, if I truly wanted to kill you with your current lack of internal strength, it wouldn't take me but a moment to finish you all off. Her countenance suddenly turned cold as she mockingly regarded them. You should observe for yourselves what changes have occurred in them. Upon hearing this, curiosity ignited among the crowd as they turned to look at the 2 individuals. To their astonishment, they saw that parts of their bodies were beginning to rot, oozing a thick, pus-like liquid, and their skin was gradually desiccating, their fingertips revealing sharp claws. This. Someone pointed uncertainly at the 2. Lei Li, I recall telling you not to let anyone get injured. Those who are injured must be killed. It seems you have disregarded my words entirely. If you seek death, do not drag us down with you, Leng Yuebing stated. After that, she turned to Lei Mo and the others saying, we are leaving. Wait. Lei Hani suddenly interjected. Leng Yuebing looked at him in confusion. Since you have all firmly decided to follow me from this day forth, I shall clarify. From this moment on, Leng Yuebing shall be your princess. Her words will hold equal weight to mine. Lei Hani's tone was cold yet resolute. Yes, we pay our respects to the princess. The 7 of them bowed to Leng Yuebing. Wonderful. I can finally call you Sister Bing. Sister-in-law, Lei Xinyu exclaimed joyfully. Leng Yuebing's face turned slightly red, and she shot a glare at Lei Hani. This man, was it really necessary to announce such things now? Unfazed by her glare, Lei Hani replied. Is it not? As for Lei Li and the others, they paid no heed inside the room. Sister-in-law, shall we remain here until it is safe? Lei Xinyu rested her chin on her hands. No, this formation can only temporarily fend off those undead creatures. But it is not a long-term solution. Their strength will also increase. Leng Yuebing shook her head. This formation primarily serves to confuse. As Yuebing mentioned, the undead mainly rely on their sense of smell and hearing to locate the living. Thus, this formation cannot deceive them, Lei Hani analyzed. The most pressing concern is food. The prince's supplies are quite limited, Lei Yang pointed out. Without food, even if they remained safe here, they would eventually starve. Leng Yuebing glanced at Lei Yang. Feeling a degree of admiration for this individual known as the fox among Lei Hani's subordinates, it was indeed intelligent of him to think of this so soon after awakening. Lei Yang is correct. If we linger here, we will either starve or be turned into food by the undead, Leng Yuebing stated. Upon hearing her last words, Lei Xinyu shivered involuntarily. Do you have any good ideas, princess? Li Hu inquired. No brilliant ideas, the only option is to fight our way out, Leng Yuebing replied with a sigh. Yet, all plans had now been disrupted, and they had no choice but to leave this place. Fight our way out, but our internal strength. The group exchanged glances, feeling somewhat troubled. Under normal circumstances, they would charge out without hesitation, but now it was different. Their internal strength was nearly depleted, and relying on what little they had left to confront the undead seemed daunting. You need not worry about that. The current undead are not particularly strong with ordinary weapons. You need not utilize internal strength. Simply severing their heads will suffice to kill them. I believe that should not pose a challenge for those of you with martial arts backgrounds. Leng Yuebing remarked, her gaze playfully scrutinizing them. Not difficult, not difficult. Li Hu scratched his head innocently. Then it is settled. Prepare yourselves and we shall charge out together. Lei Hani declared, Your Highness, where shall we go after we break out? Zhang Yuan asked, "To find a safe place in the capital?" Wang Tian suggested that we cannot remain in the capital. There are countless helpless civilians here, and against the undead they stand little chance that if we stay, our situation will only worsen. Lei Yang opposed that. I concur with Lei Yang. Lei Amo, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. Indeed, our first step must be to leave the capital and head to an area with fewer people. Then gather supplies. Lei Hani nodded. Leng Yuebing agreed. Feeling a sense of respect for Lei Yang, he was right. The population in the capital was far too large, and among them, very few possessed combat abilities. In her previous life, it took merely a month for the capital to fall under the control of the undead, becoming one of the first places lost to the South Saint. Brother, sister-in-law mentioned that new abilities would emerge once you wake up. What abilities do you and Lei Yang possess? Lei Xinyu asked curiously. Lei Hani remained silent, extending his hand, revealing a faint purple lightning bolt. Everyone, except for Leng Yuebing, gaped in astonishment at the sight of the lightning. Even Lei Amo, who typically displayed no emotions, was no exception. Your Highness, what is this? Li Hu stuttered. This is lightning-based supernatural power. Those who possess such abilities are known as sorcerers. Leng Yuebing kindly explained this phenomenon to them. Lei Yang, why don't you give it a try? Lei Xinyu urged, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Following Leng Yuebing's instructions, Lei Yang concentrated, and a ball of fire materialized in his hand. However, it extinguished almost immediately. So marvelous! Lei Xinyu exclaimed at Lei Hu, and Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement, their gazes fixed on Lei Yang. The reason they focused solely on Lei Yang rather than on Lei Hani was that they wished to, yet dared not. Furthermore, under their intense scrutiny, Lei Yang felt a shiver run down his spine, even as he maintained a calm facade. From now on, you'll be responsible for our meals, Lei Xinyu said innocently. Looking at Lei Yang with wide-eyed sincerity, the other two nodded vigorously in agreement. Lei Yang, glancing at them with a twitching eye, chose silence. Chapter 27. Controlling the undead. While Lei Xinyu and the others envied each other's newfound abilities, they also felt somewhat disheartened. They lacked such powers. Aside from their martial skills, they were no different from ordinary people now, particularly for Lei Amo and Lei Qing, who had previously been among Lei Hani's most outstanding subordinates. The loss of their internal strength and the absence of special abilities left them feeling despondent. Noticing their disappointment, Leng Yuebing reassured them that such powers do not always awaken immediately. Some individuals might experience sudden awakenings in the future. Her words sparked excitement among the group, as they began to speculate on what supernatural abilities they might possess. After preparing their belongings and resting through the night, when dawn broke, everyone rose and prepared to depart. However, they encountered Lei Li along the way. Your Highness, Lei Li greeted Lei Hani with the same respect as always, given his royal title. Glancing at the small bundles behind Lei Amo and the peculiar package on Leng Yuebing's back, Lei Li's eyes flickered momentarily before he smiled. Are you all preparing to leave, Your Highness? Is that not obvious? Why ask? Lei Xinyu retorted sarcastically. She found Lei Li particularly irksome, having betrayed her brother. Might we accompany you, Your Highness? Lei Li inquired. Leng Yuebing's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Though it was fleeting to know, Lei Xinyu immediately rejected without a second thought. But she was interrupted by Lei Hani. As you wish, Lei Hani replied indifferently. Not even glancing at Lei Li. Brother. Lei Xinyu expressed her dissatisfaction by stomping her foot. We are leaving, Lei Hani said coldly. Lei Amo pushed the wheelchair forward, with Leng Yuebing at Lei Hani's left side. While everyone else held weapons, Lei Li stood watching them depart, his brow furrowed in thought. Lord Li, shall we follow? An undercover guard asked. Lei Li hesitated. Had Lei Hani outright rejected him, he might not have been so conflicted. But Lei Hani's unexpected consent, without any demands, made him wonder about the prince's intentions. We shall follow, but keep our distance, Lei Li decided after deliberation, recognizing that remaining here would lead to a dead end. Caution, there are 7 undead around the upcoming corner, Leng Yuebing warned in a low voice. Upon hearing this, everyone snapped to attention, their expressions turning serious. Among the 9 individuals present, Lei Hani and Lei Yang had previously succumbed to unconsciousness, while Leng Yuebing remained by Lei Hani's side, tending to him. Meanwhile, Lei Xinyu had been guarding the small courtyard since the incident occurred, which left the 4 of them untouched by the sight of the demon corpses. Nevertheless, none dared to let their guard down. Cautiously, they advanced forward. Leng Yuebing cast a glance at Lei Qing and then turned her attention to Lei Xinyu. Lei Qing nodded in understanding. Lung Yuebing discreetly surveyed Lei Li and the others who were not far behind their group. A smirk of malice curling at the corners of her lips. Did they truly believe that simply following them would suffice? TSK. She was not the type to allow others to take advantage of her. If they wished to accompany them, then a price must be paid. With her thoughts gathered, Lung Yuebing sheathed her dagger and retrieved the jade flute that Lei Hani had gifted her previously from her backpack. Sister-in-law? Lei Xinyu looked at Lung Yuebing in confusion, unable to comprehend why she had put away the dagger and taken out a flute instead. The others shared in her bewilderment, save for Lei Hani, who gazed at Lung Yuebing with affectionate eyes. Lung Yuebing offered no explanation. Instead, she instructed, "You all will follow closely behind me when I say go. You must move swiftly without hesitation. No stopping for even a moment." Understood. Her words clearly conveyed the intent to avoid a direct confrontation with the demon corpses and to make a quick escape, although she felt that such an endeavor would be challenging. The others nodded in agreement, saying understood. Lung Yuebing nodded in affirmation as they turned a corner. Lei Xinyu instinctively gasped. Just as her sound escaped, Lei Mo swiftly covered her mouth with his hand. Lung Yuebing raised an eyebrow at Lei Mo. Noting his quick reflexes, even Lei Qing had not been as swift in preparing yet. There was no time to ponder further, for although Lei Mo had promptly silenced Lei Xinyu, that brief sound had already attracted the attention of the 7 demon corpses wandering nearby. Detecting the scent of prey, the 7 demon corpses emitted growls and advanced towards Lung Yuebing and the others. Lung Yuebing cast a mind-bewitching bug at one of the demon corpses, followed by unleashing her skill. 100 legs. Consequently, everyone witnessed the 7 demon corpses, which had been charging forward, suddenly come to a standstill. Regaining her focus, Lei Mo urged Lei Hani to move quickly, while Lei Xinyu and the others followed closely behind. "Let us enter the small courtyard over here," Lung Yuebing instructed, glancing at the map. The group hastily departed from their original position. The 7 demon corpses stood dazed, turning in circles, emitting sounds but allowing Lung Yuebing and her companions to escape. Until, damn it, how could there be demon corpses here? Lei Li couldn't contain his frustration as he severed the arm of a demon corpse before him with a swift stroke of his sword. Just moments ago, Lei Hani and the others had passed through this area. Their group was merely a step behind. How could demon corpses be present? Lei Li failed to realize that the 7 demon corpses had been under Lung Yuebing's control. The skills following the mind-bewitching bug were all control skills, particularly the combination of mind-bewitching bug and 100 legs, which could command 10 individuals for 20 minutes. Previously, in the Prime Minister's residence, Fu Hua and Ling Yunru had been controlled using this very technique, allowing them to investigate without uncovering any traces of being drugged. This skill could only be used once every half hour, and when applied to demon corpses, its effect lasted only 10 minutes. This was due to their lower classification. If they had been of a higher rank, the duration would have been even shorter. After Lung Yuebing and her companions had distanced themselves from the demon corpses, she released her control just then. Lei Li and the others arrived at this location. Lung Yuebing mused that these individuals had aimed to follow them without exerting effort to earn their keep. Furthermore, in this apocalyptic world, she held no trust in Lei Li and the others. Should they launch a sudden attack from behind, where would they seek refuge? Lei Li cried out as he saw one of the demon corpses about to injure him, remembering the transformation of the 2 injured individuals. His actions outpaced his thoughts. He pulled a nearby shadow guard to shield himself from the blow. The shadow guard stared in disbelief at the injury on his chest, then glanced at Lei Li, ultimately succumbing to a torrent of blood, unable to utter a word. The demon corpse, sensing the scent of blood, became increasingly frenzied. Lei Li hurled the shadow guard's body toward the demon corpse, which immediately lunged forward to feast upon it. The others, witnessing this gruesome scene, instinctively paused their actions. Their cessation did not halt the demon corpses, and one after another, several individuals were caught and devoured. Lei Li and the others felt their stomachs churn but managed to suppress the urge to vomit. It was only after one of the shadow guards inadvertently decapitated a demon corpse that everyone realized that severing the head would lead to the demon corpse's demise. Consequently, their movements quickened significantly. Chapter 28. Acquiring demon crystals. Lung Yuebing and her group of 10 stood outside the small courtyard, listening to the roars emanating from within. "There are 3 demon corpses inside. I will handle one. Lei Hani and Lei Yang, you each take one. The rest of you need to be vigilant of the surroundings," Lung Yuebing instructed in a low tone. The group nodded in acknowledgement. However, Lung Yuebing shot a puzzled glance at Lei Hani. Why did she sense that he appeared somewhat displeased? Perhaps it was due to her presence. Reflecting on what might have caused his discontent, Lung Yuebing suddenly realized her oversight. How could she have forgotten that Lei Hani was a prince? Accustomed to issuing commands to others, aside from the emperor, no one dared to directly order him about. Moreover, given the traditional patriarchal norms, she had unwittingly instructed him, while he might have brushed it off in private. Being in front of his subordinates made it a matter of pride, which would understandably lead to his displeasure. She considered apologizing but deemed the timing inappropriate instead. She resolved to wait until they were alone to express her contrition. Indeed, Lei Hani felt a twinge of annoyance, though not for the reasons Lung Yuebing assumed, that he was contemplating how to prompt Yuebing to address him more intimately. After all, they were engaged, and such formality felt distant. It was vital that their relationship be apparent through her words. Thus, Lung Yuebing's worries were unfounded. Had she known that his displeasure stemmed from her lack of familiarity in addressing him, she might have rolled her eyes. Lei Xinyu wished to voice something but ultimately swallowed her words upon entering the courtyard. The 3 demon corpses immediately detected their presence and charged forward with furious roars. Li Hu and the others hastily shut the courtyard door. Lung Yuebing stepped forward, drawing one of the demon corpses away. Leaning back slightly, she evaded the oncoming claws. This time she opted to engage directly with her dagger rather than relying on game skills. Noticing her quarry fleeing, the demon corpse continued to roar and attack. Lung Yuebing pivoted slightly, her eyes half closed, and with a swift motion, she severed the hand of the demon corpse. Nodding slightly, she noted that the dagger was indeed quite sharp. She was curious if it could also decapitate the demon corpse. Despite losing a hand, the demon corpse howled but showed no signs of slowing, continuing its assault on Lung Yuebing, quickly maneuvering to the demon corpse's rear. This time she did not test the dagger's sharpness but decisively targeted the creature's neck. Once the head was severed, the demon corpse ceased its movements and collapsed to the ground. Lung Yuebing glanced at Lei Yang. Observing that he was managing his own encounter adequately, then shifted her focus to Lei Hani. Unlike Lei Yang, who engaged in close combat with his weapon, Lei Hani, confined to a wheelchair, could not directly confront the demon corpse. So he relied on his abilities. However, being his first time using them, he often missed his target. Lei Mo pushed the wheelchair to prevent any close encounters with the demon corpse. Lung Yuebing merely observed, unwilling to intervene, knowing that Lei Hani would prefer to handle it himself. Besides, she trusted that a mere demon corpse posed no threat to him, especially given their low level and sluggish speed. It was the perfect opportunity for him to hone his abilities. Sure enough, after a brief struggle, Lei Hani gradually mastered the use of his powers, becoming more adept. Finally, with a decisive bolt of lightning, he charred the head of the demon corpse, which fell to the ground. At the same time, Lei Yang concluded his battle as well. Stepping forward, Lung Yuebing wiped the slight perspiration from Lei Hani's forehead and smiled. How do you find it? Not bad. However, when using abilities, it's best to finish quickly. Otherwise, it's too exhausting to employ them continuously against demon corpses, Lei Hani replied. Indeed, but judging by your performance, how many more times can you use your abilities? She remarked sincerely. In her previous life, she had witnessed many individuals struggle during their first use, ultimately exhausting themselves completely before managing to take down a demon corpse. Though Lei Hani had a sheen of sweat on his brow, it was evident that he still had at least half of his abilities remaining. Having skillfully dispatched a demon corpse with only half of his energy expended, Lung Yuebing could not help but admire his aptitude for comprehension. Lei Hani merely smiled faintly, saying nothing. Hey Lei Mo, did you see that? Brother actually smiled, Lei Xinyu whispered to Lei Mo, who stood beside her. Throughout the journey, Lei Xinyu had been silent, particularly when witnessing the demon corpse's demise. Her face remained pale. Lei Mo, however, remained silent, though he frowned slightly upon seeing Lei Xinyu's ashen complexion. For reasons unknown, Lei Mo found Lei Xinyu's pale face exceedingly bothersome. Lung Yuebing stepped forward, using her dagger to slice open the head of the demon corpse she had just defeated, stirring its insides with the blade. The body of the demon corpse was devoid of blood, yet its brain still contained a viscous substance. As Lung Yuebing manipulated it, the brain matter spilled onto the ground. Lei Xinyu, upon witnessing the grotesque sight, couldn't help but retch. Lung Yuebing maintained her composure, having performed this act countless times in her previous life, rendering her immune to such horrors. When Li Hu and Zhang Yuan witnessed her extracting the head of the second demon corpse, they too succumbed to their nausea. Ultimately, apart from Lei Hani, the others were at their limit. Even if they did not vomit, Lei Hani, however, felt relatively unperturbed, only raising an eyebrow slightly upon seeing Lung Yuebing retrieve something from the demon's brain. She wiped 3 small orbs, resembling candies, clean with a cloth and handed them to Lei Hani. He reached out to take the 3 orbs, scrutinizing them closely before inquiring, You, what are these? Hearing his voice, the others gathered curiously to see. Wow, these little orbs are beautiful, sister-in-law. What are they? Where did you get them? Lei Xianyu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she picked one up. Indeed, the orb was quite lovely, transparent and reminiscent of glass. Even Lei Qing, who had been silent throughout, could not help but express his admiration. They were extracted from the brain of a demon corpse, Leng Yubing remarked playfully, glancing at Lei Hanyi with a mischievous wink. Lei Hanyi gazed at her with affectionate indulgence, not wishing to deter her playful spirit as long as Yu was happy. He had no qualms about her teasing Xianyu. Unbeknownst to Lei Xianyu, in that fleeting moment, her dear brother had effectively sold her out. Startled, Lei Xianyu dropped the orb, which was caught just before it hit the ground by Lei Amo. Leng Yubing couldn't help but smirk at Lei Xianyu's reaction. Her mood considerably uplifted. Feeling anxious, Lei Xianyu realized she had been played when she saw Leng Yubing's smile. Pouting in dissatisfaction, it went without saying that her brother had concurred in this jest. In her heart, Lei Xianyu silently lamented. A brother who favors his partner over his sister. All right, I won't tease you any further. I assure you, I was not deceiving you. These indeed came from the brain of a demon corpse. They are called demon crystals. Do not scorn their origin, for these can enhance the energy of an aberrant mage. Leng Yubing decided to cease her teasing, aware that if she continued, the young girl might seek retribution. Chapter 29. A significant matter. These can enhance one's abilities. Zhang Yuan examined one of the crystals, unbothered by its grotesque origins, his eyes fixated on the demon crystal. He couldn't help but marvel at how the repulsive monsters could yield something so aesthetically pleasing. This crystal is quite sturdy. How does one utilize it? Li Hu pondered, squeezing the orb tightly. Lei Hanyi, why don't you give it a try? Hold the crystal in your hand and envelop it with your abilities. Leng Yubing instructed. Lei Hanyi nodded nonchalantly, closing his eyes and wrapping the crystal in his electrical energy as directed. Within moments, the crystal vanished, and he felt a warm current coursing through his veins. Eventually dissipating in his abdomen upon opening his eyes, he tested his abilities and confirmed a minor enhancement, though it was subtle enough that had he not been inherently sensitive to such changes, he might have missed it. Nodding, he stated, indeed, there is an enhancement. Although he needn't have spoken, the others were reassured by his confirmation as they watched the crystal disappear. Their eyes gleamed with anticipation, fixated on the remaining two crystals. They understood the significance of these orbs. Refining just one could elevate their strength. With their internal energy depleted, they recognized that their survival in this apocalyptic world hinged solely on these demon crystals. Lei Yang, the remaining two are for you to enhance your abilities. Under the gaze of everyone, Leng Yubing handed the two crystals to Lei Yang. Disappointment flickered across the faces of the others. Leng Yubing's lips curved into a smile. What is there to be disappointed about? Once you awaken your abilities, you will not be excluded. Upon hearing her words, the group's spirits lifted. Their earlier dismay vanished, replaced by renewed confidence. Thank you, Princess, Lei Yang said. Accepting the two crystals without delay, he understood that among the 10, he and one other were the only ones to have awakened their abilities. Given that the prince faced some mobility issues, it was essential for him to bolster his own strength to ensure their safety. In such circumstances, any delay would be imprudent. Leng Yubing nodded in satisfaction. She had conferred with Lei Hanyi before deciding to give the crystals to Lei Yang. It was best to keep the fact that Lei Hanyi's legs had healed a secret for now, serving as a test for their companions, while one might not suspect those they employed. The current situation was distinct. This was an era where humanity had been stripped of its essence. If these individuals could withstand the trial, they would prove themselves as genuine allies. Lei Yang was trustworthy. Being Lei Hanyi's confidant, and empowering him was more reliable than doing so for others. Moreover, he was the only other aberrant mage apart from Lei Hanyi. Among the group, they placed greater trust in Lei Amo than anyone else. But alas, he had not awakened any abilities. However, Leng Yubing narrowed her eyes slightly. She would not permit any of them, save for Lei Hanyi, to exceed her control and strength. Should Lei Yang harbor ulterior motives and dare to betray them once empowered, she would not hesitate to act decisively. By the way, Princess, what was your ability before? It was quite impressive. Zhang Yuan inquired about the events involving the 7 demon corpses. The others perked up, clearly intrigued. They had anticipated a battle with those 7 demon corpses, only to find themselves passing through unscathed without any confrontation. A secret, Leng Yubing replied with a bemused smile. Glancing at them, the group felt a twinge of disappointment but did not press further. What a pity about those demon crystals from earlier, Zhang Yuan lamented. Yet it was merely a fleeting regret. He recognized that even though there had only been 7 monsters, their combat prowess far surpassed theirs. Engaging in battle would undoubtedly result in casualties. Death would be merciful. Injury, however, would lead to a far graver fate, becoming a demon corpse. Upon hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Leng Yubing exchanged glances with Lei Han, both wearing enigmatic smiles. Is it truly a pity? Not necessarily. Sister-in-law, I apologize for earlier. I didn't mean to. Lei Xanyu began, her expression tinged with guilt. Leng Yubing, fully aware of what she referenced, dismissed her concerns with a smile. No need to worry. It is only natural for a girl to feel fear upon encountering such things. When she had first encountered the demon corpse, her own reaction had been far worse than Lei Xanyu's. She had nearly faltered, while Lei Xanyu had only screamed, still managing to stand firm. In truth, Lei Xanyu was a resilient girl. A warmth spread through Lei Xanyu as she recognized her sister-in-law's comforting words. Though her sister-in-law claimed that fear was a natural response for women, she, too, had faced the demon corpse for the first time yet remained unfazed. As did Lei Qing. It was unclear when it happened, but her sister-in-law had undergone a transformation overnight, becoming remarkably strong. A determined glimmer shone in Lei Xanyu's eyes. She too would grow. This was no longer the time for her to rely on her brother and sister-in-law for protection. She would learn to face demon corpses without flinching and protect them in turn. Standing beside Lei Xanyu, Lei Amo could distinctly sense the shift in her aura at that moment. His gaze flickered before settling into calmness. Let us have some rations and take a moment to rest. Lei Yang, you should absorb the demon crystals, Lei Hani instructed. Understood, the group replied in unison. Leng Yubing took the wheelchair and entered a room, closing the door behind her. Ensuring no one was eavesdropping, they both stepped into their private space. Lei Hani rose from the wheelchair, and Leng Yubing handed him a cup of water. Lei Hani, I'm sorry, she said, unsure of how to express herself, hesitating until finally articulating her apology. Lei Hani looked at her in surprise, puzzled by her sudden remark. I want to give you orders in your presence again. Please don't be upset, she said, lowering her gaze cautiously. Lei Hani was momentarily taken aback before a slight smile tugged at his lips. He reached out to ruffle her hair, bemused. What nonsense are you thinking? Why would I be upset over something so trivial? Then why were you displeased just now? Leng Yubing raised her head, needing clarification, to which he responded, how about calling me? She blinked in surprise, contemplating for a moment before lines of frustration appeared on her forehead. You were upset because I referred to you as Lei Hani. Lei Hani merely pressed his lips together in silence, but the implication was clear. Leng Yubing found the situation both amusing and exasperating. She had thought he was upset over her commanding tone, but it turned out to be such a trivial matter. Lei Hani's expression turned serious as he regarded her, indicating the importance of the issue at hand. All right, she readily acquiesced. After all, her purpose in life was to repay him, and something as simple as calling him by his name was hardly a burden. Lei Hani's satisfaction was palpable as he embraced Leng Yubing, planting a gentle kiss on her lips. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson, and her heart raced inexplicably. This is one of the reasons why they so readily handed over 2 magic crystals to Lei Yang. In a place unseen by Leng Yubing, Lei Hani's lips curled slightly in a smirk. Knowing when to withdraw is his consistent style. However, there are times when one must be bold and seize the opportunity. Yet, this was not the moment. Angering you would not bode well. Thus he inquired, are you certain it will be safe? Rest assured, there will be no issues, but you must help me with a cover. Upon discussing serious matters, her cheeks no longer burned with embarrassment. All right, be cautious, Lei Hani advised with a nod. Understood, Leng Yubing replied. After leaving the spatial realm, Leng Yubing employed her invisibility skill, instantly vanishing from sight. Chapter 30. The travel bag. Lei Hani stood and approached, wiping the sweat from her forehead. You must be tired. Leng Yubing shook her head. Not at all, she spoke the truth. The location of the 7 magic corpses was not far from here, and she reached it swiftly using her lightness skill. The sweat on her brow was merely from her visits to other locations. Here, there are 16 magic crystals. Leng Yubing produced a bag and handed it to Lei Hani. He accepted the bag without a glance, casually placing it into the spatial realm. Let's have something to eat. We will be leaving shortly. Leng Yubing retrieved the meal she had prepared earlier from the spatial realm and began to eat, speaking between bites. Once we are outside, we should hunt for some animals. It doesn't seem fair for us to consume these cooked foods while Yu and the others eat rations. She mused inwardly that life in ancient times was quite inconvenient. The only long-lasting food items were typically flatbreads. If this were the 21st century during an apocalypse, There would at least be biscuits, chips, and instant noodles with extended shelf lives. If it were just herself and Lei Hani, it would be manageable. As they had previously stored enough food for over a year in the spatial realm without it spoiling, however, there were still Xi and Yu and the others to consider. That if she and Lei Hani feasted while they dined on rations, it would weigh heavily on her conscience. All right, Lei Hani agreed. Xi and Yu was his sister, and although Lei Mo and the others were his subordinates, he could not enjoy fine food while neglecting them. Yet, revealing the existence of this magical space posed a dilemma. By the way, I've been thinking, we need to gather food along the way, so I believe we should inform them about the spatial abilities. Just say I have awakened a spatial power. It would make things more convenient. Leng Yubing suddenly suggested. Lei Hani pondered for a moment and found this to be a reasonable plan. In this era, as humans awakened their powers, spatial mages would also emerge, and disguising Yu as a spatial mage would enhance their safety. After all, one cannot hide a fire with paper. Thus, he concurred. Before their departure, Leng Yubing disclosed her awakening of spatial abilities to everyone. Spatial abilities? What use are they? Li Hu inquired, scratching his head. You will see for yourselves, with a flick of her wrist. A package in her hand vanished. Huh? Where did the package go? Lei Xianyu looked around, perplexed. Leng Yubing smiled slightly, and in the next moment the package reappeared in her hand. I just stored it away. This is what spatial abilities are for, storing items. Impressive, it's like magic. Zhang Yuan exclaimed in wonder. With this space we will find things much easier. At least we can gather more food without the worry of being unable to carry it. Lei Yang added, though he could not articulate his feelings, he was primarily touched. He never expected the prince and princess to trust him so deeply. Entrusting him with such vital secrets, he would certainly not betray their faith. Wang Tian interjected, indeed, but princess, how large is your space? Both Leng Yubing and Lei Hani silently nodded. Lei Yang and Wang Tian were spot on, one addressing a key point while the other posed a pertinent question. About half the size of the Lei Wangfu, Leng Yubing replied. So large? Lei Xianyu gasped. The Lei Wangfu was among the largest places outside the imperial palace, and for her space to be so expansive was truly remarkable. Leng Yubing remained non-committal. In truth, her and Lei Hanyi's space was far larger than half the Wangfu. They could hardly fathom that it was not even comparable to the size of 3 imperial palaces. Had it not been for the fact that it was activated using their blood, and there were no outsiders within, they might have believed they had entered another world. Well, even if we possess this space, we cannot let outsiders know. You all must continue to carry some food in your bags. Lei Hani instructed. Yes, we understand, everyone responded in unison. Here are 8 bags. Each of you take one. Leng Yubing produced 8 travel bags and handed them out. Princess, what is this? They questioned, looking curiously at the bags in their hands. These bags resembled the one Leng Yubing carried on her back, which had piqued their curiosity. Leng Yubing provided them with modern travel bags from the 21st century, which, given her top-tier sewing skills, she could easily create as long as she had materials. The bags they had previously used were cumbersome and awkward in battle. Now with these travel bags, they need not worry about them falling off and could protect their backs more effectively. As she introduced the travel bags, Leng Yubing found it amusing to see these ancient individuals equipped with modern bags. After trying them out, Lei Xianyu and the others felt they were indeed much more convenient. In the midst of their excitement, they lamented how many things they did not understand since the onset of the apocalypse, recognizing their sister-in-laws, princesses, intelligence, leading everyone to a secluded area. She had previously mentioned entering that small courtyard for a reason. As it was closer to the back gate of the Wangfu, the back gate was seldom frequented, and the map indicated that the number of magic corpses there was significantly less than in other areas. Particularly, beyond the back gate lay an alleyway, also relatively free of magic corpses, making it a safer route. Along the way, they collected several more magic crystals, and Lei Hani and Lei Yang had fully mastered the use of their powers. However, compared to Lei Hanyi's efficient and low-consumption approach, Lei Yang was slightly more taxing on his energy. Noticing the time was getting late, Lei Hanyi and the others decided to stay one more night in the Wangfu. The magic corpses were more active at night, and unless absolutely necessary, it was best to avoid traveling after dark. They divided into 5 groups, each taking turns to keep watch for 1 hour. With Leng Yubing and Lei Hanyi responsible for the final 2 hours, some expressed reservations about this arrangement. Lei Mo offered to take 2 shifts but was declined. Ultimately, he had no choice but to comply with their decision. Chapter 31. Not going to the imperial palace the next day. As dawn broke, everyone rose early to fetch water and wash up. Once they completed their tasks, they discovered breakfast was already prepared. Seeing the fragrant porridge, Lei Xianyu's eyes lit up. Sister-in-law, did you make this porridge? Lei Xianyu asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. How does it taste? Leng Yubing inquired with a smile, her confidence evident. For someone with maxed-out cooking skills, making porridge was a trivial task. It's delicious, Lei Xianyu nodded enthusiastically. Leng Yubing pursed her lips, observing the distribution of magic corpses within the Wang Fu. Frowning slightly, she noted that in just 2 days, the number of magic corpses near the main entrance had increased significantly, making it more challenging to exit through the front gate. Lei Li and the others would have to pay a hefty price to leave through there. However, this did not concern her. She had no intention of notifying Lei Li and the others. She had learned a painful lesson in her past life and had no desire to repeat it. In this apocalypse, she had no room for benevolence or chivalry. Self-preservation was paramount. Confirming that their planned route posed no dangers, the group finished breakfast and tidied up before setting off. Sister-in-law, what is this? Before they departed, Leng Yubing handed out daggers to those who had not yet awakened their powers. Lei Xianyu looked at her quizzically. From now on, you will take on the task of slaying these magic corpses. I, along with you and Lei Yang, will no longer intervene. Leng Yubing remained silent, and Lei Hani spoke on her behalf. Leng Yubing nodded in agreement, signaling that this was a decision they had collectively made. Li Hu gasped, eyes wide. Lei Hani shot them a glance, his lips curling into a frosty smile. Of course, if you choose not to kill, I would not mind sending you on your way right now. This was an apocalypse. You and Lei Yang were not divine beings. No matter how strong they were, there would always be moments of oversight. Rather than risking an accident in the future, it was better to let them begin their training now. Your Highness, are you saying we can finally go hunt magic corpses? Zhang Yuan exclaimed, eyes wide with excitement. Lei Mo and the others also appeared eager to try. Leng Yubing suppressed a laugh. Lei Hanyi's earlier comment had been unnecessary. Lei Hanyi maintained his composure, nodding calmly. Excellent. We can finally take action. Your Highness, you've made us wait for so long. Li Hu chimed in eagerly. How can you speak like that? Wang Tian admonished him softly. Li Hu scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Wang Tian bowed to Lei Hanyi, explaining on Li Hu's behalf, Your Highness, Huzi has always been like this. I hope you will forgive him. Lei Hanyi waved his hand dismissively, no problem. Thank you, Your Highness, Wang Tian replied. Lei Hanyi continued, stating, I shall clarify this matter beforehand. If any one of you sustains injury, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Remember, anyone at all. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Lei Xinyu, the implication unmistakable. Even should Lei Xinyu be harmed by a demon corpse, he would strike without mercy. The others shivered, their expressions turning grave. Understood. Leng Yuebing, pushing the wheelchair slowly from behind, while Lei Mo and the others walked cautiously ahead. Yeah, I may need your assistance shortly, Lei Hani murmured. Leng Yuebing understood the gravity of the situation he referred to. Offering a gentle smile, what trouble are you speaking of? It is my duty. Even if he did not voice it, she would keep a watchful eye. While she might overlook others, she would never allow any misfortune to befall Xinyu and Lei Mo. However, she concurred with Lei Hani's sentiment. Lei Mo and the others must possess the ability to protect themselves. In truth, Leng Yuebing felt that her rebirth had altered many events. For instance, in her previous life, Lei Yang had transformed into a zombie, and only Lei Mo and Lei Xinyu had remained by Lei Hani's side, while others did not exist. Yet, in this life they appeared, and Lei Yang had even become a fire element mage. She wondered what else might change due to her rebirth, but regardless of how events shifted, this person was one she vowed to protect for a lifetime, an indisputable fact. Yeah? Lei Hani, noticing Leng Yuebing lost in thought, found it somewhat amusing as he pulled her hand, asking, what occupies your mind? Nothing much. By the way, are we heading to the palace? Leng Yuebing diverted the topic, lowering her gaze, her eyes revealed a complex emotion. The Lei family had served the royal family for generations, and with the apocalypse looming, the Lei family's loyalty would compel them to rescue the emperor. Yet, she held no desire for Lei Hani to assist those within the palace. Despite the current emperor being a wise ruler, that was only because the common folk had yet to infringe upon his interests. Should that happen, he would undoubtedly be ruthless, since the monk Wuming could foresee the apocalypse in this life. Surely he had done the same in the last. However, whether in the past or present, the royals had shown no preparation for such events. No, they had not subtly warned the populace while secretly making their own arrangements. Leng Yuebing believed such individuals were not worthy of rescue. Moreover, if her assumptions regarding Lei Hani's legs were correct, they were undoubtedly linked to that individual and her previous life. Lei Hani had not gone to the palace but had instead rescued her alongside Lei Xinyu and Lei Mo. In this life, however, she was already by his side, leaving her uncertain whether Lei Hani would still venture to the palace. Leng Yuebing pondered how she might act should Lei Hani choose to save those people. One thing was certain, she would not support him. Perhaps she could feign illness or devise some scheme. While she contemplated this, Lei Hani's eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty light upon hearing mention of the palace. After closing his eyes for a moment, he spoke in a low voice, "We shall not go what?" Leng Yuebing blinked, signaling her confusion. "We will not concern ourselves with the palace. It has nothing to do with us," Lei Hani declared. The thought of the palace's inhabitants elicited a cold smirk within him. He would not forget how his father and mother had perished, though the Lei family had a family motto mandating loyalty to the royal family. What of it? That did not alter the fact that the royals were his enemies. Furthermore, with Ye by his side, he could not allow her to fall into danger. Upon hearing Lei Hani's words, Leng Yuebing's face brightened with joy as she cheerfully replied, "All right." A faint smile graced Lei Hani's lips. His gaze toward her filled with affection. Chapter 32. Better off dead. These demon corpses, devoid of blood and emaciated, emitted an inexplicable foul stench. Standing at a distance, the odor was less pronounced, but as one approached, it became overwhelmingly nauseating. Lei Xinyu struggled against the putrid smell, narrowly evading the claws of a demon corpse on several occasions. Lei Mo exhibited a flicker of anxiety in his eyes, yet without Lei Hani's consent, he could not advance to assist. Lei Hani remained composed, coldly observing Lei Xinyu and the demon corpse. Leng Yuebing stood silently by, offering no words. In truth, these demon corpses were the lowest echelon of their kind, scarcely even qualifying as level 1. Their movements were sluggish. Any ordinary person could vanquish them if they could suppress their fear. Yet, when faced with the unknown, individuals often lost their faculties of judgment, succumbing to instinctual terror. Although Lei Xinyu had previously expressed excitement at the prospect of slaying demon corpses, she found herself somewhat daunted in the heat of battle. After narrowly dodging another attack, feeling her strength waning, she cast a helpless glance toward her brother, only to find his icy demeanor unyielding. Understanding his message, that he would not allow anyone to assist her, she bit her lip. A flicker of determination igniting in her eyes, fixing her gaze upon the demon corpse, she swiftly maneuvered aside as its attack neared, her dagger slicing through the creature's head with fierce precision. With half its head severed, the demon corpse ceased its assault and collapsed to the ground. Exhausted, Lei Xinyu felt her legs buckle, yet she was caught just in time by Lei Mo gasping for breath. Her grimy little face shimmered with delight. "Brother, I successfully killed a demon corpse." She gazed up at Lei Hani with bright eyes, resembling a child seeking praise. Yet, Lei Hani's expression remained cold as he stated gravely, "To expend all your energy in slaying a single demon corpse, now requiring assistance to stand, do you take pride in this outcome?" Under Lei Hani's frigid words, the joy on Lei Xinyu's face gradually faded. She lowered her gaze, tears welling in her eyes. None among the onlookers dared to speak, for first, Lei Hani was their master, and as subordinates, they lacked the standing to question his words. Second, this was a matter of family. Beyond their purview, Lei Hani did not spare Lei Xinyu a glance, pushing his wheelchair away, leaving behind the chilling remark, "If this is the case, you would be better off dead. Consider me to have never had a sister." Silence enveloped the group, punctuated only by the sound of Lei Xinyu's suppressed sobs. "Xinyu." Lei Mo looked at his weeping sister. Feeling a twinge of unease, Lei Xinyu forcefully pushed Lei Mo away and ran off on her own. "You all wait over there. I will check on Xinyu," Leng Yuebing instructed Lei Mo and the others. Although Lei Xinyu had fled, she was acutely aware of the world's peril and did not stray far. Spotting her huddled in a corner, tears streaming down her face, Leng Yuebing approached and gently patted her back, sighing, "Xinyu, do not fault your brother. He only worries for you. Sister-in-law, I understand. I just feel so useless." Disappointing my brother's expectations, Lei Xinyu sniffled, her eyes reddening. "As long as you do not blame your brother, that is enough. He cares for you deeply." Leng Yuebing ruffled the girl's hair, smiling, "Do not cry, be good. I shall go check on Yi." Leng Yuebing glanced at Lei Mo, lurking in the shadows, and with a knowing smile said, "Come out." With tear-streaked cheeks, Lei Xinyu shot a glare at Lei Mo, pouting and turning her head away, muttering to herself about how this insufferable ice block had come. Realizing he had been discovered, Lei Mo's face briefly displayed an awkward expression before reverting to his usual stoic demeanor. "Take good care of Xinyu," Leng Yuebing instructed. Lei Mo nodded calmly. Lei Xinyu pouted. She certainly did not need this fellow's caregiving, yet she understood that Leng Yuebing remained concerned for her safety, especially in this changed world where danger lurked at every corner. Leng Yuebing approached Lei Hani, who sat quietly in his wheelchair, gazing at the sky. "How is Xinyu?" Lei Hani inquired. She is well, Lung Yuebing replied, standing beside him. "Oh, not worry. She understands." Hearing this, Lei Hani let out a soft sigh. As if speaking to himself or explaining to Lung Yuebing, Xinyu has been overly sheltered by me since childhood. Although she possesses some martial skills, she has never harmed anyone in a world that has transformed. Such a disposition is no longer suitable. If she hesitates to strike against those demon corpses, do not say any more. I understand, Lung Yuebing interjected, halting him. She felt a pang of sympathy for him. How could she not comprehend his thoughts? He had only Xinyu as family. How could he not care for her? Despite his cold demeanor, his hands had remained tightly clenched throughout the ordeal, prepared to act at a moment's notice when he was harsh with Xinyu. He was equally severe with himself. Moreover, she understood his words well. Whether in the apocalypse or not, showing mercy to enemies was a cruelty to oneself. Lei Hani closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, he found Lung Yuebing gazing at him with concern, warming his heart. A gentle smile broke through his cold facade. I am fine. Even if Xinyu ends up hating me, so be it. Let her hate. Let us depart. We can leave the royal residence today. He kissed the corner of Lung Yuebing's lips. Her face flushed, and she nodded. When Lei Xinyu stood once more before Lei Hani, she hesitated, calling softly, "Brother." Lei Hani nodded. Noting his acknowledgement, although his expression remained frigid, Lei Xinyu realized he was no longer angry, and her face lit up with a smile. "Brother, I will strive to do better." Lei Hani's icy countenance softened slightly. Good. As Lei Hani unexpectedly spoke, Lei Xinyu's spirit soared, and a broad smile graced her lips. Standing nearby, Lei Mo observed the joy radiating from Lei Xinyu and, for reasons unknown, felt his own lips curve upwards in response. However, upon meeting Lei Hani's gaze, he quickly suppressed his smile, becoming expressionless. Lung Yuebing, watching this unfold, wore an enigmatic smile. Having experienced the previous life, Lei Mo fully understood Lei Xinyu's sentiments, yet judging by his demeanor, he likely remained unaware of his own feelings. Chapter 33. Survivors. The group successfully departed from the royal residence just before noon. After dispatching the two magical corpses nearby, they stood on the once bustling street, reminiscing about the lively scenes of yore, only to find it desolate and devoid of life. The only beings roaming the streets were the magical corpses, eliciting a deep sense of melancholy from within. "Sister-in-law, are we the only living souls remaining?" Lei Xinyu's mood darkened. It was a sentiment shared by anyone witnessing this grim tableau of lifelessness. Not so. In truth, there aren't many who have fallen into a coma this time. Hence the scarcity of magical corpses, Lung Yuebing interjected, shaking her head. Then why were there so many magical corpses inside the royal residence? Zhang Yuan inquired, voicing his confusion. Because the gates were opened, and the wandering magical corpses were drawn in by the scent of fresh blood and flesh. Lung Yuebing explained. Her words rang true. Indeed, the number of comatose individuals was not substantial, but another event had precipitated the transformation of many into magical corpses. Does this imply that there will be further occurrences leading to the transformation of humans into magical corpses? Lei Yang asked, discerning the crux of Lung Yuebing's statement, his tone laced with uncertainty. Lung Yuebing met his gaze, nodding in affirmation under the scrutiny of the group. Hiss! A collective intake of breath echoed through the crowd. Can we prevent this? Wang Tian questioned. Lung Yuebing responded firmly, no, enough of that. Such matters are for another time. Our immediate objective is to leave the capital, Lei Hani declared in a grave tone. Wang Fei, why is the street so empty? Li Hu asked, surveying the desolate thoroughfare. Lung Yuebing, lost in thought, smirked ironically, because they are in hiding. The common folk possess the capability to slay magical corpses, yet each one cowers, believing that sheltering at home will ensure their safety. Convinced that this calamity will soon be resolved by the royal family. Thus, they prefer to remain idle at home, allowing their resources to dwindle rather than confront the monsters. In her past life, she had shared this delusion until she eventually discarded it. The group seemed to grasp the implication, falling silent as they continued forward. Indeed, they encountered very few magical corpses along the way, and fewer still were humans. The relative ease of their journey eased their hearts, yet only Lei Hani and Lung Yuebing remained vigilant, with Lei Mo, Lei Qing, and Lei Yang also on alert. The situation was undeniably peculiar, even if the number of transformed individuals was low. It should not have resulted in such a desolate atmosphere, especially considering they had passed numerous medical establishments. Logically, following the outbreak of the apocalypse, there should have been many family members rushing to the medical facilities to seek help for their comatose relatives. When those individuals transformed into magical corpses, such locations ought to have been rife with them. Yet, not a single magical corpse was found within those medical establishments. Something is amiss. Lung Yuebing maintained her composure. Yet Lei Hani detected a slight unease in her expression glancing ahead. He sensed that something awaited them. Despite this realization, he refrained from urging the others to retreat in this apocalyptic world. Not every challenge could be evaded. They needed to confront the brutal realities of their existence to survive better. Lung Yuebing shared this sentiment, and even upon glimpsing the circumstances depicted on the map ahead, she chose not to voice a warning for the group to withdraw. Soon the expressions of the group shifted, darkening significantly. The once wide road was now obstructed by a myriad of horse-drawn carts, all abandoned, while the ground was slick with blood. A throng of magical corpses gathered, feasting on the dismembered limbs strewn about. The group took refuge in a nearby building, ensuring that the magical corpses remained oblivious to their presence. Witnessing the transformation of former humans into creatures that preyed upon their kind stirred complex emotions within them. Particularly within Lei Xinyu. Unlike Lei Amo and the others, she had never before witnessed such a gruesome scene of cannibalism among magical corpses that as she observed the brutal and repulsive spectacle, her stomach churned. Yet she gritted her teeth to suppress her nausea. Lung Yuebing remained composed, having witnessed similar horrors countless times in her previous life. These were individuals who sought to escape the impending doom brought by magical corpses. While the desire to flee was understandable, their chosen method was misguided, leading to this inevitable outcome. We must move on. We cannot traverse this path. Lei Hani spoke sternly. His objective had been achieved, and given the knowledge that this route led to certain death, there was no need for them to advance further. The group cautiously retreated and opted for a less frequented path. Help! Please save us! A faint cry echoed, weak yet sufficient to reach their ears. Following the sound, Lei Xinyu spotted a young girl peering through a narrow window of a nearby residence, desperately calling for aid. Upon finally encountering a survivor, joy illuminated Lei Xinyu's face, and she yearned to approach. But first sought Lei Hani's consent. Brother. Lei Xinyu whispered. Lei Hani gave a subtle nod, and Lung Yuebing smiled encouragingly. Go ahead. A smile blossomed on Lei Xinyu's face. Upon witnessing her happiness, Lung Yuebing sighed inwardly. Despite being a young lady of the royal residence, with all the accompanying temperaments, her innate goodness compelled her to help others rather than stifle her. It was perhaps better to allow her to witness the human condition in this apocalypse. Lei Hani evidently shared this perspective, thus refraining from obstructing her actions. Inside the residence were two other women. The one who had called for help was a maid named Linger. Upon seeing Lei Hani, the lady among them brightened momentarily, yet her gaze upon crossing over Lei Hani's wheelchair flickered with disdain and contempt. Lei Xinyu remained oblivious to this nuance, but Lung Yuebing and Lei Amo, loyal confidants of Lei Hani, took note of it. Lung Yuebing's expression hardened, her hand instinctively curling around a jade flute. Before she could act, Lei Hani forestalled her. He shook his head, and Lung Yuebing pouted in frustration, storming out. Lei Hani regarded her with a hint of amusement as she departed, but his smile faded as he cast a cold glance at the three women, then shared a knowing look with Lei Amo and the others before propelling his wheelchair outside. Lei Mo's gaze was icy, exuding an undeniable aura of menace, echoed by Lei Qing. Although Lei Yong wore a seemingly warm smile, a closer inspection revealed its chill. For the three of them, the prince was their world, even if he were physically impaired. He was not someone that Lady could look down upon lightly. Nevertheless, perceiving Lei Hani's intent to remain uninvolved, they merely glared at the three women with hostility. Lei Xinyu retrieved several buns and pancakes from her bag, offering them to the trio. Linger gratefully accepted the food and expressed her thanks. The other maid, although dissatisfied with the simple fare, nonetheless took a bun from Linger's hand and ate it. Only the lady, upon seeing the meager provisions, wrinkled her nose in distaste, exclaiming, "Is this all? I want something delicious. Hurry, bring me proper meals." "These are all we have," Lei Xinyu replied, her brow furrowed slightly, displeased with the lady's behavior. Chapter 34. The strange siege. Lei Hani trailed behind Lung Yuebing, observing her sulking, a smile playing upon his lips, still upset. He inquired as he maneuvered his wheelchair to her side. Lung Yuebing pursed her lips and shook her head. She was aware that Lei Hani was indifferent, yet witnessing how that lady regarded him ignited a fire within her. Those who dared to look down upon deserved to perish. A profound killing intent flickered in her eyes. In this lifetime, Lei Hani was her Achilles heel. Any who touched him would meet their end. Lei Hani, keenly sensing her murderous intent, frowned slightly, his gaze deepening as he studied her. "What troubles you, yeah? This kind of killing intent suggests a desire to eliminate many. You were so normal before, yet after that incident in the water you changed drastically. What transpired?" No matter how Lei Hani pondered, he could not fathom that Lung Yuebing's transformation stemmed from her rebirth. Nonetheless, regardless of how she changed, she remained the person he cherished, and that fact would never alter. He drew Long Yuebing into his embrace, smoothing her hair with gentle fingers. If you truly wish to eliminate them, then go ahead. After all, there are numerous candidates to reveal the nature of humanity to Sinew. If they have displeased you, there is no need for them to continue existing. Long Yuebing glanced at him, then shook her head. Let's discuss this after we've resolved our current situation. She did not want her personal feelings to impede their mission. Yet, had they known the events that would unfold, they would undoubtedly have chosen to eliminate Li Qin at once. But those were matters for another time. The two lingered outside for a moment, sensing that the time was right before entering. As they approached the door, Long Yuebing halted mid-step. Someone is coming. Along with a horde of magical corpses, she whispered. Lei Hani narrowed his eyes, nodding in acknowledgement. Upon entering, they found the trio had already finished their meager repast. Lei Hani paid them no mind, addressing Lei Mo and the others. Magical corpses are approaching. We must leave quickly. The atmosphere grew tense as the crowd fell silent, each person burdened with their belongings, leaving nothing to pack. Upon hearing Lei Hani's words, the three attendants paled, trembling with fear. Suddenly, Miss Li Qin pointed accusingly at Lei Hani and his companions, her voice piercing through the air. It is all your fault. We were hiding here without any monsters, but the moment you arrived they came too. It is you who summoned them. Upon hearing Li Qin's accusations, Lei Mo and the others exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Lei Sinew, witnessing Li Qin's outburst, could no longer contain her frustration, her face clouding with disappointment. You were the ones who called for help. Yet now you shift the blame onto us. Very well, we shall take our leave. You may remain here if you wish. With that, they turned to depart. Li Qin glared at the retreating figures, her countenance grim. When Linger, standing beside her, gently urged, Miss, what if the monsters come while we wait here? I believe those individuals are quite capable. Perhaps we should follow them. A resounding slap echoed as Linger received a stinging blow across her face. Her head drooping in shame, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. It is all your fault, you wretched girl, for bringing them here. Now look where we are. If we cannot escape, I shall feed you to the monsters. Li Qin spat venomously. Linger, covering her face, fell silent. Another maid, Yuana, watched with a glint of schadenfreude in her eyes, yet prudently suggested, Miss, let us hasten. They will soon be out of our reach. Li Qin huffed dismissively, casting a scornful glance at Linger. Move now. As the trio followed behind, silence enveloped them. Although Lei Sinew disapproved of Li Qin's demeanor, she recognized their humanity. She could not simply forsake their lives. However, the delay allowed the pursuing group to catch up. This group, numbering around 20, was led by a burly man who, upon spotting Lei Hani and his companions, brightened momentarily, only to hesitate as he took in the sight of girls and the disabled among them. Gritting his teeth, he called out to Lei Hani and the others, friends ahead, you must flee quickly. A horde of monster corpses is fast approaching. Lei Hani and Long Yuebing exchanged glances, the latter shaking her head. Then whispered in his ear, there is no escape. The street ahead is swarming with monster corpses as well. Her expression was grave. She had perused the map earlier and had seen no sign of monster corpses. Yet within a mere quarter of an hour, a significant number had amassed there. How had they come to be? The question plagued her thoughts. Realizing the implication of Long Yuebing's words, Lei Hani's eyes hardened. It was clear they were surrounded by these monsters. Prepare for battle, he commanded gravely. Have you lost your mind? Those are monsters. If you wish to die, do not drag us down with you. Li Qin shrieked in alarm at Lei Hani's pronouncement. Be silent. Lei Hani's voice was cold, his gaze sharp as a dagger directed at Li Qin, exuding an aura of unyielding authority that left her trembling in place. Speak another word, and I shall end you. Long Yuebing added, her dagger pointed menacingly at Li Qin. Lei Mo and the others remained silent, offering no defense for Li Qin. They readied their weapons, standing resolute against the encroaching tide of monster corpses. Lei Mo and his companions nodded solemnly. The group behind them, seizing the opportunity, had already reached the forefront, panting heavily. The burly man glanced at Lei Hani and his companions. Why are you still here? The monster corpses are closing in response to the man's earnest warning. Long Yuebing smiled faintly, yet her words bore a weight of despair. If we continue running, we shall truly become their prey. How can that be? The burly man gasped, eyes wide with disbelief. If you doubt me, feel free to keep running. Long Yuebing replied coolly, Iron Bull, what do we do now? Shall we keep running? One of the men behind him asked. Yes, Iron Bull, you decide. Another echoed. It was evident that Iron Bull was the leader of the group. He hesitated, glancing back at the pursuing monster corpses, although he felt inclined to run, suspecting the woman was deceiving them. He could not gamble with the lives of his comrades. Finally, Iron Bull steeled himself and said to Lung Yuebing, "We shall follow your lead." He reasoned that these individuals would not toy with their lives lightly. Chapter 35. Breaking out. Lung Yuebing was not surprised by Iron Bull's decision. She had anticipated such a response. Seeing him reminded her of someone from her past life, a man named Wang Tiniu from the well-respected Iron City. Known for his generosity and loyalty, that if her assumptions were correct, this was indeed that very man, and she felt he was worth befriending. Acknowledging Iron Bull's earlier warning, Lei Hani found no resentment towards him. "I am Lung Yuebing, and this is Lei Hani, and this is Lei." Lung Yuebing introduced her companions. "I am Wang Tiniu, and this is Wang Abeo, and this is Wang." Iron Bull introduced his group in turn, stating, "We hail from the nearby Wangjia village." Lung Yuebing raised an eyebrow, confirming her suspicions. Lei Hani sensed the shift in Lung Yuebing's demeanor and scrutinized Iron Bull with narrowed eyes. "Lei Hani? You are the infamous Lei Hani. The disabled one, the ethereal king," a burly man suddenly exclaimed. Immediately, the atmosphere turned icy as Lung Yuebing and the others glared at the man, their eyes filled with lethal intent. Iron Bull, startled by the outburst, quickly admonished the man, then turned to Lei Hani saying, "Forgive him, Lord Ethereal King. He meant no harm. Please spare me, Lord Ethereal King. It was unintentional," the man pleaded, realizing his mistake despite the chaotic world they inhabited now. The name of the Ethereal King still held significant weight, especially that of the cold-faced Reaper. Lei Hani inclined his head slightly, understanding the man's words were not malicious, and chose not to hold a grudge. "Enough of this, we must focus on breaking out. Continuing to flee will only exhaust us, and it is better to fight now than to be devoured later," Lung Yuebing stated, her tone firm as she recognized their sincere apologies. "Very well, let us break out." Iron Bull agreed, having grasped the logic in Lung Yuebing's reasoning. "Since Iron Bull has declared it, we shall fight our way out." The burly men responded in unison, emboldened by their previous encounters with monsters. "Does anyone among you possess special abilities like his?" Lung Yuebing gestured towards Lei Yang, who demonstrated his pyromancy as they witnessed the fireball in Lei Yang's hand. The men gaped in astonishment. Iron Bull scratched his head. "Is this what you mean by a special ability?" He then tossed an ice cube to the ground. "We have 6 individuals with such powers, though they vary," Iron Bull explained, prompting the others to showcase their abilities. Lung Yuebing nodded approvingly, identifying 1 water manipulator, 2 metal manipulators, and 2 fire manipulators among them. Summarizing their abilities, she noted that they had all gleaned some knowledge over these past days. After outlining their battle strategy, the group readied themselves for combat. Lei Qin and her companions were overlooked, none noticing her startled expression upon learning of Lei Hani's true identity, quickly replaced by a glint of malice in her eyes. "So what if he is the cold-faced Reaper? It does not change the fact that he is disabled," she scoffed internally. In the past world, she would never have dared to act against him. But the current state of affairs was different. What significance did a noble hold now? This worthless individual had the audacity to challenge her, and she vowed he would pay dearly for it. The monster corpses soon appeared before them, and as Lung Yuebing attempted to push her wheelchair forward, Lei Hani intervened. "Ye, take care. Let Xinyu handle the wheelchair." Understanding Ye's reluctance to entrust her chair to anyone else, Lei Hani felt a surge of warmth from her concern for him. It reassured him that she cared for his well-being. Yet, he was acutely aware of Ye's strength. Her presence would double their chances of survival in this battle. Hearing Lei Hani's directive, Lei Xinyu echoed, "Yes, sister-in-law, I will look after brother. You need not worry." Ye hesitated, but upon meeting Lei Hani's resolute gaze, she acquiesced. She thought to herself that his legs were functional, and with his abilities now at level 1, he was safe from enemies in this vicinity. "Xinyu, guard your brother well." Ye reiterated her instruction. "I will." Lei Xinyu affirmed with a nod. Finally, Ye felt a measure of relief, though the approaching monster corpses left little room for further discussion. Gripping her dagger, she positioned herself close to Lei Hani, an eerie sensation gnawing at her heart. Filled with an unshakable sense of foreboding, with a swift and decisive motion, the head of a demonic corpse was severed. And none among Lung Yuebing and the others had the time to excavate the magic crystals. Each was fervently engaged in slaying the demonic corpses. Lei Xinyu cautiously maneuvered the wheelchair amidst the chaos, while Lei Hani periodically unleashed bolts of lightning. Wang Tiniu, amidst his relentless assault on the demonic corpses, could not help but cast glances towards Lung Yuebing, his astonishment growing with each passing moment. He had never anticipated such formidable combat prowess from these individuals, particularly from Lung Yuebing. Her movements in dispatching the demonic corpses were unequivocally efficient, each strike resulting in the decapitation of a foe. It was likely that the number of demonic corpses slain by her alone surpassed the collective tally of the others. As for Yi Wang, while he had initially harbored some trepidation due to his title as the Shura Prince, that fear had now been supplanted by admiration. Indeed, Yi Wang was truly extraordinary. Even amidst the turmoil of the world, his strength remained impressive, though it was a pity that his legs were a burden. Had he been able to walk, his magnificence would have been beyond imagination. After Leng Yuebing dispatched the demonic corpse before Wang Tiniu, she coldly admonished, "What are you dawdling for? Do you wish to die?" It was only then that Wang Tiniu snapped back to reality, realizing he had been lost in thought amidst the encirclement of demonic corpses, a wave of dread washing over him as he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for saving me, princess. No more idle chatter. Focus on killing the demonic corpses," Leng Yuebing replied impassively. Wang Tiniu collected his thoughts, casting aside his distractions, and resumed his concentrated effort to eliminate the demonic corpses surrounding him. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from Li Qin as she beheld a demonic corpse charging towards her. Her eyes filled with terror. "Silence!" Leng Yuebing glared at the demonic corpse drawn by Li Qin's scream, wishing fervently to silence her permanently. However, killing her now would only invite more demonic corpses drawn by the scent of blood. Under the fierce gazes of the others, Li Qin bit her lip. Suppressing her scream, Li Hu and the others urged her to join Lei Xinyu and the others, who occupied the central position of the group, a location rarely breached by demonic corpses, unnoticed by anyone. Li Qin lowered her head, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing her features. Chapter 36. The Wind Mage. The sheer number of demonic corpses was overwhelming. Among Wang Tiniu's group, 2 had been captured and turned into prey. With bloodshot eyes, Wang Tiniu slaughtered the demonic corpses before him, venting his grief and fury. Another burly man fell victim to a demonic corpse. "A Bao!" Wang Tiniu cried out in despair. He wielded his blade to behead the demonic corpse that had bitten him. Fully aware that his own survival was now in jeopardy, instead of pursuing, he chose to divert some of the demonic corpses away from Leng Yuebing and the others while he still could. The scent of fresh blood wafted through the air, drawing the demonic corpses toward Wang Bao. With some of the demonic corpses lured away, the pressure on Leng Yuebing and her group diminished. Thanks to Wang Abao's actions, they were on the verge of breaking free from the encirclement of demonic corpses. In that moment, however, Wang Abao was seized by the frenzied demonic corpses, without needing to look. Everyone knew what fate awaited him. Silence enveloped the group as they steeled themselves to slay even more demonic corpses in vengeance. "Abao, rest assured, I will take good care of your mother and Ahua." Wang Tini avowed resolutely. Tears brimmed in Linger's eyes, for Wang Abao had been captured while trying to save her. She felt she had burdened everyone. "Keep up. Do you wish for Wang Abao's sacrifice to be in vain?" Lei Qing admonished Linger, who seemed intent on following in Wang Abao's footsteps. This was the first time Lei Qing had spoken since the incident involving Lei Li. Linger shook her head, fighting back her tears. "Then do not act foolishly. If you truly feel guilty, care for his family in his stead," Lei Qing urged while continuing to slay the demonic corpses. "I understand. I will live well and look after Abao's family." "Thank you," Linger replied gratefully, having come to her senses thanks to Lei Qing's words. Lei Qing remained silent, focusing on the fight, while Linger exerted herself even more, striking the heads of the demonic corpses with renewed vigor. Strangely, she felt her strength surging. Previously, a single blow would barely push a demonic corpse back a few steps, but now she could obliterate a corpse's head with one strike. This stark contrast astonished her. Yet it was accompanied by exhilaration. Leng Yuebing observed this scene, her mouth twitching slightly. She recognized that Linger had awakened her power. After a fierce battle, the group finally broke free from the horde of demonic corpses. Their heavy hearts lightened somewhat, however, due to prolonged exertion from running and pushing the wheelchair. Lei Xinyu began to lag behind, and Li Qin trailed closely, drenched in sweat. "What do you intend to do?" Lei Xinyu regarded Li Qin warily. The group's attention was half diverted to this exchange. Li Qin looked at her with a hint of grievance, softly stating, "I only thought you seemed too weary. So I wanted to help. Two of us pushing will be faster than one. Eventually," she added somewhat shyly, "I've been dragging you all down, and it weighs on my conscience, so please let me assist." Upon hearing Li Qin's heartfelt plea, Lei Xinyu's resolve softened, nearly yielding to her request. No. Leng Yuebing, having kept a vigilant eye on the situation, immediately interjected as she noticed Li Qin reaching for the wheelchair. Li Qin was not someone who understood gratitude. She would not place Lei Hani in her hands. Li Qin gazed at Leng Yuebing, her expression one of contrition. "I'm sorry, I overstepped." Lei Xinyu glanced between Li Qin and Leng Yuebing. Ultimately choosing to remain silent, she trusted her sister-in-law more than Li Qin, and since her sister-in-law was unwilling to allow Li Qin to assist, there must be a valid reason. She would simply follow her lead. As they distanced themselves from the demonic corpses, a collective sigh of relief washed over them. Although 3 lives had been lost, they had managed to escape. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Without warning, the breathless and sweat-drenched Li Qin suddenly accelerated, forcefully pushing Lei Xinyu aside, and with a swift kick, sent the wheelchair careening towards the pursuing demonic corpses. Leng Yuebing gasped in shock, crying out as she dashed toward Lei Hani. Disregarding the exposure of her game system, her agility taking over, brother, Lei Xinyu, having fallen to the ground due to the push, was too anxious to care for herself, instead casting a frantic glance toward Lei Hani. Wang Yi! Lei Amo and the others shouted, rushing toward Lei Hani as well. Humph, you too shall become food for the demonic corpses. Haha, Li Qin laughed maniacally before sprinting away with newfound speed. A wind mage! Leng Yuebing gritted her teeth, her anger boiling. She had never anticipated that Li Qin was a wind mage. Do not approach. Capture her! Leng Yuebing commanded fiercely. Anyone who dared to harm Yi would surely regret being alive. Obeying her orders, Lei Amo and his companions halted, with Lei Amo assisting Lei Xinyu to her feet before pursuing Li Qin. Lei Xinyu struggled against Lei Amo's grip. Let me go, silence. You have no capabilities. Do you wish to throw yourself into danger? Lei Amo snapped back, his frustration evident. Lei Xinyu had no retort, but brother, with the princess here, he will be fine. Lei Amo's tone softened. They trusted the princess. They had witnessed her prowess over the past days, so they believed both Wang Yi and the princess would be safe. Their current task was to apprehend anyone who dared to threaten Wang Yi. In the moment before Li Qin struck, Lei Hani sensed something amiss, but before he could react, the wheelchair was sent flying, propelled by the wind like Leng Yuebing. He had not anticipated that Li Qin was a wind mage. A chill ran through him. Did she truly think she could send him to his death at the hands of the demonic corpses? Li Qin was underestimating the situation gravely. Leng Yuebing, undeterred, quickened her pace. With the wind aiding the wheelchair, its speed intensified, and just as the demonic corpses loomed before them, Leng Yuebing managed to grasp the wheelchair. In that instant, they found themselves ensnared once more within the encirclement of demonic corpses. Damn it! Leng Yuebing could not help but curse. Lei Hani shot her an exasperated glance, internally sighing, well then, if we must die, let us face it together. Nevertheless, a cold resolve settled in Lei Hani's eyes. He had no desire to perish here with Yuebing. They had a lifetime ahead of them. Use your agility to escape, he instructed, simultaneously dispatching a demonic corpse with a bolt of lightning. In that moment, it was just the two of them. With Yuebing's skills, escaping would be a simple matter. Even if they could not flee, they could retreat into their spatial realm until the demonic corpses dispersed. However, retreating into the spatial realm was a last resort. If they could avoid it, they would. All right, Leng Yuebing nodded, producing a jade flute to deploy the mysterious heart bug and the 100-legged bug, taking control of 10 surrounding demonic corpses. Being demonic corpses themselves, they were impervious to pain. Thus, the 10 corpses formed a protective circle around the two, shielding them from the encroaching horde. Seizing the opportunity, Leng Yuebing wrapped her arms around Lei Hani's waist, preparing to execute their escape maneuver, when her gaze caught sight of something out of the corner of her eye. Chapter 37. I want you to wish you were never born. Leng Yuebing's pupils constricted. There was no time for contemplation as her instincts propelled her into action. Lei Hani, puzzled by the sudden change in Leng Yuebing's demeanor, sensed her body tense and an ominous premonition surged within him. Whipping around, he beheld a demonic corpse the size of an infant clinging to Leng Yuebing's shoulder, its teeth sunk deep into her flesh, its claw-like fingers gripping her tightly. A sharp pang of anguish struck him. That spot had just been where he stood. Leng Yuebing's complexion paled slightly as she furrowed her brow, drawing a dagger to attack the demonic corpse latched onto her shoulder. Unlike ordinary demonic corpses, this one moved with astonishing speed, tearing away a significant chunk of flesh. It fell in the distance, meticulously licking the blood and flesh from its hands. The peculiar infantile corpse cast its gaze toward Leng Yuebing and Lei Hani, who sensed its excitement. The infant corpse rapidly charged toward them once more, and Lei Hani, with a grim expression, unleashed his abilities in response. A wall of earth abruptly materialized, effectively blocking their path. Roaring in displeasure, the infant corpse clawed fiercely at the earthen barrier, and within moments, it crumbled to the ground. However, by then, Leng Yuebing and Lei Hani had vanished from behind the wall. The infant corpse let out an enraged howl, its fury palpable. Utilizing the cover of the earthen wall, Leng Yuebing had led Lei Hani a considerable distance away using their lightness skills. At that moment, Lei Hani's face was ashen, and with a furrowed brow. He guided Lung Yuebing into a nearby residence. The lavishly adorned abode was indicative of a wealthy household, yet it stood emptied. A dried pool of blood on the ground hinted at the horrors that had transpired there. Once assured of their safety, Lei Hani brought Lung Yuebing into their spatial realm. Upon entering, they made their way directly to the wooden cabin. Lung Yuebing, observing Lei Hani's silent and sullen demeanor, felt a pang of unease. It seemed that he was truly upset this time. Yet, she felt it was unjust to blame her. While she had been bitten and remained unharmed, his fate was far more precarious. Lei Hani, without uttering a word, applied medicine to her wounds. They had anticipated the possibility of illnesses in this post-apocalyptic world and had amassed ample medicinal supplies, supplemented by the numerous spiritual herbs that thrived in the soil of their space. The sight of her mangled shoulder was excruciating for Lei Hani, stirring waves of pain in his heart. It hurts, Lung Yuebing murmured. His hand hesitated momentarily before continuing to apply the medicine, though with significantly gentler movements. Lung Yuebing pouted, realizing that even her usual charms were ineffective this time. Feeling lightheaded and her consciousness beginning to blur, she shook her head. Attempting to regain clarity, she understood that the aftereffects were beginning to manifest. I'm not. Before she could finish her sentence, she succumbed to unconsciousness, and her last moments of awareness, she silently cursed her misfortune. Couldn't it just wait until she finished speaking? As she suddenly fainted. Lei Hani stood frozen, a chill coursing through his body. He clasped her tightly in his arms, resting his head against the uninjured side of her body, eyes closed, inhaling the faint fragrance that lingered on her. He took a deep breath, striving to suppress the anguish within. He was all too aware of the grim consequences of injuries sustained in this apocalyptic world. Opening his eyes, they burned a furious crimson. Li Qin, I will make you wish you were never born. The pain that Ye has endured today shall be repaid to you 1,000-fold in the days to come. 3 days had elapsed, and Lei Xinyu and the others were beside themselves with worry, searching for the two any news. Upon seeing Lei Mo and Lei Yang enter, Lei Xinyu's eyes sparkled with hope as she looked at them expectantly. Lei Mo, feeling a fleeting pang of empathy in response to her hopeful gaze, shook his head. Lei Xinyu's expression dimmed, her eyes growing red-rimmed. It's all my fault that if I hadn't tried to save them. My brother and sister-in-law wouldn't have faced such peril. It's all my fault, she cried. Overwhelmed with guilt. Li Hu and the others remained silent, burdened by their failure to fulfill the orders of the princess. Following the incident, they had been tasked with capturing Li Qin, yet that woman had managed to escape. Despite this, they refused to believe that the prince and princess had met with misfortune, tirelessly searching for them in the ensuing days. Wang Tiniu and his group stood by, equally mute. In such dire times, words felt utterly inadequate. Ling and Yuan had been left behind by Li Qin. Though Ling had awakened her powers, she did not resist. Though fear gripped her heart, she understood that it was her mistress who had brought harm to Prince Yi and the future princess. With their mistress gone, they were left to shoulder the consequences. Thus, she cooperated with Li Hu and the others in her confinement without a hint of complaint, due to her understanding of the situation and her previous efforts to combat the corpses. Li Hu and the others treated her with relative kindness. In contrast, Yuan was truly unfortunate. Having previously resisted and shouted defiantly, even attempting to escape, she had earned the ire of Li Hu and the others, who provided her with barely enough food to stave off starvation. Stop crying. What are you doing? Lei Yang, usually gentle, found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure after the events of the past days. Feeling irritated as he watched Lei Xinyu weep uncontrollably. Lei Yang, watch your tone. Lei Mo frowned, his expression growing even chillier upon hearing Lei Yang raise his voice at Lei Xinyu tone. Ha! As the young lady of the Lei family, she immediately resorts to tears when trouble arises, and you dare question my tone? Lei Yang scoffed, his gaze icy as he regarded Lei Mo. They all understood the thoughts of their brother, yet this individual was too timid, constantly weighing this and that. Lei Qing, standing nearby, also disapproved of Lei Yang's demeanor. Regardless of the circumstances, she is still our young lady, and what of it? She chose to save those people, and she allowed Li Qin to thrust the prince into danger. Lei Yang retorted coldly. Each of Lei Yang's words pierced Lei Xinyu's heart, causing her head to droop further. Yes, it was all because of her. She had known full well that the world had descended into chaos, that Li Qin harbored disrespect for her brother and sister-in-law, yet she had tolerated it. She had promised herself to become stronger, yet here she was, weak and vulnerable. Lei Yang apologized to the young lady. Lei Mo commanded in a frosty tone, you. Lei Mo's eyes narrowed, and he unleashed his lightning abilities in retaliation. Indeed, during their battle against the corpses, He had awakened his lightning powers and was now a lightning mage. Lei Yang's expression turned frigid as he retaliated against Lei Mo. Seeing the two engage in conflict, Lei Qing felt a surge of anger rising within him. Chapter 38. First-level mutated corpse. When Leng Yuebing opened her eyes again. 15 days had passed within the spatial realm. The moment she regained consciousness and beheld Lei Hani's haggard visage, clarity washed over her. Leng Yuebing heard her own voice, wrinkling her brow at how hoarse it sounded. "Yaya, you finally awakened." Lei Hani could no longer contain his emotions, enveloping her in a tight embrace, joy radiating from his words. Throughout these days, worry had consumed him. He had resolved that if Yaya became a corpse, he would accompany her, or at the very least, care for her. Yet deep down, he had hoped against hope that she would not succumb to that fate. With each passing day, her wound gradually healed. And although she had remained in a coma, she had not transformed into a corpse. Now, seeing her awaken, did it not signify that she was indeed safe? In her eyes, an undeniable tenderness emerged as she gently patted Lei Hani's back, soothing him as one would a child clinging tightly to Leng Yuebing. He felt her warmth and the silent comfort emanating from her touch, which calmed his racing heart. It suddenly struck him that she had been unconscious for so long without a sip of water. He quickly poured a cup from a pre-prepared vessel and offered it to her. Leng Yuebing drank 2 cups of water before the discomfort in her throat subsided, noticing Lei Hani's intense gaze fixed upon her. As if afraid she might falter again, she couldn't help but smile gently, taking his hand and reassuring him warmly, I'm fine. There's no need to worry. The toxins from those corpses have no effect on me." At that moment, a hint of self-deprecation mingled with a chill crept into her heart. She pondered whether it was due to her game system or her status as a transmigrator, but the toxins from the corpses seemed utterly ineffective against her. In fact, if the toxin wasn't too severe, her blood could completely cure it. Even without an injury, daily consumption of her blood could provide a resistance against the corpse toxins. It was precisely for this reason that she had been captured in her previous life, enduring a living hell for a decade, ultimately deceiving Leng Yunling into taking action that led to her demise. Yet, gazing at Lei Hani, Leng Yuebing felt a sense of relief. Although she had instinctively shielded him from the infant corpse's attack, there had been a tinge of selfishness. She wanted to test whether her abilities still remained, but upon witnessing Lei Hani's haggard state due to her injury, a pang of guilt surged within her. Her actions had been reckless. How could she have forgotten that he would worry for her? Without Lei Hani needing to speak, she could already anticipate his resolve, akin to the decision she had made when he was unconscious. No, perhaps his determination was even more resolute than her own. Thankfully, her abilities remained intact. Otherwise, she would have harmed him once again next time. "Don't shield me, understand?" As Lei Hani's mood began to settle, his expression grew stern, a reminder of past grievances. Understood. Aware of her culpability, Leng Yuebing quickly acquiesced. Only then did Lei Hani's demeanor soften slightly. His admonition stemmed from a desire to prevent her from being injured for his sake. Ultimately, it all boiled down to his lack of strength, which had allowed others to seize the opportunity before the apocalypse. Although confined to a wheelchair, his skills had been sufficient to keep him safe from harm. Yet after the onset of the apocalypse, while his legs had healed, his internal energy had waned, leaving him only with lightning abilities for defense. Given that everyone's foundational abilities were now equivalent, it had resulted in others daring to act against him. Thus, whether before or after the apocalypse, strength remained the bedrock of everything. The strong would always reign supreme. This truth held steadfast in all times. Clenching his fists, a cold glint flashed in Lei Hani's eyes. He was determined to rapidly enhance his strength. The cold moon with a furrowed brow remarked, "It is indeed different from other magical corpses. It possesses a certain level of superiority over those ordinary ones. This is merely a first-level mutated magical corpse." Yes, a first-level mutated magical corpse. Upon witnessing that creature, the cold moon was reminded of this fact. Ordinary first-level magical corpses would not have the capacity for encirclement. Only the mutated ones could. It was no wonder that the encirclement of those magical corpses appeared so peculiar, as they were being commanded by a higher-level magical corpse. Although this mutated magical corpse was only of the first level, it proved to be exceedingly difficult to slay, exhibiting a heightened sensitivity to danger. Compared to other magical corpses, mutated ones possessed a modicum of intelligence, adeptly employing the tactic of encirclement, which greatly exceeded her expectations. In her previous life, not even ordinary first-level magical corpses had emerged until quite some time after the apocalypse began. Yet in this life, the apocalypse had scarcely unfolded for a week, and already a first-level magical corpse, no less a mutated one, had appeared. A wave of concern washed over the cold moon. Her rebirth had seemingly elevated the levels of magical corpses, which was far from a favorable development should too many events diverge from history. An abundance of circumstances would spiral beyond control. First-level mutated magical corpse. Leilani, having heard the cold moon's account of the levels of magical corpses, understood the gravity of the situation to be why the way. It seems I have awakened a new ability, Leilani remarked. Hearing this, the cold moon recalled the ability Leilani had exhibited on that final day and nodded. Yes, you have awakened Earth-type abilities. You are now a dual-element mage. As she spoke, the cold moon couldn't help but marvel at the rapidity with which Leilani had awakened his powers. His lightning abilities had only recently manifested. Yet he had already unlocked Earth abilities, a pace significantly swifter than in her previous life. She sighed again, reflecting on how her butterfly effect had accelerated everything, though in truth, her wings were quite small. No, she didn't possess wings at all. The cold moon then explained her circumstances to Leilani, detailing why the magical corpse toxin had no effect on her and elaborating on the properties of her blood. Without a hint of concealment, she trusted Leilani. Noticing a hint of fatigue in the cold moon's expression, Leilani reached out to gently massage her head, saying, Yeah, you should take a proper rest first. We can discuss other matters once you have recuperated, there's no rush. The cold moon nodded, gazing at Leilani. You haven't had a proper rest for some days either. You should rest as well. There's no need to worry. I am fine now. Chapter 39. The decision to leave the city. After the two awoke and casually tidied themselves, they exited the space. They were aware that their prolonged absence would have caused Sinew and the others to worry, so they did not linger. Upon leaving the space, the cold moon and Leilani exchanged cautious glances. Leilani had not anticipated that, out of concern for the cold moon, he had remained in the space for so long, only to find that someone had entered the residence upon their exit. The cold moon grasped Leilani's hand and pointed behind them. Let's exit from there. These newcomers had likely arrived without their knowledge and must have checked every room. Realizing that this place was unoccupied. If they were to emerge now, it would surely provoke surprise and suspicion, leading to trouble. While the two were not averse to trouble, they preferred to avoid it, as they still had matters to attend to. Leilani nodded and squeezed the cold moon's hand, drawing her closer. The cold moon stood on her toes, guiding Leilani quietly away from the scene. Where should we go to find them now? Leilani inquired. They had not been in contact with Sinew and the others for several days, making it challenging to locate them. What of your communication pearl? The cold moon asked. That if only they had a communication pearl, the situation would be much simpler. It's with Leamo, Leilani replied. He had never carried such items himself, as Leamo was his personal attendant and thus kept it on his person. What about yours? Yeah? Leilani asked. It's in the space, the cold moon responded. She had never carried her communication pearl either, having discarded it in the space once she acquired it. Just as Leilani was about to say something, the cold moon continued, but I am unable to use the communication pearl. Indeed, she could not for reasons unknown, perhaps due to her not being the original soul of this body. The internal energy she was born with had departed alongside the original, leaving only the communication pearl behind, which she could not utilize. This was also why she had never carried a communication pearl. It served no purpose if it was of no use. Without pressing the cold moon for an explanation, Leilani pondered their next course of action. Without a communication pearl to relay messages, it would be challenging to locate Sinew and the others. Did we not decide to leave the city previously? We shall do just that and wait for them outside the city, the cold moon proposed. After contemplating for a moment, Leilani concurred that at present, it was the only option available. However, a glint of coldness flickered in Leilani's eyes. For now, it seemed that Li Qin had gained a few extra days of life. He had not realized that Leamo and his companions had not managed to capture Li Qin at all. Here, the cold moon said, producing two masks from the space, handing one to Leilani while donning the other herself. These masks had been left behind by their original owners. The one in Leilani's hands was entirely silver white, embossed with a phoenix between the brows, while the cold moon's was an icy violet, featuring a in the same spot, identical to the one on the jade pendant they once possessed. Leilani recognized the masks and, holding his, appeared lost in thought. The cold moon, assuming he was reluctant to wear it, explained the rationale behind donning masks. After her explanation, Leilani suddenly queried, Yeah, do you think this mask might also require a blood offering like that jade pendant? His thoughts were tinged with amusement. He was well aware of the cold moon's apprehensions. They had not yet left the capital, still beneath the emperor's gaze. If the current sovereign were to learn that he had recovered, even amidst the apocalypse, those individuals had yet to witness true brutality. How could they possibly refrain from taking action against him simply because of the apocalypse? the emperor would likely be the first to send assassins after him. The cold moon blinked and removed the mask she had just put on, quietly observing it before speaking. I hope it doesn't require as much blood as before. Indeed, she had developed a certain trepidation regarding blood offerings due to her previous experience with the jade pendant. Upon hearing this, Leilani contemplated the matter and resolved to delay any testing for the time being. This was hardly the moment for such things. Once masked, the cold moon and Leilani departed the location. Meanwhile, 2 days had passed since the quarrel on that day when Lei Yang and Lei Mo had clashed, a confrontation that no one could interrupt. Lei Yang's abilities had awakened earlier than Lei Mo's, and he had subsequently utilized magical crystals to enhance his powers, resulting in a longer duration and greater potency than Lei Mo's. It could be said that among those present, aside from the cold moon and Leilani, no one stood a chance against Lei Yang. Thus, Lei Mo found himself in a rather dire predicament under Lei Yang's onslaught. Lei Xinyu, witnessing this, felt concern for Lei Mo, but no one could separate the two combatants. Eventually, Lei Xinyu ceased her tears, placed her hands on her hips, and with a commanding voice exclaimed, "You two rascals, cease this instant." All fell silent, including the two engaged in battle. They halted abruptly, and Lei Xinyu, with her cheeks puffed up, pointed at them. "What time is it, and you still dare to quarrel? It is one thing to argue, but to escalate to fighting. Just because your brother is not here, you think you can act lawlessly, disregarding all decorum?" The crowd fell silent, gazing at her. Lei Xinyu remained unflinching under their scrutiny, exuding an air of authority as if the weeping figure from moments ago was a mere illusion. Li Hu and Zhang Yuan exchanged glances, each reflecting a fierce determination. "We shall leave the city. If brother and sister-in-law are safe, we will wait for them outside the city," Lei Xinyu declared resolutely. No one noticed the exchange of satisfied glances between Lei Mo and Lei Yang after Lei Xinyu spoke. Now, their group was engaged in slaying magical corpses down another street, drawing ever closer to the exit of the city. Wang Tiniu and his companions decided to accompany them outside the city, as traveling together would heighten their safety. They too wished to venture to the village to check on their families. Since that day, Lei Xinyu had indeed grown significantly stronger, no longer the fragile girl prone to tears. Chapter 40. I wish to be alone on the street. Two masked figures moved quietly, one wielding a dagger and the other a sword. It's rather inconvenient to handle these magical corpses without a fire-type mage, the cold moon remarked. To prevent others from discovering the existence of magical crystals, they always incinerated the magical corpses with fire after each kill, thereby granting a semblance of peace to those who had transformed into magical corpses. Previously, with Lei Yang present as a fire-type mage, they had never needed to concern themselves with the fire source. But now they felt the absence of such abilities keenly when it came to erasing evidence. The cold moon suddenly expressed her curiosity. "What is it, yeah?" Leilani immediately inquired. "There are a multitude of people ahead," the cold moon observed, gazing at the densely packed dots on the map, feeling puzzled. The only significant event had occurred days prior, when they had still been in the space and they had already missed it. "Let us take a look," Leilani suggested, intrigued by the gathering of people ahead. "Agreed," the cold moon nodded. The two approached cautiously, remaining vigilant of their surroundings for any magical corpses upon reaching their destination. They concealed themselves behind a wall and observed, confirming that indeed, a large crowd had gathered there. In this scene, beneath the mask, Leilani furrowed his brows slightly and addressed Leng Yuebing. "Yam?" Noticing the seriousness in his tone, Leng Yuebing looked at him with a puzzled expression. "The Ming Emperor is here," Leilani stated. "Oh, the Ming Emperor," Leng Yuebing responded nonchalantly. "Wait, the Ming Emperor?" Suddenly, Leng Yuebing's mouth fell open, blinking in disbelief as she gazed at Leilani. "Are you referring to the Ming Emperor?" Leilani found her reaction rather perplexing. It was merely the presence of the Ming Emperor, however. He refrained from questioning her and nodded affirmatively. "I believe the royal family intends to leave the capital, taking those troops to other locations. Their purpose in coming here is merely to gather the surviving populace. In truth, Leilani's conjecture was correct. The southern Ming Emperor indeed planned to vacate the capital. Ever since those man-eating monsters had appeared, he had realized that the calamity foretold by Master Wuming had truly arrived. Yet, the Emperor did not regard the situation with much gravity. In his view, such disasters were unlikely to persist for long. The immediate priority was to leave the capital and avoid direct confrontation with these beasts. If they were to depart, how could the army be left behind? The military was the very lifeblood of a dynasty. Without it, a dynasty could not exist. As for the common people, they were also an asset to the dynasty. In the absence of threats, he felt no qualms about taking them along. Leng Yuebing sensed a need for contemplation. When had things deviated so drastically? After her rebirth, she had not done much, merely strengthened her relationship with Lei Hani, recognized the true nature of Lung Yunling and others, severed ties with the Lung family, healed Lei Hani's leg, and acquired space. As she pondered these matters, a flush of embarrassment washed over her. Well, her rebirth had indeed altered certain events, but did it necessitate such a significant butterfly effect? The emperor's intention to leave the capital with the populace and troops was indeed a fact, and in her previous life she had departed alongside them. However, the timing was questionable. The emperor should have taken his leave 3 days prior. How had it come to this moment? Lung Yuebing felt an urge for silence. Silence? Who is that? Lei Hani suddenly inquired. Huh? Lung Yuebing stared at him in confusion, taken aback by his sudden question. Who is Silence? Lei Hani repeated, a glint of menace in his eyes. He was unaware of who this Silence was, but he would not allow anyone to covet Yaya. Lung Yuebing fell silent. She had inadvertently let that slip. Who is Silence? Don't ask me, for I do not know. I just wish to be quiet. Yet, observing Lei Hani's demeanor, she could only chuckle helplessly and clarify. I merely meant I wanted some peace and quiet. What were you thinking? Upon hearing her explanation, Lei Hani felt a tinge of embarrassment. His cheeks flushing slightly. Fortunately, his mask concealed his awkwardness. Lung Yuebing found amusement in his discomfort, though regrettably, she could not witness it directly. Nevertheless, imagining it brought a smile to her face, dispelling her earlier gloom. With a resigned gaze at Lung Yuebing's quiet laughter, Lei Hani's eyes softened with fondness. Once she had laughed enough, they began discussing more pressing matters. What should we do now? Should we follow them or take our own path? Lung Yuebing inquired of Lei Hani. After a moment of contemplation, Lei Hani replied, we shall follow them, with the army leading the way. It will be much easier for us to leave the city. Lung Yuebing nodded in agreement. Lei Hani's thoughts aligned with her own. She had already resolved to follow the emperor's group upon realizing who they were. But if Hani preferred not to accompany them, then their choice would only delay them slightly and increase the danger marginally. Such risks were inconsequential to her. Shall we leave as you, the Prince of Yi? Lung Yuebing suggested, let us proceed as we are. Lei Hani decided, then added with a smirk, the Ming Emperor may not wish to see me if we depart as the Prince of Yi. It could invite trouble. By concealing our identities behind these masks, they will at least exercise some caution, thereby reducing potential complications. Lung Yuebing concurred, recalling that if she had not been mistaken, Lung Yunling was indeed among this group. Yes, I remember that the party from the Duke of Dingyuan was relatively fortunate. At the onset of the apocalypse, not a single one among them, including the old matron and those concubines, transformed into a monster. However, later on, Lung Yuebing shook her head at the thought. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, aside from herself, Lung Yunling, and Lung Yunling's mother, Aunt Li, the rest of the Lung family had perished. A few had even been inadvertently pushed to face the monsters by the two women. At that time, she had been foolish enough to believe it was unintentional, naively protecting them. Lung Yuebing felt that she must have been blind in her previous life or perhaps deluded. Otherwise, how could she have failed to see through the true nature of those two women all along? It was only when she was betrayed and imprisoned that she finally awoke to the truth. She still remembered the words of the First Lady before she was devoured by a monster, claiming she would regret her actions. At that moment, she had coldly observed, her heart unperturbed, even reassuring Lung Yunling that she would always believe in her. Yet, in the end, reality proved that she had been mistaken from the beginning, resulting in her own decade-long imprisonment and causing Lei Hani to perish for her sake. Lung Yuebing yearned to ask Lei Hani why he bore no hatred towards her for the death of his sister, Lei Xinyu, for whom she was indirectly responsible, and why he was willing to do so much for her, even at the cost of his life. Yet, this question had remained unasked in her previous life. And in this life, Lung Yuebing pressed her lips together, a determined glint in her eyes. She owed the Lei siblings far too much. Fortunately, she had been reborn, and there was still time to make amends. The question she had left unasked in her previous life would not be missed in this one, for she would not allow Lei Xinyu to die saving her nor continue to protect Lung Yunling and her ilk without reason. Yaya? Lei Hani called softly, his brow furrowed. Unbeknownst to him, Yaya had become increasingly distracted of late, often drifting into thoughts while discussing matters that he longed to inquire about what was troubling her, but reason reminded him that if she wished to share, she would do so in her own time. He should not pry. Let us go. With a resigned sigh, he extended his hand to ruffle Lung Yuebing's hair gently. Okay. Lung Yuebing responded dreamily, following closely behind him, warmth flickering in her eyes. Who goes there? A soldier barked as several soldiers around them raised their spears, bracing for confrontation. As Lung Yuebing and Lei Hani strolled forward, Lei Hani spoke calmly, we are here to gather. His gaze settled on a stern-looking man clad in dark armor behind the soldiers. The imposing figure scrutinized the two of them, yet both Lei Hani and Lung Yuebing wore masks, given the muffled tone of Lei Hani's voice. He could not discern their origins. Are you ordinary folks or extraordinary mages? He inquired indifferently. Lei Hani remained silent, allowing a few clods of earth to rise from the ground, demonstrating their answer through action. The man's eyes flickered slightly, his expression softening considerably as he turned to Lung Yuebing. I am an ordinary person, she replied coolly, since she only possessed skills from the game system and had not awakened any supernatural abilities. This statement held truth. The man's brow arched slightly, yet he made no further comments and displayed no signs of displeasure. Let them enter, he commanded upon realizing that Lei Hani was an earth mage. The soldier's expression shifted to one of respect after these days. They had come to understand that only extraordinary mages could contend with the flesh-eating monsters, while ordinary individuals could kill them but faced far greater challenges and risks. Strength commanded respect, a principle that held true in any circumstance. Taking Lung Yuebing's hand, Lei Hani said nothing, simply following behind the man. Lung Yuebing did not hesitate, allowing him to lead her. She understood that he was supporting her. As an ordinary person in this apocalypse, she knew all too well the treatment they would receive. To avoid attracting unnecessary trouble, she would cooperate fully along the way. They encountered others. Most ordinary citizens walked quietly, while those with extraordinary abilities held their heads high, exuding an air of arrogance. Some bore disdainful expressions, while those among the wealthy who possessed abilities were even more haughty, feeling the various lewd gazes directed at Lung Yuebing. Lei Hani's expression grew increasingly cold, a glimmer of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. How dare they ogle his yaya? Such an affront was intolerable. Lung Yuebing tugged at his hand, signaling him to restrain himself. Lei Hani glanced at her, remaining silent, as if in agreement. However, their willingness to endure did not prevent an audacious figure from approaching. A flamboyantly dressed young man, fanning himself with a handkerchief, swaggered over, convinced of his own charm. Is this young lady new here? He inquired with a slight smile, folding his fan. I am Li Chan, the third son of the general of the Dingwa Manor. Should you choose to accompany me, I assure you a life of indulgence and comfort. After speaking, he cast a fleeting glance at Lung Yuebing's figure, his eyes gleaming with interest. Although he could not discern her facial features, her physique was undoubtedly alluring, leading him to surmise that her countenance could not be lacking in beauty. Otherwise, why would she conceal her visage behind a mask? Lung Yuebing felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Despite her masked appearance, it appeared that some individuals remained oblivious to their surroundings. Little did they know, although he could not see her face, he found her figure appealing. Yet, even if she were aware, she could only resign herself to the situation. While she could shroud her features, she could not conceal her form to prevent Lei Hani from taking action. She subtly tightened her grip on his hand and coldly addressed Li Chan. Leave. Upon hearing this, Li Chan raised an eyebrow, his expression devoid of anger, but rather filled with heightened curiosity. With a mischievous grin, he remarked, "Ah, how cool and fiery. Quite delightful. This temperament is precisely what I admire." Meanwhile, Zhang Wei, the man guiding them, stood aside with a cold gaze, showing no inclination to intervene. Although he was a military man, he was an ordinary individual, having no need to offend an extraordinary sorcerer for the sake of a common person. Indeed, Li Chan, the third son of the Dingwa general, was an extraordinary sorcerer, thus navigating this group with ease and delight. As Lei Hani caught sight of Li Chen's unabashedly aggressive gaze, his expression turned increasingly frigid, the murderous intent in his eyes deepening. Lung Yuebing's countenance also soured. She had already offered this man an opportunity, and since he was so ungrateful, they could not be blamed for what followed. Mercy was not in her nature, nor in Lei Hani's. Silently, she released Lei Hani's hand, signaling that he could proceed as he wished. As for the consequences, Lung Yuebing was indifferent. Upon observing Lung Yuebing's gesture, Lei Hani comprehended her intention. Though engaging in combat here could lead to expulsion, what did it matter? They merely followed this group for convenience. They were not incapable of departing on their own. Leaving the group would merely result in a slight inconvenience. However, allowing his woman to be humiliated, even if only through gazes and words, was utterly unacceptable. Li Chan, noticing Lei Hani stepping forward, regarded him with icy disdain. How could a mere water sorcerer be intimidated by such a man? Even if this individual was also a sorcerer, so what? His father was the Dingwa general, who dared to lay a hand on him? Furthermore, it was evident that this man shared a close bond with the masked girl, their relationship unmistakable. You will relinquish this girl to me, and I assure you, you shall traverse the military with ease. Li Chan declared, his chin held high, exuding arrogance. Relinquish her to you? Lei Hani enunciated slowly, his gaze frigid. Yes, it would be wise to comply swiftly. Li Chan retorted. Lei Hani could not suppress a laugh. While behind him, Leng Yuebing's lips twitched slightly, silently lighting a candle for Li Chan. The cold-faced reaper's laughter was not a good omen. It signified that Lei Hani, who was typically indifferent to all but her, was now seething with rage, making him 1,000 times more terrifying than usual. Young Master Li, these two have only just joined us. For my sake, let this matter rest today, Zhang Wei interjected, sensing the situation spiraling out of control. He regretted not stepping in sooner. Now the situation had escalated. Your sake? What weight does your opinion carry? You, a useless wretch, dare to speak of face in front of me? Get lost, Li Chan shouted angrily at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei's expression darkened. Though he was merely a lieutenant commanding a small troop, how could Li Chan, the third son of the Dingwa general and an extraordinary sorcerer, treat him with such disdain? Nevertheless, despite his indignation, he dared not voice it should Li Chan report him to General Li Ba. His position as a mere lieutenant would be in jeopardy, if not his very life. Leng Yuebing's gaze swept past Zhang Wei, her heart unmoved. Now that he realized the gravity of the situation, he was frightened. How amusing. Too late now. After shouting at Zhang Wei, Li Chan turned to Lei Hani and demanded, What are you laughing at? Comply and hand her over to me, or else I shall make you regret it. His brazen demeanor made Leng Yuebing roll her eyes in exasperation. Lei Hani, with a smile still lingering on his lips, replied, You want me to regret it? Suddenly, his tone turned chilling and his expression hardened. Then let us see. With that, several earth spikes erupted beneath Li Chen's feet. Caught off guard, he was immediately pierced by the sharp projectiles, letting out a cry of pain as he fell to the ground, clutching his bleeding foot. Leng Yuebing observed coldly, while Zhang Wei's face reflected anxiety. This is bad. If the Dingwa general learns of this, it will spell trouble. How did it escalate to this? Lei Hani regarded Li Chen's pained expression with indifference, then summoned more earth spikes aimed directly at his right hand. Stop, please! Zhang Wei shouted urgently. Lei Hani ignored him, and the spikes pierced through Li Chen's right arm, leaving a gaping wound. Another set of spikes shot towards Li Chen's left hand. Stop it, young master! Zhang Wei cried out in desperation, casting a pleading look towards Leng Yuebing. Feigning ignorance, she stood by, watching Lei Hani act, contemplating. This guy's control over earth abilities is no less than that of lightning. Each strike is precise. Zhang Wei, seeing that even Leng Yuebing was unresponsive, grew frantic, realizing he was powerless to intervene as an ordinary person. How could he confront an extraordinary sorcerer? It was a matter of life and death. Yet, if this continued, it would be catastrophic. How audacious were they to challenge the son of the Dingwa general? At that moment, an ice wall materialized before Li Chan, narrowly deflecting Lei Hani's onslaught. Lei Hani ceased his attack, his gaze calm as he regarded the individual who intervened. The newcomer was an unremarkable man, easily overlooked in a crowd, yet his expression was cold as he regarded Lei Hani with an air of indifference, as if he were detached from the unfolding events. Upon recognizing the intervening figure, Zhang Wei felt a wave of relief wash over him, yet he remained tense. Lord Yiming, what brings you here? Zhang Wei respectfully inquired. Wai Yiming, however, did not spare him a glance, his attention fixed solely on Lei Hani. Unfazed, Lei Hani met his gaze with tranquility. Finally, Yiming spoke. The emperor wishes to see you. With that, he turned and walked away. Lei Hani raised an eyebrow beneath his mask, then took Leng Yuebing's hand. Silently following behind, Wai Yiming observed Lei Hani's actions, yet said nothing. However, upon hearing Li Chen's anguished cries, he paused momentarily. Take him for treatment, he commanded succinctly. Yes, Zhang Wei replied, his demeanor respectful in Yiming's presence. Lei Hani glanced at Li Chan, his expression deepening, but as he felt the pressure of Leng Yuebing's hand, he returned to calmness. Leng Yuebing regarded Yiming with a hint of curiosity. There was something peculiar about him. Perhaps the nature of his abilities was unusual. His power surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Had he not been adept, he would not have been able to deflect Lei Hani's attack. In recent days, they had expended their magical crystals to enhance Lei Hani's powers. While his lightning abilities had reached level 1, his earth abilities were still catching up. Yet, Yiming had managed to withstand Lei Hani's force. Leng Yuebing's eyes narrowed as she pondered Yiming's background. Although she had departed the capital alongside the Ming Emperor's entourage in her past life, she had never encountered individuals of his stature, leaving her devoid of any information about him. Undoubtedly, however, something was amiss with Yiming. Could it be that he had already uncovered the secret of the magical crystals and their purpose? After all, the only way to elevate one's abilities, aside from frequent practice, was through the use of magical crystals. Lei Han too sensed something off about Yi Ming. Hence, he refrained from further aggression, opting to observe the situation. Yet, to expect him to spare Li Chun was out of the question. His cold gaze narrowed. While he could not act openly, it did not mean he could not take measures in the shadows. He was resolute that this individual would not escape unscathed. Unbeknownst to anyone, a flicker of astonishment danced in the depths of Yi Ming's eyes, though he expertly masked it, appearing as if nothing had transpired. Never had he anticipated that the seemingly ordinary earth spikes would possess such formidable power. Though he had successfully blocked them, he had exerted 70% of his abilities to do so. Who were these two? No, it was more accurate to ask what manner of being this man was, to possess such strength. Zheng Wei respectfully spoke, then waved to the soldiers beside him. Immediately, 2 soldiers advanced with a stretcher. Placing Li Chun upon it before swiftly departing, Lung Yubing's face, concealed behind her icy mask, bore an expression of ease. She was utterly unconcerned about meeting the Ming Emperor. She had heard of such matters in her past life. Every sorcerer, upon joining this team, would inevitably pay a visit to the Ming Emperor. There was nothing extraordinary about it. It was merely a formality to exchange greetings and receive encouragement from him. Essentially, the message conveyed was to protect him diligently, after which he would reward them with generous provisions and titles. Lei Han took Lung Yubing along to meet the Ming Emperor, and Yi Ming made no effort to obstruct them. After all, he was merely a commoner. His Majesty would not take notice. Once Yi Ming had reported accordingly, the two entered the presence of the Ming Emperor. Clad in a resplendent yellow robe, he sat there, exuding an extraordinary nobility, yet did not adopt the demeanor of an emperor. Upon seeing them, however, the two, well acquainted with his character, were not easily deceived. This young man is a sorcerer. The Ming Emperor regarded Lei Han with a scrutinizing gaze, mingled with a hint of curiosity. Lei Han nodded indifferently, saying nothing further. The Ming Emperor did not take offense at his demeanor, for Yi Ming had already briefed him on all matters. Shifting his gaze to the side, he observed Lung Yubing before glancing back at Lei Han. How should I address you both? The Ming Emperor inquired politely. Yuhan Bing Lei Han casually supplied the names. Lung Yubing internally rolled her eyes. What sort of names were these? Even if one were to fabricate names, they could at least be more plausible. The Ming Emperor, aware that these names were pseudonyms, hesitated to press further and instead posed another question. This inquiry was direct and left no room for evasion under ordinary circumstances. Others might feel compelled to unmask themselves due to his questioning. However, Lei Han and Lung Yubing remained unfazed, simply stating inconvenient. The Ming Emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, seemingly indifferent, yet his words carried an implicit pressure, especially the term I, which underscored his exalted status while others might falter. Lung Yubing and Lei Han stood resolute. Lei Han lifted his head, meeting the Ming Emperor's gaze directly, his tone frigid yet sincere as he declared, "Indeed, it is inconvenient." Upon hearing this, the Ming Emperor's eyes flickered with barely concealed anger. As the ruler of a dynasty, he had never encountered anyone so dismissive of his authority. Not even those from the Lei royal household dared to act thus. This individual was truly infuriating. Chapter 45. Find him and eliminate him. Ultimately, the Ming Emperor restrained himself, signaling for their departure with a darkened expression as he watched the two leave, his fists clenched beneath his sleeves. Yi Ming, was what you said truly accurate? Is that person's power superior to yours? The Ming Emperor's visage darkened. Had Yi Ming not previously asserted that the man's abilities surpassed his own, he would have dismissed the notion that a sorcerer posed any threat to him. However, exceptional abilities changed everything. While there were indeed sorcerers, their ranks were typically low, and among the entire team, Yi Ming's prowess was unmatched. In these turbulent times, while low-level sorcerers could be disregarded, high-level ones were a rarity. Thus, if that man's abilities truly exceeded Yi Ming's, or even matched them, he would be unable to act against him. Not only would he be unable to confront him, but he would also need to maintain a cordial relationship. This thought left the Ming Emperor seething with frustration. Yes, during our encounter, my subordinate utilized 70% of his abilities, barely managing to fend off his assault. Yi Ming paused before continuing. I believe he only employed half of his powers. Previously, due to time constraints, Yi Ming had merely mentioned that the individual named Yuhan possessed greater abilities than his own. Neglecting to disclose that they had engaged in combat, the subordinate had been tasked with fulfilling the duties assigned by the emperor. Despite the Ming Emperor's displeasure, Yi Ming remained impassive, recounting the events succinctly. The Ming Emperor listened attentively, analyzing the information carefully. After Yi Ming concluded, the tension that had gripped him began to dissipate as he contemplated how to cultivate a favorable relationship with the man named Yuhan. Such is the nature of political maneuvering. In the face of self-interest, any conflict pales in comparison, unless it threatens one's status. Clearly, Lei Han-yi's previous actions had not jeopardized his interests. It was merely a matter of pride. Allowing the Ming Emperor to overlook the offense. By the way, has Lei Han-yi been located? The Ming Emperor inquired. Not yet. My subordinate encountered Lei Xanyu and others, but we have yet to find the fourth prince and that cold young lady. Yi Ming reported what he had learned. Do you think he has awakened lightning abilities? Are you certain Lei Han-yi's legs remain unhealed? A sense of unease crept into the Ming Emperor's heart. My subordinate extracted the answer from them, and they confirmed he has not recovered. Yi Ming replied. Regardless, find him quickly. I refuse to believe he has perished. The Lei family is not so easily extinguished. Locate him and... The Ming Emperor left the sentence unfinished, yet Yi Ming understood the implication. Understood, Yi Ming acknowledged. The Ming Emperor fell silent, a nagging feeling gnawing at him. If he did not resolve the issue of Lei Han-yi now, it would undoubtedly become a significant problem in the future. Meanwhile, Lei Han-yi held Lung Yubing's hand as they followed the guide ahead. Once they arrived at their lodging, the guide departed. Inside the modest tent, the two opted not to enter the spatial realm, as the current environment felt unsafe. What if they were discovered upon emerging? The Ming Emperor did not mention anything about protecting the common people. Nor did he offer you titles and ranks, Lung Yubing remarked as she bit into a pear. Lei Han-yi also nibbled on a fragrant pear, both of which had been produced in their spatial realm. He marveled at the rapid yield of their space. The trees had barely been planted before they bore fruit. Observing Lei Han-yi's elegant manner of eating, Lung Yubing felt a twinge of embarrassment. Despite being a lady of refinement, she appeared rather uncouth in comparison, yet, her enjoyment of the food remained unchanged, embarrassment aside. As long as she savored her meal, that sufficed. Such grace in dining seemed a distant memory from the apocalyptic future of her past life. Amidst the collapse, who could afford to savor their food? It was merely a matter of survival. Though food was abundant in this life, ingrained habits were not easily altered, and she had no desire to change. By the way, that expression he had earlier, yes, it was quite displeasing. Reflecting on the furtive glance she had stolen before leaving, Lung Yubing felt a wave of satisfaction. Lei Han-yi gazed fondly at the smile gracing Lung Yubing's face. His eyes softening while he had glanced at Ming Emperor's expression upon their departure, it did not alter his sentiments. Such trivial annoyances were insufficient to avenge the grievances of his family, nor to rectify the years of his own disability. Narrowing his eyes to conceal the myriad emotions within, he regained his composure. Yi Ming must have conveyed something significant to him, something that serves his interests. As long as it does not threaten his position, we should remain unharmed, Lei Han-yi stated calmly. Chapter 46. Come with us. Having been integrated into the Ming Emperor's entourage for 2 days, Lung Yubing felt a sense of relief upon realizing that time had not shifted. It aligned precisely with the timeline of her past life when the Ming Emperor summoned everyone. It turned out that history had not altered. Rather, the passage of time within the spatial realm had accelerated. Previously, 1 day outside equated to 2 days inside, but now 1 day outside translated to 3 days inside. Upon learning this, Lung Yubing was elated. It seemed that the flow of time within the space could indeed be expedited. Suddenly, she recalled that during the last acceleration, she had been bitten by a demon corpse. Could it be that being bitten had triggered this hastening of time? She mused that if that were the case, it would be splendid, for she was unafraid of such bites. The toxins posed no threat to her. Yes, she would have to experiment further another day. Lei Han-yi too contemplated this idea, observing the eager glint in Lung Yubing's eyes. His gaze narrowed dangerously as he inquired nonchalantly, "What is on your mind?" You? Upon hearing Lei Han-yi's question, Lung Yubing blinked innocently and replied, "I'm not thinking of anything." A slight smile curved Lei Han-yi's lips as he gently remarked, "That's good to hear. I was beginning to think you were contemplating whether being bitten by a demon corpse would accelerate time in the space." It appeared he had overthought the matter. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Lung Yubing's forehead, and she silently thanked her stars for not revealing her true thoughts. Otherwise, she would be in trouble, as it was clear that Lei Han-yi disapproved of her idea. Consequently, she temporarily shelved the notion of experimenting with another bite from a demon corpse. One morning, after awakening and stepping out of the tent, Lung Yubing decided to explore the surroundings, while Lei Han-yi was summoned by the Ming Emperor. Over the past 2 days, the Ming Emperor frequently called for Lei Han-yi, and had it not been for her awareness of the Emperor's intentions to exploit him, she might have suspected the Emperor harbored feelings for Lei Han-yi. Naturally, such thoughts were kept to herself. She would never dare voice them. Suddenly, 3 men blocked her path. Lung Yubing regarded them coldly before attempting to circumvent them. She currently possesses the identity of an ordinary individual, and thus must embody the appearance of one, as it is often better to avoid unnecessary troubles. However, her reluctance to provoke conflict does not imply that others share the same sentiment. Halt, you're being right? Come with us, one of the men declared, his demeanor haughty and condescending, exuding an air of disdain. As for their words? Apologies, did they utter anything? Oh, she simply did not catch that moment. After a brief pause, rage surged within her. Was this woman looking down on them? How dare she disregard their presence? Infuriating, the leader exchanged glances with the other two, who nodded in silent agreement. The trio swiftly advanced, encircling Lung Yubing in an unyielding grip. What do you want? Lung Yubing inquired coldly. What do you think? I believe I made myself quite clear. You will accompany us. Do not test our patience, another man retorted disdainfully. Or else we may not be so courteous. Not courteous? Lung Yubing repeated the phrase, her tone laced with skepticism. Why should I accompany you? I'm quite curious about your definition of not courteous. A glint of cold light flickered in her eyes. Having made concessions several times already, if these ruffians were seeking their demise, she would gladly oblige. Two of them surged forward, leaving only the leader stationary. As she observed their intent to attack, a chill coursed through Lung Yubing's gaze, and she swiftly drew the dagger at her waist. With a steady hand, she struck the wrist of one man, her movements precise and unhesitating, then deftly sidestepped the splatter of blood. The dagger was positioned across her chest. A single drop of blood dripping from it. Da! Cried the man who had lost an arm, clutching his injury and wailing in agony. Lung Yubing frowned, a flicker of annoyance crossing her visage. Old three! The leader exclaimed in astonishment. You vile creature! Another man spat, his expression darkened as he regarded Old Three's injury with fury. Lung Yubing's lips curled into a slight smirk, her eyes glinting with derision. Did you not claim to be not courteous? You are courting death. The leader's eyes blazed with fury as he addressed Lung Yubing, each word enunciated with venom, unleashing his fire-based abilities towards her. They were aware that this young woman had a thunder mage by her side. Thus, they had monitored her movements closely today. Sensing the absence of the mage and seeing her alone, they seized the opportunity. They had anticipated an easy target, underestimating her prowess, but now they were about to learn a harsh lesson. Shifting her body slightly to the left, she evaded the attack with ease. It lacked any formidable power, barely qualifying as a level 1 threat. As she dodged, she closed in on the leader. Suddenly, spotting an opening, she hastened her steps, driving her dagger directly toward his chest. The man's face paled, his footing faltering, causing him to tumble to the ground. Yet, in his instability, the blade merely grazed his clothing, inflicting no serious harm. Big brother! The uninjured associate exclaimed anxiously, eyes fixed on the fallen leader. Unfazed, Lung Yubing continued her assault, propelled by the principle of striking while the iron is hot. If the previously injured man merely sought to capture her, she could overlook his actions. Having only taken his hand, however, this leader was different. He had employed lethal techniques. Should he land a blow, even if she survived, she would be gravely injured. For those intent on her demise, she would show no mercy. Yet, just as her strike was about to land, she pivoted, vacating her original position. Standing where she had just been was another man. Lung Yubing cast him a frigid glance, dagger poised defensively before her. A surge of caution blossomed within her. How had she only noticed him upon his approach? Was her vigilance waning? Ah, what a delightful commotion! Young lady, this is a military camp. Murder will lead to your capture and punishment, the man remarked, his demeanor casual as if he had not witnessed her previous actions. Are you one of them? Lung Yubing questioned. She felt no fear of this individual, even if he could appear silently beside her. For no matter how formidable he might be, he could not rival Lei Han Yi. If a confrontation were to ensue, Lei Han Yi would emerge victorious, let alone this man. Yet she could not reveal her gaming system. She must defeat him while maintaining her facade as an ordinary person. She contemplated this dilemma seriously. Them? No, I'm not acquainted with them, the man responded, shaking his head in denial. Lung Yubing's gaze was laced with skepticism. Do you not regard me so? I am terribly wounded. How could such a handsome fellow like myself lie? He feigned sorrow. Lung Yubing's lips twitched beneath her mask, a wave of revulsion washing over her. How could this man be so loathsome? Making her stomach churn? She mused that Lei Han Yi was far superior, cold and aloof, unlike this nauseating individual. Unbeknownst to her, Lei Han Yi's impression in her heart had been elevated once more. Casting a cold stare at him, she chose silence. Since he was unwilling to speak, she would not press further, turning her attention back to the trio. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in her eyes. What do you intend to do? We are from the Duke of the Nation's general house. the second man proclaimed, unveiling their background. It was related to Li Chan. The Duke of the Nation possessed considerable audacity, dispatching men to capture her despite knowing the risks involved. Ultimately, Leng Yubing refrained from executing the three men, having been part of this faction in her previous life. She was acutely aware of the rules governing their ranks, although some regulations might have shifted. She understood that indiscriminate killing was forbidden. The consequences would be dire. Naturally, such regulations held little weight against those with true authority. Dismissing the thought of wandering freely, she felt a sense of helplessness. All she desired was a simple stroll, yet it seemed an arduous task. Upon seeing Leng Yubing's figure vanish, the man who had attacked her displayed a glimmer of interest, his playful demeanor fading as he cast a cold glare at the trio. "You three, are you not going to rise?" The three brothers, heeding his command, disregarded their injuries and assisted one another to their feet. "Young master," they murmured submissively. "Humph, why did Li Chan send you to apprehend her?" The man, addressed as young master, inquired with a chilling tone. He was Li Muqing, the legitimate son of the Duke of the Nation, aged 20. Whether in the pre-apocalyptic world or the aftermath, Li Chan, even as an anomaly mage, harbored a deep-seated fear of his half-brother, and the underlings certainly felt the same. Offending the third young master would result in a mere beating, but crossing paths with the eldest young master could very well cost one their life. Li Muqing lowered his eyelids, listening to the eldest brother's words. His expression remained hidden from view. Old Three shivered involuntarily, suppressing his pain as he stammered, I understand. Are you not leaving?" Li Muqing prompted. The three men hastily retreated, eager to depart. "Bingy?" Li Muqing murmured softly, the name sounding obviously fabricated from what the trio had relayed. This Bingy was an ordinary person, accompanying an anomaly mage. A wry smile crept upon his lips. This Bingy was no ordinary individual. Her ruthless demeanor during the earlier confrontation left no doubt that had he not intervened, she would have killed her assailants. If she was indeed an ordinary person, then her skills prior to the apocalypse must have been formidable. Truly an intriguing character. He eagerly anticipated their next encounter. Yet, when that meeting occurred, Leng Yubing would remain blissfully unaware of his identity. To Leng Yubing, Li Muqing was merely an insufferable man whose name she had no desire to remember. She raised an eyebrow, perplexed. "How could you discern my displeasure while I wear a mask?" "A secret," Lei Hanyi responded, relishing the moment. Leng Yubing pouted, choosing not to press further, and replied, "It's nothing. I merely encountered a few bothersome insects, and they have been dealt with." Lei Hanyi nodded. Then added, I have spotted Xine Yu and the others." Upon hearing this, Leng Yubing, who had been enjoying grapes, abruptly halted her actions, spitting out the seed before exclaiming, "Really? How are they?" Initially, she believed they would only reunite after exiting the city gates. Considering that in her previous life, Lei Hanyi and Lei Xine Yu had joined this faction solely due to her influence. Given the numerous changes that had transpired this time, she had not anticipated that Lei Xine Yu and the others would still manage to enter this group. "I only observed from a distance. They seem to be intact. Additionally, the Ming Emperor's men are monitoring them." Lei Hanyi informed her. "Oh, that's good," Leng Yubing replied, her brow furrowing beneath her mask. "Are you saying the Ming Emperor's men are watching them?" Seeing Lei Hanyi nod in affirmation, Leng Yubing's frown deepened. Had she forgotten something crucial? Observing the distress of Leng Yubing, Lei Hanyi softly consoled her, saying, "It is all right. Take your time to remember. We are not in a hurry." With a reluctant nod, Leng Yubing lamented internally, pondering why she could not recall the matter at hand, though she feigned indifference. A persistent unease lingered within her, an instinct whispering that the forgotten issue was of great significance. "The Ming Emperor's decision to monitor Xinyu is likely to uncover my whereabouts. They must have extracted information about me from Xinyu and the others." Lei Hanyi analyzed, having deduced our disappearance. "Does he truly still doubt our safety?" Leng Yubing expressed her confusion. "The Ming Emperor will not be convinced without witnessing my corpse," Lei Hanyi replied, gently squeezing Leng Yubing's hand. "I detest hearing those two words." Leng Yubing frowned, displeasure evident on her face. The mere mention of corpses unsettled her, especially when it concerned Lei Hanyi. Aware of which words she referred to, Lei Hanyi acknowledged. "I understand. His moon is truly innocently charming. Such is the nature of those in power. They harbor suspicions until presented with irrefutable evidence, disbelieving accounts from others. I fear the Ming Emperor is still dispatching agents in search of me." Lei Hanyi continued. Chapter 49. Reunion with Li Qin. "Lei Mo, do you think my brother and sister-in-law might also be among this group?" Lei Xinyu inquired, scanning her surroundings. Lei Mo maintained a stoic expression, remaining silent, yet his gaze was equally vigilant. A few days prior, they had received a message via the communication pearl from the Ming Emperor, summoning the survivors to gather at this location, having recently vanquished a horde of demon corpses. They felt the foes had grown more formidable compared to their initial encounters. Previously, one could easily dispatch a demon corpse alone. Now, only adept fighters like Lei Mo or awakened sorcerers could do so independently. For those like Lei Xinyu whose skills were modest and had yet to awaken any extraordinary abilities, it required the combined efforts of 2 or 3 individuals to defeat a single demon corpse. Consequently, after deliberation, the group decided to join the Ming Emperor's ranks. They also speculated that, given the size of the Ming Emperor's contingent, Lei Hani and Leng Yuebing would surely arrive if they received word. However, days passed without sight of either Lei Hani or Leng Yuebing. Even so, they did not believe anything unfortunate had befallen them. It was likely a matter of not receiving news. Oh, how I miss my brother and sister-in-law. Lei Xinyu sighed. Lei Mo glanced at her but remained reticent. Lei Xinyu pouted in dissatisfaction, thinking this stubborn block of ice can't utter a few words. Suddenly, Lei Xinyu's gaze landed on a figure, her anger flaring. Lei Mo noticed her agitation and followed her line of sight, his expression turning frosty, a hint of murderous intent surfacing. Before them stood a young girl, no older than 15, clad in green, her visage strikingly familiar to both Lei Xinyu and Lei Mo. "It's you," Lei Xinyu exclaimed, eyes ablaze with hatred as she rushed forward, seizing the girl who was conversing with another, her voice laced with fury. The girl, taken aback by Lei Xinyu's sudden approach, wondered why this stranger was gripping her arm so forcefully, especially given the apparent animosity emanating from her and the man beside her. However, upon reflection, she could not recall any offense she had committed against these two. "May I ask who you are, miss? Do we know each other?" she queried, perplexed. "Hadn't you dare to ask if we know each other?" Lei Xinyu retorted, her frustration bubbling over. The girl's confusion deepened, while the woman beside her frowned slightly at Lei Xinyu's demeanor. The girl seemed eerily familiar, as if she had encountered her before. Suddenly recognition dawned upon her. "I remember who you are, Lei Xinyu," she exclaimed, her expression shifting. "You wear greets Miss Lei," although Lei Xinyu held no formal title of princess. Such a distinction was merely pending her coming of age. The Lei family, apart from the royal lineage, wielded significant power within the southern sacred dynasty. Thus, despite Lei Xinyu's current status, her identity far surpassed that of the girls before her, making their greeting appropriate even amidst the apocalypse. The ingrained hierarchies of ancient society were not easily erased. It had taken more than half a year after the world fell apart for such distinctions to begin to fade. The girl, upon hearing her friend's words, immediately grasped Lei Xinyu's identity, prompting her to bow as well. Lei Xinyu was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected show of respect. Since the onset of the apocalypse, she had seldom encountered anyone who acknowledged her status, and even when she did, they rarely recognized her identity. Now, with such a bow directed at her, it felt quite peculiar. "Please rise. There is no need for such formalities," Lei Xinyu said, slightly uncomfortable with receiving bows, for she was neither a princess nor a noblewoman, and such gestures felt out of place to her. After they stood, Li Meng expressed her apologies. "I did not realize you were Miss Lei. I hope you will forgive my transgressions." Observing her demeanor, Lei Xinyu could not help but let out a cold laugh. "Oh, you claim ignorance. Tsk. Although I, Lei Xinyu, may not be exceptionally astute, I am far from foolish. You knew my brother was the Prince of Yi and still dared to cast him into the jaws of demon corpses. Now you seek my forgiveness." Seeing Li Meng's bewildered expression, Lei Xinyu's fury intensified. "You are responsible for my brother and sister-in-law's current predicament, missing and their fates uncertain. Do not think you can escape by feigning ignorance. Miss Lei, I truly did not do anything. I have never met the Prince of Yi. Nor have I committed any of the deeds you accuse me of," Li Meng protested, feeling wronged. Chen Yuer, standing nearby, listened intently to Lei Xinyu's accusations and found them perplexing. Lei Xinyu did not strike her as someone who spoke without reason. Yet, Li Meng's demeanor suggested she was not lying either. Lei Mo observed quietly from the side, noting that unlike Lei Xinyu, the girl before them had shown no hint of fear throughout the confrontation, only confusion. Particularly when accusations were hurled at her regarding the prince, he began to suspect that perhaps they were mistaken about her identity. Could it be that Li Qin had a twin sister? To confirm his theory, Lei Mo asked, "What is your name, miss?" Lei Xinyu regarded Lei Mo with curiosity, surprised that he chose to speak. However, she noted his expression remained impassive. After a moment's thought, she refrained from objecting. Although this fellow was often cold, as her brother's trusted guard, his inquiries were never without purpose. "Do you know Li Qin?" Lei Mo inquired succinctly, his mind already aligning with his suspicions upon hearing Li Meng's name. Lei Xinyu began to sense that matters were not as she initially believed. Observing Li Meng's reaction, she concluded that the girl did not appear to be performing. She was not foolish. Thus, with a slight contemplation, she began to grasp the truth. Upon mentioning Li Qin, not only did Li Meng frown, but even Chen Yuer beside her exhibited distaste. "We certainly know Li Qin, that vile Yuer," Li Meng interjected, halting Chen Yuer's words, and then bowed slightly to Lei Xinyu and Lei Mo. "I do know Li Qin. She is my twin sister. May I ask why you are inquiring about her?" Though her question was posed, Li Meng's mind raced with thoughts. From the moment Lei Xinyu had arrived, her anger was palpable, and she had even made those accusations that Li Meng had never met the Prince of Yi. Even if she had, she would never dare to cast him into danger. Now, with inquiries about Li Qin, her heart raced with apprehension. As Lei Mo nodded subtly, it appeared his suspicions were confirmed. Lei Xinyu felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing she had misidentified the person and wronged her. Li Meng, I sincerely apologize. In my haste, I acted rashly and failed to recognize you. I am here to express my regrets. Upholding the Lei family's values. She understood that admitting her mistake was necessary. Li Meng was taken aback by Lei Xinyu's apology, quickly turning aside to refuse the gesture. With a faint smile, she insisted, "There is no need for such formality. Miss Elliott, my sister, and I share the same appearance. It is not uncommon for even acquaintances to confuse us. Indeed, I often struggle to distinguish between Menger and Li Qin." Chen Yuer chimed in to validate Li Meng's statement. Lei Xinyu chuckled lightly, puzzled by the contrast between Li Meng's demeanor and her sister's temperament. Little did they know, the treatment received by Li Meng and Li Qin within their family differed greatly. Despite their identical appearances, Li Madam and Li Lord favored Li Qin, showing scant regard for Li Meng. They believed that during the gestation period, Li Meng usurped the nourishment meant for Li Qin, resulting in Li Meng being born healthy, while Li Qin emerged frail and prone to illness after her disappearance. Consequently, the couple harbor some resentment towards Li Meng, imposing strict expectations upon her, while showering Li Qin with indulgent affection. This has led to Li Qin's increasingly arrogant demeanor, to the point of disregarding her own elder sister, frequently bullying her both overtly and covertly. The Li couple, although aware of these dynamics, choose to feign ignorance due to their favoritism towards Li Qin. Should Li Meng come to them in distress, they would turn a blind eye, advising her not to hold a grudge against her younger sister, claiming that she is merely young and should be more forgiving as the elder sibling. Is Li Qin truly young? They are sisters born together, with Li Meng having merely arrived a moment earlier. If Li Qin is still considered young, does that elevate Li Meng's status? Chen Yuer, a close friend of Li Meng, often champions her cause and harbors disdain for Li Qin. Do you know where Li Qin is now, Miss Li Meng? Lei Xinyu inquired. "Oh, thank you, Miss Li Meng," she continued, sensing that Li Meng's demeanor was genuine. Subsequently, the two bid farewell, realizing that since this individual was not Li Qin and had no knowledge of her whereabouts, lingering any longer would be futile. After Lei Xinyu and Lei Mo departed, Chen Yuer tugged at Li Meng's sleeve, saying, "Menger, just now Miss Lei mentioned that Li Qin pushed the Prince of Yi into the maw of the demonic corpse. Could that possibly be true?" Li Meng shook her head and sighed. "It is likely true. Miss Lei has no reason to falsely accuse Li Qin. Heavens, how bold she is! That is the Prince of Yi. How dare she cause him harm? Now he is missing, his fate unknown. That if this reaches the ears of the Ming Emperor, your family will be doomed." Chen Yuer exclaimed in shock. The accusation of plotting against a prince is no trivial matter. It carries the weight of annihilation for a family, especially one from the Lei royal household. Li Meng, too, felt a creeping anxiety, yet amidst her concern, there was also a sense of detachment. Over the years, the actions of these individuals had eroded any affection she once held for them. Their affairs no longer concerned her, but she wished to remain unscathed by Li Qin's foolishness that could cost her life. Chapter 51. Wandering Hearts. 2 days swiftly passed. On this day, the Ming Emperor issued an edict instructing everyone to prepare their personal effects, for they would be departing the capital the following day. Upon this decree, the crowd erupted into a clamor. Although they had anticipated leaving the capital, the reality of the moment stirred a wave of commotion. Most among the group were natives of the capital. Having been born and raised there, their families rooted in this land for generations. Now, they were to abandon their home with an uncertain return date. Who could remain indifferent? The atmosphere among the group grew somber. Why must we endure such malevolence? Had it not been for this, we would not be forced to leave our home. What sins have we committed to deserve this? Why has heaven unleashed such calamity upon us? Is heaven seeking our destruction? When will this evil be eradicated? Father, I do not wish to leave this place. As she walked, Leng Yubing was weighed down by the sorrowful murmurs that filled her ears. She was uncertain when this apocalypse would conclude. In her previous life, It had not ended even upon her demise. With a faint sigh, she felt a sense of confusion settling in. Indeed, why had this apocalypse arrived so abruptly? This was the ancient world. Had it been the modern era, she might have understood the phenomenon better. After all, in modernity various viruses abound, making an apocalypse seem plausible. However, in ancient times, there are no laboratories, no viral outbreaks. The onset of this apocalypse felt utterly inexplicable. There were no signs, not even on the day the apocalypse struck. People simply fell into a stupor and transformed into demonic corpses. Could it truly be that heaven intended to obliterate this world? After all, this is a fictional era, and she had no way of knowing if this age would persist for centuries to come. At this thought, a wave of melancholy washed over her. That if indeed heaven sought to annihilate this world, could she truly intervene? Even with her game system and spatial abilities, she could not contend against the heavens. Yu? Lei Hani grasped Lung Yubing's hand, calling her softly. The chill of her hand and the aura of despair sent a pang through her heart. Do you believe that it is truly heaven that wishes to destroy this world, thus bringing forth the apocalypse? Lung Yubing asked, her expression somewhat dazed. Lei Hani's gaze darkened as he led her to a secluded spot. Lung Yubing allowed him to pull her along. Once they halted, he placed his hands on her shoulders, looking directly into her eyes. Why do you ask such a thing, Yu? If all were well, without omens or natural disasters, how could an apocalypse occur? Lung Yubing murmured, so what then? Lei Hani asked, eager to understand her perspective. Do you think, even with our spatial abilities, we can truly survive this? Will the apocalypse ever end? Lung Yubing pondered, spiraling into despair. She suddenly felt a surge of fear. What if one day this space vanished inexplicably, just as it had appeared? Lei Hani remained silent, quietly observing her. Lung Yubing's eyes were filled with despondency. Finally, Lei Hani sighed, recognizing that Yu had become ensnared in her own thoughts. Yu, I do not know if this apocalypse is a deliberate act of heaven, but I do not believe it aims to annihilate us all. Look, alongside the demonic corpses, there have also emerged other sorcerers. This is a glimmer of hope, a chance to conquer the apocalypse. I cannot predict how long this apocalypse will last. But even if we ultimately cannot overcome it, and the space disappears, what of it? We have fought and resisted, and even if we meet death, we will have no regrets, will we? Moreover, regardless of the outcome, I, Lei Hani, will remain by your side, Lung Yubing, until death. Lei Hani's words struck a deep chord within her, awakening her from her earlier bewilderment. Indeed, when she first reincarnated, her resolve had been to live well, to strive alongside Lei Hani, to amend the mistakes of her past life and avoid leaving regrets. Yet how had she allowed herself to spiral into despair? Since heaven had granted her a second chance at life, how could she squander such a precious opportunity by prematurely passing judgment before anything had even transpired? Guilt surged within her, especially in light of Lei Hani's final words. She suddenly threw herself into Lei Hani's embrace, exclaiming, I understand now. That I apologize for my earlier foolish thoughts. That it is all right, as long as you understands, Lei Hani replied, wrapping his arms around Lung Yubing. The rare moment of intimacy was not lost on him. Although they were discussing serious matters, he saw no harm in seizing the opportunity for a closer connection. Lung Yubing suddenly called out. Lei Hani replied, his tone slightly elevated, could you please remove your hands from my body? Lung Yubing requested, having endured his lingering touch for far too long. Despite her silent hopes that he would take the hint, she could no longer restrain herself from speaking up. Chapter 52. Danger approaches. Upon learning of the citizens' grievances, the Ming Emperor issued another decree, stating that those unwilling to leave could remain, and that they would not be coerced. Once this news spread, the people immediately quieted down. While they may have complained and felt reluctant, they dared not remain behind. To choose to stay would be tantamount to inviting death. They had no desire for that fate. The emperor had anticipated the public's reaction, restoring tranquility to the ranks. Early the next day, the entire group began to prepare for departure, and once everything was in order, the Ming emperor commanded, let us set forth. The entire procession moved in hushed silence, with all individuals walking on foot. The carts were solely utilized for transporting supplies, and were pulled collectively by several individuals, with not a single horse in sight. It was not that they were unwilling to use horses. Indeed, they had previously employed them for drawing carts. However, the sound produced by horses while walking, coupled with the inherent noisiness of animals, had ultimately attracted the attention of the undead. Fortunately, this particular group was numerous, including 2 or 3 dozen sorcerers, and although there was a degree of confusion, they managed to eliminate the attacking undead after the loss of several civilians. This experience taught them a valuable lesson, leading them to decide that the civilians would pull the carts, and horses would be strictly avoided. Moreover, some critical supplies had been stored within the spatial conjurer's realms, and those capable of such feats were trusted confidants of the emperor initially. There were intentions for the Ming emperor to ride in a cart. But he firmly declined. His reasoning was that during these chaotic times, as the sovereign of a dynasty, he must endure the same hardships as his subjects. How could he indulge himself while they suffered? Leng Yuebing could not help but admire the Ming emperor for his astuteness in winning the hearts of the people. His declaration elevated the public's perception of him, leading them to regard him as a wise and enlightened ruler. Given that the Ming emperor did not occupy a cart, it was needless to say that neither did the other officials, who also walked on foot despite any internal grievances. They had no choice but to conceal their discontent. Leng Yuebing and Lei Hani felt little discomfort, continuing their quiet march, unaware that a pair of vengeful eyes were fixated upon them. The undead sought sustenance not only through sound but also through scent. The higher the level of the undead, the farther they could detect delectable aromas. At this moment, a large swarm of undead was slowly converging, densely packed. Numbering in the hundreds. Before them stood a towering undead, with another undead perched upon it. If Lei Hani and Leng Yuebing were present, they would undoubtedly recognize that this was a first-level mutated undead. It was unclear how they communicated, but after a few guttural roars, the undead parted. The Ming emperor and his entourage believed that by foregoing horses, they could safely depart the capital without incident. Little did they know, a catastrophic calamity awaited them ahead. Suddenly, Leng Yuebing halted. Tugging at Lei Hani's sleeve, he turned to look at her. She feigned nonchalance, drawing his hand closer. Although there were others nearby, no one remarked upon the scene. They could discern that the two were likely a couple. Their connection evident, perhaps suggesting that the masked woman sought to lean on the masked man out of fatigue. Thus, the onlookers merely glanced at them before resuming their own affairs, with no one paying heed to their interaction. Leng Yuebing discreetly inscribed a few characters on Lei Hani's palm, concealed beneath her ample sleeve. Lei Hani felt a tingling sensation in his palm, accompanied by a peculiar itch in his heart, akin to a feather teasing his insides. Yet, despite the distraction, he remained focused on the pressing matter at hand. Upon completing her message, Lei Hani's expression darkened slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The words undead and surrounding evoked memories of their previous encounter. Upon seeing the undead on the map, Leng Yuebing suddenly recalled an important matter she had momentarily forgotten, a flicker of regret crossing her features. How could she have overlooked such a significant issue? In their last life, they had faced a similar incident involving an undead ambush, resulting in the loss of nearly half of their contingent of nearly 20,000 due to their unpreparedness. At that time they had been baffled by the overwhelming number of undead surrounding them, especially as they had maintained utter silence, even dampening their footfalls to an almost unbelievable degree, fully aware that noise attracted the undead. However, they could not fathom how, despite their silence, they had still drawn the attention of not just a few, but an entire horde. Only later did they learn that the undead also relied on scent to locate their prey. With a gathering of 20,000 individuals, the smell would undoubtedly be overwhelming, irresistible to the undead. Leng Yuebing pouted. Had she remembered this crucial detail, she would have preferred to depart alone with Yi rather than join this perilous procession. This was a considerable danger. It would be unjust to label her as selfish. It was a natural instinct. Anyone who comprehended the situation would opt to discreetly withdraw rather than remain. Lei Hani maintained his steady pace. Contemplating their next course of action, eventually, he inscribed a few words on Leng Yuebing's hand. In response, she sensed the movement in her palm, a slight discomfort stirring within her, though she could not ascertain why. Nevertheless, she swiftly set aside this disquiet and focused on deciphering Lei Hani's message. Observe the situation. Leng Yuebing subtly nodded in understanding. Indeed, they had no choice but to wait and see, for no alternatives remained. Even if they wished to slip away unnoticed, the sheer number of people around them would make such an escape impossible. To attempt it would only create further complications, especially since the undead had already encircled them. Moreover, Lei Xinyu and the others were also within the group. They could not abandon Xinyu and the rest, leaving them with no choice but to remain and await the unfolding events. Lei Hani slightly inclined his head towards Leng Yuebing, who acknowledged with a nod. The two continued walking, unhurried but gradually distancing themselves from their previous position. Those nearby noticed a slight oddity but thought little of it, assuming they had merely fallen behind. After all, they remained within the group. Thus, the two edged closer to Lei Xinyu and Lei Mo. Lei Mo was the first to sense something amiss, eyeing the approaching man and woman with suspicion. He was no naive soul. It was clear that the two were heading in their direction, and he could not afford to lower his guard among them. Aside from their original party, he trusted no one else. Chapter 53. Sacrificing the civilians. Fortunately, the two did not draw nearer, halting a few meters away. As a result, Lemo's tension eased slightly, yet he remained vigilant. However, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. Why did the masked man seem so familiar? Did he not resemble the prince? Having followed Lehani for over a decade, he was perhaps more familiar with him than anyone else. Thus, upon seeing the masked figure before him, that thought briefly crossed his mind. Yet it was quickly dismissed, for their lord could not walk, while this man was clearly able-bodied. With doubt creeping in, he unconsciously slowed his pace. "Lemo, what's wrong?" Lei Sinew asked softly. Noticing his unease, "Oh," he replied, nodding slightly but did not dwell on it, his thoughts occupied with wondering where his brother and sister-in-law had gone. Suddenly, someone screamed, "Ah, undead!" The moment the cry escaped, chaos erupted within the entire procession. It was not merely the exclamation but rather the sight that lay ahead, an army of undead. The undead moved slowly toward the group. "Heavens, there are undead here too." Here as well, several voices echoed in alarm. At that moment they found themselves at a crossroads, with undead appearing on all sides. The Ming Emperor's countenance darkened upon hearing the civilians' cries. Positioned centrally within the procession, the safest location, he could not see the situation outside but instinctively knew it was dire. Yet, in a bid to ascertain the circumstances, he climbed atop a cart. One glance was all it took for his expression to sink. "Damn it, how can there be so many undead?" The Ming Emperor could not help but curse inwardly. "Your Majesty, what should we do now? We are truly surrounded by undead," the Empress inquired anxiously from beside him. The Ming Emperor's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve. "Father, the civilians are starting to panic." The third prince, Nan Chanxian, noted, "Generals, with our strength, can we break through?" The Ming Emperor asked the military leaders beside him. In such a moment, civil officials were of little use. Only the generals who could engage in battle were of any significance. "Your Majesty, we have over 30,000 people. It is feasible to break through, but it will come at a cost. Exiting unscathed is unlikely," General Dingua Lianrong stated after contemplation. As General Li said, "We can break free from the encirclement, but we cannot guarantee everyone will emerge unscathed." The generals agreed. Yet they understood that without someone diverting the undead, the cost of escaping would be even greater. "We should consider using someone as bait to draw the undead away," someone suggested. The moment those words were spoken, silence enveloped the room. They needed not voice the implications. They all understood who would be used as bait. "No, Your Majesty, as officials, how can we let the civilians draw the undead away to save ourselves?" A just individual promptly stood to oppose. "Your Majesty, such a course of action is utterly unacceptable. Please reconsider." "Minister Hu, I recognize that this method is flawed, but have you considered what would happen if we do not proceed in this manner? What about the safety of Your Majesty, the Empress, and the princes and princesses?" "Indeed, Minister Hu, Minister Zhou, we comprehend your reluctance. We share the same sentiments. However, we find ourselves with no other options. Even so, we cannot sacrifice the civilians." "Your Majesty, I too believe this course of action is inappropriate," General Zhangua interjected. "Inappropriate? Could the General of State Security conceive a method that would ensure the safety of His Majesty and others while also allowing for an escape?" The General of National Stability replied in a vague manner. "I have not thought of such a solution," the General of State Security candidly admitted, "since there is no thought on the matter. Then the General of State Security should refrain from expressing discontent. You. Indeed, General of State Security, this is the only viable course of action. After all, they are merely common folk. Why make such a fuss?" The crowd was embroiled in heated debate, but fortunately, all present were trusted confidants of the Ming Emperor. Had outsiders overheard, the already tumultuous situation would have spiraled further into chaos as the peril grew increasingly dire. The Queen and others were beaded with sweat yet dared not speak. Finally, the Ming Emperor interjected, decisively proclaiming, "No further discussion is necessary. We shall proceed as the generals have advised. Your Majesty. This is a royal decree. Do you intend to defy it?" The Ming Emperor spoke with authority. The assembly fell silent, and even those who had voiced opposition ceased their protests, understanding that there was no room for negotiation. Ultimately, it was Lord Hu, the first to dissent, who spoke up. "This old minister is willing to lead the commoners away from the magical corpses. This, Your Excellency, are you forcing me into a corner?" The Ming Emperor regarded Lord Hu's actions with an expression of displeasure. "No, I assure you, I have no such intention." Lord Hu shook his head earnestly. "If that is not your intention, then what is the meaning of your words?" "Lord Hu?" inquired the General of National Stability, his tone peculiar. "I simply cannot bear to see the commoners sacrificed. I must accompany them, and I beseech Your Majesty to grant this request." Lord Hu, the General of State Security, sighed as he gazed at Lord Hu. My dear minister, why must you take such a path? I implore your majesty to grant my request. Lord Hu insisted, very well, I consent. Thank you, your majesty. Chapter 54. The commoners in peril after receiving the Ming Emperor's command. Lord Hu turned and departed step by step. The General of National Stability cast a provocative glance at the General of State Security, who, despite his fury, dared not display it. The other ministers were perplexed by Lord Hu's decision. Those who were close to him felt it was unjust, while those who had long harbored grievances found secret delight in his plight. Gentlemen, Lord Hu called out upon recognizing him. The commoners fell silent. Lord Hu was indeed a rare and virtuous official. Throughout his tenure, he had remained just and devoted to the welfare of the people. Consequently, upon seeing him, trust illuminated their eyes, observing the trust reflected in their gazes. Lord Hu felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. He, unworthy of their faith, would soon lead some of them to their demise. Lung Yubing and Lei Hani exchanged glances at Lord Hu's appearance. Having anticipated the Ming Emperor's choice, Lung Yubing sighed inwardly. It was as she suspected. Rather than mere foresight, it was born from experience, for the Ming Emperor had employed this tactic in his previous life, resulting in the loss of many lives. Lei Hani understood the Ming Emperor well. Though he was a wise ruler in ordinary times, when his own safety was at stake, he became exceedingly selfish. It was a pity for Lord Hu, who had devoted his life to the people and remained loyal to the emperor, only to meet such a fate. Yet, Lei Hani merely sighed, harboring no further thoughts. Gentlemen, we face a formidable enemy. Our only choice is to charge forward and carve a path. However, we are currently besieged on all sides and must have a contingent to protect everyone and safeguard the emperor. Lord Hu urged swiftly. The commoners exchanged uncertain glances before collectively directing their gaze toward Lord Hu. A middle-aged man voiced the question of many. What does this mean? Lord Hu surveyed the crowd. Then addressed them. I propose that we mobilize over 5,000 individuals to resist these magical corpses. Upon hearing this, the commoners began to murmur anxiously. Lord Hu raised his voice. I understand your reluctance. After all, you all have loved ones to consider. However, if we strive to eliminate those magical corpses, we can ensure the safety of those dear to us and secure the safety of our emperor. Moreover, with 5,000 of us, our numbers surpass those of the magical corpses. We merely need to hold back the corpses behind us while advancing forward. The corpses are fewer in number than us. We shall prevail. Do you not have faith in one another? The commoners hesitated. They trusted Lord Hu, for he had always considered their welfare, and they believed he would not lead them astray. Yet, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on their hearts. Father, at that moment, a middle-aged man spoke up. He was Lord Hu's son, raised under his father's guidance, known for his integrity and fairness, and beloved by the commoners. He was accompanied by several others, all direct descendants of the Hu family. Gonger, what brings you here? Lord Hu asked, confusion evident in his eyes. Though he harbored a suspicion indeed, Gonger and the others had come to support their father. Lord Hu sighed softly but refrained from uttering words of opposition. The Hu family would not face extinction. Their next generation had been entrusted to trusted allies with their presence. The children of the next generation would be safe. However, they had not anticipated that this was the end of days. And the concept of trusted allies established before the apocalypse crumbled under its weight, revealing the darkest facets of humanity. Thus, it ultimately led to the true downfall of the Hu family. Yet, these were matters for another time. Now, with the second generation of the Hu family involved, the commoners began to make their decision. It could be said that the ancient populace was still quite simple-hearted, their thoughts inherently kind, willing to consider others. They believed that as long as they eliminated the magical corpses, they would surely survive. Soon, 5,000 individuals had gathered. Among them, 95% were ordinary citizens, while the remaining 5% were those with abilities. Lung Yubing observed the scene, reminiscent of her previous life, a tinge of melancholy flickering in her eyes. The events of her past had taught her that matters were not as simple as Lord Hu had described. However, she could do nothing, nor could she voice her concern. She had long vowed to avoid the role of a savior. If she revealed her identity due to a moment of weakness, he would be in danger. She turned away, unable to bear the sight of those willing to sacrifice themselves. Meanwhile, the magical corpses were drawing closer. Sensing the feast before them, they roared in excitement, claws and teeth bared as they surged toward the commoners. Eager to indulge in their succulent prey, Lord Hu made a swift decision, leading the entire contingent forward, dividing 2,000 to forge a path while the remaining 3,000 spread out to form a perimeter against the magical corpses. Chapter 55. Unease. Lung Yubing and her companions watched coldly, opting not to join the 5,000. Lei Xanyu and the others similarly refrained from joining the ranks, despite Lord Hu's seemingly simple words. The sorrow in his eyes was starkly apparent to them. They would not join that contingent, yet Lei Xinyu felt a twinge of compassion, unwilling to witness those people perish in vain. Thus, the group of 8 edged slightly outward, hoping to rescue a few if possible. Leng Yubing and Lei Hani followed, maintaining a distance of about 3 meters from the others. The 5,000 suppressed their rising panic, fighting valiantly against the magical corpses, while those outside the perimeter sprinted forward, clinging to a singular conviction. The Emperor would undoubtedly protect them. Leng Yubing wielded her dagger, swiftly severing the head of a magical corpse, saving a youth who had been attacked. "Thank you," the boy stammered, casting a grateful glance at Leng Yubing. She merely acknowledged him with a glance, continuing her battle against the magical corpses. Most of the 5,000 were ordinary citizens. Although they had the advantage of numbers, some magical corpses managed to breach their defenses. Furthermore, as Leng Yubing waved her dagger, a flicker of uncertainty crossed her eyes. These magical corpses appeared stronger than before. This was different from her previous life. Back then, the magical corpses she faced were considerably easier to defeat. With the corpses growing more formidable, the ordinary people remained unchanged, resulting in a heightened risk for humanity. A sense of foreboding crept into her heart. She sensed that the cost of this battle against the magical corpses would be far greater than in her past. Yet, she felt powerless. She was selfish, concerned only for the well-being of those she cherished, and would not advocate for rescuing others unless their lives were in peril. Another individual was seized by a magical corpse, their eyes filled with agony and despair. They did not cry out for help, knowing that even a scream would not alter their fate soon. They were reduced to a pile of bones, and the magical corpses relished their newfound feast. Invigorated by the scent of blood roar, they surged forward in a relentless wave, clawing and biting at the food before them. The commoners fought with makeshift weapons, brooms, shovels, hoes, and other assorted tools, rarely wielding proper arms. Observing the weapons wielded by those who slay the demonic corpses, and then glancing at the soldiers armed with genuine weaponry yet refraining from engaging the undead, Lei Hani shook his head in dismay. Allowing those individuals to rely on these ineffective tools to vanquish the demonic corpses was nothing short of a fantastical folly. It was perplexing to fathom the Emperor's intentions. As another earthen spike emerged from the ground, immobilizing a demonic corpse, the citizens standing before it immediately began to strike it vigorously with their weapons, not ceasing until the creature lay still. Meanwhile, Leng Yubing, while dispatching demonic corpses, felt a pang of regret. Alas, such an abundance of magic crystals lay before her, yet not a single one could she collect. What a pity, for they were splendid items for enhancing one's abilities. Observing Leng Yubing, whose eyes shimmered with longing as if she had spotted gold, Lei Hani instantly discerned her thoughts when she heard him call her name. She discreetly stuck out her tongue. It seemed her intentions had been discovered once more, rendering her previous plan futile. Yet, the allure of the magic crystals was undeniably tempting. Amused and exasperated by Leng Yubing's avaricious demeanor, Lei Hani continued to focus on the task at hand. Soon, exhaustion began to set in among the crowd, yet the city gates loomed ever closer. The gates of the capital remained ajar, for the calamity had struck in broad daylight, catching all by surprise. Thus, the soldiers tasked with guarding the city had been overrun by their fallen comrades and the citizens, leaving the gates unsealed. This ignited a flicker of hope and a fervent desire for life among them. "We are nearly there," they thought, spurred on by the belief that once they crossed the threshold, they could secure the gates behind them and attain safety. With this thought in mind, they pushed forward with renewed vigor. However, unbeknownst to them, General Dingua cast a furtive, calculating glance at General Zhanghua. His eyes gleaming with a dangerous intent, he signaled to a trusted aide, who subtly acknowledged his unspoken command. A fleeting, sinister smile crept across General Dingua's lips. "Feng Wuyo, you have persistently opposed me. Do not blame me for my ruthless actions this time. Your existence obstructs my path." Li Muqing had been observing Leng Yubing, marveling at her agility. Despite lacking supernatural abilities, she effortlessly dispatched the demonic corpses. Igniting a spark of intrigue in his eyes, Lei Hani, sensing the weight of a gaze fixed upon them, narrowed his eyes in displeasure, subtly positioning himself to shield Leng Yubing from the unwelcome scrutiny. His expression steely. Li Muqing, caught off guard by Lei Hani's fierce gaze, momentarily faltered. Lei Hani issued a silent warning, then resumed his assault on the demonic corpses. "Who is this man?" Li Muqing pondered, intrigued by the formidable aura he exuded. Such presence, and a sorcerer at that. He must hold considerable significance. Observing his proximity to Leng Yubing, Li Muqing surmised their relationship was anything but ordinary. Yet, a smirk played upon Li Muqing's lips. Did that man believe a mere warning would instill fear in him? How delightful! He would not relinquish his interest in Lung Yuebing until she had entirely lost her allure. Unperturbed by the unfolding dynamics, Lung Yuebing felt an increasing sense of unease. The losses they had incurred thus far were minimal. Yet for reasons unknown, she felt an overwhelming dread, as if a colossal danger awaited them ahead. What of the first-level mutated demonic corpse? It had yet to reveal itself. Leilani too sensed something amiss. Recalling the prior assault by the first-level mutated demonic corpse, his instincts heightened. He remained vigilant. Suddenly chaos erupted. A demonic corpse the size of an infant appeared, perched atop a colossal undead body, before the astonished crowd. Behind it trailed a throng of lesser demonic corpses, instilling a sense of despair in all who beheld them. As Leilani's gaze fell upon the infant-sized demonic corpse, his eyes narrowed in icy determination. His power stirred within him. This was the very creature that had injured Yia. Yet, Leilani remained composed, his rationality intact, recognizing that now was not the moment for action. Their primary objective was to escape the city. However, after dispatching another demonic corpse, he assessed their predicament and realized that a safe departure would prove challenging. At that moment, Lung Yuebing shared Leilani's sentiments. She raised an eyebrow, silently acknowledging that, just as in her previous life, a secure exit was unattainable, albeit the circumstances seemed somewhat altered. It appeared that this life held even greater peril. Yet, an inexplicable frown creased her brow. Despite the imminent threat manifesting before them, an unsettling anxiety lingered within her. What other calamities lay in wait? Suppressing her trepidation, Lung Yuebing continued to battle the demonic corpses, her gaze firmly fixed upon the first-level mutated one. The mutated creature charged at a sorcerer, who, taken aback by its swiftness, failed to react in time. Its claws sank into the sorcerer's shoulder, and its maw clamped down viciously. The sorcerer cried out in agony, terror and despair flooding his eyes as a singular thought consumed him. It was over. An ordinary person turned sorcerer in this apocalyptic world. He had once been destined for greatness and respect, yet now all was lost due to the bite of this demonic corpse. No! He screamed, his eyes alight with fury and madness. If he could not attain a favorable outcome, then neither would anyone else. His thoughts spiraled into recklessness as he lunged toward a former friend, oblivious to the mutated corpse that continued to devour him, and savagely bit into the other. Thus, a vicious cycle ensued. This transformation unfolded in mere moments, too swift for the onlookers to comprehend. Lung Yuebing regarded the scene with bitter irony. This was the essence of humanity, both loathsome and tragic. In her previous life, she had witnessed similar events. It was disheartening to see history repeat itself. Indeed, humanity was a fundamentally selfish species. Stealing a glance at Leilani beside her, a flicker of warmth pierced through her hardened heart. Regardless of the chaos, she found solace in the knowledge that the man standing beside her would never harm her. He reached out, grasping her hand, silently conveying his presence and reassurance. The warmth radiating from his palm provided comfort amidst the turmoil. Perhaps the flesh and blood of the sorcerer was a delicacy for the demonic corpses. As the first-level mutated one persistently targeted him, without needing commands, the other sorcerers hastily fled from those who had been bitten, their abilities hurled at the mutated creature. Yet, those energies were deftly evaded by the infantile demonic corpse. Helped it The realization dawned upon them that this demonic corpse was unlike the others. My powers cannot harm it. It's coming for me. An atmosphere of unease and terror pervaded the area as panicked cries echoed incessantly. Whether incited by the crowd or lured by the prospect of a feast, the infant demonic corpse emitted a chilling roar. The lesser demonic corpses surged forward, relentlessly advancing upon the citizens. Though some among the populace had fought demonic corpses before, their combat experience was woefully inadequate. Most had relied on sheer brute force or numbers, lacking any real strategy, and the preceding skirmishes had already sapped their strength. Faced with this relentless tide of undead, their sole thought was to flee, as long as they could escape the city. They believed safety awaited them beyond the gates. Thus, they dashed forward, forsaking everything else. And this moment of chaos, familial ties, friendships, and love were cast aside. Survival was their only concern amidst the tumult. Children bore the brunt of the tragedy. Abandoned by their kin, only to be consumed by the demonic corpses, they would never comprehend why their parents had forsaken them, their cries filled with sorrow and fear, echoing in the face of their impending doom. Some sought to reunite with their scattered loved ones, and those fortunate enough to find them clung tightly to their reclaimed children as they fled. However, the unfortunate ones were trampled in the chaos. Falling prey to the pursuing undead as Lei Sinew and her companions pressed forward, they too engaged the demonic corpses. Unlike the ordinary citizens, they were seasoned fighters, possessing combat experience and skills, with their endurance surpassing that of the average person. Even outpacing some sorcerers, this was largely thanks to Lung Yuebing's insistence on training them to confront the undead. Witnessing the instinctual reactions of the frightened populace, a chilling sense of dread enveloped their group. They even witnessed some individuals pushing their companions towards the attacking undead, seemingly in a desperate attempt to divert the menace away from themselves. Observing these unsettling scenes, Remo and his companions exchanged knowing glances, their expressions imbued with a heightened sense of vigilance. At this moment, they fully comprehended that their greatest threat was not solely the undead but also their fellow human beings. A moment's carelessness could result in them being thrust into danger. Lei Xinyu felt a pang of compassion in her heart, yet she would not be so foolish as to attempt a rescue, a misstep that had previously endangered her own people. Lung Yuebing and Lei Hani silently dispatched the undead around them while also remaining acutely aware of Xinyu and her companion's safety. Chapter 57. Closing the city gates. Meanwhile, as the emperor of the Southern Holy Dynasty, Mingdi was being escorted out of the city by a host of martial generals, feeling utterly powerless in the face of the chaos that ensued among the citizens. In such perilous times, the emperor's primary responsibility was to ensure his own safety, for only then could he hope to restore the imperial lineage of the Southern Holy Dynasty. The populace was already numerous. The loss of a few would not significantly alter their fate. This was a trial sent by heaven, and they could only resign themselves to their destiny. Lung Yuebing and Lei Hani observed the unfolding events with a hint of irony in their eyes. Lung Yuebing regarded Mingdi with a detached gaze, her heart filled with disdain for such a self-serving ruler whose reign was nearing its end. In her previous life, Mingdi had met a grim fate. Absent from the several fortified cities, however, her attention shifted towards General Dinghua and General Zhonghua, a glimmer of determination igniting within her. Perhaps she could extend a favor to that individual. Mingdi was not far from the city gates, and the horde of undead, led by the first-level mutated creature, trailed behind them, allowing for a swift exit from the city. Your Majesty, the city gates. A hesitant voice broke through the tension, trailing off. Let us wait a moment before closing them. Mingdi glanced at the fleeing citizens and declared, given that safety is already partially secured, I do not advise delaying any further for those still trying to escape. Due to their circumstances, Lung Yuebing and Lei Hani found themselves distanced from the city gates. By now, several citizens had managed to break free, exhaling in relief as they collapsed to the ground. Panting heavily, close the gates, we must seal them, those creatures are about to break free. Close the gates. Do you want us to perish? Close the gates. Hurry, shut them. The citizens shouted in a frenzy, disregarding that the individuals they were imploring were none other than the exalted emperor and his officials. Their lives took precedence over all else. Anyone threatening their existence had become their mortal enemy. Your Majesty, look at this. The courtiers beseeched Mingdi, who surveyed the agitated citizens rushing toward the gates. Followed closely by a formidable throng of undead. With a heavy sigh, he finally conceded, close the gates. By the Emperor's decree, close the gates before the soldiers could step forward to secure the gates. The citizens had already taken the initiative to do so. Your Majesty, you cannot. These are your subjects. General Zhonghua Feng Wuyo protested vehemently. Humph. Feng Wuyo, what do you mean by that? Are you suggesting the Emperor is abandoning these citizens? You should comprehend that it is not the Emperor South desire to close the gates. It is the citizens themselves who demand it, leaving him no choice. The General Dinghua coldly retorted. Do you not speak such nonsense? When have I ever said that? Feng Wuyo's voice was sharp. Humph, your intentions are clear to me, the General Dinghua scoffed, having long held disdain for Feng Wuyo's arrogance, particularly given his youth. Your Majesty. Feng Wuyo, unwilling to argue further with General Dinghua, turned his attention back to Mingdi. The Emperor's expression wavered, ultimately stating, this is the will of the people. I cannot alter it, Your Majesty. Feng Wuyo exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Enough? Mingdi's tone turned icy, his gaze toward Feng Wuyo tinged with displeasure. Feng Wuyo found it incomprehensible. He had always believed Mingdi to be a wise ruler, one who would protect him in battle and ensure a prosperous realm. Yet now, he realized that Mingdi was in fact a selfish individual, indifferent to the safety of his people. If General Feng cannot bear to witness this, he may assist those citizens in combating the undead. Perhaps he could save a few, General Dinghua remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Feng Wuyo shot him a glare before looking back at the citizens, ultimately throwing his arms up in resignation and dashing into the city. Wuyo! A woman's voice called out, halting him in his tracks. Recognizing the familiar sound, Feng Wuyo instinctively paused but did not turn to face her. Yun he began. I understand. I will accompany you. Qiu Ziyun stepped forward, taking Feng Wuyo's hand with a gentle smile. She understood him well enough to support his decision without hesitation. Feng Wuyo regarded Qiu Ziyun with a mixture of emotions. But what is there to ponder? We promised to face life and death together. Do you intend to abandon me? Qiu Ziyun pouted, her eyes filled with a hint of grievance. No, I would never. Feng Wuyo quickly shook his head. Then it is settled, Qiu Ziyun declared resolutely with a heavy heart. Feng Wuyo acquiesced. Very well, do not close the gates. We haven't escaped yet. Do not shut the gates. Inside the city, the citizens rushing toward the gates were alarmed to see their fellow escapees advocating for the gates to be sealed. And they immediately began to shout. Lei Xinyu and the others had initially been oblivious to the commotion, but upon hearing the outcries, they quickly focused on the gates. What should we do? They are closing the gates. Panic gripped Lei Xinyu as she anxiously queried Remo. A fierce glint flashed in Remo's eyes before he shook his head. He was at a loss as well. This is terrible, if we're trapped inside. We will undoubtedly be devoured by those undead. Li Hu exclaimed, his agitation evident. Zhang Yuan, equally troubled, remarked, how could Mingdi be so callous, disregarding the lives of these citizens? He has always been selfish. Why expect him to act selflessly? Wang Tian said with disdain. Yet they all understood that their second option was unlikely to succeed, and the first option held little promise as well. They continued to converse as they ran, maintaining their pace despite the gravity of their situation. Just as Remo's words faded, the sky opened up and rain began to fall. Chapter 58. A benefactor from the past, Leng Yuebing, had been attentively monitoring the situation outside the city and felt no concern regarding the closing of the gates. Well, if it comes to it, I can always knock out Xinyu and the others and bring them to safety in my space, then use my lightness skill to fly out, she mused optimistically. Of course, this was merely a contingency plan. She hoped to avoid such a complicated explanation later on. As expected, just like in her previous life, they chose to prioritize the citizens, though the ultimate outcome was regrettably similar. Sigh. However, upon realizing the identities of those involved, Lei Hani understood her shift in emotion and inquired, sensing something amiss. Lei Hani was surprised. It was unusual for Yuebing to be so resolute about saving others. In the past, she had approached saving Wang Tinyu's group with a more indifferent attitude. Yet now, she insisted on rescuing Feng Wuyo and his wife. Furrowing his brow, Lei Hani felt a myriad of questions arise within him but ultimately nodded. Very well, if it is your request, then saving them is but a small matter. Her determination to save Feng Wuyo and Qiu Ziyun stemmed from their actions in a previous life when they had saved Lei Hani. In that life, due to an injured leg, Lei Hani had relied on Remo's assistance, which slowed his progress. Ultimately, it was Feng Wuyo and his wife who had rescued him, allowing him to escape the city before the gates were sealed. Tragically, however, they had been injured by the undead and subsequently took their own lives. This incident had haunted Lei Hani throughout his life. In his previous life, Lei Hani had been indifferent to his own fate. But this time around he cherished his life and found Feng Wuyo and Qiu Ziyun's sacrifice deeply moving. Even if he did not require their aid this time, he still wished to honor their memory and rectify the regret from his past. Naturally, he could never voice these sentiments aloud. Just then, the rain began to fall from the sky. A jolt of realization coursed through Leng Yuebing as her face paled beneath her mask. It was indeed happening. The rain roar. The undead seemed to have been provoked by something, each one howling in a frenzied state. They ignored their potential prey, merely circling aimlessly in the courtyard. Even the first-level mutated creature exhibited a similar disinterest in the blood and flesh of the extraordinary. It let out a series of roars, and to everyone's disbelief, the undead began to retreat en masse. How could these creatures be retreating? Could it be the rain? Is this a divine intervention from the heavens, witnessing our suffering at the hands of the undead and sending this miraculous rain to save us? It must be so. Otherwise, how could it be that the moment it rains, the undead retreat? Heaven, open your eyes. Let this divine rain descend upon us. We need not perish, for it is this miraculous rain that has saved us. The common folk cheered and rejoiced, yet Lei Hani furrowed his brow, gazing up at the rain with a sense of foreboding, feeling deep within that matters were far more complex than the townspeople believed. Beneath the icy mask of Leng Yuebing, her face had turned utterly pale, her body trembling uncontrollably. The reactions of the undead had already revealed to her that this rain was indeed as sinister as she had feared, and not merely a product of her imagination. Recalling the events that transpired after this rain in her past life, Leng Yuebing could not suppress a shiver. "Yeah, what troubles you?" Lei Hani inquired with concern, his eyes reflecting his worry. Leng Yuebing forced herself to regain composure before addressing Lei Hani. Is there any way for them to recognize your identity? You must quickly ensure that Xinyu and the others take cover. They must not be caught in this rain." "Understood." Lei Hani noted the urgency in Lung Yuebing's eyes. Realizing the gravity of the situation without further questions, he produced a ring and gave it a slight shake. Lei Mo, who had been anxiously watching over them amidst the crowd, paused at the sight of the ring. Instinctively taken aback, "This ring, he is a prince." Take cover from the rain. Before Lei Mo could react, Lei Hani casually passed by him, softly uttering the command. A flicker of doubt crossed Lei Mo's eyes. Yet he understood that Lei Hani wished to keep his identity concealed. He subtly nodded and instructed Lei Xinyu and the others, "Let us retreat to the city below to evade the rain." Lei Xinyu, who believed the rain was a divine blessing, felt perplexed at Lei Mo's words. "Why?" Uncertain of the reason himself, Lei Mo simply replied, "Just do as I say." Lei Yong glanced at Lei Mo, recognizing that he would not speak without reason. Thus, he echoed Lei Mo's directive, urging the group to seek shelter, while pondering the underlying issues of this rain. Chapter 59. Leaving the city, a light drizzle fell from the sky, and the sudden departure of the undead left everyone momentarily stunned. "Your Majesty, the city gate." "Who cares about the city gate? Look, the undead have left. The townspeople are no longer concerned about whether the gate is closed or not. We should close it only after the people have exited." Before the words could fully escape his lips, a military officer snapped angrily at the speaker. A few generals around him mirrored his sentiments. These officers, loyal to Feng Wuyo, held their general's commands in higher regard than those of the Emperor Ming. Given their shared dedication to the people, they found Emperor Ming's recent actions disheartening, and should he insist on closing the city gate now, they would undoubtedly rebel. The speaker faltered, embarrassment flashing across his face, as the military officer continued, "We should close the gate only after the townspeople have left." Emperor Ming recognized that closing the gate at this moment would surely incite public ire, potentially leading to rebellion, an outcome he wished to avoid. The townspeople cheered, believing this miraculous rain had saved them, eagerly retrieving any containers to collect water, while others tilted their heads back to drink directly from the downpour. Watching their actions, Lung Yuebing felt a chill run down her spine. "We must leave this place," she urged. "This rain is not a divine blessing. It is a toxic deluge. Should ordinary people be caught in it for long, they will become undead. Although mages possess greater resistance, prolonged exposure will also lead to their transformation. For humanity, this rain spells disaster. Yet for the undead, it is a feast far superior to human flesh. While it may discomfort them, it greatly enhances their powers. So, the heavens bestowing a divine rain to save them." Lung Yuebing scoffed internally. "It only propels them closer to annihilation. Nevertheless, as long as they were still alive, they must strive to live well." "Agreed," Lei Hani nodded, and the two hastened away from their location. As they passed by Feng Wuyo and Qiu Ziyun, Lung Yuebing halted, turning to them with utmost seriousness. "You must avoid this rain. Be wary of General Dinghua." "What do you mean by that?" Feng Wuyo narrowed his eyes, a glint of sharpness flashing within. A chill flickered in Lei Hani's gaze as he stepped protectively in front of Lung Yuebing, exuding an imposing aura. Feeling this pressure, Feng Wuyo's heart quaked, his eyes fixating on Lei Hani, a sense of confusion washing over him. Who is this man? His very presence instills trepidation in one who has battled countless foes. "I'm merely offering a warning. Whether you believe it is up to you. I hope you will not regret it later," Lung Yuebing said, gently tugging at Lei Hani's sleeve and stepping out from behind him. Her tone steady. "Let us go with that." She took Lei Hani's hand and moved past them. She had said all she could. If they chose not to believe her, there was little she could do. "Wuyo, we should heed their advice," Qiu Ziyun suggested, tugging at Feng Wuyo. Feng Wuyo looked at his beloved wife, perplexed by her sudden assertion. "I believe that young woman has no reason to deceive us. She merely advised us to take shelter from the rain, and there is no harm in following her advice." Qiu Ziyun smiled gently, her instinct urging her to heed the warning, her hand unconsciously resting on her abdomen. Her lips pursed in contemplation of the risks involved. Upon hearing Qiu Ziyun's viewpoint, Feng Wuyo reconsidered, realizing that seeking shelter from the rain posed no significant danger. "Very well, let us first exit the city to find refuge from the rain." What about Xinyu and the others?" Lung Yuebing glanced back at Lei Xinyu and the others still seeking shelter at the city gate, speaking softly to Lei Haniao. "Not worry about them. We will leave shortly, and they will follow. As for those who are tracking us," he spoke. A glimmer of light flashed in Lei Hani's eyes, and Lung Yuebing understood his implication, nodding in agreement. "Then let us seize this opportunity while the rain is still light and find a suitable place to take shelter. This location is not conducive for long-term refuge," Lung Yuebing proposed. Lei Hani nodded. Shedding his outer garment and draping it over Lung Yuebing, observing his gesture, Lung Yuebing silently etched this kindness into her heart, saying nothing. though she felt no particular concern about enduring the rain. Your Majesty, those two. Ye Ming, who had been discreetly shadowing Emperor Ming, suddenly interjected. He had remained vigilant towards the masked man, and now his curiosity was piqued by their actions. Given that man's abilities, it seemed improbable he would linger so far behind. Even with an ordinary person, his gaze instinctively shifted towards Lei Xinyu and the others, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Could it be because of them? Might there be some connection? Upon hearing Yi Ming's observation, Emperor Ming's gaze fell upon the departing Lei Hani and Leng Yuebing, his eyes narrowing slightly. Let them go. The man had proven elusive to win over, yet he could not afford to offend him. Since they were willing to leave voluntarily, it was for the best. There was no need to impede their departure. Though Yi Ming felt a twinge of unease at Emperor Ming's words, he said nothing further and complied. Li Muqing had been closely monitoring Leng Yuebing and upon witnessing their impending confinement within the city, felt a pang of regret, but was astonished by the subsequent turn of events. He considered intervening as they left. Yet upon glancing at his father, he refrained, narrowing his eyes slightly. Li Muqing soon adopted a nonchalant demeanor. After all, the prey he sought would eventually fall into his grasp. It was inevitable. General Dinggua's eyes flickered with resentment. This opportunity to eliminate Feng Wuyo had slipped away, all due to the sudden rain that had driven the undead away. Nevertheless, he vowed to find another chance to eradicate him. Chapter 60. A reunion 3 days later. The rain continued to pour outside, now a torrential downpour far more severe than that of 3 days prior to this moment. Leng Yuebing and Lei Hani had removed their masks at sister-in-law. Why must we hide from this rain? Is it not a blessing that has saved us? Lei Xinyu inquired curiously, having long held this question but only now mustering the courage to ask. This rain can turn some people into the undead. Leng Yuebing revealed without hesitation, stating the truth plainly. What? The news sent shockwaves through those present, save for Lei Hani, who remained unfazed. The rain could transform people into the undead. Your Highness. One voice quivered with disbelief. Is this truly the case? This rain can turn people into the undead? Zhang Yuan swallowed hard, his voice trembling with disbelief as he spoke. Is that so? Cold Moon Ice nodded, affirming her statement. Why? How could this be? Didn't the rain scare those magical corpses away? How could it possibly turn us into magical corpses? Li Hu exclaimed skeptically. Lei Yang stood silently by, lost in thought, while Lei Mo maintained a poker face. His eyes inadvertently tightening with anxiety as they swept over Lei Xianyu. Lei Qing listened quietly, saying nothing scared off magical corpses. Cold Moon Ice smirked, as though she had heard something amusing, her lips curling into a sardonic smile. A predatory grin appeared as she added, yet it enhances their abilities significantly. Some may even awaken supernatural powers, becoming aberrant magical corpses. Li Hu and Zhang Yuan, along with Wang Tian, gaped in astonishment. Aberrant magical corpses? Lei Yang pondered the phrase before continuing. Is that what we encountered last time? Was the swift speed of that infant magical corpse due to it being an aberrant magical corpse? Cold Moon Ice confirmed. Indeed, it was an aberrant magical corpse, albeit only a level 1. We were caught in that rain. Lei Yang shifted the focus from the aberrant magical corpses to the overlooked issue concerning Lei Xianyu. Lei Mo's gaze remained fixated on Cold Moon Ice. We didn't get too drenched, so it's all right, Cold Moon Ice replied nonchalantly, though her mind was racing with thoughts of how to use some spirit spring water on them later. To be on the safe side, she had secretly diluted the spirit spring water for them to drink, albeit mixed with a hint of her own blood. However, a furtive glance at the silent and stern Lei Hani made her heart flutter with unease. Well, he is upset, she thought, but that bit of blood is nothing to her. Ensuring that Xianyu and the others do not turn into magical corpses is what truly matters. Cold Moon Ice bore no resentment. Merely feeling a touch of grievance while pondering how to placate Lei Hani, Lei Mo visibly relaxed, reverting to a state akin to ice and wood. The group collectively exhaled, only to be met by a prolonged silence. What's wrong? Cold Moon Ice chuckled at their sudden quietude. At sister-in-law, if that's the case, then this rain must mean the end is near for humanity, right? Lei Xianyu swallowed hard, voicing her thoughts. Cold Moon Ice paused for a moment before nodding. As for how many will escape becoming magical corpses, I can't say for certain, but glancing at them, she continued, at least 6 or 7 out of every 10 will likely transform, seeing their despondent expressions. Cold Moon Ice raised an eyebrow. Don't be too disheartened. While this rain allows magical corpses to evolve, there will also be individuals who, having endured the toxins of this rain, become aberrant sorcerers, and aberrant sorcerers have a certain chance of awakening a new supernatural ability. However, such individuals are exceedingly rare. 1 in 50 is already considered a significant probability, Cold Moon Ice silently added to herself. Elihu and the others' eyes brightened. They were mere mortals, and perhaps if they simply endured the rain. Cold Moon Ice narrowed her eyes slightly. Speaking ominously, if you cannot withstand it, you will become magical corpses should you attempt to venture out. I will not hesitate to eliminate you before you transform. A shiver ran down Li Hu and the others' spines, immediately quashing any thoughts of escape. At that moment, they recalled the chilling sensation that had crept up from their feet at the thought of that rain. Those poor souls, they shuddered involuntarily. Wang Fei, how long will this rain last? Lei Qing inquired, glancing outside at the downpour. It was not feasible for them to remain there indefinitely. If they continued to linger, they would inevitably be inundated. It should last another day or two, Cold Moon Ice replied, though she could not be certain. However, based on the patterns of her previous life, it should conclude within that time frame. That's good. Otherwise, we would be trapped in here with the water. Lei Xianyu remarked cheerfully. Sister-in-law truly knows so much. Brother, don't you agree? Cold Moon Ice smirked, casting a glance at Lei Hanyi, who happened to meet her gaze. She offered him a charming smile. Lei Hanyi shook his head internally, sighing. Faced with such a playful Cold Moon Ice, he found it hard to remain angry, especially since he wasn't truly upset, just mildly displeased with her actions. He reached out to tousle her hair, expressing his helplessness. Seeing the interaction between Lei Hanyi and Cold Moon Ice, Lei Xianyu secretly chuckled, then winked at Lei Mo, signaling, aren't I impressive? They made up. Wang Yi, have you awakened Earth-type supernatural abilities? Lei Mo observed Lei Xianyu's little antics but chose not to react, instead posing a question. While others might not have noticed Lei Hanyi's earlier demeanor, Lei Mo had been vigilant from the beginning, recalling that the prince's previous supernatural abilities were not of the lightning type. Lei Xianyu pouted in annoyance at Lei Mo's lack of engagement. But her attention quickly shifted back to his question, with all eyes now on Lei Hanyi. Everyone recalled that his powers indeed seemed to be Earth-type, though their recollection wasn't particularly vivid. Lei Hanyi glanced at them and without denying it, nodded in acknowledgement. Wow, brother, you're a dual-type sorcerer. How impressive! Lei Xianyu exclaimed, her eyes glimmering with admiration. Wang Yi is truly remarkable, being a dual-type sorcerer. I, Li Hu, am immensely proud to have such a master, Li Hu declared boldly, expressing his feelings without restraint. Chapter 61. Recalling the pain of the past. Cold Moon Ice mused silently, recalling that in her previous life, had been a triple-type sorcerer. While dual-type sorcerers were rare, they paled in comparison to triple-type sorcerers. Wang Ye's leg has also healed, Wang Tian interjected. Though they had gathered the day before, fatigue from their harrowing journey and the numerous magical corpses they had slain left them with little opportunity to ask questions, and they had simply rested. Now rejuvenated, their inquiries surfaced one by one. Indeed, brother, your leg is better. When did that happen? Lei Xianyu asked cheerfully, clinging to one of Lei Hanyi's arms. After we separated from you. When we escaped the encirclement of magical corpses, his leg suddenly healed. We found a place to rest, she explained. All that matters is that your leg is well again. As long as we're together, there's no danger, she continued. Now that your leg is healed, brother and sister-in-law look perfect standing together. Hearing this, Cold Moon Ice's eyes flickered with a cunning glint, though only Lei Hanyi noticed. Moon is getting cheeky again. However, Lei Hanyi remained silent, showing no intention of intervening, but silently apologized to Lei Xianyu. Between my sister and my woman, if I had to choose, of course my woman is more important. Lei Hanyi calmly asserted. He was confident that Moon wouldn't cause any serious trouble. It was merely harmless teasing, and he was content to let her enjoy herself. Xianyu, does that imply that when I was with your brother, we didn't appear compatible at all? Cold Moon Ice said leisurely. Huh? Lei Xianyu blinked, shaking her head vehemently. No, sister-in-law, that's not what I meant. Oh, is that not what you meant? Cold Moon Ice nodded. Feigning understanding, Lei Xianyu breathed a sigh of relief, but her relief was short-lived as she heard Cold Moon Ice's follow-up. Then tell me, do you think it's me who looks mismatched standing beside your brother? Or does your brother seem out of place standing next to me? Cold Moon Ice spoke unhurriedly. Lei Xianyu's face fell, and she turned to her brother, pleading. Brother Lei Hanyi raised an eyebrow, a smirk tugging at his lips. His smile astonished everyone, but for those familiar with his temperament, it foreshadowed trouble, especially for Lei Xianyu, who knew her brother well. If he remained cold, there was still a chance of reassurance. But a dazzling smile suggested he was interested in some mischief. Like now, consequently, her expression grew even more woeful, desperate. She glanced at Lei Mo, who seemed to be looking at the sky. I saw nothing. Did anything happen just now? Lei Xianyu, feeling helpless, turned to the others, only to find them wearing expressions of feigned ignorance. They clearly had no intention of getting involved in the princess affairs to avoid inciting his wrath, which would spell disaster for them. Seeing their reactions, Lei Xianyu's expression darkened with indignation. What a bunch of ungrateful folks. Humped as expected, Lei Hani spoke in a detached tone. Xianyu, I too wish to know. Hearing this, Lei Xianyu pouted, casting a pitiful glance at him before turning to Cold Moon Eyes. Sister-in-law, I was wrong. Okay, I didn't mean it like that. Please let me off the hook. She recognized her mistake and vowed never to speak thoughtlessly again. Observing Lei Xianyu's pitiful demeanor, Cold Moon Eyes could no longer contain her laughter, bursting into giggles. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Finally, Cold Moon Eyes decided to let it go, and Lei Hani followed suit. Allowing Lei Xianyu to relax at last, Lei Mo cast a casual glance at Lei Xianyu just as a sound echoed from outside the courtyard. Is there anyone inside? A woman's voice emerged. Tinged with a hint of disdain, sister, even if there is no one inside, it is still far better than being out here. At least there is a place to shelter from the rain. Another voice chimed in, the girl speaking with a certain timidness. Brother Lin, what do you think? She then turned to ask. Sister-in-law, they are. Sister-in-law. Hearing the voices from outside, Lei Xinyu furrowed her brow and said to Leng Yuebing, only to realize that Leng Yuebing was acting strangely. At that moment, Leng Yuebing's expression was frigid, her eyes harboring an icy intensity that startled everyone. It was him, Lin Wenxiu, the man who professed his love for her yet ultimately imprisoned her in that endless dark cell, draining her of her lifeblood day and night, and then married her nemesis, Leng Yunling, who had slain Lei Hania in a daze. She felt the familiar pain, the numb agony that had consumed her in her previous life, now surging back with renewed intensity. Her body trembled slightly as scenes from the past began to unfold before her eyes. Yeah? Lei Hani furrowed his brow and called softly. Leng Yuebing lifted her head. Meeting Lei Hani's gaze, which was filled with unmasked concern and worry, she cried, extending her arms to tightly embrace Lei Hani. Lei Yang exchanged glances with the others, who nodded in understanding, quietly departing to leave the space for Leng Yuebing and Lei Hani. Lei Qing, observing this scene, was momentarily lost in thought as he vacated the room. Chapter 62. Lin Wenxiu. Leng Yuebing had initially believed she could confront Lin Wenxiu with composure, yet at this moment, she realized she was utterly incapable of doing so. The events of her past life lay buried within her heart, casting a shadow that was only stirred by the presence of Lin Wenxiu. While she could face Leng Yunling with serenity, she could not extend the same courtesy to Lin Wenxiu. It was not love that stirred her, but a profound loathing and resentment, coupled with fear. The image of Lei Hani being pierced by a myriad of arrows resurfaced in her mind, causing waves of pain to ripple through her heart. I will not allow him to harm you, absolutely not. He shall not even think of it. As she spoke, her voice was laced with a sense of determination and grit. She would protect Lei Hani for a lifetime regardless of the cost, even if it meant her own ruin. What is the matter? What has happened? Please tell me, Lei Hani implored, his hands firmly grasping Leng Yuebing's shoulders. His eyes fixed on hers with unprecedented seriousness and concern. His heart was also filled with confusion. Who was the that Ye referred to? Leng Yuebing gazed at him, wishing to reveal everything, yet the words caught in her throat. Turning away, she avoided meeting Lei Hani's gaze. Missing the flicker of disappointment that crossed his features, a bitter smile curved her lips. Was she not doing enough for him? That Ye still harbored distrust? In the end, all her disappointment coalesced into a heavy sigh. Very well, if Ye was not yet ready to confide in him, then he would wait patiently. Her happiness was all that mattered. In truth, Leng Yuebing longed to share the truth of her rebirth, to disclose every detail, yet she feared the repercussions of revealing such a secret. What if Lei Hani looked at her differently afterward? She could not take that risk. Leng Yuebing forced herself to regain her composure. Closing her eyes and taking a deep breath, she opened her gaze once more. Now filled with tranquility, what was meant to come would arrive in due time. There was no escaping it. That if that were the case, she would face it head-on. She would not falter. Let us go out to greet our unexpected guests, she said, a cold smile playing on her lips. Her demeanor was calm, as though the anxious girl from before was a mere illusion, yet her hand remained tightly clasped around Lei Hani's, betraying the turmoil within. Lei Hani regarded Leng Yuebing quietly for a moment before softly responding. All right. He wished to tell her that if she did not wish to go, she need not force herself, but the words died on his lips. He understood Ye. It was precisely because he understood her that he could not voice such a thought. At that moment, the atmosphere in the small courtyard was stifling, tinged with an undercurrent of tension. Lei Hani and Leng Yuebing exchanged glances, both perceiving a shared confusion. What small misunderstanding? This woman dared to insult the princess consort. Without considering her own standing or the audacity required to do so, upon hearing Lei Mo's words, Li Hu immediately began to grumble in dissatisfaction. Lei Mo's lips twitched, while Lei Yong sighed in exasperation. Regardless of their status, they were still family of the princess consort. If she were to be hurt, what would the prince do to them? Casting a cautious glance at the prince and princess consort, and seeing their expressions remain neutral, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lung Yuebing, upon hearing Li Hu's remarks, remained unfazed. Ever since she voluntarily severed ties with the Lung family, those individuals had become inconsequential to her. Their words could no longer elicit sorrow. After all, could she control what these strangers said? Her gaze had been fixed on one individual since her entry. Lung Yuebing's indifference did not provoke any reaction from Lei Hani. Yet it did not mean he would allow anyone to speak ill of Ye without consequence. However, at that moment, his thoughts were not on them, but rather on the man who had caught his attention. Stealing a glance at Lung Yuebing, he shifted his focus to the man, narrowing his eyes dangerously. Was the that Ye spoke of referring to this individual? The man was clad in a vibrant red robe, the color reminiscent of flames, accentuating his fair complexion. His eyes were slightly slanted, and there was an indescribable charm in his demeanor that captivated the soul. The harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic life had imbued him with an alluring sharpness. Lei Hani discreetly furrowed his brow. From the very first glance, he felt an instinctive aversion to this man. He cast a casual glance at them, nodding slightly. Upon realizing Lei Hani's identity, the man appeared somewhat surprised. So this is the legendary Prince E? He emphasized the phrase legendary, as if mocking or deriding it. His gaze shifted to Lung Yuebing beside Lei Hani, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. It seemed that this man was indeed protecting her well. Rumors had it that Prince Yi of the Southern Sacred Dynasty adored the Lung family's legitimate daughter, Lung Yuebing, cherishing her like a precious gem. Evidently, there was truth in those rumors. Yet, if he protected her so well, would it not be all the more delightful to snatch her away later? How amusing it would be to see the expression on Lei Hani's face when he lost his woman. Lei Hani did not recognize Lin Wenxiu, but Lin Wenxiu was certainly familiar with Lei Hani, or rather, he was acquainted with the Lei Wangfu, harboring a deep-seated enmity toward it. Lin Wenxiu furrowed his brow slightly. Had he seen Lung Yuebing before? Why did she evoke such a sense of familiarity? Moreover, Lin Wenxiu lowered his gaze, confusion flickering in his eyes. Since Lung Yuebing entered, she had been staring at him. But her gaze was not one of admiration, it was filled with hatred. Hatred? What was the source of this animosity? Lin Wenxiu raised an eyebrow, yet he suppressed his burgeoning questions regarding Lung Yuebing with a scrutinizing gaze. Indeed, it is quite unexpected that the prince's leg has healed, Lin Yunru remarked, oblivious to the underlying implications in Lin Wenxiu's words. Her eyes fixated on Lei Hani. She mused that the prince looked even more imposing and handsome now that he was no longer crippled. Although he had been attractive before, he was now truly worthy of her. A glimmer of derision flickered in Lung Yunling's eyes but vanished as quickly as it appeared, unnoticed by all. Meanwhile, Lung Liang furrowed his brow, lamenting the foolishness of his daughter, who so naively aligned herself with Lin Wenxiu's words, offending Prince Yi in the process. He cast a reproachful glance at Lu, Lin Yunru's mother, as if to say, "This is your fault for raising such a foolish daughter." Lu, caught off guard by the glare, was left bewildered. Lung Yuebing remained unaware of Lung Yunru's thoughts. Had she known, she would have been inclined to inquire who had bestowed such an inflated sense of superiority upon her, making her believe that Lei Hani was unworthy of her previously but qualified now. Humph. Yet even without knowing Lung Yunru's sentiments, the infatuation evident in her eyes towards Lei Hani left Lung Yuebing feeling deeply unsettled. Chapter 63. Please leave. In a place as renowned as the Lei Wangfu, every individual within its walls seemed like a legendary figure to those of lesser status, especially those who had no idea from whence they came. Lung Yuebing retorted coolly, "You wish to insult E? That depends on whether I consent." Lin Wenxiu's smile faltered momentarily, and his gaze towards Lung Yuebing turned icy. Lei Hani subtly positioned himself to shield Lung Yuebing behind him, his eyes narrowing dangerously at Lin Wenxiu, though internally, he felt delight. Ye was standing up for him. Noticing Lei Hani's gesture, Lin Wenxiu's expression shifted, yet his smile returned to its natural state. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Wenxiu, an ice element sorcerer." As if nothing had transpired, Lin Wenxiu spoke with an air of nonchalance. Lung Yuebing silently admired Lin Wenxiu's ability to feign composure. "Ye, do you wish to stay?" Lei Hani, disregarding Lin Wenxiu's self-introduction, turned to Lung Yuebing with a gentle gaze. "This young lady seems to have mistaken me. My mother bore only me. Where would a sister come from? As for my father and mother, My mother passed away long ago, and my father is also no longer here. Where does this notion of expelling anyone come from? Lung Yuebing remarked with a sardonic smile directed at Lung Yunru. Lung Yuebing, how unfilial of you. Lung Yunru, spoiled by Lu, could not maintain her facade, instantly revealing her true self in response to Lung Yuebing's tone and demeanor, particularly upon witnessing Lei Hani's tenderness towards Lung Yuebing. She was consumed by a fit of jealousy. How could this Lung Yuebing, who had been cast out of the Dingyuan Marquis's residence and now found herself a pitiable vagrant, be deserving of Lei Hani's affection? She was utterly incomparable to herself, the legitimate daughter of the Dingyuan Marquis. Unfilial? Lung Yuebing, as if she had heard something amusing, glanced at her with a mocking glint in her eyes that I failed to comprehend. I merely speak the truth. Is it now considered unfilial to voice the truth? As she uttered these words, her gaze fell upon Lung Liang, a smirk playing on her lips. Lung Liang's expression darkened. Yet he dared not unleash his wrath upon Lung Yuebing. He had long understood that the Prince of Yi held her in high regard, and after all that had transpired, his awareness had only deepened. Provoking the Prince of Yi would spell trouble for him. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he turned to Lung Yunru and admonished her fiercely, "Rower, refrain from speaking recklessly." "Father." Lung Yunru stamped her foot in frustration. But under the weight of Lung Liang's somber glare, she dared not utter another word. "Sister Yuebing, with grandmother's health in decline, I wonder if we might stay here." Lung Yunling spoke softly, her innocent eyes wide as she gazed at Lung Yuebing. Lin Wenxiu cast a glance at Lung Yunling. He harbored a significant fondness for her, finding her looks quite appealing, yet she paled in comparison to Lung Yuebing. Lung Yuebing regarded Lung Yunling with a sudden smile, saying, "I would advise you not to concern yourselves with her. Have you forgotten what became of those who awoke?" Her words were far from baseless. In her previous life, the old matriarch had ultimately transformed into a demonic corpse. As she spoke, the expressions of everyone present shifted, their gazes towards the unconscious matriarch taking on a peculiar hue. "Rebellious daughter, cease your reckless words. You are cursing your own elder." Lung Liang, as a dutiful son, immediately retorted with fury. Yet the uncertainty in his voice betrayed his inner turmoil. "Believe it or not, I can only trouble you to leave," Lung Yuebing coldly replied, her smile vanishing as her expression hardened. Chapter 64. What face do you have? My lord, with mother in such a state, we cannot afford to be careless. It's better to be safe than sorry. If we are not cautious, we have an entire family to protect here. Lu Shi urged from the side. Lung Liang's countenance was grim. Despite his reputation as a dutiful son, he found himself in a difficult situation. "Then what do you suggest? Should we abandon mother?" His voice strained to suppress his anger. "It's not that we wish to abandon her, but in her current condition, we are powerless to assist. Besides, if we were to attend to her, we would have to leave this place. It's pouring rain outside. And in this desolate wilderness, where would we find shelter?" Lu Shi spoke with heartfelt persuasion, well aware of Lung Liang's temperament. Indeed, upon hearing her words, Lung Liang's heart wavered, and his gaze softened. The third concubine. Li Shi interjected with a calculating glint in her eyes. "Indeed, my lord, what madam has said is reasonable. If something were to happen to the old matriarch, what would become of us as women?" The fourth concubine and the third young lady. Lung Yunqi remained silent, their presence almost ethereal. Lung Yuebing had cast a fleeting glance at them earlier. Unlike Lu Shi and the others, the two of them had grown even more gaunt during these past days. Their clothing faded and worn in places. It could be said that since the onset of this calamity, their lives had deteriorated drastically. At that moment, seeing their condition, the fourth concubine, Feng Shi, opened her mouth to speak, but was halted by a tug from Lung Yunqi. Feng Shi glanced at her daughter, who shook her head in response, and thus she wore a pained expression, casting a reluctant glance at the unconscious matriarch. Ultimately saying nothing she herself could endure, even if it meant death, but she had to consider her daughter's welfare. If she offended the matriarch and the third concubine, her daughter Cheer would have an even harder life. Eventually, Lung Liang's resolve weakened, though he still harbored a sliver of reluctance. He turned his gaze towards Lung Yuebing, longing to speak, yet found himself unable to lower his pride. After all, he had nearly resorted to disciplinary action against her before casting her out of the Marquis's residence. Now to humble himself and plead with her was a task he found insurmountable. Lu Shi, observing Lung Liang's demeanor, understood that pushing too hard would be counterproductive, as he was indeed a devoted son. And thus she ceased her entreaties, refraining from appealing to Lung Yuebing. Like Lung Liang, she could not bring herself to plead with Lung Yuebing. After all, she had only recently triumphed over that wretched woman. How could she now bow down to the daughter of that same woman? She simply could not do it. Not at all, Lin Wenxiu noted Lung Liang's subtle shifts in expression, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. Then he smiled at Lung Yuebing, saying, Miss Lung, might I ask if you could grant a favor to Wenxiu and allow the old matriarch a place to stay? Rest assured, even if something were to happen to her, we would handle it ourselves. Lin Wenxiu believed that Lung Yuebing's reluctance to take in the old matriarch stemmed from her fears of being blamed if the matriarch were to transform into a demonic corpse. This way he could not only win favor with the Dingyuan Marquis but also leave a good impression on Lung Yuebing, all while aggravating Lei Hani. What could be better? Unfortunately, his calculations completely misjudged the person involved. Oh, out of consideration for you. Lung Yuebing raised an eyebrow, her tone suddenly turning sweet. Lei Hani's eyes narrowed, his expression inscrutable. Indeed, might Miss Lung consider this request? Lin Wenxiu sensed something amiss but could not pinpoint the issue. Silently chiding himself for overthinking. What merit do you possess that would compel me to grant you such a favor? Lung Yuebing retorted coldly, or rather, even if you had, what reason do I have to oblige? Fthathahadalai Hu and Zhang Yuan burst into laughter at Lung Yuebing's words, showing no regard for Lin Wenxiu's dignity. Lin Wenxiu's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated that Lung Yuebing would toy with him so openly. Her words cutting sharply, his expression soured, but he quickly regained his composure. I was indeed presumptuous. I hope Miss Lung can forgive me, however. Wenxiu still hopes you will reconsider, as you are all blood relatives. Lin Wenxiu spoke without a hint of anger. His rapid change of tone drew admiration from Lei Mo and Lei Yang, who marveled at how they might have missed it had they not been closely observing him. Lung Yuebing had long seen through Lin Wenxiu's pretenses. Even without closely monitoring him, she could discern his emotional shifts with ease. Hearing Lin Wenxiu's words, she raised an eyebrow, inwardly scoffing, blood relatives? Ha! They had long since disowned her in her previous life. And now in this life they continued to reject her while plotting her exclusion. How could such people be considered her closest kin? They had disowned her, so why should she eagerly seek their acknowledgement? Moreover, the only one truly related to them was the Lung Yuebing from her past life, not the one who had traversed into this foreign realm. Lung Yuebing, I never expected you to be so cruel. Grandmother has treated you kindly. Now that she is ill, you could at least show concern for her life. Lin Yunru exclaimed angrily, pointing a finger at Lung Yuebing. Her intention was not to assist the old matriarch. Upon hearing Lung Yuebing's claim that the matriarch would turn into a demonic corpse, she had immediately recoiled. Too frightened to approach, her outburst was purely a reaction to Lung Yuebing's seemingly haughty demeanor. After all, they were both abandoned daughters. What right did she have to act so superior? She only survived on the affections of the Prince of Yi. Yet, the root of her ire lay primarily in Lei Hani's indulgence towards Lung Yuebing. Lung Yuebing, unaware of Lung Yunru's true intentions, would surely find herself speechless upon discovering them. That if one were to be jealous, then be jealous. Why fabricate excuses? Was she truly so superior? Even if she were, it was merely in terms of strength. Lung Yunru suddenly clutched her arm, crying out in distress, my hand, my hand. Mother, it hurts so much. Woe is me, my hand. Chapter 65. Then kneeled as Lung Yunru wailed. Lu Shi rushed forward, her face etched with concern and worry, calling out, Rower, what has happened? What is wrong? Mother, I can't move my hand. It hurts so badly. Woe is me, my hand is broken. What shall I do? Lung Yunru sobbed. I detest it when others point fingers at me. This time I have merely broken your hand. Next time it may not be as simple. Lung Yuebing's tone was soft, yet her words sent chills down one's spine. How could you? Lu Shi was furious, yet dared not rebuke Lung Yuebing. Sister Yuebing. Lung Yunling suddenly knelt before Lung Yuebing, tears brimming in her eyes. Linger understands that you have faced much injustice in the Marquis's residence, but those days are behind us, now that grandmother is ill. I kneel here to implore you, Sister Yuebing, to let us stay, please? Her interjection fortuitously spared Lu Shi from further conflict. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Lei Hani's eyes, the supernatural energy he had been cultivating gradually dissipating. Oh? You wish to kneel? Then kneel by all means. It is not I who has requested it, Lung Yuebing said with a beaming smile, utterly unfazed. Sister Yuebing. Lung Yunling had not anticipated that Lung Yuebing would take her words seriously, compelling her to kneel there. Lung Yuebing, who do you think you are? This residence is not yours. By what right do you deny us the chance to stay? Cold Yunru endured the pain and, in a fit of anger, shouted at Cold Yuebing. Cold Yuebing raised an eyebrow and replied, Is that so? She then feigned enlightenment, saying, Oh dear, my memory seems to have failed me amidst all the recent happenings. I forgot to mention that this residence does not belong to me, but rather to E. Cold Yuebing readily acknowledged the truth. The prince has not expelled us, so what gives you the right to do so? What authority do you possess? Cold Yunru, feeling triumphant, turned to Lei Hani with a demure expression and implored, Your Highness, might I request that my family be permitted to stay? Despite suppressing her pain to maintain a gentle tone, her facial expression contorted in discomfort, rendering her visage rather peculiar. The rapidity of her transformation amused Cold Yuebing, though she felt a twinge of discomfort witnessing Yunru's demeanor towards Lei Hani tsk. Cold Yuebing observed Cold Yunru before turning to Lei Hani with a smile, saying, Your Highness, did you not just state that you would leave the decision of their fate to me? Her eyes bore a hint of menace, implying that any dissent would lead to dire consequences. The title of prince grated on him. Cold Yuebing pouted slightly and obediently called out, Only then did Lei Hani appear satisfied and responded, Indeed, I did say that since you have spoken, why would anyone presume I lack the authority to dismiss them? Their hearing must be poor. Lei Hani stated calmly. Cold Yuebing twitched her lips, appreciating his words. Cold Liangdashi began, but was abruptly interrupted by the fourth concubine Dada. The old matriarch has awakened, exclaimed the fourth concubine. She and Cold Yunchi had been attentively monitoring the old matriarch, and upon seeing her stir, they called out. Her exclamation drew the attention of everyone present. Feeling the weight of their gazes, the fourth concubine grew somewhat anxious but continued, I just saw the old matriarch's hand move upon hearing this. Cold Liang's heart leaped with joy. If the old matriarch had awakened and was unharmed, they would no longer need to plead with Cold Yuebing and could stay without issue. He immediately stepped forward, calling out, Mother. Yet, recalling Cold Yuebing's prior remarks, he instinctively positioned himself at a safer distance from the old matriarch. Cold Yuebing's eyes flashed with disdain at his actions. Cold Liang always prided himself on being a dutiful son. Yet when faced with the choice between his life and filial piety, he chose his own safety. Truly, it is somewhat ironic. The old matriarch's hand had indeed moved, yet she uttered no words when Cold Liang observed this. A smile of joy immediately spread across his face. Cold Yuebing furrowed her brow, sensing something was amiss. Exchanging a knowing glance with Lei Hani, they silently signaled for Lei Xinyu and the others to retreat. Then a barely perceptible smile crept onto her lips as she assumed a spectator's demeanor. Lin Wenxiu had been closely observing Cold Yuebing and Lei Hani, noting their every action. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes as he glanced at the old matriarch. After some contemplation, he took a few steps back while casually pulling up Cold Yunling, who had been kneeling nearby. A hint of puzzlement flashed in Cold Yunling's eyes, but she made no effort to resist. She was merely putting on an act, not genuinely wishing to kneel there. Now that someone was offering her an escape, she complied and stood up with Lin Wenxiu's assistance. Cold Yunchi noticed their actions and felt perplexed. After some thought, she cautiously grabbed the fourth concubine's hand. Mother? Cold Liang called several times, yet the old matriarch did not respond, causing a wave of uncertainty to wash over him. Suddenly, an unsettling feeling gripped his heart. Cold Liang's expression shifted dramatically, but the old matriarch, despite her age and previous sluggishness, moved with alarming speed and lunged directly at Cold Liang, leaving him no chance to escape. Cold Liang was taken aback, and in a moment of panic, he instinctively pushed Lu Shi towards the monstrous corpse. Lu Shi screamed in terror, her eyes filled with despair. Mother! Cold Yunru cried out, yet she dared not intervene to rescue Lu Shi. Compared to Lu Shi, she valued her own life far more. Chapter 66. The old matriarch becomes a monstrous corpse in the critical moment. Cold Yuebing intervened to save Lu Shi. Of course, her primary motive was to avoid bloodshed within the residence. However, she did not deny that her actions stemmed from other reasons as well. Lu Shi was not a meek individual. To let her die so easily would be too lenient. Although Lu Shi had once held deep affection for Cold Liang, this recent incident had transformed her feelings into profound hatred. She had sacrificed so much for Cold Liang, yet he had callously pushed her aside to shield himself from the monstrous corpse. Such behavior was utterly unforgivable. Nevertheless, she did not outwardly express her feelings. In this harsh world, she could only rely on Cold Liang for survival. Otherwise, as a powerless woman, she would endure a fate far worse than before the apocalypse. In truth, both Lu Shi and Cold Liang prioritized their own well-being above all else. Simply put, their love was rooted in selfishness, only flourishing in a situation devoid of threats. When faced with danger, such love would inevitably dissipate. Of course, these were matters for another time, and for now they remained unspoken. After Cold Yuebing intervened, she felt something was amiss as a thought instinctively flashed through her mind. This is a mutated monstrous corpse. A wave of regret crossed her eyes. She had anticipated that given the old matriarch's age, coupled with years of indulgence in her previous life's memories, her transformation into a monstrous corpse was inevitable. Yet, she had not foreseen that this old wretch would become a mutated variant, deviating from the occurrences of her past life. Sinew and the others retreat now, Cold Yuebing commanded, stepping back to evade the old matriarch's attack. She understood the danger posed to ordinary individuals like Lei Sinew if they were targeted by this monstrous corpse. Upon hearing Cold Yuebing's words, Lei Sinew comprehended that something was amiss. This monstrous corpse was certainly extraordinary. If it had been a typical one, sister-in-law would not have urged them to leave without hesitation. They departed alongside Lei Qing, Li Hu and others. Lei Mo and Lei Yang followed closely behind to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Seeing this, Cold Liang without a second thought joined them. Lu Shi and the third concubine trailed closely behind. Thus, the room was left with only Cold Yuebing, Lei Hani, Cold Yunqi, the fourth concubine, Cold Yunling and Lin Wenxiu. Cold Yunling wished to leave as well. But since Lin Wenxiu remained, she felt it inappropriate to depart, especially after he had just helped her up. Cold Yunqi and the fourth concubine were at a loss for what to do. Lei Sinew and the others had left, while Cold Liang and his group disregarded them, leaving them awkwardly standing in place. Cold Yuebing cast a glance at them and instructed Cold Yunqi and the fourth concubine. You two should follow Sinew. As for Cold Yunqi, Cold Yuebing bore no animosity towards her. In fact, she felt a twinge of compassion in her previous life. Cold Yunqi and the fourth concubine had never harmed her and had even helped her in secret. Regrettably, she had been blind to their true nature, mistaking wolves for friends and misidentifying those who genuinely cared for her as venomous snakes. Once Cold Yunqi and the fourth concubine departed, she did not even cast a glance at Lin Wenxiu and Cold Yunling. Instead, she turned directly to Lei Hani and stated, This is a mutated monstrous corpse. Mutated monstrous corpses differ from ordinary ones. While the latter lack intelligence, the former possess both abilities and intellect in essence. Mutated monstrous corpses are the pinnacle of their kind and the most formidable to confront. Cold Yuebing sensed a sense of foreboding. 2 of these rare mutated corpses had appeared within a short span of time. This number was already considerable, and one could not help but wonder if there were more lurking unseen. The chilling thought crept into her mind, and she could not shake off the dread. With their current strength, they could barely contend with a single mutated monstrous corpse. What if they were faced with a horde? Cold Yuebing dared not pursue the thought further, having absorbed Cold Yuebing's explanation. Lei Hani had acquired considerable knowledge about mutated monstrous corpses. He shared her concerns, but his mind raced with an additional query. Why were these rare mutated corpses appearing in such numbers? Was there something driving their evolution, or could it be related to the rain? These thoughts flitted through his mind in an instant, and both he and Cold Yuebing sprang into action simultaneously. The old matriarch, awakening her fire-based abilities, launched a barrage of fireballs towards Cold Yuebing and Lei Hani, who deftly dodged them. Lei Hani retaliated with his lightning abilities, among his earth and lightning powers. The latter held greater potency and was also ranked higher. Furthermore, in terms of damage, lightning abilities were unparalleled. Even a level 1 mutated monstrous corpse would sustain severe injuries if struck multiple times. The old matriarch, however, quickly sensed the imminent danger and skillfully evaded the incoming force. Although her awakened ability was not speed-related, she moved at twice the speed of an average monstrous corpse, nearly matching that of a normal human. And in fact, exceeding some ordinary people's speeds. Lei Hani did not expect to harm the old matriarch, being aware of her status as a mutated monstrous corpse. His true objective lay elsewhere despite her swiftness. Several lightning spheres grazed her. It was oblivious to pain. It was merely incensed by the actions of Lei Hani, lunging towards him. Lei Hani's gaze turned cold, yet he refrained from employing his earth-based abilities to defend himself. Instead, he deftly sidestepped the elder lady's attack and hurled a lightning ball in her direction. Taking advantage of Lei Hani's distraction, Lin Yuebing stealthily crept behind the elder lady, suppressing all her emotions. Avoiding even a glance in the elder's direction, quietly seeking an opportunity, for any hint of disturbance could be immediately sensed by the mutated demon corpse, which was astutely aware, even if it was merely being observed. Lin Wenxiu, observing from the sidelines, showed no inclination to assist. Upon witnessing Lei Hani's abilities, something flickered briefly in his eyes. He shifted his gaze towards Lin Yuebing, raising an eyebrow slightly. This Lin Yuebing had not employed any of her abilities. Appearing to be an ordinary person, yet she was distinctly unlike one. Her movements were fluid and graceful, reminiscent of flowing water, indicating her familiarity with slaying demon corpses. This was intriguing. Did not Lei Hani hold her in high regard? Why would he allow her to engage in such perilous tasks, especially when it was evident that she had done this before, as her actions were far too seamless, surpassing even his own? Lung Yunling remained silent, her eyes fixed intently on Lung Yuebing. a fleeting expression crossing her face before vanishing in an instant. Unbeknownst to anyone, this moment went unnoticed. Lung Yuebing continued to wait patiently, searching for the right moment to strike. Finally, as Lei Hani launched another attack, her eyes narrowed. Now was the time. Chapter 67. Does it concern you? Just as Lung Yuebing was about to make her move, Lung Yunling suddenly exclaimed. Ah! Her shout inadvertently alerted the elder lady to the danger. Lung Yuebing gritted her teeth in frustration, cursing inwardly. How infuriating! There was no time to ponder further as her dagger lunged forward. Instinctively, she dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding a direct hit, yet the dagger grazed her arm, severing it cleanly. The elder lady felt no pain. She merely howled, ceasing her attacks. Abruptly, she redirected her assault towards Lin Wenxiu. Upon realizing this, his expression changed, and he unleashed his abilities, moving aside just in time. However, the elder lady evaded his attack effortlessly and lunged forward. Lung Yuebing and Lei Hani pursued, but they were a step too late. Watching helplessly as the elder lady escaped, they exchanged glances, both rendered speechless. This mutated demon corpse had managed to flee. Lung Yuebing twitched her lips, feeling powerless. This was the stark difference between mutated and ordinary demon corpses. The former would immediately flee when faced with significant threats, unlike the latter, which would remain rooted to the spot. Thus, encountering an intelligent demon corpse was indeed a formidable challenge. Contemplating this, Lung Yuebing cast a cold glance at Lung Yunling. Sister Yuebing, why are you looking at me like that? Lung Yunling stammered, retreating a few steps, her voice trembling with fear. Why do you think? Lung Yuebing retorted with a mocking tone. Lung Yunling looked at her innocently and confused. Humph! Lung Yuebing scoffed. I would like to know what frightened you just now. Her voice was laced with a fierce intensity that sent shivers down Lung Yunling's spine. She was genuinely furious. Had that strike succeeded? Even if it hadn't killed the mutated demon corpse, it would have severely injured it, ensuring that the magical crystal would be within their grasp. In that case, Yi's abilities would undoubtedly be enhanced. As it stood, Yi's lightning-based powers were already at level 1, rendering the lower-tier magical crystals less effective for him, while level 1 demon corpses were plentiful. The problem was they had yet to encounter any. Except for the 2 mutated ones, with the energy from mutated magical crystals being far superior. Yet all of this had been intentionally thwarted by Lung Yunling. Yes, intentionally. She did not believe for a moment that Lung Yunling had been genuinely frightened by anything. From the outset, Lei Hani had been aware of Lung Yuebing's intentions. Seeing her eyes ablaze with fury, he reached out to pat her back. Lung Yuebing turned to him, asking, "What is it?" He shook his head slightly, silently adding, "Calm down. I was just frightened by how grandmother turned out. That's why I shouted." Lung Yunling stammered, her hands fidgeting. "Oh, you really are scared at the moment," Lung Yuebing remarked, her sarcasm evident. "Why didn't you show any fear earlier?" Humph! Lung Yunling's face flushed crimson. When Lei Xinyu had spoken those words, she had glanced around, yet she couldn't find the body of the mutated demon corpse, a look of confusion crossing her face. What else could it be? It ran away, Lung Yuebing replied, pouting. Ran away? The demon corpse can run? Lei Xinyu exclaimed, her mouth agape, looking somewhat foolish. Don't demon corpses only attack without fear until their heads are severed? Why did my sister say that one ran away? She did not doubt Lung Yuebing's words. She was merely perplexed by the revelation. Lung Yuebing found her reaction amusing. Of course. What do you think that was? An ordinary demon corpse? That was a mutated demon corpse. Do I really need to explain what that entails? Lei Xinyu nodded, then shook her head, feeling a bit overwhelmed, and finally said, no need. Then that's settled. Lung Yuebing concluded, casting a glance at Lung Yunling, who was now filled with regret, wishing she had expelled that individual earlier. Otherwise, they would have secured that mutated magical crystal. Lin Wenxiu, overhearing the exchange between Lung Yuebing and Lei Xinyu, narrowed his eyes and remarked with a smile, it seems, Miss Lung, that you are quite familiar with these demon corpses. Under the scrutiny of Lin Wenxiu's assessing gaze, Lung Yuebing remained undaunted, retorting with a hint of mockery. And what of it? What does it concern you? Her series of retorts left Lin Wenxiu momentarily speechless, a flicker of annoyance crossing his eyes. He truly could not fathom where he had offended Lung Yuebing, as her hostility towards him was palpable. Chapter 68. Journey to Songhua Town. Amidst the dense woods, a group of individuals was briskly making their way forward, their steps light and easy, akin to a leisurely stroll in their own garden. One young lady was engaged in light banter with another, eliciting laughter from her companion. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern an underlying vigilance in their every movement. Sister-in-law, what are we to do now? One girl inquired, somewhat bored. They were none other than Lung Yuebing and Lei Hani's party. 4 days had passed since the incident, and they had ultimately chosen not to retain Lung Liang and his companions. As Lung Yuebing had stated, why keep those they were unfamiliar with? Would they not merely invite trouble upon themselves? Lei Xinyu and the others were fully aware that the opportunity to acquire the mutated demon corpse had been thwarted by Lung Yunling, leading to its escape. Thus they harbored no objections to Lung Yuebing's decision. They understood the significance of the mutated magical crystal. With it, the prince's abilities would ascend to new heights, yielding substantial benefits for them. Yet all of this had been compromised by Lung Yunling's actions. Of course, even had Lung Yunling not acted as she had, they would not have opposed Lung Yuebing's choices. Firstly, Lung Yunling and Lung Liang were outsiders, while Lung Yuebing was their matriarch. The distinction was clear. Secondly, since the onset of the apocalypse, Lung Yuebing's actions had thoroughly endeared her to them, leaving no room for dissent, while Lei Xinyu and the others were in agreement. Lei Hani was even more so. He had long entrusted the decision of these individuals' fates to Lung Yuebing. Thus, Lung Liang and his cohort found themselves in a position of helplessness. Lin Yunru wished to voice her objections, yet was silenced by Lu Shi. Reflecting on the pain still emanating from her injury, she chose to remain silent. Lung Yunling, for her part, said nothing, merely casting a look of grievance towards Lei Hani, who was entirely oblivious to her gaze. Lin Wenxiu glanced at Lung Yuebing with an ambiguous smile, and, adopting a somewhat flirtatious tone, remarked, "Miss Lung, I hope we meet again." Upon hearing this, Lung Yuebing's eyes turned icy, her grip on Lei Hani's hand tightening. Sensing her agitation, Lei Hani's gaze deepened with an increasing chill directed at Lin Wenxiu, who appeared unaffected, even smiling provocatively at him. In that moment, Lung Yuebing declared, "Indeed, we shall meet again, and when we do, it will mark the beginning of your repayment." She added silently in her heart. Despite her outward composure, Lung Yuebing was acutely aware that she had not been adequately prepared for this encounter with Lin Wenxiu, which was why she had allowed them to remain. She lifted her gaze to the trees ahead, determination gleaming in her eyes. Before the next meeting, she would ensure she was fully prepared, mentally and emotionally, to commence her vengeance. However, a glimmer of light flickered in her eyes. Unexpectedly, it seemed that in this lifetime, Lin Wenxiu and Lung Yunling had crossed paths earlier than anticipated. In her previous life, they had yet to encounter him at this juncture. She had initially thought that without her protection, Lung Yunling would face considerable hardships. Yet, as she pondered this, Lung Yuebing shook her head slightly, surprised that Lung Yunling, akin to a protagonist basking in the glow of fortune, had fortuitously met Lin Wenxiu so soon. However, even so, what does it matter? The premature encounter between scoundrels and shameless individuals is not necessarily a misfortune for her. After all, if anything were to befall either of them, she would be deprived of her chance for vengeance. In the end, Lung Liang and the others departed, leaving only the fourth concubine and Lung Yunqi behind. The two felt somewhat awkward, as they had been abandoned by Lung Liang and the others, with no one to care for their whereabouts. Both the fourth concubine and Lung Yunqi felt a chill in their hearts regarding Lung Liang's actions. They had long known of his selfish nature, but they had not anticipated such a heartless demeanor, discarding them without a second thought. Yet, Lung Yuebing did not intend to drive them away. Instead, she allowed them to stay, which left them both astonished and grateful. They understood that without Lung Yuebing's shelter, they would surely perish in such heavy rain. Lei Hani glanced at Lung Yuebing, who was lost in thought, and the light in his eyes flickered briefly before he regained his composure. "Well then, soon there will be demon corpses to slay," Lei Xinyu said with enthusiasm. Hearing this, Lung Yuebing, who was deep in her own thoughts, felt somewhat speechless. She turned to Lei Hani, silently conveying her thoughts. When did Xinyu become so ruthless? Who corrupted her? Lei Hani glanced at his sister and fell silent, as if pondering Lung Yuebing's words. After a moment's reflection, he looked at her, conveying his understanding. Reflecting on Lei Hani's implication, Lung Yuebing couldn't help but contemplate. Did he say that Xinyu learned from her? Is it true? Is she really that violent and ruthless? As she considered this, she turned her head away. Upon recalling her own excited demeanor whenever she faced demon corpses, Lung Yuebing conceded, "Fine. It is indeed her fault. She has led Xinyu astray." Yet the problem lies in the fact that her excitement stems not from slaying demon corpses, but rather from those delectable demon crystals. Please do not conflate the two. Observing Lung Yuebing's childish antics, Lei Hani couldn't help but smile faintly, feeling inexplicably pleased. "How far are we from the next village?" Lung Yuebing resolved not to dwell on such matters and inquired of Lei Yang, who stood nearby. "Perhaps less than a day's journey, and we shall reach Songhua town," Lei Yang mused before responding. Lung Yuebing nodded, then glanced at Lung Yunqi and the fourth concubine, imagining since we are less than a day's journey away. There is no need to rush, we shall rest here today and gather our strength to confront the demon corpses. Indeed. Lei Mo and the others nodded in agreement without any objections. Chapter 69. I crave food. Lung Yunqi and the fourth concubine. Feng Shi cast grateful glances at Lung Yubing. They understood that her suggestion was not merely out of concern for their fatigue, but rather a thoughtful gesture toward their well-being. This thought filled them with guilt. As they felt they had become a burden to Lung Yubing and her companions, Lung Yubing retrieved pots and pans from her backpack, while Lei Mo and the others gathered some dry firewood nearby. After arranging the firewood and setting up a makeshift stove, Lung Yubing took out the rabbit she had quietly prepared the night before. Upon seeing her produce the ingredients, Lung Yunqi and the fourth concubine displayed no particular reaction. Having witnessed such scenes before, however, they perceptively refrained from inquiring further, understanding that Lung Yubing was a space ability user. Lei Xinyu, Li Hu, and Zhang Yuan gazed at the meat in Lung Yubing's hands with unabashed longing. Instinctively swallowing their saliva. Sister-in-law, may I have some of what you make later? Please. Lei Xinyu tugged at Lung Yubing's sleeve, looking up at her with an endearing expression. Li Hu and Zhang Yuan did not dare to act as boldly as Lei Xinyu, opting instead to watch her with wide eyes, resembling two adorable puppies seeking their owner's affection. However, Li Hu's imposing stature, akin to a robust warrior, diminished the cuteness of his gesture, while Zhang Yuan, though more refined in appearance, performed the action stiffly under the icy gaze of another. Inside, Zhang Yuan felt despondent. Your Highness, I merely wished to enjoy roasted meat, not to draw the attention of the princess. If you were to lend me some courage, I wouldn't dare. Lei Hani immediately discerned his thoughts and silently scoffed. Lei Mo maintained a stoic expression, while Lei Qing was lost in his own musings. Lei Yang feigned ignorance, and Wu Ming appeared unacquainted with the two. Wang Tian's lips twitched, displaying a look of exasperation. Nevertheless, despite their outward demeanor, their gazes subtly drifted toward Lung Yubing, indicating their interest. It was no wonder they behaved this way, for Lung Yubing's culinary creations were truly delectable. Leaving an indelible impression, they recalled their initial skepticism when Lung Yubing first took it upon herself to prepare food. They had always been the ones cooking, accustomed to fulfilling tasks assigned by their master as shadow guards. Thus, grilling food in the wild was a necessity for them. When they saw Lung Yubing attempting to cook, their first thought was that this noble lady could hardly know how to prepare anything substantial. She was merely indulging in a pastime. Even if she could cook, it was likely limited to making a few simple snacks at home, and such ingredients were hardly available in the wilderness. They collectively assumed that Lung Yubing was simply bored and wanted to play around, feeling it a waste of resources, but as subordinates, they had no right to intervene in their master's choices, resigning themselves to feel regret. Yet, when Lung Yubing finally produced her dishes, they were taken aback. Who could explain why it smelled so delightful? How appetizing! Lung Yubing had long since understood their thoughts. So she intentionally showcased her culinary skills. Do they dare to look down upon her cooking? Her culinary prowess is at its peak. Anything she prepares is a piece of cake. Ever since they tasted her food, they had been craving it, but Lei Hani had selfishly prevented them from indulging, insisting they should cook for themselves. Yet the moment they savored Lung Yubing's creations, their own cooking paled in comparison, leaving them bewildered at its lack of flavor. Lei Hani, however, cared little for their opinions. For him, the food prepared by Yeye was solely for him to enjoy. As for being domineering, so what if he was? Lung Yubing bore no resentment toward Lei Hani's behavior. She had always found the food prepared by Lei Mo and the others unpalatable to her taste. To ensure both her and Yi's preferences, she decided to take matters into her own hands. As for the others, apologies, but she simply lacked the time to prepare meals for anyone else. Lung Yubing glanced helplessly at Lei Xinyu before nodding, speaking with a hint of fondness. All right. This girl, always so predictable, never changes her approach. Although Lei Hani felt a twinge of annoyance that Lei Xinyu could enjoy Lung Yubing's cooking, he did not intervene. For Xinyu was his sister. Wu Ming offered the roasted rabbit meat to Lung Yunqi and the fourth concubine, both of whom expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Feng Shi and Lung Yunqi had been residing in the Marquis's residence. While their lives were somewhat arduous, they were not the ones preparing their meals. Thus, being outdoors, procuring food became the most challenging aspect for them. Fortunately, everyone was quite considerate of the two. At that moment, the sounds of clashing blades drew their attention. Lung Yubing glanced toward the source of the noise but continued her work, having already noted on the map that there were others nearby. As long as they did not disturb her, she had no interest in their activities. Lei Hani remained indifferent, assisting Lung Yubing. Seeing that their master showed no inclination to intervene, the others likewise made no effort to help. Focusing instead on preparing their own meals, however, Just as they sought to avoid trouble, it came knocking at their door. The sounds of fighting gradually ceased, followed by the sound of approaching footsteps. Lung Yubing frowned slightly but remained unperturbed. Well, who would have thought there were actually people here? A man's voice rang out, "Brother, look, there are 4 enchanting ladies here." The other one, though older, seems to possess her own charm. Another voice chimed in. "Huh? Indeed, brother, not only are there beautiful maidens, but look at that man. Tiskei is that if you fancy him, feel free to take him later. You certainly have a taste for that." "Exactly, brother, they even have food. Just smell that aroma. I've never encountered such a delightful scent before." Upon hearing this, Lung Yubing's hand momentarily paused, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Lei Hani exuded an aura of frost, his murderous intent unmistakable. Lei Mo and the others halted their preparations, grasping their weapons with stern expressions directed at the intruders. "Hey, you lot, surrender peacefully, or don't blame us for being ruthless later." Chapter 70. Is the mage so impressive? The countenance of the others was equally frigid. Unyielding subordinates? Lung Yuebing seemed to have heard something amusing, letting out a derisive snicker as she glanced at the trembling women cowering behind this group, with her icy gaze fixed upon them. She declared, "I am quite eager to witness just how impolite you intend to be. You insolent girl, do not dare to refuse a toast and instead drink to your own demise. Allow me to inform you that we are practitioners of the arcane arts," spoke a gaunt man with a furtive demeanor. In truth, this gang comprised death row inmates from the capital, originally slated for execution, yet the onset of the apocalypse had miraculously spared their lives. Upon realizing the shift in their circumstances, where no one could impose authority over them, they became brazen, especially when some among them discovered they possessed extraordinary powers, perceiving it as a divine opportunity. Additionally, several strikingly beautiful women were among their ranks, a stark contrast to the few they had recently abducted. Practitioners of the arcane arts? Is that truly something to boast about? Lung Yuebing regarded them with disdain. "It appears you have no intention of surrendering peacefully. Very well, brothers, seize them," barked the leader with a menacing glare. Hearing their leader's command, the group immediately brandished their weapons and charged, while those with abilities unleashed their powers. "Lei Mo, Li Hu, Lei Qing." "Yes," responded the 3 named individuals, seizing their weapons and advancing. The remainder remained stationary. "Humph, foolishly overconfident." The leader's eyes flickered with contempt as he hurled a fireball toward Lei Mo with remarkable agility. Lei Mo evaded the attack and swiftly dispatched a nearby brute with a single stroke of his sword. Although they were all condemned criminals, their skills were merely superficial, despite the loss of internal energy. Lei Mo and his companions still bested these in a mere instant. Only about 13 or 14 remained from the original 20. The leader observed this outcome with a sudden jolt of anxiety. Realizing they might have provoked formidable opponents, yet, he quickly reassured himself that even if they were experts, it mattered little now that everyone was devoid of internal energy. These so-called masters were nothing more than ordinary individuals familiar with a few techniques. After all, he was a practitioner of the arcane arts. What was there to fear? While preparing to unleash his powers, he was suddenly met with the cold edge of a dagger pressed against his throat. Startled, he heard a woman's voice whisper ominously, "You would do well to remain still. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that my blade will not slice through your neck." His eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the scene before him. Among their group of over 26 were practitioners of the arcane arts. A considerable number was precisely because they had 6 such practitioners that they could easily rob any passing band. As few groups boasted even one. However, all but one of the other 5 practitioners had been subdued, and by a single practitioner at that. The ordinary members of their gang, sensing the tide turning against them, turned on their heels and fled. They knew that their lives were paramount. Brotherhood? What was that? Was it truly of any significance? Witnessing this, the leader's face turned ashen. Realizing they were doomed, gritting his teeth, he tentatively pleaded. "Esteemed heroes and heroines, we were blind to our own folly and have disturbed you, but we acknowledge our mistakes and humbly ask for your mercy." "Yes, we have learned our lesson. Please spare us," they echoed. Desperation evident in their voices. Amused, Lung Yuebing chuckled softly, her demeanor wavering slightly as she mused, "Spare you? Indeed, spare us. We will offer you these women and the provisions we have procured. Please show us mercy." The leader, sensing an opportunity in her tone, interjected eagerly, though a flash of malice flickered in his eyes. "Do you think that if we were to eliminate them, their possessions would cease to be ours?" Lung Yuebing innocently remarked to Lei Hani with a gentle gaze. Lei Hani raised his eyes and replied, "No, then why do they say such things? Their lives are already in our hands." She seemed puzzled. Casting a glance at them, Lei Hani stated, Because they are fools. A smile crept across Lung Yuebing's lips, and the glint of amusement sparkled in her eyes at his words. Esteemed heroes and heroines, please spare us, we promise to never transgress again, the leader pleaded with a grimace. Never again. Lung Yuebing scoffed. If our roles were reversed, I wonder whether you would grant us mercy for our pleas? Before she could respond, Li Hu interjected, that is quite the point, leader. You have no rebuttal to that. With a sudden clang, Lung Yuebing's dagger fell to the ground. The leader's voice rang out, you speak the truth. Had our positions been reversed, I would not have spared you. Be careful. Lei Hani shouted at the same moment. Yet it was too late. Lung Yuebing crumpled weakly to the ground. Lei Hani called out, struggling against the overwhelming fatigue coursing through his body as he rushed to catch her. Cradling her in his arms as they both fell to the ground, he could not suppress a groan of pain. I'm fine, he assured her. Managing a slight smile, Lung Yuebing bit her lip, remaining silent. Suddenly, her eyes glinted with murderous intent as she glared at the group, enunciating each word. You dared to drug us. The leader laughed heartily, his earlier fear evaporated, replaced by a triumphant grin. You foolish girl. How does it feel to be at my mercy now? You dared to threaten me. Just wait, I shall make you regret it. He spat venomously. Despicable. Lung Yuebing replied coldly, though she understood her miscalculation. She had never anticipated that they would resort to poison. Forgetting that in this ancient setting, such tactics were commonplace. With a resounding slap, the leader's hand struck Lei Hani's left cheek, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth, a testament to the force of the blow. This strike, meant for Lung Yuebing, had been intercepted by Lei Hani. As she gazed at the mark on his face, memories of her past life flooded her mind, and her eyes reddened. This man had once again shielded her. Why? She had vowed to protect him in this life, yet here she was being protected once more. The leader momentarily taken aback, then grinned oddly. A prince? How amusing, leader, I cannot believe you have struck a prince. What a remarkable feat. Another remarked incredulously. Due to the effects of the drug, Lei Mo and the others lay incapacitated, including the captured individuals. Yet they exhibited no concern, with one mocking, a prince? What does that even matter? I have always loathed those in power. A slap is just the beginning. Leader, why not hand him over to me? I assure you, I will make him wish for death, the man leered, his gaze lingering on Lei Hani with unmistakable intent. This man was also one of the 6 practitioners of the arcane arts. Very well, Shunzi, I shall entrust him to you. Thank you, leader. Shunzi rejoiced, for among the men, Lei Hani was the most handsome, and being a prince, this was a tremendous stroke of luck for him. The others, witnessing this exchange, were filled with indignation. Lei Hani regarded the man with a calm gaze that made him involuntarily shrink back, though he remained composed. Lung Yuebing could no longer contain her fury, exclaiming, You seek death? Her voice was chilling, her murderous intent unmasked. Just a little longer, she silently urged herself, though they had not anticipated the drug rendering them powerless, preventing them from utilizing their abilities. She knew they possessed an antidote. While gathering supplies, they had prudently collected various potions, poisons, and antidotes, though the sheer volume made locating the specific antidote a challenge. Seeking death? You are the ones now at my mercy. Do you even know who is truly in danger? The leader sneered, administering antidotes to his men while casting a sidelong glance at Lung Yuebing. Leader, I sense something amiss with this woman. Perhaps we should eliminate her to avoid any unforeseen complications, one suggested, a hint of unease creeping into his voice as he sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Zhou Wu, what could possibly be unusual about her? She is in our grasp. You are simply being paranoid. Another scoffed dismissively. However, upon hearing Zhou Wu's words, the elder brother cast a contemplative glance at Lung Yuebing. His mind swirling with thoughts. Although Zhou Wu was perpetually suspicious, he possessed a certain foresight, coupled with the realization that Lung Yuebing had stealthily approached him earlier. The elder brother resolved that it would be prudent to eliminate her. Zhou Wu was correct. This woman harbored peculiarities, and it was best to put an end to her. But elder brother, she is the most beautiful among them. It would be such a pity to kill her. A dissenting man cautioned. What a pity. Is your life less important than a woman's? What if we encounter unforeseen circumstances because of her? The elder brother retorted sharply, slapping his hand down forcefully. The man fell silent, casting a regretful glance at Lung Yuebing, inwardly muttering, She's merely a young herbalist. What is there to fear? Yet he dared not voice this thought, for among them, the elder brother was the most formidable. Upon sensing their murderous intent, Lung Yuebing subtly moved her fingers. She had regained some strength, yet killing this man still posed a challenge. With Yi's support, however, she felt emboldened. Stealing a glance at Lei Hani, she imperceptibly nodded. Just as they were about to act, the ground trembled. Lei Hanyi's gaze darkened. Something was approaching, and it was a horde. He exchanged a look with Lung Yubing, signaling her to hold their ground and observe. She acknowledged his silent command. Suddenly, their eyes widened in terror as a pack of wolves materialized before them. Lung Yubing focused on the lead wolf, her brow slightly furrowing. Wolf girl, she pondered, feeling a sense of unease over the past few days. Yet unable to pinpoint the cause. The wolf girl was indeed a significant character in this narrative, though she was only making a fleeting appearance now, with her true introduction to follow later. Chapter 72. Leaving them searching for their teeth, the lead wolf was resplendent in silver fur, exuding vitality and stature, appearing majestic. A young girl perched gracefully atop the wolf, her flowing hair unadorned, cascading behind her and lifting with the wind as the wolf galloped. Clad in a simple green dress, she resembled a woodland sprite. Wolves, a whole pack of them. Elder brother, what shall we do? I've heard tales of wolves roaming these woods, but I never expected to encounter them. Elder brother, we must flee. Upon sighting the throng of approximately 20 to 30 wolves, panic ensued. Lei Mo and the others exchanged alarmed glances, questioning whether they would fall victim to the wolves after narrowly escaping these men. Lei Hanyi remained composed upon witnessing the wolves. He had known of their presence before entering the forest, yet he hadn't anticipated an encounter, especially with the wolf girl, whom he had previously dismissed as mere rumor. He gently tugged at Lung Yubing's hand and whispered, "You." The appearance of the wolf girl also surprised Lung Yubing, her eyes reflecting a depth of contemplation. She recalled from her past life that the wolf girl was among the formidable beings. Yet unlike others, she was bound and commanded by others. It seemed someone had taken her wolf brethren hostage, and in a desperate bid to free them, she had rebelled during an operation but ultimately met her demise. One could say she was a tragic figure. Presently, the wolf girl appeared unthreatened. Perhaps she could offer assistance. What is there to fear? We are all extraordinary sorcerers. How could we cower before a mere pack of wolves? Though the elder brother felt trepidation, he forced himself to sound resolute. Yet, it is a universal truth that no human can claim to be unafraid of wolves, particularly not a pack, especially for those who bear the weight of humanity's primal fears. The elder brother's bravado only ignited discontent among the group. A mere pack of wolves. Such bravado. They may be a swarm, and we have no desire to perish alongside him. A howl escaped the wolf girl as she regarded Lung Yubing and her companions, then suddenly unleashed a wolf's cry. The wolves, seemingly sentient, bypassed Lung Yubing and charged toward the 6 men. Their faces paled, fear rendering them unsteady. Use your abilities to fend them off, the elder brother shouted. It was only then that they reacted, unleashing their powers at the wolves. Sensing the danger, the wolves retaliated with furious howls, skillfully evading the attacks and lunging toward the 6 men. One was seized by several wolves. Wailing in agony, the wolf girl, coolly observing from atop the lead wolf, tenderly stroked its sleek fur, her gaze softening only when it fell upon her wolf kin. Suddenly, she noticed one of her wolves in danger and instinctively called out. Gracefully dismounting from the lead wolf, a sturdy earthen wall rose before the endangered wolf, blocking the incoming attack. Lei Yong raised an eyebrow, recognizing the earth-based powers at play. The wolf girl, clearly incensed, glared fiercely at the elder brother. Unleashing her earth abilities without reservation, her attacks were swift and ferocious, embodying the nature of wolves. Her upbringing among them had instilled in her their instinctual ferocity. Her assaults were straightforward and rapid, lacking any flourish, relying solely on raw power, which caused the elder brother to tremble with fear. Although they had been condemned to death before the apocalypse, their lives had been spared once it arrived. Yet this did not signify a willingness to throw their lives away. In fact, they cherished their lives more than the average person, fearing death all the more. Faced with the wolf girl, the elder brother gritted his teeth, casting a reluctant glance at Lung Yubing and the others, muttering, "We retreat." Upon hearing this, the others felt a surge of relief. They had long wished to flee, aware that they had yet to regain their strength and were ill-equipped to contend with the wolves. Continuing the fight would be tantamount to suicide. Had they been in a better state, they might have stood a chance. The group hastily retreated, while the wolf girl merely issued a soft call, prompting the wolves to cease their pursuit and obediently return to her side. She crouched down, affectionately stroking them. The wolves, with an almost sentient awareness, narrowed their cold eyes, relishing the moment. The lead wolf emitted a displeased growl, prompting the others to withdraw. The wolf girl, somewhat resigned, affectionately ruffled the lead wolf's fur. The wolf, still eyeing her with dissatisfaction, elegantly strode toward Lung Yubing and her companions, while the other wolves maintained a vigilant watch but refrained from attacking. "Thank you, miss," Lung Yubing expressed her gratitude. The wolf girl's youthful visage bore no discernible expression. her calm gaze sweeping over Lung Yubing and her group without uttering a word. Simply addressing the lead wolf, "Lazy, let us depart." Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, carrying a slightly hoarse quality, divergent from the typically melodious tones of someone her age with a howl. She conveyed an unspoken message. The wolves pivoted on their heels and followed her as they moved away. Phew, that was terrifying. Lung Yubing exhaled after administering the antidote to her companions. Indeed, so much has transpired today. Li Hu remarked, shaking his head. Sister-in-law, that girl was so striking. Lei Xenyu exclaimed, bouncing to Lung Yubing's side, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Lung Yubing twitched her mouth. She appears aloof. I initially thought she wouldn't speak. Lei Xenyu mused aloud. This observation was met with agreement from Li Hu and the others, as throughout the encounter, they had only heard her howl like a wolf, never a word spoken, leading them to believe she was mute. Enough, Lei Hani interjected coldly, interrupting their chatter. His frigid gaze swept over them before he spoke icily. Do you comprehend the reason for our predicament today? Lei Mo and the others exchanged glances before Lei Mo finally spoke. We understand. Enlighten me. It was our underestimation. We presumed their capture signified victory, yet we failed to anticipate their use of poison. Lei Mo elaborated. We comprehend, the others echoed in unison. Reflecting on the close call, they acknowledged that a single misstep could have cost them their lives. Their negligence had nearly proven fatal. Lei Hani nodded, recognizing that his admonition served not only as a reminder for Lei Mo and the others but also for himself. As he too had let his guard down, should we encounter such individuals again, I shall ensure they leave searching for their teeth. Lei Xenyu declared, shaking her small fist defiantly. Lung Yubing blinked, silently striving to minimize her presence. This was not the lesson she intended to impart to Xenyu. She was far too genteel to exhibit such aggression. Chapter 73. Songhua Town was fortified with stringent defenses, rendering it exceedingly difficult for typical magical corpses to penetrate. The group stood at the sole entrance, where two individuals stationed above called down sternly upon spotting Lung Yubing and her companions. Who goes there? Halt! Lung Yubing regarded them with a tranquil gaze. We are mere travelers, seeking only to rest for the night, Lei Yang explained, noting the absence of dissent from Lei Hani and Lung Yubing. He nodded and added, we appreciate your consideration. The two individuals exchanged a glance, then nodded slightly. One of them proceeded to report, while the other remained alert, weapon in hand, prepared to strike at any moment. Lung Yubing and her companions stood motionless, surveying their surroundings. In her previous life, she had heard of the renowned Songhua Town, known for being one of the few relatively safe havens in earlier times. Yet, inexplicably, the entire town had been annihilated overnight. Observing the towering piles of stone surrounding the town, Lung Yubing acknowledged to herself that such fortifications were commendable for an early defense, as the magical corpses, despite their sharp claws, found it challenging to breach them. This indicated that there were indeed capable individuals within Songhua Town. However, as time progressed, such defenses proved inadequate. At this moment, a singular question lingered in Lung Yubing's mind. How could such a well-fortified Songhua Town fall overnight? The middle-aged man, appearing quite affable, broke into a warm smile upon seeing Lung Yubing and her companions, emanating a friendly demeanor. Nevertheless, Lung Yubing and the others did not overlook the fleeting gleam of shrewdness in his eyes. Lung Yubing and Lei Hani exchanged discreet glances, their expressions remaining neutral. I am Hong Ran. You may call me Uncle Hong. You are all guests from afar, and on behalf of the people of Songhua Town, I extend a warm welcome to you. The middle-aged man introduced himself. Then I shall not be polite. Thank you, Uncle Hong, Lei Yang replied with a cheerful smile. Upon hearing this, a flicker of light danced in Hong Ren's eyes. Despite Lei Yang's courteous tone, it was evident that he referred to himself rather than the group, a significant distinction. As they followed Uncle Hong, they encountered various gazes, some curious, others hostile. Where do you hail from? Hong Ren casually inquired as they walked. Lei Yang's eyes flashed momentarily before he replied with a smile. The capital. He had no intention of concealing this. There was nothing to hide. The capital? Here we are isolated from the outside world. And with no visitors, we haven't heard news from there in quite some time. I wonder how the capital fares now. Hong Ren remarked with a smile. In this apocalyptic world, it's all quite similar. Is it not? The capital has also fallen to the magical corpses. His Majesty the Emperor led us common folk away from the capital, but unfortunately, we encountered a horde of magical corpses along the way. Though we managed to escape, we became separated. Lei Yang sighed, shaking his head. Hong Ren's eyes flickered, but he continued discussing other matters. Lung Yubing and her companions paid little heed to his inquiries, knowing that Lei Yang would deftly navigate any significant topics without their intervention. Their focus lay on the scene within the town, and Lung Yuebing furrowed her brow. It was evident that the town was marked by stark polarization. Some individuals donned lavish attire, gazing down upon others with an air of superiority. Either they held power or were magical practitioners. Yet, in this apocalypse, even the powerful could not maintain their lofty positions. Typically, such individuals were magical practitioners. Conversely, another group appeared ragged and emaciated, unable to contribute anything and thus relegated to such a state. You see, in these times, food is incredibly precious. We cannot afford to support those who are of no use. Allowing them to reside here is already quite generous, Hongren explained as he noticed Lung Yuebing's gaze lingering on the frail individuals. Lung Yuebing nodded, understanding the rationale, yet feeling discomfort by the sight. It had not been long since the world had changed so drastically. What lay ahead? All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the accommodation we have prepared for you, Hongren announced, halting before an inn. Lei Yong assessed the establishment, noting that it appeared to be of decent quality, certainly better than the previous inns they had encountered in the pre-apocalyptic era. It would have been considered the finest inn in Songhua town. Though now, after the ravages of the apocalypse and the magical corpses, it bore signs of wear. Thank you, Uncle Hong. Lei Yong expressed his gratitude. Not at all. While I have arranged your lodging, the payment will need to come from you, Hongren added. Of course, Lei Yong nodded, retrieving a silver ingot from his sleeve and placing it in Hongren's hand. From their earlier conversation, he had gathered that silver was still the medium of trade. A fact that did not concern their group, as Lung Yuebing had mentioned that in the future, silver would hold little value. Thus there was no need to be frugal. A satisfied smile spread across Hongren's face when a cry for mercy suddenly pierced the air. The group initially hesitated to intervene, but Lung Yuebing's attention was caught by a particular scene. Please let my grandfather go, I beg you. Stop hitting him, Xiaozi. Don't worry about Grandpa. You must escape. No, I want to abandon Grandpa. Please stop hurting him. A pair of grandparents, both tattered and worn, were clearly among the lowest echelons of the town's hierarchy, while the assailants were well-dressed individuals of higher status. At that moment the grandfather was being mercilessly beaten, his body covered in wounds, while the granddaughter clung to him, weeping as she tried to shield him from harm. Be mindful, don't harm my little beauty, or I'll make you pay. A young man, dressed as a wealthy scion, warned, his demeanor threatening. With this admonition, the assailants hesitated momentarily, but ultimately two of them stepped forward and forcefully pulled the girl away. Little beauty, why not become my 13th concubine? If you do, I'll let your grandfather go immediately, the young man proposed. The girl gazed at her grandfather, battered and broken, and instinctively prepared to agree, only to be interrupted by the old man's resolute words. Xiaozi, if you dare to agree, then I'll consider you no longer my granddaughter. The elder, curled in pain, spoke with unwavering determination. Seeing her grandfather in such distress, tears streamed down the girl's face, but she dared not defy his wishes. Meanwhile, Lung Yuebing, upon observing the girl's plight, felt a pang of recognition and halted her steps. Is this person her? She bore a striking resemblance to someone from her past. It was no wonder Lung Yuebing was taken aback. This girl reminded her of Ding Muji, one of the rare female lords in her previous life. No one knew Ding Muji's identity before the apocalypse, but her lack of background was undeniable. Lung Yuebing had always held profound respect for Ding Muji, having been fortunate enough to encounter her once, or rather, she had fortuitously been saved by Ding Muji, thus committing her likeness to memory. This is the son of the county magistrate, whose father is a gold element magical practitioner, and he himself is a fire element practitioner. Hongren explained, following Lung Yuebing's gaze. How can they bully a little girl and an old man so ruthlessly? It's utterly outrageous. Lei Xinyu exclaimed indignantly. Cold Yunqi and the fourth concubine shared her discontent. Yet without instructions from Lei Hani and Lung Yuebing, they dared not intervene. Particularly Cold Yunqi and the fourth concubine, who were already taken in by Lung Yuebing, were cautious not to add to her troubles. Their failure to simply seize the girl was indeed peculiar. Lei Yong, observing the situation, remarked with a knowing grin, if that old man were an ordinary person, the girl would have been snatched away long ago. Yet, this old man is a magical practitioner. Hongren understood the implication and responded, indeed, if he were a typical magical practitioner, not even the county magistrate would dare to bully him. However, this old man's misfortune is that, before the apocalypse, he was merely a beggar, and after it, he fortuitously became a magical practitioner, only to find himself as the least useful water element practitioner. Hongren spoke with a hint of sympathy. A water element practitioner can only generate water. What good is that? One cannot expect to drown magical corpses with water. After all, they are not like us, who can be submerged. Moreover, the amount of water he produces is minimal. Thus, It becomes rather useless. The son of the county magistrate had once taken a fancy to the granddaughter's appearance, leading to this unfortunate incident. It has been several days. It seems the magistrate's son could no longer contain himself and began to act. Today this grandfather and granddaughter are in grave danger. Why must they be so stubborn? Agreeing would have sufficed. Hong Ren lamented upon hearing Hong Ren describe the water element ability as a mere hindrance. Leng Yuebing could not help but scoff inwardly. Yeah? Lei Hani glanced at Leng Yuebing, sensing her desire to intervene. I wish to save them, Leng Yuebing stated resolutely. She had previously vowed that her life was for Lei Hani, so she sought his consent before intervening. If he were unwilling, she would refrain from acting. Very well, Lei Hani replied, his gaze fondly fixed on Leng Yuebing. Her eyes sparkled with joy at his agreement. She had known he would comply. Miss, I advise you strongly against wading into these murky waters. The magistrate's son is not someone to be trifled with, Hong Ren cautioned. Ignoring his warning, Leng Yuebing signaled to Li Hu, who scratched his head, his tiger-like eyes filled with confusion. After a moment of silence, she shifted her gaze toward Lei Mo, realizing she could not expect someone as straightforward as Li Hu to grasp her intentions. Old fool, do you wish to court death? If so, then you lot. Beat them mercilessly. Upon hearing the elder's words, Yu Yuan instantly came to life, turning to his subordinates beside him and exclaiming, do not strike my grandfather any longer. In response, Ding Muzi, unable to endure the situation any longer, shouted stop. Lei Mo, having received his orders, spoke coldly, successfully interrupting Ding Muzi. At the same time, he wielded his power, striking one of the assailants on the leg, halting his attack. Taken by surprise, the man let out a scream as he collapsed to the ground, smoke rising from the leg that had been struck. Who is this insolent brat, daring to ruin this young master's plans? Seeing his subordinate injured, Yu Yuan erupted in anger at Lei Mo, demanding release them. Lei Mo disregarded his demand, responding succinctly, Humph, do you think you can compete with this young master for women? You should consider your own worth. Let me make it clear. Anyone who dares to harm me will not be spared. Yu Yuan replied menacingly, not spare him? Who do you think you are? The county magistrate's son is impressive. Lei Xinyu, witnessing his insolent words towards Lei Mo, immediately took offense. After all, her sister-in-law had instructed her to save them, and her current actions were justified. Chapter 75. Lei Mo smiled upon hearing Yu Yuan's words. Lei Mo's gaze turned even colder than before, infused with a murderous intent. Lei Xinyu, upon hearing Yu Yuan's words and seeing his expression, felt her face flush with rage. As the sole young lady of the Lei Wangfu, her status was undeniably lofty, even surpassing that of some less favored princesses in the pre-apocalyptic world. Who would dare to speak to her in such a manner? It was tantamount to courting death. Moreover, in a place like the capital, even the most debauched scions understood whom they could offend and whom they could not. No one would dare to speak such words to Lei Xinyu, making this situation a first for her. At this moment, she was both indignant and furious, wishing to rush forward and kill him. You shameless wretch! She rebuked. I did not expect you to have such a fiery temperament. Haha, I like it, little beauty. I assure you, if you follow me, you will walk with pride in Songhua town. You are aware of how perilous the outside world is. As long as you accompany me, I promise you will face no danger, Yu Yuan said, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Seeking death? Lei Xinyu retorted fiercely, her whip suddenly lashing toward Yu Yuan's face. Lei Hani and Leng Yuebing did not intervene, clearly tacitly approving of Lei Xinyu's actions. To show them, this Yu Yuan deserved any fate that befell him. Why Yu Yuan's words had not only reached them but also caught the attention of Li Hu and others, who all bore expressions of fury. Caught off guard by Lei Xinyu's assault, Yu Yuan could only raise his hand to shield his face, flinching from the stinging pain. Finally provoked, he growled, You filthy girl! How dare you strike this young master? I will not let you off. With a twisted expression, he unleashed his fire-based powers toward Lei Xinyu, exuding a fierce aura. Lei Mo had already sensed the impending danger and swiftly pulled Lei Xinyu aside, evading Yu Yuan's attack. Lei Xinyu exhaled a sigh of relief. Although unafraid of sorcerers, she knew that an enraged sorcerer was still someone to be wary of. After calming her emotions, she thanked Lei Mo. He remained silent, scanning Lei Xinyu from head to toe to ensure she was unharmed, his eyes piercing with a chilling, lethal intent directed at Yu Yuan, intimidated by his gaze, instinctively recoiled, realizing he had been frightened by this individual. His face shifted between shades of green and white, and in a fit of rage, he commanded, Kill this man. As for the woman, as long as she remains alive, that is sufficient. I want them to understand the consequences of offending me. Suddenly Lei Mo curled the corners of his lips into a smile. What? He actually smiled. Lei Hani exclaimed. This is bad, should we hide? Are you foolish? Why should we hide? We are not the ones who offended the boss. But what if we bear the brunt of his anger? Well, with the prince standing in front, there shouldn't be any issues, right? However, let us take a step back just in case. Yes, retreat a bit. If the situation turns dire, we must run immediately. Li Hu and the others murmured among themselves. Lei Mo actually smiled. It seems these fellows are in for a misfortune, Lei Yong said, shaking his head with a gleam of glee in his eyes. Even the usually silent and composed Lei Qing displayed a hint of tension. Seeing their reactions, Leng Yuebing felt perplexed. In her past life, she had not interacted much with Lei Mo, so she was unfamiliar with him. What's the big deal about just a smile? She pondered. Others shared her confusion, including Leng Yunxi, the fourth concubine, and Lei Xinyu. Lei Xinyu glanced at Lei Mo, her eyes filled with deep curiosity. Why is he smiling? And why do I have this unsettling feeling? Yeah, you'll understand soon enough, Lei Hani remarked meaningfully. Thus, Leng Yuebing became even more puzzled, yet her curiosity was piqued. Chapter 76. The sword technique that inflicts no harm. There exists a type of person whose demeanor is dangerous when they do not smile, yet becomes even more perilous when they do. Lei Mo epitomizes this duality. When not smiling, he emanates a coldness that instills fear in those unfamiliar with him, especially given the palpable aura of menace that envelopes him. However, when he does smile, it sends shivers down spines, for despite the outward appearance of mirth, an undercurrent of danger lurks beneath. Kill him. Yu Yuan ordered vehemently. In his eyes, Songhua Town belonged to the Yu family. And aside from the elder, he was the one in charge. Who would dare defy him here? Even if someone did, it mattered little. He was a formidable sorcerer, unafraid of confrontation, for they had 3 sorcerers on their side. The others exchanged glances, instinctively sensing danger. While a part of them wanted to retreat, fear kept them rooted in place. After contemplating for a moment and glancing at Lei Hani, one of them whispered, Young master, should we withdraw? They are numerous. Withdraw? What nonsense! Stop talking and kill this man. Yu Yuan interrupted impatiently, his displeasure evident. With no choice left, they steeled themselves and advanced, keeping a wary eye on Lei Hani's side. Lei Hani and the others stood observing, showing no intention of engaging, while Hong Ren struggled to maintain his placid smile, his eyes betraying a hint of urgency. He was uncertain of these individuals' backgrounds, but their attire and demeanor spoke volumes. They were not ordinary folk. Although he was unsure if only the lay sorcerer among them posed a threat, it was best to refrain from provoking them. Yet what to do now? This county magistrate's son was truly foolish, Hong Ren thought, his mind racing with calculations. It seemed necessary to report to that individual. Lei Mo refrained from utilizing his powers for an attack. Instead, he drew the sword at his waist, nimbly evading their strikes. The sword danced lightly in his grip, rising and falling effortlessly, leaving no trace of blood upon its blade. Observing the man he had wounded, he noted with disdain that there were no visible injuries, nor was there any threat to his life. Frowning, he exhibited a look of contempt. His companions mirrored his expression, having expected the sorcerer to possess some notable skill. Yet, to their dismay, he appeared to be merely a flashy performer. His swordplay was indeed graceful, but devoid of any real damage. Standing to the side, Lei Xinyu regarded the scene with confusion. Leng Yuebing furrowed her brow. While she had little knowledge of martial prowess like Lei Xinyu, she sensed that Lei Mo was not one to indulge in mere theatrics. Observing the expressions of Lei Hani and the others, she understood that the situation was far from straightforward. Of course, she had a method for discerning any discrepancies. The game system. Activating it, she was astonished to see the man's health steadily declining. She raised an eyebrow, her interest piqued. Even without visible harm, vitality can still wane. I did not anticipate that. It appeared that Lei Mo was genuinely angered. We should prepare to distance ourselves quickly. He is exceedingly dangerous now. No need to worry. The prince is here to support us. These fellows dare to use E as a human shield. Li Hu and the others instinctively shuddered, exchanging glances filled with apprehension. Why did they feel an impending sense of dread? Once more, Lei Mo's sword sliced through the air with speed and precision, yet it inflicted no visible harm. No rips in clothing, not a single mark. This realization only fueled their underestimation of him. Even Lei Xinyu found herself wavering, contemplating whether she should assist. Meanwhile, Leng Yuebing observed that each time his sword passed near someone, their health bar diminished more rapidly. The few men, having exhausted their abilities, resorted to brute strength, dismissing Lei Mo as merely a fast opponent lacking true prowess. Yet, gradually, inexplicably, they began to feel their strength waning. Then, an unusual sensation emerged. Chapter 77. What has provoked him? they suddenly felt a sharp pain coursing through their bodies. Yet their garments remained intact as their movements grew more frantic and time dragged on. The intensity of the pain escalated, yet they could find no evidence of damage to their clothes. At last, an individual could no longer endure the pain and rolled up his sleeve, yet the afflicted area bore no visible wound. Upon touching it, there was no sensation of rupture. The agony intensified and their strength waned, until one by one they collapsed to the ground, writhing and crying out in a manner that sent chills down the spines of those watching from a distance. Yu Yuan, witnessing such disgraceful behavior from his subordinates, could not help but kick one of them. "You useless wastrels, what are you wailing about here? Get up this instant, you are bringing shame upon yourselves." The few men were at a loss for words. It was not that they refused to rise, but rather that they lacked the strength to even stand. Mo sheathed his sword, observing the writhing individuals on the ground with an expression devoid of emotion, while a subtle smile played at the corners of his lips. Lung Yubing watched as their health bars diminished to zero, and the once screaming figures gradually ceased their cries and movements. Lying motionless upon the ground. Yu Yuan finally sensed something amiss. He instinctively reached out to place a finger beneath one man's nose. Terror immediately etched itself upon the man's face, causing him to cower in fear. Pointing a trembling finger at Mo, stammering, You actually killed someone." Mo regarded him with a cool detachment. Raising his sword, Yu Yuan, seized by fear, let out a scream. At that moment, Lei Hani interjected. Mo, the sword in Mo's hand hesitated before being returned to its sheath. Indeed, only the prince could rein in the boss at such a moment. It was a pity that it ended so swiftly. Without inner power, the impact was significantly diminished. I thought it would last longer. If hearing their thoughts, Mo turned his gaze towards them, silencing them immediately. How fortunate. To be targeted by Mo would have been disastrous. It seemed these individuals truly dared not harm him. With this realization, confidence surged within him. He rose, casting an angry glare at Mo before turning to leave, declaring, "You lot, wait and see." Mo and his companions paid him no mind. Lei Xinyu approached, her eyes filled with concern as she looked at Mo. "Is that really you, Mo? Or has someone swapped places with you? Or have you been traumatized?" Upon hearing her questions, Li Hu and the others could no longer contain their laughter, secretly reveling in Mo's predicament. Lei Hanyi's lips twitched, struggling to maintain a stoic demeanor, while Lung Yubing's eyes sparkled with amusement. And Lung Yunqi and the concubine pursed their lips tightly. So, Mo's dashing swordplay was interpreted as a sign of his distress in Lei Xinyu's eyes. Lung Yubing shook her head inwardly. Feeling a twinge of sympathy for Mo being swapped was impossible, but he had indeed been affected, albeit due to her own actions. "Dear girl." Alas, poor Mo. The smile on Mo's lips froze at Lei Xinyu's words. A flicker of helplessness crossed his otherwise calm gaze. He shot a fleeting glance at Ding Muzi and the others before striding towards Lei Hani. Noticing Mo's silence, Lei Xinyu pouted and made her way to Ding Muzi and the old man. At that moment, Ding Muzi was weeping beside the elder, her nose sniffling as she cried, "Grandpa, please don't leave me, Grandpa." The old man had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Lung Yubing approached Ding Muzi, gently saying, "Is your name Ding Muzi?" Ding Muzi looked up, recognizing her as one of the people who had been with her brother and sister, and deemed them unlikely to be malicious. She nodded, sniffling. "Shall we carry Grandpa into the inn for treatment?" Lung Yubing spoke with a warm smile. Seeing her friendly demeanor, Ding Muzi nodded, replying, "Okay, thank you." Together, Lung Yubing and Lei Xinyu helped the old man up, while Li Hu came over to carry him on his back. "Esteemed young masters and misses, I shall take my leave now," Hong Ren announced, having witnessed the situation come to a close. "Hong uncle, please, we shan't see you off further," Lei Yong said with a smile. "No need for that." Hong Ren waved his hand, then turned and departed swiftly. He had to report this matter to someone. Lei Yong squinted slightly, contemplating the direction in which Hong Ren had gone. Before following him into the inn inside, Lei Yong examined the old man, frowning slightly. This elder's external injuries are manageable, but he has also sustained severe internal injuries. In times before the apocalypse, as long as there was silver, one could procure treatment, but now in this post-apocalyptic world, many medicinal herbs have been destroyed, making collection a formidable task. He glanced once more at Ding Muzi, saying, "I regret to inform you that I am powerless. The elder is likely." The implication hung in the air, unspoken but understood by all. Upon hearing Lei Yang's words, Ding Muzi wept even more sorrowfully. "What medicinal herbs do you need? Please tell us and we will try to gather them." Lung Yubing, aware of the old man's dire situation, noted that his health bar was slowly depleting, signifying his life was ebbing away. Should the health bar vanish, it would indicate his complete demise. Though she could use the Bution XINFA to heal external wounds, internal injuries were beyond her capabilities. However, she had collected numerous herbs in her space, which might suffice. Upon hearing Leng Yubing's words, hope shone in Ding Muzi's eyes, albeit tinged with anxiety. Lei Yong then listed the required herbs one by one, and after listening intently, Leng Yubing admitted, "I am unfamiliar with many of these herbs." Aside from Ding Muzi, the others understood that Leng Yubing sought a place to retrieve items from her space. Although they were puzzled as to why she insisted on bringing Lei Hani along, they did not question her motives. Chapter 78. The considerate Ding Muzi having located the herbs in her space, Leng Yubing handed them to Lei Yong, who proceeded to prepare the medicine and administer it to the elder. Once she learned that her grandfather would not be in mortal danger, Ding Muzi sighed in relief, expressing immense gratitude to Leng Yubing and the others. At that moment, dinner time arrived, and Leng Yubing suggested they all go downstairs to eat together. The concubine and Leng Yunqi offered to stay behind and care for the elder, intending to dine afterward. Leng Yubing recognized their desire to assist and did not refuse. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, few could truly enjoy a decent meal, save for Leng Yubing and her companions, owing to their possession of a space. Although Songhua Town was relatively safe, its lockdown made food even more precious. The inn's meals, while not as splendid as those before the apocalypse, were priced at double that of the most exquisite dishes from the past. Upon seeing the dishes served, Ding Muzi could not help but swallow hard. Leng Yubing, noticing this, offered a gentle smile. "Xiaozi, are you hungry? Don't be shy, please eat." Ding Muzi, feeling a bit bashful, glanced at Leng Yubing. Being only 10 years old and unable to resist the allure of food, especially after having gone so long without such fare, she obediently replied, "Thank you, sister." Lei Xinyu placed a chicken leg on Ding Muzi's plate, saying, "Eat more. You need nourishment as you are still growing." Observing Lei Xinyu's actions, Leng Yubing chuckled and added a wing to Lei Xinyu's plate, remarking, "You're saying that to Xiaozi. Yet you are also in need of nourishment." Lei Xinyu playfully stuck out her tongue and replied, "Thank you, sister-in-law." Suddenly, a chicken leg appeared in Leng Yubing's bowl as well, and Lei Hanyi's voice chimed in. "Yu needs nourishment too." Looking at the chicken leg in her bowl, Leng Yubing smiled slightly at Lei Hanyi. There were only 5 chicken legs in total, and while they would have been considered a decent portion before the apocalypse, now they cost over 100 taels. Lei Qing did not partake in the chicken legs, and the men felt reluctant to compete with the young ladies for food, so Leng Yubing distributed the remaining 2 legs to Lei Xinyu and Ding Muzi. Though Ding Muzi's eyes sparkled with longing at the sight of the chicken leg, she did not consume it but instead wrapped it in a clean cloth. "Xiaozi, what are you doing? Why aren't you eating?" Lei Xinyu inquired. Ding Muzi shook her head, saying, "No, Xiaozi has 1 chicken leg already. I want to save this for Grandpa. Is that all right?" she asked cautiously, aware that the older siblings had rescued her and her grandfather, but still hesitant due to the chicken leg's value. Seeing the considerate Ding Muzi, a flicker of tenderness crossed Lei Xinyu's eyes, and even Lei Qing's usually impassive face displayed a hint of emotion. Leng Yubing reached out to gently ruffle Ding Muzi's hair, speaking softly, "Xiaozi, keep it for yourself. Didn't the sisters say that? You need to eat well while you're growing. Otherwise you might not grow tall enough." Indeed, still a child, upon hearing that she might not grow tall, fear briefly flickered in Xiaozi's eyes, yet she shook her head, saying, "It's all right. Grandpa is the most important and Xiaozi is already quite tall, so I don't need to grow any taller." A warm smile graced Leng Yubing's lips. In her past life, she had known Ding Muzi to be a person of deep feelings and loyalty. Meeting her again in this life despite her youth, that quality was already evident. "All right, sister won't tease you anymore. You keep it for yourself. Your older siblings have already made arrangements for Grandpa, so there's no need to worry." Perhaps now she understood why Songhua Town had witnessed such devastation overnight. "Is that true?" Ding Muji inquired. "Of course not. Would my sister deceive you?" Leng Yuebing playfully replied. "No, my elder siblings are kind-hearted individuals who saved both grandfather and Xiaoji." "I trust you," Ding Muji said earnestly. "All right, since you trust us, let us eat quickly," she added. Ding Muji nodded in agreement. As the conversation progressed, the group learned that the old man was not Ding Muji's biological grandfather. Ding Muji was born into a merchant family, but her father tragically met with misfortune while away on business. After her father's incident, she and her mother were robbed of their inheritance by their relatives and subsequently cast out. Along the way, her mother could not endure the hardship and abandoned her in search of a new partner. Left to fend for herself, the young Ding Muji resorted to begging on the streets. But each time she managed to collect some alms, they were snatched away from her. Starving and desperate, she resorted to stealing, only to be caught and beaten by the owner, just as she was on the brink of starvation. The old man happened to pass by and generously offered her the food he had obtained from begging. Seeing her pitiable state and having no relatives of his own, he took her in as his granddaughter. Observing the small yet remarkably sensible Ding Muji, the group felt a pang of sympathy for her. I'm sorry, elder brother and sister, that it was my grandfather and I who offended the son of the county magistrate, Ding Muji said, lowering her head in guilt. What nonsense are you saying? Lei Xinyu flicked her forehead and said, what is there to apologize for? It's just the county magistrate, what is so impressive about that? But they are sorcerers, and although grandfather is one too, still, Ding Muji replied. Lei Hani nodded, as if acknowledging her concern. However, Ding Muji still appeared troubled. Chapter 79. The mysterious man cracked. A faint sound echoed as a hole appeared on the ground beside the table. Hong Ren walked over, but did not fall through directly, for it was an underground staircase in the secret passage. Only the luminous pearl in his hand emitted a faint glow, illuminating the steps beneath him. Eventually, he halted before a stone door. He placed the luminous pearl into a hole in the stone door, where it fit perfectly. With a series of rumbling sounds, the stone door gradually opened. The interior was not extravagant. Devoid of golden mountains or silver seas, it appeared exceedingly ordinary. However, upon closer inspection, one would find that some of the adornments inside were indeed precious items. Master, Hong Ren bowed his head, slightly bending his body, and respectfully greeted. A group of individuals arrived in town today. They are from the capital, he informed. Oh? The man's voice lifted slightly. Did you notice anything unusual about them? Hong Ren was well aware that if there were nothing amiss, he would not have bothered to report this matter. The fact that they came indicated there was something significant at hand. I cannot quite explain it, but while they seemed ordinary on the surface, several of them gave me an extremely dangerous feeling, Hong Ren stated after some thought. What? Did something happen? The man inquired. Not particularly, just... Hong Ren recounted the incident where Leng Yuebing and others had rescued Ding Muji and her grandfather. I feel that the man named Lei Mo possesses a peculiar sword technique. Those individuals, despite being unharmed, ultimately perished. Yet we currently lack any internal power, making it difficult for me to fathom how he accomplished this. He reflected. The thought of that scene left Hong Ren perplexed. He had not detected anything unusual in the sword technique. Prior to the deaths of those individuals, he too believed Lei Mo was merely posturing, lacking true skill. Yet upon witnessing the events unfold, his perspective shifted. Oh, is that so? The man responded, his interest piqued. Master, could it be that he coated his sword with poison? Hong Ren speculated. No, that is not possible, the man refuted. Then that this is something you need not concern yourself with. The son of the county magistrate. Humph. It is time to issue a warning. This matter is entrusted to you. Should you fail, you know the consequences. The man's voice took on a slightly cruel tone. Understood, Hong Ren replied, acknowledging his master's words. Master, what shall we do about those individuals? Hong Ren asked. Observe them for a few days, do not act just yet. Allow a few days to pass before we direct them to take action, the man instructed. Hong Ren complied. Now that there is nothing pressing, you may leave. If you have no significant matters to report, do not disturb me. If you are discovered, I will not spare you. The man's voice turned icy towards the end. Yes, I understand, Hong Ren said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet he did not wipe them away. Hastily departing, once Hong Ren left, the man slowly rose and walked toward a candlelight, illuminated by the flickering flame. His face became visible, an ordinary visage, the kind that would be overlooked in a crowd. Lei Mo, the man murmured. Why does it feel like I have heard that name before? He pondered, yet could not recall any reason, so he set the thought aside. Since finishing their meal, Leng Yuebing's gaze had been fixed on Lei Mo, causing his expression to waver as he felt cold sweat trickling down his back, while the others dared not even breathe. They sensed a chilling atmosphere that made them shiver, wishing they could vanish into thin air. The source of their unease remained oblivious, staring intently at Lei Mo as if trying to scrutinize him thoroughly. At that moment, someone finally could not contain themselves. If you keep staring at that man, I might just get jealous, Lei Hani whispered to Leng Yuebing. Observing their expressions of pretense, coupled with Lei Hani's displeased demeanor, Leng Yuebing could only chuckle dryly. Why are you fixated on Lei Mo? Could it be that he is more handsome than me? Lei Hani's jealousy flared, his eyes, a blend of ice and peach blossom, fixed on Lei Mo's face. The implication was clear. Should Leng Yuebing dare to affirm that, he would immediately mar Lei Mo's countenance. That no loyal subordinate or anyone else could steal his Yeye's attention. After enduring much hardship to win her favor and dispel her disdain, he could not allow another man to divert her gaze. Chapter 80. The wounds of wind. Lei Mo found himself at the mercy of his master's unwavering gaze. his lips twitching involuntarily. Master, this truly has nothing to do with me. Please stop staring at me with that look of a jealous rival. It is unnerving, he thought. Lung Yuebing, scratching her nose, replied with exasperation, how could that be? I am merely intrigued by Lei Mo's sword technique. It is astonishing how it can lead to death without inflicting any visible wounds. What's so astonishing about it? It is merely a third-rate sword technique, nothing to be concerned about. If you like, I can teach you a superior one, Lei Hani remarked, attempting to diminish the value of his subordinate skills to secure his standing in Lung Yuebing's eyes. However, a flicker of curiosity crossed his gaze at the mention of blood strips. The others exchanged glances. Your Highness, is it truly wise to belittle Lei Mo so? They recalled how he had praised this very sword technique for several days upon first witnessing it, even urging Lei Mo to practice diligently. Hearing his master's words, Lei Mo could no longer suppress the twitching of his lips, as if he were suddenly disowning the person before him. Your Highness, is this how you treat your subordinate? Lung Yuebing observed the childish behavior of Lei Hani, a few beads of sweat trickling down her forehead as she shook her head. There is no need to learn sword techniques. It's a joke to think one can master it in a day. It takes years of practice to truly grasp it. We simply do not have that time now. Moreover, without internal power, sword techniques are ultimately inferior to extraordinary abilities. While I lack such powers, I do possess an impressive game system, and it is imperative that I first enhance my skill levels. However, contemplating skill levels left her feeling disheartened. Sigh, I wonder what the power of level 3 is. And what about level 4? Since her rebirth, despite frequent practice, her skill proficiency had not improved in tandem with her skill levels, leaving her quite frustrated. This lifetime was different from the last. Formidable demonic corpses had appeared prematurely. And if her abilities did not advance, how could she protect Yi? Would she face a fate akin to her previous life? Lung Yuebing shook her head vigorously. This absolutely could not happen. However, discussing this now was futile. Skill levels would not elevate on their own. She couldn't help but wish for extraordinary abilities. After all, the enhancement of such powers was far swifter and easier than game skills. Yet, this was merely a thought. She had never awakened extraordinary abilities in her past life, so how could she possibly do so in this one? The essence of his sword technique lay in its speed, a characteristic that allowed it to inflict fatality without visible injury. At that moment, Lei Hani's voice rang out. Not only did Lung Yuebing find it perplexing, but even Li Hu and the others were equally baffled, while only Lei Yong and Lei Qing remained unfazed. As they were well acquainted with Lei Mo's techniques. Yeah, look, Lei Hani tossed a chopstick, which flew with such speed that it embedded itself deep within a pillar several meters away almost instantaneously. Yet, Lung Yuebing and the others were not focused on the depth to which the chopstick penetrated the pillar. Their attention was drawn to the several tables along the path of the flying chopstick, which bore marks as if they had been slashed by swords. However, they had just observed with great clarity that the chopsticks did not graze the tabletop, but rather hovered approximately 10 centimeters above it. Thus, the scratches were not inscribed by the chopsticks themselves, but were instead a consequence of the gusts of wind generated by their rapid movement. The shopkeeper approached to express his dissatisfaction, while Lei Yong stood up to address the matter of compensation, and Lung Yuebing and others continued to listen to Lei Hanyi's elucidation. When speed reaches a certain realm, the winds it brings can indeed inflict harm, and this principle is precisely what underpins Lei Mo's swordsmanship, Lei Hanyi remarked. Yet, if the speed is so swift, should it not cause damage to the surface of the human body? Yet, those individuals appeared unharmed, with not even a tear in their clothing. Lung Yuebing pointed out the discrepancy. This is the distinction between Lei Mo's sword technique and that of ordinary practitioners. Lei Mo employs a clever force, directing the potentially harmful winds into the enemy's body, thereby inflicting damage to their organs while leaving their exterior unscathed. As a result, the enemy remains unsuspecting. Damage to the organs? Yet they have been fighting for so long, and only now do those individuals begin to feel pain. Silly you. If the wind were to enter their bodies and cause immediate death, wouldn't that merely alert the remaining foes? There would be no need to injure their organs in such a manner. Lei Hani chuckled. Lung Yuebing pouted, her expression indicating her confusion. In truth, Lei Mo's sword technique has diminished in potency significantly. Had he possessed inner strength, inflicting pain for 2 days before death would have been quite easy. However, without inner strength, the duration of suffering is greatly reduced. Nevertheless, this technique is rather cruel, and Lei Mo typically refrains from employing it lightly. Lei Hani added. Lung Yuebing raised an eyebrow, imagining the scene of those individuals writhing in agony, their cries piercingly sorrowful, and she fell silent. If the pain were to last 2 days, not even a god could endure it. And no wonder Li Hu and the others appeared fearful upon seeing Lei Mo smile. They must have witnessed the tragic fates of those who suffered for days before perishing, leaving them with lasting psychological scars. However, to be fair, this technique is indeed somewhat ruthless, yet it is directed at foes. Leng Yubing would not naively consider Lei Mo's swordplay to be morally reprehensible. Since they are enemies, there is no need for compassion. Lei Mo, you are truly remarkable. Lei Xianyu gazed at Lei Mo with sparkling eyes. Her expression one of adoration. Clearly, she did not view Lei Mo's technique as negative. Rather, she found him even more appealing and formidable while wielding it. Lei Mo averted his gaze slightly, though his eyes softened. Noticing Lei Mo's lack of attention, Lei Xianyu felt a twinge of disappointment but quickly rallied her spirits. Chapter 81. The Secrets of Songhua Town, Part 1. The group had stayed in Songhua Town for 3 days. Relishing the peaceful interlude devoid of undead incursions. Of course, this tranquility came at a considerable monetary cost, yet they were unfazed by the expenditure during the day. They wandered through the town, indulging in delightful purchases. Their silver flowing freely. However, they were somewhat taken aback when Yu Yuan had not returned, and even the county magistrate had not made an appearance. Only Leng Yubing and Lei Hanyi exchanged knowing glances. Both understanding the situation. Indeed, the county magistrate is currently preoccupied, while Yu Yuan has been incapacitated, his legs broken by some assailants and now confined to his BIS. For her, she visited our residence yesterday to procure some items. Leng Yubing remarked. At night, while the townsfolk drifted into slumber, the group arrived at the inn's entrance and softly rapped on the door. The innkeeper opened the door to welcome a dozen or so figures clad in black. He greeted them with utmost deference. Where are they? One of the black-clad men inquired in a hushed tone. They are upstairs. That I have already placed the items as per your instructions, the innkeeper replied with a fawning expression. Well done. Once our task is complete, there will surely be rewards from above. Allow me to offer my congratulations in advance, the man responded. I dare not presume. Were it not for the arrangements made by those above, how could I expect a reward? I thank you all in advance, and after the task is completed, please allow me to serve you a cup of tea, the innkeeper added. Upon hearing the innkeeper's words, some of the black-clad figures displayed disdain in their eyes. A cup of tea? Even beggars would not be satisfied with such a meager offering. Who cares for his tea? One black-clad man impatiently retorted. Let us hasten to complete our mission. If anything goes awry, we shall have much to answer for. Indeed, do attend to your business, gentlemen. I shall not intrude further. Rest assured, there will be no mishaps, the innkeeper said. Maintaining a smile despite his inner dissatisfaction, the group remained non-committal as they cautiously ascended the stairs. Although their observations over the past few days revealed no peculiarities about this group, their behavior remained exceedingly ordinary, prompting them to maintain vigilance nonetheless. Upon reaching the second floor, the lead figure in black gestured with his hand, signaling to the others. The remaining members nodded, pairing off to approach the doors of the respective rooms. They created a small hole in the window and released a cloud of sleeping gas inside. After a moment of silence within, they gently pushed the door open and closed it behind them. By the moonlight, they discerned 2 figures lying on the BAS. They drew their knives, preparing to strike. A sudden voice pierced the darkness. At last, you have arrived. The unexpected voice startled the 2 black-clad men, who immediately sensed danger. As they attempted to retreat, their bodies grew weak, collapsing to the ground and unable to move. Did you think you were the only ones capable of using drugs? Leng Yubing remarked. Rolling off the bed and cracking her knuckles with a cold smile, Lei Hanyi followed silently behind her, his eyes cold and indifferent as he regarded the 2 men. Meanwhile, a similar scene unfolded in the other guest rooms. Speak, who sent you? Leng Yubing demanded icily. The 2 men remained silent, feigning ignorance, not willing to speak. That is of no consequence. Even if you remain mute, we already know who is behind this. Hong Ran. Correct? Leng Yubing said slowly. By the moonlight, a glimmer of amusement danced in her eyes, though it did not reach her depths. Upon hearing Hong Ren's name, the men's eyes flickered with shock, yet they remained tight-lipped. Indeed, I wonder just how many lives you have claimed here, Leng Yubing mused, playing with her fingers, needing no words from them. Their expressions spoke volumes. On that day, Ding Muzi's grandfather had awakened. Revealing more than Ding Muzi herself knew, he informed the group that the residents of Songhua Town were not as ordinary as they appeared, particularly the locals, while some outsiders had previously visited. A number of individuals had mysteriously vanished. Upon receiving this information, a sense of caution arose within them, especially since they had already sensed something amiss. Feeling as though they were being watched, however, they maintained an outward demeanor of normalcy to avoid arousing suspicion. They were eager to uncover the true nature of Songhua Town. Leng Yubing called out to Lei Hanyi. Lei Hanyi nodded. comprehending her intent, with the power of the Lei family. Those men would surely meet their demise. The two pushed open the guest room door, and simultaneously, the doors of the other rooms were also opened. Any discoveries? Lung Yubing inquired. Lei Mo and the others exchanged glances, all shaking their heads. No matter how they questioned or threatened the men, they remained steadfastly silent. They did not resemble assassins, leaving them puzzled as to what inducements had been offered to them. Never mind, Lung Yubing said dismissively. Upon descending the stairs, they found the innkeeper had vanished, likely sensing something amiss and fleeing. Lung Yubing frowned at this, and Lei Han, noticing her expression, addressed Lei Mo and the others. I will go to Hong Ren's place with you. You all keep watch over this inn. Understood, Lei Mo and the others replied. The two departed the inn, making their way directly to Hong Ren's residence. They had discreetly investigated his dwelling over the past few days. Outside the residence, they stood in the courtyard, furrowing their brows. The courtyard was eerily quiet, devoid of any signs of life. Exchanging glances, they pushed open the courtyard gate and entered. Indeed, the courtyard was empty. They searched the entire area, ultimately gathering outside the bedroom. It seems the innkeeper came to warn us. Hong Ren has left rather swiftly, Lung Yubing remarked. I have a feeling Hong Ren is still here, Lei Han countered. Shaking his head. Still here? Lung Yubing frowned, and their gazes fell upon the bedroom, the only place they had yet to examine. Lighting a candle, they surveyed the study, taking in their surroundings. The bedroom was not large. Easily scanned in a glance, there was no conceivable way for anyone to hide within such a space. What is it? Lung Yubing inquired. Following his gaze, she scrutinized the table but found nothing amiss. Lei Han remained silent, moving along the table, then halting once more to observe the room's arrangement before looking back at the table. Is there something peculiar about this table? Lung Yubing asked. Lei Han shook his head. The table itself appears unremarkable. Chapter 82. The Secrets of Songhua Town Part 2. The table may seem ordinary, yet do you not find its placement rather conspicuous? And the items arranged upon it seem out of place, Lei Han remarked. Listening to Lei Han's words, Lung Yubing scrutinized the setup more closely, ultimately concluding, I still cannot discern the issue. Could it be a mechanism? She possessed little understanding of these matters. However, given Lei Han's assertion, there must undoubtedly be an issue at hand. Realizing this, Lung Yubing was reminded of the ancient and commonly seen secret chambers filled with mechanisms. Yet, she was entirely unversed in such matters. As for Lei Han, to be frank, Lung Yubing was uncertain of his expertise and her previous life. She had never held any desire to comprehend him, but in this life, driven by a sense of gratitude, she yearned to know more. Alas, time was still too fleeting, and there remained much she had yet to grasp. Lei Han, on the other hand, had a modicum of knowledge regarding mechanisms. After scrutinizing the situation for a moment, he relocated the cup on the table to a certain spot and turned it slightly to the right. Be careful, Lung Yubing exclaimed suddenly, and in an instant, a shadowy figure whisked Lei Han away from his position. Whoosh! A flurry of arrows swiftly struck the very spot where they had just stood. Had they remained there, they would likely have been pierced like a beehive. Phew, that was close. Lung Yubing breathed a sigh of relief, turning to Lei Han and inquiring, could it be that it should not have been placed there? Lei Han's expression remained unchanged as he shook his head lightly and approached once more. This time, he turned the cup to the left without a sound. A hole emerged silently in the ground beside the table. The mechanism had not been set for long. It must have been established after the apocalypse. The architect of this trap had cleverly exploited the thinking of the average person, as mechanisms of this nature typically open to the right, yet a deadlock had been established there, while the true method of access lay to the left. Lei Han gazed at the empty space and spoke slowly. Shall we descend to take a look? Lung Yubing asked, eyeing the newly discovered entrance. Very well, stay close behind me, Lei Han nodded. Lung Yubing hesitated. Feeling a reluctance, the unknown path ahead was fraught with danger, and she could not allow to take such risks. However, she consoled herself with the thought that if any peril did arise, they could always retreat to the safety of the spatial realm. The hidden passageway was devoid of traps or hidden weapons, allowing them to proceed smoothly to its innermost depths. Someone has resided here, Lung Yubing remarked, producing a flame from her spatial realm and illuminating her surroundings. There should be other exits leading to the outside. This person must have been in a hurry, Lei Han added. Who do you think lived here? Could it be another hideout for Hong Ren? Lung Yubing mused. Lei Han shook his head. It cannot be him. I suspect there is another individual behind Hong Ren. What could this mysterious figure be after? To have secured Songhua Town so tightly in such a short time post-apocalypse, they cannot be an ordinary person. There must be others like us, those who have encountered treachery. But what purpose lies in slaughtering those with abilities? Leng Yuebing pondered this point, perplexed. What secrets could Songhua Town be concealing? Perhaps, just perhaps, we might uncover them now, Lei Hani suddenly proposed. What? Leng Yuebing gazed at him in astonishment. We can discover them now? Yeah, look, Lei Hani pointed to the ground where a pool of blood lay, vanishing against the wall. Could it be that these sorcerers were slain and left here? Leng Yuebing speculated. It is quite possible, Lei Hani nodded, then turned a knob at a certain location, adjusting another mechanism with a creak. A stone door swung open, and upon witnessing the scene within, Leng Yuebing's pupils constricted. The commonality among them was that none possessed heads. This, Leng Yuebing felt a chill sweep over her. There were no less than 40 or 50 corpses here. What could the mastermind behind this be aiming for? To have slain so many sorcerers? Lei Hani's eyes flickered with surprise as he beheld the sight, when suddenly, his gaze fell upon an object. Yeah, what is this? He picked it up and presented it to Leng Yuebing. The object bore a resemblance to a magic crystal, albeit stained with blood. This is, Leng Yuebing realized, so this is the secret of Songhua Town. She was genuinely astonished as she regarded the item in Lei Hani's hand. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. It seems that not only do magical corpses possess magic crystals, but humans do as well, or rather sorcerers do. Are you suggesting that this is a sorcerer's magic crystal? Lei Hani inquired. Leng Yuebing nodded, then shook her head. The magic crystals of humans differ from those of magical corpses. The magic crystals in magical corpses exist in their brains because they lack blood and other vital fluids, causing all their essence to concentrate in the brain and form a magic crystal. However, sorcerers, being living beings with flesh and blood, although their energy resides in their brains, must refine their heads to obtain it. After listening to Leng Yuebing's explanation, Lei Hani gazed deeply into her eyes, yearning to ask why she possessed this knowledge if it was meant to be a secret. Ultimately, however, he chose to remain silent. So someone has killed these sorcerers to extract their magic crystals. Lei Hani regarded the magic crystal in his hand with a sense of revulsion, for it was born of another's severed head. His expression grew cold as he stored the object in his spatial realm, and the two hastily departed from the scene. Chapter 83, The Emergence of Magical Corpses in Songhua Town. Meanwhile, at Lei Sinyu's location, after Leng Yuebing and Lei Hani had left, Lei Amo and the others split into several groups, thoroughly searching the inn to ascertain that they were the only ones present. Before gathering on the first floor. Do you smell something? Ding Muji suddenly inquired upon hearing her question. The group strained to catch a whiff, and indeed, an acrid scent of burning filled the air. A fire has broken out. Li Hu exclaimed in alarm. Get out of the inn. Lei Yong decisively commanded, asserting that regardless of the fire's location, their best course of action was to exit the inn expeditiously. However, as they stepped outside, they swiftly closed the inn's door behind them. Damn it! Li Hu cursed, barricading the entrance with tables and other furniture. How can there be magical corpses? Where did all these corpses come from? Zhang Yuan remarked while moving the obstacles. Just as they were about to exit, they were taken aback to discover a horde of magical corpses approaching. What shall we do now? With fires raging and magical corpses lurking, how can we escape? Lei Sinyu asked, distressed. Let us retreat to the second floor. Given the defenses here, the magical corpses will soon flood in. Lei Yang contemplated before responding. Ding Muji and Lei Sinyu assisted the elderly man as they made their way upstairs. Upon entering one of the rooms, they opened the window, and in the darkness, illuminated by the moonlight, they could see hundreds of magical corpses slowly advancing, while a section of the inn was engulfed in flames. Don't you find that tonight Songhua Town is eerily quiet? Wang Tian asked. Now that you mention it, I hadn't noticed, but it truly is odd. Even in the dead of night, such a large fire should have attracted attention. Could it be that all the townsfolk have turned into magical corpses? Zhang Yuan speculated. Surely not. We haven't heard any commotion. It can't be possible for people to turn into magical corpses without a sound. Li Hu expressed his disbelief. Regardless of whether that's the case, our current predicament is that we are trapped here. It would be impossible to leave unnoticed, yet charging out poses its own difficulties. If only the prince and princess were here, perhaps there would be a chance, Lei Yang noted, surveying their surroundings. Lei Amo, do you think brother and sister-in-law are in danger? Lei Sinyu inquired anxiously of Lei Amo. Could they be in trouble? Lei Amo nodded and then shook his head. Oh, come on, at a time like this, can you not spare a few words? Just speak plainly, Lei Sinyu retorted, somewhat irked by his vagueness. There may be danger, but they should be fine, Lei Amo conceded reluctantly, offering a brief response. The magical corpses have reached the inn's entrance. They will likely be inside soon. Wang Tian observed the situation outside. What if we wait until the magical corpses have entered the inn and then escape through here? Lei Xinyu proposed. No, that would mean. Lei Yong began to negate the suggestion without a moment's hesitation. But midway through, he hesitated, his expression shifting to one of suspicion. What is it? Lei Xinyu looked at him in frustration. Xiaozi, you and Grandpa stay in the middle. Be careful, Lei Xinyu instructed Ding Muji. I understand. Ding Muji nodded obediently. Thank you all. The elderly man expressed his gratitude, recognizing that the center was the safest position. Let us go downstairs. Leng Yuebing observed a large area of red suddenly appearing on the map. Advancing towards the inn, seeing that a group of magical corpses was still outside and the inn's door had yet to be breached, they breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for the timely arrival. Wasting no time, the two rushed forward to confront the magical corpses. The sounds behind them drew the attention of the magical corpses, and the fresh prey before them caused the creatures to abandon their assault on the inn to attack Leng Yuebing and Lei Hani instead. Chapter 84. Self-deception. By now it was September, and perhaps it was due to the apocalypse, but Leng Yuebing and the others found this year's summer unbearably hot. Phew, it's stifling, Lei Xinyu said, wiping the sweat from her brow with her sleeve. There's a lake nearby. Let us go wash up there, Leng Yuebing suggested after glancing at the map. A lake? That's wonderful, Lei Xinyu exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Heaven knows they had gone 3 days without a bath, and she felt positively filthy. After the incident in Songhua Town, they had all emerged unscathed and obtained several magic crystals, and the 14 of them continued on their journey through the apocalypse. Leng Yunqi expressed her joy at this revelation, for she now possessed the ability to fight, no longer merely a passive recipient of protection. She could join in the battles and safeguard her mother. The once bustling Songhua Town was now devoid of life, as they set the entire town, along with the bodies in the hidden chamber, ablaze. Henceforth, Songhua Town would cease to exist upon hearing of a nearby lake. Leng Yunqi and her companion's eyes sparkled with anticipation. As women, their innate inclination towards cleanliness remained, and even in this apocalyptic world, they endeavored to maintain some semblance of tidiness. Even Lei Qing's eyes flickered at the mention of it. Lei Qing, come here for a moment, Lei Yang suddenly called out. Lei Qing was taken aback by Lei Yang's summons but nodded slightly and followed him, leaving the group behind. The others exchanged puzzled glances. Somewhat perplexed, yet they did not pursue the matter further. Only Leng Yuebing and Lei Hani shared a knowing glance, understanding each other without words. Watching Lei Yang and Lei Qing's retreating figures, a hint of helplessness crossed Leng Yuebing's eyes. She hoped that Lei Qing would find clarity regarding that issue. Lei Qing, do you still harbor feelings for him? Lei Yang asked, standing beside a tree with his back turned to her. The identity of him was tacitly understood among them. Lei Qing remained silent, lost in thought. Even after all this time you still think of him, Lei Yang remarked. Lei Qing did not respond, her gaze fixed on a distant point. Lei Qing, you know deep down that the two of you have no future together. And he does not like you. Lei Yang's tone grew suddenly stern. Upon hearing his words, Lei Qing trembled, her hands clenching tightly. You are aware of the truth. Stop evading and deceiving yourself. Let go of those feelings. Lei Yang's voice softened. Lei Qing forced a strained and bitter smile, her lips twitching. Letting go? She wished she could, but that she simply could not. Even if you cannot move on, that is fine. However, if one day you were to harm the prince or the princess, do not blame me or Lei Mo for breaking our brotherly bond. Lei Yang warned that he understood that his words would not easily sway Lei Qing. Her cold demeanor belied a deep-seated passion for her feelings. Unless she chose to let go, no amount of persuasion would suffice. His true intention was not to convince her but to serve as a warning against foolish actions. I understand, Lei Qing coldly replied. That's good. After all, we grew up together, and I do not wish for you to act recklessly. Neither does Lei Mo. Lei Yang sighed. They stood in silence, the surrounding air thick with unspoken words. Are you two done with your conversation? Suddenly, Leng Yuebing's voice broke the silence, her figure emerging into their view. Both were taken aback by her unexpected presence. Yes, Lei Yang replied. Lei Qing cast a complex glance at Leng Yuebing, remaining silent on the return journey. The three of them were enveloped in an uneasy silence, not a single word exchanged. Yeah, Lei Hani's gaze softened upon seeing Leng Yuebing. Did I will go with Xine you and the others to the lake. You take care of things here, Leng Yuebing instructed. All right, be careful. Lei Hani nodded in agreement. Don't worry, I will sense danger quickly, Leng Yuebing assured with a smile. Gathering the women, Leng Yuebing led them towards the location of the lake marked on the map. Lei Qing followed, her gaze frequently darting to Leng Yuebing, filled with a mixture of anxiety and uncertainty. She wondered how much the princess had overheard, whether she had just arrived or had absorbed everything. Her intuition suggested that the princess had indeed heard it all. Lei Qing's unease did not go unnoticed by Lei Xinyu and Leng Yunqi, though they refrained from inquiring further, merely exchanging glances between her and Leng Yuebing. Xinyu, you and Antifeng along with Yunqi should go wash up first. Lei Qing and I will keep watch, Leng Yuebing proposed. Okay, the four girls responded. Initially, Antifeng was apprehensive at being addressed as such, as she was merely a discarded concubine. However, in this apocalyptic era, status no longer mattered, and she gradually grew accustomed to the term. She cherished their sincerity and diligently prepared for them, caring for the group. It must be noted that having an elder to assist made their journey significantly easier compared to their initial struggles in the apocalypse. Once Leng Yuebing confirmed that Lei Xinyu's group was preoccupied and that they would be able to respond quickly if needed, she finally halted. Leng Yuebing gazed at Lei Qing, who initially managed to hold her composure under the scrutiny, but soon began to sweat from her mounting anxiety. Princess, she finally exclaimed, unable to contain herself after speaking. She found herself at a loss for words. Lei Qing, have you thought carefully about Lei Yang's words? Leng Yuebing inquired. Lei Qing was taken aback. Indeed, the princess had heard everything. I only ask if you have thought it through. Leng Yuebing pressed directly. Lei Qing remained silent, lost in contemplation. I understand that matters of the heart can be uncontrollable, Leng Yuebing remarked, recalling her past life. No matter how she treated Lei Hani, he had steadfastly remained by her side. How could he not feel weary? If emotions were truly manageable, perhaps he would have left. The thought of Lei Hani departing from her filled Leng Yuebing with an inexplicable pain, a deep discomfort. She shook her head internally, attributing this sudden feeling to guilt towards Lei Hani, casting aside her chaotic thoughts. She addressed the silent Lei Qing, sighing, whom you choose to love is your own prerogative, and we have no right to interfere. However, her tone abruptly turned icy, laced with a hint of menace. Should you dare to do anything that might harm me, I will ensure that you live a life worse than death. Though Lei Hani appeared cold on the surface, he genuinely cared for those who grew up alongside him. For him, they were not merely subordinates but brothers and family. The betrayal by Lei Li seemed to affect him deeply, even if he concealed his pain, enduring it in silence. Such a person, she would never allow anyone to harm, not even herself. I won't, Lei Qing declared resolutely. She had never entertained the thought of causing harm to the prince. Startled by the princess's earlier display of menace, she felt a shiver run down her spine. That's for the best, Leng Yuebing replied. As a fellow woman, she felt a pang of compassion. Lei Qing was merely a young girl ensnared by her emotions. I understand, Lei Qing acknowledged, her voice subdued with that. Leng Yuebing could only sigh in resignation. All right, they should be finished washing by now. Let's go, she stated. Yes, Lei Qing nodded. It's such a hot day. Just relax and enjoy the water. Don't worry about danger, we will keep watch around you, Antifeng added. Thank you, Antifeng and Cheer, Leng Yuebing replied with a smile. Having acknowledged Leng Yunqi and Antifeng, Leng Yuebing accepted the title of sister from Leng Yunqi without protest. Sister-in-law, Xiao Zi and I will help too. So you should thank Antifeng and Cheer, we won't take no for an answer. Lei Xinyu pouted playfully. Xiao Zi, don't you agree? She asked Ding Muzi. Having spent time together, Ding Muzi had relaxed considerably, regaining some of her youthful innocence. Hearing Lei Xinyu's question, she giggled and nodded in agreement. Exactly, Yuebing Jia. I won't let you off the hook either. Leng Yuebing looked at the pair with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, affectionately chiding. All right, thank you both. Lei Xinyu and Ding Muzi exchanged smiles, with an exasperated shake of her head. Leng Yuebing gently tapped their foreheads. Now Lei Qing and I will go bathe for a bit. You both take care. They nodded. Lei Qing remained detached from their conversation, a situation they had all grown accustomed to. Chapter 86. Lei Qing's acceptance. She closed her eyes in anguish, struggling within. Repeatedly, Lei Qing questioned herself. Had she truly made a mistake? From the moment she first laid eyes on him in the prince's mansion, she felt an inexplicable attraction. Consequently, she trained rigorously, enduring hardship and fatigue, all in hopes of standing by his side one day. Finally, she succeeded, being chosen as a guard beside the prince from among hundreds. Their proximity had increased significantly. In their subsequent interactions, he cared for her when she was injured, comforted her when she was distressed, and encouraged her after her failures. Gradually, that initial fondness blossomed into profound affection. Eventually, when she confessed her feelings, he reciprocated, claiming he liked her too. In that moment, she was truly elated. She had believed that once they were together, they would eventually wed, but then the apocalypse struck, and he betrayed the prince, holding the hairpin that Lei Li had gifted her. A token of their bond, Lei Qing felt a wave of conflicting emotions. With a bitter smile, the recollection of his words from that day sent a chill through her heart. He had truly never loved her. Perhaps he harbored feelings, yet in her heart, she knew that he placed power above all else. She often gazed upon the prince and the princess, witnessing the princess' unwavering devotion to the princess, which was evident to all now. His deep affection and indulgence towards her were unmasked and clear. As a woman, she felt an overwhelming envy towards the princess that if only he could offer her even a fraction of the sincerity he bestowed upon the princess, she would be content. Presently, she found herself unfortunate in matters of the heart. How could she inflict upon the prince and princess the same misfortune that befell her? Clenching the hairpin tightly, she felt no pain even as its sharp edge pierced her skin with a determined snap. She broke the hairpin silently, declaring, "Lei Li, from this day forth I, Lei Qing, will no longer love you. Between us we are akin to this hairpin." No matter what, she would never betray the prince, and from the moment Lei Li forsook the prince, all possibilities between them had vanished. She had always known this truth, albeit evading acknowledgement until now. The words of Lei Yong and the princess had illuminated her path. The prince and his entourage were indeed aware of the situation, yet had refrained from expressing their thoughts, waiting for her to reach her own conclusions. If she continued to remain indecisive, it was likely that her departure would come in just a few days. She did not wish to leave. Even though she was still young, merely 10 years old, she could sense a change within herself compared to the time before her departure, or rather, these past few days since their acquaintance. However, when pressed to articulate it, she found herself at a loss. It simply felt different, Sister Lei Qing. Ding Muzi could not help but call out. Lei Qing looked up at her, unexpectedly responding, See, it is indeed different. Previously, if she had called out to her, she would have merely glanced her way, never uttering a word. Now she actually spoke. Lei Qing was unaware that her simple reply had stirred a tempest within Ding Muzi's heart. Meanwhile, in another space, what do you think Lei Qing's decision will be? Leng Yubing propped her chin on her hands, gazing at Lei Hanyi. Lei Hanyi looked at her with a fond smile. She has chosen us. Who Lei Qing chose was of no concern to him, but since Yu was so invested, he would allow her some peace of mind. How can you say that? For a woman, a lover is significantly more important than a master, Leng Yubing replied. And what about you? Lei Hanyi countered with a question. Leng Yubing twitched her lips. Why had the topic suddenly shifted to her? She opened her mouth and honestly, she did not know. Just recalling her past life, she was suddenly struck with realization. Did she not have a trace of her own? Perhaps. Leng Yubing muttered vaguely. All right, quickly tell me how you know this. She shifted the topic to as my guards. I know their characters well. Lei Hanyi chuckled at Leng Yubing. So, you had already anticipated Lei Li's betrayal? Leng Yubing squinted her eyes. Lei Hanyi shook his head. I did not foresee this. I was aware of his great ambition but did not expect him to betray me. He spoke the truth. He knew of Lei Li's ambition, yet never predicted the betrayal. However, perhaps this was for the best. Some matters, when laid bare, were far superior to remaining concealed in the shadows. Lei Qing came to seek out Leng Yubing and Lei Hanyi, which both had anticipated. Nevertheless, Leng Yubing feigned surprise as she listened to Lei Qing recount the events, including how Lei Li had instructed her to monitor their movements and relay information back to him. Chapter 87. Lei Li's intentions. Months had passed since the apocalypse began, and during this time, Lei Li experienced a life he had never known before. Initially, those who had left the prince believed they could thrive without the burden of his presence. Yet reality forced them to confront harsh truths. Later, due to Leng Yubing's intervention, they encountered 7 magical corpses, resulting in nearly half of their group of over 20 perishing. Had they not discovered that severing the head of a magical corpse could lead to its demise, they would have lost even more lives. Even so, they still suffered the loss of 3 or 4 more individuals, leaving only about 10 survivors. The remaining members began to express discontent towards Lei Li. As he had used them as shields against the magical corpses, they had left the prince to save their own lives, yet now they were being sacrificed for Lei Li's sake. Fortunately for him, after the magical corpses were vanquished, he unexpectedly awakened wind-based abilities, becoming a wind mage. Among the survivors, only one other possessed abilities, a water mage, who paled in comparison to Lei Li's wind powers. For the sake of safety, the remaining individuals ultimately chose to stay with Lei Li, following his commands. However, once this incident unfolded, their dissatisfaction with Lei Li had taken root, and should similar situations arise in the future, it would undoubtedly erupt. The barrier posed by the 7 magical corpses had obscured Lei Li's view of Lei Hanyi and the others. Lei Li felt fortunate that he had previously instructed Lei Qing to relay their whereabouts to him in secret. He was not at all concerned that Lei Qing would fail to comply, for he understood her feelings towards him. With such a valuable piece on his chessboard, how could he not utilize it effectively? Indeed, although Lei Qing's messages were infrequent and not particularly significant, they were sufficient for the time being, allowing them to follow Lei Hanyi and the others from a distance. However, even with Lei Qing's updates, it did not guarantee their absolute safety. Whether due to misfortune or circumstance, they encountered magical corpses multiple times. Afterward, Lei Li ceased ordering others to act as his shields against the magical corpses. He was no fool, recognizing that repeating such actions would be futile. Even with his status as a mage, as the frequency of encounters with magical corpses increased, their efforts to defeat them became increasingly arduous. Lei Li, being a wind mage, fared somewhat better. While the rest were merely ordinary humans, Lei Li was not a selfless individual. Rather, he was quite concerned about his own survival. Only when assured of his safety would he extend a modicum of care towards others' lives. Gradually, the number of survivors dwindled and the true crisis emerged. They had run out of food. None were willing to venture out for hunting, fearing encounters with magical corpses, and thus they could only subsist on tree bark and roots. Such fare was something Lei Li had not consumed in ages, and neither had the others. As they subsisted on these meager rations, they began to weaken day by day, their bodies emaciated sitting atop a tree. Lei Li gazed into the distance where Lei Hanyi was, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Lei Li had survived through his own capabilities, not relying on others. He was far superior to Lei Hanyi, who depended on the protection of others to endure in this apocalyptic world. Thus, if he were granted but a little more time, he would surely rise above all. Lei Li remained oblivious to the true circumstances surrounding Lei Hanyi, for Lei Qing had never divulged such matters to him, leading him to believe that Lei Hanyi was merely a figure in need of protection. With half-closed eyes, Lei Li silently resolved that once he succeeded in this endeavor, he could dispose of Lei Qing. Although she was a useful piece, her utility had nearly been exhausted, and retaining her would serve no further purpose. Chapter 88. Fengyuan City. 3 days had elapsed since Lei Qing had declared her resolve, and on this day they arrived at the gates of a city, the closest one to the capital, known as Fengyuan City. Leng Yubing and the others decided to venture into the city. Yet their purpose was not to gather food. They lacked nothing in that regard after all, given the duration of the apocalypse, and the absence of adequate storage facilities in ancient times. The food had long since spoiled. Their aim for entering the city was to procure some daily necessities. While Leng Yubing possessed clothing within her spatial realm, such consumables would eventually run out, so it was prudent to gather some while they could. Standing at the city gate, Leng Yubing exchanged a glance with Lei Hanyi. Prince, perhaps it would be better if Lei Mo and I went in. It would be too risky for you and the princess. Lei Yang expressed his dissent. He was not alone in this sentiment. The others shared his concerns. Lei Hanyi and Leng Yubing were the backbone of their group. Should anything happen to them, the entire team would be in jeopardy. Lei Hanyi frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping over them with indifference. This is an order. But brother, we still. Lei Xinyu attempted to interject. We have already made our decision. You shall wait here. We will return within 2 days at the latest, Lei Hanyi asserted. They were not afraid of encountering danger. With their trump cards they could adequately protect themselves, and if worst came to worst, they could retreat into the spatial realm. However, it was best that Lei Mo and the others remained unaware of such matters. It was not a matter of distrust, rather for issues concerning life and death. The fewer who knew, the better. Lei Mo, you all stay put. Neither I nor E will be in danger. Having too many people interposes greater risks, Leng Yubing stated. Lei Mo and Lei Yang exchanged glances. They understood the princess's reasoning, though their unease lingered. Nevertheless, the princess was correct. Their group was comprised of too many ordinary individuals, and entering the city would make them conspicuous targets if an unforeseen event occurred. It would be challenging to escape unscathed. Ultimately, amidst the worried gazes of the others, Lei Hanyi and Leng Yubing stepped through the city gates. The city of Fengyuan lay in eerie silence, and Leng Yubing recalled that in her previous life, Fengyuan had been one of the cities overrun by monstrous corpses, although she was uncertain when it had succumbed to such a fate. In truth, had it been any other city, Leng Yubing might not have ventured inside. However, Fengyuan was distinct as the city closest to the capital. Many resources would pass through Fengyuan before reaching the imperial city, rendering its supplies remarkably abundant. In her past life, many coveted the resources of Fengyuan. Yet as it was a city of monstrous corpses, entering to seize those resources was no simple task. Nevertheless, throngs of people continued to flock to Fengyuan, for even the smallest amount of resources obtained from within held immense value. Now, in the early days of the apocalypse, Leng Yubing sought to gather as many resources as possible from Fengyuan before it officially transformed into a city of monstrous corpses. Lei Hanyi, unaware of Fengyuan's history, supported Leng Yubing's intentions, believing that amassing supplies was indeed the right course of action. Chapter 89. The faulty system. The old and the young Leng Yuebing found it peculiar. In her previous life, she had limited knowledge of Fengyuan, but she vaguely recalled hearing others mention that it had only fully become a city of monstrous corpses a year into the apocalypse. Now, with less than 6 months since the apocalypse had begun, how could the city be devoid of life? Yeah. Lei Hani called softly. What is it? Leng Yuebing turned to him. Lei Hani surveyed their surroundings, furrowing his brow. This city is too quiet. There may be something amiss. Be cautious. Understood, she replied, acknowledging the strange stillness of Fengyuan, where not a single person or monstrous corpse had yet appeared on the map. After walking for half an hour without entering a single building to gather supplies, Leng Yuebing checked the map repeatedly, but still found no signs of life or monstrous corpses aside from herself and Lei Hani. Let us gather some supplies first, Lei Hani suggested, his expression serious. Knowing their time in the city was limited, Leng Yuebing nodded in agreement, and as they approached a herbal shop, they exchanged cautious glances and proceeded. Just as they neared the shop, Leng Yuebing suddenly halted, a look of surprise crossing her face. Yeah, what's wrong? Lei Hani inquired, noticing her unusual demeanor. There's someone inside, she replied, her expression complex. This is unusual. Logically, anyone or any monstrous corpse within a 40-meter radius should appear on the map centered around me. Yet it only indicated presence 5 meters from the herbal shop. Such an anomaly never occurred in my previous life. Could it be that the game system has malfunctioned? She mused internally. Someone? Lei Hani frowned at her revelation. Let us go in, yet be careful. All right, she answered. They swapped positions, with Lei Hani unwilling to let her lead, and she didn't insist. Upon reaching the door, they exchanged a mutual nod. Lei Hani brandished a sword while Leng Yuebing held a flute. Gently pushing the door open, they swiftly concealed themselves to either side. Aware that something was amiss, Leng Yuebing chose not to trust the information from the map. However, upon opening the door, nothing transpired. They exchanged glances again, and Leng Yuebing raised an eyebrow. It seems there are no traps here. Entering the room, Lei Hani casually surveyed the surroundings and asked, Yeah, where are those people? The scene was clear. Only wooden racks for herbs and furniture were present. With no one in sight, Leng Yuebing pointed to a wall ahead, indicating that they were behind it. Once inside, she hoped to glean more information from the map. Lei Hani examined the wall, opting not to search for a mechanism and instead utilized his earth-based ability. He erected a sturdy earthen wall in front of himself and Leng Yuebing, then created a hole the size of a basin in the wall before them. Now, with his earth-based ability having reached a level beyond one, the previously effective magical crystals were no longer of use to her. He practiced his abilities daily, albeit slowly, as they currently lacked access to first-level magical crystals from monstrous corpses and had to make do. There's a hole here. Oh no. We've been discovered. What do we do? It's all over. Voices filled with panic echoed from the opening. Come out, Leng Yuebing commanded coldly. Instantly silence fell within, yet no one emerged after a long pause. It seems they are unwilling to come out, she said, a glint of coldness in her eyes. Then let them remain forever hidden, Lei Hani replied indifferently, and with that, he began to activate his ability. Among those inside, some were wise enough to understand Lei Hani's seriousness upon hearing his words, realizing he was not merely threatening them. They quickly called out, my lord, please spare us. We will come out immediately. We promise. Lei Hani remained silent, but his ability ceased. Leng Yuebing said nothing to deter him. She merely looked calmly at the opening. As time ticked by, just when impatience began to set in, the door with the hole slowly shifted aside. 10 or so figures emerged from the wall, comprising both the elderly and the young. The oldest appeared to be in their 70s, while the youngest was merely 5 or 6 years old. The elderly stood trembling, fear evident in their eyes as they regarded Leng Yuebing and Lei Hani, while the children huddled behind them, peeking cautiously. Their frames were gaunt, their bodies devoid of flesh, with only a thin layer of skin enveloping their bones, indicating their harsh existence. Seeing their condition, Lei Hani furrowed his brow. The sight of his frown only heightened the fear among the elderly. With a sudden rustle, all the older individuals knelt before Leng Yuebing and Lei Hani, while the bewildered children followed suit, kneeling as well. Leng Yuebing and Lei Hani instinctively stepped aside to avoid their kneeling. Thus they did not truly prostrate themselves before the two. After moving aside, Leng Yuebing secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking how fortunate it was that only the children were present. Had the elderly not been involved, she would have felt less burdened. However, compelling these pitiable elders to kneel was another matter entirely, and she grimaced internally, fearing for her own longevity. Of course, had these elders been wicked individuals, she wouldn't have minded. But it was clear they were simply ordinary old folk. Therefore, this act of reverence was something she and Leilani could not accept. Leilani's frown deepened, and after avoiding their bow, he approached the elderly and children. Yet, his movement only intensified their fear. Chapter 90. A misunderstanding, my lord, we realize our mistakes, we will bring out all our food. Please spare us, we won't dare do it again, do not kill us, the frightened individuals pleaded. Lung Yuebing and Leilani exchanged bewildered glances, both equally puzzled. Standing beside Leilani, Lung Yuebing whispered, they seem quite terrified of you. Leilani nodded slightly. I have never been here before. Since he had become unable to walk, he rarely left the palace, delegating tasks to Leimo and others, although he had a fearsome reputation. Few had actually seen him, and it was likely these people had never encountered him. Besides, the Lei royal family's duty had always been to protect the southern sacred dynasty and its citizens. Despite his reputation for ruthlessness, most common folk were not afraid of him. Elders, please rise, Lung Yuebing urged them, stepping forward to assist them up. Her voice softened in the presence of the elderly and children. They exchanged glances, unsure, and remained kneeling. Lung Yuebing turned to Leilani, silently conveying that they would not dare rise without his assurance. You may stand, Leilani instructed. At last, the individuals stood, though they continued to cast wary glances at him. Observing this, Lung Yuebing raised an eyebrow, examining Leilani from head to toe before concluding. Despite his cold demeanor, he was not frightening. Rather, he appeared remarkably handsome. Why were these people so intimidated by him? Was it due to the earlier incident? With that thought, she spoke up. Elders, you need not be afraid. What I said earlier was merely to frighten you. Yet, she herself did not believe her words, for their previous exchange held no semblance of jest. The individuals exchanged glances among themselves before nodding, but Lung Yuebing and Leilani could tell that their demeanor had not shifted. It seems it's still ineffective. They remain frightened in your presence. Perhaps you should gather the supplies while I stay here to discern the reason, Lung Yuebing suggested quietly. Her curiosity was not merely a matter of personal interest. A voice within her urged her to understand this situation, lest something grave transpire. Moreover, she discreetly glanced at Leilani, realizing that their fear of him was undoubtedly connected to him. She would not allow anything that could harm him to unfold. Leilani cast a glance at those who still trembled in fear. Their eyes filled with trepidation as they regarded him, and could only nod in agreement. However, he expressed his concern, saying, you must be cautious. Once more, he surveyed the elderly and children, although he perceived that these individuals posed no real danger. He deemed it prudent to remain vigilant. In a world teetering on the brink of collapse, one must exercise utmost caution, lest negligence lead to dire consequences. The last incident, where he had been incapacitated by those minor characters through treachery, served as a stark reminder. Such occurrences should not be repeated. After Leilani departed, Lung Yuebing assisted them in settling onto a nearby chair. A fine layer of dust coated the seat, yet in such times, no one paid it any heed. Lung Yuebing engaged them in trivial conversation. Initially, they remained tense, but gradually, as they discerned her lack of malice, they began to relax. Noticing this, Lung Yuebing ventured to inquire, Grandfather Zhang, why do you fear so? The elder, taken aback, exchanged glances with the others, uncertain of whether to respond. Speak freely, there is no need for hesitation, Lung Yuebing encouraged. Child, are you referring to the young man who stood beside you just now? An elderly woman asked. Indeed, Lung Yuebing confirmed with a nod. Oh dear, you must keep your distance from such a person, she cautioned. Indeed, do not be deceived by his handsome appearance. Beneath it lies a heart as cruel as a beast's. You must not approach him, for you may lose your very life without realizing it, they chimed in, their words imbued with not just fear, but also disdain and animosity toward Leilani. With each word, Lung Yuebing's expression grew increasingly frigid, yet she restrained her emotions. Reason dictated that their fears must stem from some hidden truth, yet her heart seethed with rage, refusing to abate. Grandmother Wang, Grandfather Zhang, and all present, I do not quite understand why you speak of in such a manner. As there's some misunderstanding. After a moment of composure, she spoke. What misunderstanding could there be? The elders retorted indignantly. 91 chapters in. A second-level lightning-type magical corpse misunderstanding? We have witnessed it with our own eyes. There can be no misunderstanding. Indeed, do not be fooled by his outward appearance. He is a merciless killer, finally unable to contain herself. Lung Yuebing interjected. Enough? Her voice was icy, startling the elders, while the children recoiled further behind them. Realizing she had instilled fear, Lung Yuebing inhaled deeply and continued. If you claim he is wicked, there must be a reason. Could you not share it? The elders exchanged hesitant glances, and at last Grandfather Zhang sighed. Child, do you know why we have taken refuge in this hidden chamber? I do not, Lung Yuebing shook her head. In the late stages of the apocalypse, she would not have been surprised, for by then, the magical corpses possessed keen senses, rendering such concealment futile. Those who remained outside often sought out hidden sanctuaries. However, given that they were in the early stages of the apocalypse, the magical corpses' senses had yet to develop significantly. There was no necessity for such extreme measures. It is because, half a month ago, the elder sighed and began to recount the tale. Meanwhile, Leilani meticulously inspected each dwelling he approached, ensuring it was unoccupied. Fortuitously, his keen senses, combined with his abilities, allowed him to detect any presence upon discovering someone inside. He activated the laser defenses, and those who encountered Leilani reacted much like the elderly, panic-stricken, their eyes wide with fear. Leilani merely furrowed his brow, unperturbed, and departed after a few encounters each time. The individuals he encountered displayed the same reaction, leading him to refrain from entering any dwelling where he sensed occupants. Fortunately, the number of uninhabited houses in Fengyuan City far exceeded those where people were hiding, allowing him to gather a substantial amount of supplies, despite having traversed only a sixth of the city. Yet, Leilani found it peculiar that, after such a lengthy search, not a single magical corpse had appeared. This was decidedly anomalous. How could such a vast city contain only humans and no magical corpses? Perhaps they congregated on the opposite side of the city? He shook his head, deeming that possibility unlikely. Magical corpses and humans could not coexist peacefully. If they had gathered in one place, it would indicate the presence of mutated magical corpses. But if such creatures existed, how had these people survived? Despite his myriad questions, Leilani buried them deep within. This was a time for gathering supplies. As long as no threats loomed over him or his companions, there was no need to intervene. As he continued on, a sense of unease began to settle over him. He halted, standing still. Suddenly, he swiftly retreated, unleashing his powers just where he had stood moments before. A lightning-based attack struck, while a dark figure lunged at him. Deftly evading his strike, Leilani rolled to the side, swiftly producing his sword to defend himself. The clash was accompanied by a chilling roar. A magical corpse, a lightning-type magical corpse. His gaze sharpened, two words surfacing in his mind. With a powerful thrust of his sword, he pushed himself back, creating distance between himself and the magical corpse. Yet, despite being repelled, it remained close, its lightning-based abilities launching rapidly toward Leilani. He performed a somersault to evade the attack. At that moment, the magical corpse closed in again, its razor-sharp claws descending upon him. Leilani was not defenseless. He braced himself with the sword against the ground and delivered a fierce kick to the creature's abdomen. Forcing it back, however, the magical corpse felt no pain and quickly recovered to attack anew. After several exchanges, Leilani's astonishment grew. He recognized this magical corpse as a mutated one, initially believing it to be a first-level variant. He soon realized, through their encounters, that it was actually a second-level mutated magical corpse. The apocalypse had only just begun, and according to Ye, second-level mutated magical corpses should not appear for some time. Yet here, in Fengyuan City, was a second-level magical corpse. Compared to its first-level counterpart, a second-level mutated magical corpse possessed heightened intelligence and awareness of danger. Thus, although Leilani's attacks were sudden and unpredictable, the creature deftly evaded them, and when it could not escape, the strikes were not fatal. Leilani's expression hardened as he battled the second-level mutated magical corpse, pondering his chances of victory. His lightning and earth abilities were only at the first level. Inferior to the creatures, a direct confrontation was futile. Thus, he realized his only option was to rely on cunning, though that approach was not easily executed. Unlike Leilani, magical corpses did not suffer from exhausted abilities. Theirs were boundless until death. However, Leilani's powers were finite, dictated by his level. Once he reached his limit, his body would be unable to withstand further exertion, compelling him to conserve his energy. Meanwhile, after listening to the elder's recounting, Lung Yuebing grasped the situation's essence. With this newfound understanding, her heart brimmed with wrath and a desire for vengeance. It turned out that half a month prior, a group had arrived in Fengyuan City, one of whom bore an uncanny resemblance to Leilani. They had seized the homes of the townsfolk without remorse and unleashed a bloodbath. Unafraid of attracting magical corpses, the Leilani of their tales was depicted as a remorseless demon, selecting the fairest maidens from the populace to serve him, only for their lifeless bodies to be returned the following day. The townsfolk had contemplated rebellion, yet their strength paled in comparison to that of this Leilani. And any act of defiance resulted in further bloodshed, their corpses discarded far away for the magical corpses to devour. Once the elders finished their tale, They turned to Lung Yuebing, saying, "Child, now you understand why we fear him so? What kind of world is this? In the midst of so many monsters, now we have humans preying upon us as well. To be by the way, I've heard them refer to that person as Prince E. Bah, what a farce." Just as the rumor suggested in their panic, the elders urged, "We must leave this place quickly, while he is still temporarily absent." Lung Yuebing shook her head at their alarmed expressions and spoke softly. "Do not fear, the person you describe is not the same as him." "How can they not be the same? They look identical." The elders remained unconvinced. "Indeed, they are not one and the same throughout our journey. I have never left his side. The individual you encountered was merely an impostor." Lung Yuebing longed to elucidate this matter to those present, and upon hearing their words, she understood that someone had deliberately assumed Y's identity. Although the motives of these individuals remained unclear, one thing had become evident. Y's reputation had been utterly tarnished by their actions, and she could foresee that in the future, whether in certain places or upon meeting certain people, she would frequently face attitudes akin to those of the common folk in Fengyuan City. How despicable! Who is orchestrating this scheme? I must not allow her to discover the truth. Otherwise. A fierce glint flashed swiftly in Lung Yuebing's eyes. However, her immediate priority was to clarify the situation, yet her explanations fell on deaf ears as no one believed her. In their hearts, that person was undoubtedly Lei Haney. At that moment, Lung Yuebing inadvertently cast a glance at the map. Her brow furrowing momentarily. To her astonishment, she noticed a red dot surrounding the location designated for Lei Haney. He was engaged in combat, but not with a mere adversary. He was battling a mutated corpse. If it had merely been Y's enemies, the map would not have displayed a red dot. Only those who were also her foes would appear as such. The only plausible explanation for a shared enemy between them was the mutated corpse. Contemplating whether to offer assistance, Lung Yuebing ultimately shook her head, resolving to refrain from intervening. Y possessed dual abilities, both at level 1, even if faced with a horde of mutated corpses, or even a level 1 variant. There was no cause for concern regarding safety. A level 1 mutated corpse would not pose a threat to Y, and he could use this encounter to hone his skills and acquire its magic crystal. Leaving aside Lung Yuebing's endeavors to vindicate Lei Haney, the scene shifted to his perspective. Although Lei Haney had been an exceptional master prior to the apocalypse, that was under the condition of possessing inner strength. Without it, the techniques he employed were little more than a notch above mere theatrics. Confronted by a level 2 mutated corpse, whose abilities surpassed his own and whose speed was not to be underestimated, Lei Haney felt a degree of pressure. Had the mutated corpse lacked intelligence, the situation might have been somewhat easier. Yet, the variant possessed a modicum of awareness, enough to evade several lethal strikes while maintaining a calm demeanor. His mind raced with calculations. Suddenly, he altered his technique. As the mutated corpse charged at him once more, he swiftly erected a wall of earth magic before it, though the wall was not particularly tall. Standing only half the height of the creature, it was remarkably thick. The mutated corpse's forceful impact failed to shatter it. This brief obstruction sufficed. On the wall, Lei Haney summoned several earthen spikes, which pierced through the mutated corpse's body. He launched a rapid assault, continuously employing earth magic to ensnare the creature. Although the mutated corpse was restrained and unable to approach, it could still utilize its own abilities. Its lightning magic relentlessly targeted Lei Haney. With remarkable agility, he deftly dodged the onslaught. When he was merely half a meter away from the mutated corpse, he hurled his sword. The creature sensed the impending danger and attempted to evade. Yet in that very instant its movement ceased, rendered immobile. Unbeknownst to it, while avoiding Lei Haney's sword, an earthen spike had precisely pierced through its skull. Upon finally dispatching the mutated corpse, Lei Haney exhaled a sigh of relief. Though a wave of exhaustion washed over him, this was a symptom of excessive energy expenditure. He paid it no mind as he ignited the corpse, departing only once it had burned to ashes. After his departure, a figure materialized in the spot where he had stood. Observing the direction in which Lei Haney had vanished and the pile of ash that remained, the figure furrowed their brows slightly before departing. Chapter 93. Lung Yuebing's concerns. After hearing Lung Yuebing's account, Lei Haney fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. Finally he spoke. "Since they impersonated me to carry out these actions, their intent cannot solely be to ruin my reputation. There must be other motives at play." Lung Yuebing nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Why? She softly called out to him. Lei Haney raised his gaze to meet hers, his eyes questioning. "I'm sorry. I couldn't clarify the situation for you." They. Lung Yuebing expressed her guilt towards Lei Haney. "Yeah," Lei Haney gently interrupted her. She looked at him. He reached out to tousle her hair and said softly, There is no need to apologize, I am not concerned, but Lung Yuebing wanted to say more. She despised the thought of others wronging Why. Not in the slightest. Listen to me, do not dwell on it. How others perceive me is of no consequence. Lei Hani spoke the truth. He had never been one to take others' words to heart. During his years of hardship, he had endured a plethora of disparaging remarks. Very well, but I must capture the one daring enough to impersonate you. And then Lung Yuebing did not finish her thought, but a fierce resolve gleamed in her eyes. Rest assured, we will surely encounter that individual. Lei Hani assured her. By the way, why you just fought a level 1 mutated corpse, correct? Lung Yuebing inquired, not bothering to ask about the outcome. As long as Y stood before her unharmed, the result could only be twofold. Either he had vanquished the mutated corpse or it had escaped. However, judging by the sudden disappearance of the red dot on the map, the answer was evident. Lei Hani nodded, then shook his head, leaving Lung Yuebing somewhat perplexed. What is it? Was it not a level 1 mutated corpse? Could it be a common corpse? She questioned, puzzled. That shouldn't be the case, Lung Yuebing remarked. That if it were a common corpse, why would have dispatched it in an instant? The map indicates he engaged in combat. If it were not a level 1 mutated corpse, what else could it be? As this realization struck her, a chill ran down her spine. If it were neither a level 1 mutated corpse nor a common one, could it possibly be? Indeed, Lei Hani's next words confirmed her suspicions. It was a level 2 mutated corpse, he stated nonchalantly. Lung Yuebing widened her eyes in disbelief, her heart racing. Her reaction was not born of fear of the level 2 mutated corpse, but rather shock at its rapid emergence. How could this be? The apocalypse had only begun a little over 4 months ago, yet a level 2 mutated corpse had already surfaced. Lei Hani succinctly recounted the events to Lung Yuebing, who felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thankfully, Y was unharmed, or she would never forgive herself. She had assumed there would be no danger, which had led her to refrain from offering assistance. Resolutely, Lung Yuebing vowed that henceforth, regardless of the danger, she would remain by Lei Hani's side. Why, I hadn't anticipated the level 2 mutated corpse would appear so soon, Lung Yuebing said solemnly. Indeed, I too was taken aback. Had my dual abilities not reached level 1, I might have found it impossible to defeat it, Lei Hani replied candidly. Without his abilities at level 1, he would likely have become the mutated corpse's next meal upon their first encounter. Lung Yuebing paused for a moment before speaking again. Why, I am somewhat concerned. The rapid rise in the level of mutated corpses is alarming. While our abilities have improved, others remain unaware of the function of magic crystals, causing their progress to lag significantly behind that of the mutated corpses. Lung Yuebing expressed her deep concerns. Lei Hani understood her meaning. She worried that such disparities in power would soon leave humanity entirely at the mercy of the mutated corpses. After deliberating, they decided to disclose the existence of magic crystals to others, enabling them to enhance their strength. Initially, Lung Yuebing had intended for their group to quietly strengthen their abilities, gaining an advantage over others in this apocalyptic world. However, the current circumstances did not permit such a course of action. The mutated corpses were advancing too quickly. If humanity did not bolster their strength, they would ultimately become nothing more than sustenance for the mutated corpses. Additionally, Lung Yuebing sensed that various incidents along their journey indicated that others had also discovered the magic crystals and understood their significance. Since the knowledge had already been uncovered by some, there was no longer a need to keep it a secret. It would be far better to share the information openly. After finalizing their plans, Lei Hani absorbed the level 2 mutated magic crystal while Lung Yuebing stood guard, analyzing the map of Fengyuan City. For Lei Hani, whose abilities were only at level 1, the energy contained within the level 2 mutated magic crystal was substantial. It took him 3 hours to fully absorb it, resulting in a breakthrough in his lightning abilities. He felt confident that if he encountered another level 2 mutated corpse now, he would handle it with far greater ease, without the risk of exhausting his powers as he had before. Once Lei Hani had completed the absorption of the magic crystal, Lung Yuebing announced, "Why, it's time for a meal." During his absorption of the magic crystal, she had prepared lunch. "All right," Lei Hani replied, his voice steady. After they finished their meal, Lei Hani remarked, "Yeah, my lightning abilities have reached level 2." Upon hearing these words, Lung Yuebing's face revealed a look of delight. "Well then, your strength has advanced once more." She was genuinely elated, never expecting that a mere second-level mutated magic crystal would allow Lei Hani to achieve a breakthrough. However, Lung Yuebing was also aware that Lei Hani's progress was not solely due to the magic crystal. He had been diligently working to enhance his abilities, albeit slowly, yet this was certainly better than making no progress at all. When we go out to gather supplies later, let us also look for magic corpses. There shouldn't be any second-level mutated magic corpses left, but we might still find some second-level magic corpses, Lin Yubing proposed. Alright, she had now begun to entertain the idea of hunting magic corpses. There was no choice, they needed to reveal the magic crystals, so they had to seize this last moment to increase their power. However, she held no hope regarding second-level mutated magic corpses, as the mere existence of one in Fengyuan City had already exceeded her expectations. She certainly did not believe they would encounter a second. Lei Hani concurred, but he remarked, "Yeah, let us split up to gather supplies later. That way we can be quicker that we won't enter any houses that are occupied." But if we separate? Lin Yubing expressed her concerns, worried about the potential dangers they might face if they were apart. Don't worry. As long as we don't stray too far from each other, we should be safe, Lei Hani reassured her. He understood her worries, yet they had little time and gathering supplies separately was the most efficient approach. Ultimately, Lin Yubing nodded in agreement. He was right, and to collect more resources. They indeed needed to part ways. She also felt that it was unlikely they would encounter any significant danger if they remained within close proximity. The two began to collect supplies on adjacent streets in Fengyuan City. Lin Yubing could only sense if there were people nearby when she was within approximately 5 meters of the supplies. If the map indicated occupancy, she would promptly turn and leave. As she continued onward, Lin Yubing suddenly squinted her eyes, a cold smile playing on her lips. She was surprised to discover that someone was following her. Pretending not to notice, she continued with her tasks, unperturbed by the possibility of them uncovering her abilities. After all, she was a spatial mage, was she not? Chapter 95. Come with us. The individual trailing her, upon seeing Lin Yubing turn down an alley, contemplated for a moment before deciding to follow. However, after making the turn, he found that Lin Yubing had vanished from sight, causing a jolt of alarm within him. Realizing he had been detected, he immediately turned to flee. At that moment, a voice half-mocking resonated behind him. What is this? Planning to escape? He turned to find Lin Yubing leaning against a wall, holding a flute in her left hand while idly toying with a dagger in her right. She spoke slowly. Now tell me, why were you following me? His heart raced, but he forced a semblance of calm, replying, Miss, you misunderstand. I wasn't following you at all. Oh, is that so? Lin Yubing raised her head slightly and offered him a faint smile. The sight of her smile momentarily stunned him. At that instant, Lin Yubing sprang into action with a swift movement. She closed the distance and pointed her dagger at his throat. The man's expression shifted as he attempted to retreat. But it was too late. Best not to move. Otherwise, I believe you know what the consequences will be, Lin Yubing said, her tone laced with a gentle yet chilling laughter. The man's demeanor changed repeatedly before he managed a stiff smile. Might I inquire what this lady intends to do? I truly had no intention of following you. Is that so? Lin Yubing chuckled, her laughter tinged with youthful innocence. The man, initially relieved that she seemed to believe him, was taken aback when Lin Yubing's expression suddenly hardened. Do you take me for a naive child easily fooled? He opened his mouth to protest, but she interrupted. You? What is it? Are you trying to claim that you weren't? Let me remind you, should you dare to utter such words, your fate. She did not finish her sentence, instead pressing the dagger closer against his throat. The man felt a sharp sting and the warmth of blood trickling down. He realized the gravity of the situation. I will speak, I will, he hastily declared. Quickly, why were you following me? Lin Yubing demanded sharply. It's because suddenly, Lin Yubing sensed a gust of wind behind her and rolled to the side just in time to evade a slicing wind blade that struck the ground where she had been standing moments before. The man, who had previously appeared frightened, now wore a calm expression, the air around him swirling ever so slightly with narrowed eyes. Lin Yubing recognized him as a wind mage. She had not anticipated her pursuer to possess such abilities. To think you are a mage, she said, rising to her feet with an indifferent demeanor. Humph, now that you know, come with me. You stand no chance against me. It would be unwise to resist, the man stated coolly. Is that so? I beg to differ, Lin Yubing replied nonchalantly, then added, you might as well have your companions reveal themselves. Hiding in the shadows is futile. The man's eyes flickered with surprise. He had not expected Lin Yubing to detect the presence of those lurking in the shadows. The information he had gathered indicated she was merely an ordinary noble lady, and even if she had some skills, they would hardly pose a threat. However, given her recent actions, it appeared she was indeed a spatial mage. Spatial mage, he mused, a smirk forming on his lips. That type of ability lacks offensive power. However, since she had already uncovered the hidden individuals, there was no need for stealth any longer. He called out, come out. Suddenly 6 figures emerged from the shadows, clad in black and wearing masks. They formed a circle around Lin Yubing. She didn't even glance at them. shifting her dagger to her left hand while holding the flute in her right. "Miss Lung, if you would," the man said blandly. "Please? What do you mean by that? Did I ever say I would accompany you? If you wish to take me away, you might want to consult my flute first to see if it agrees," Lung Yubing replied coldly. Without waiting for their response, she twirled the flute in her hand and shouted, "Death curse! Scorpion heart! Serpent shadow!" One skill after another was unleashed, and though the attackers could not see the strikes, they sensed the impending danger and quickly dispersed to evade Lung Yubing's assault. Among the 7, 2 were mages. Aside from the leader, there was also a gold mage. They swiftly retaliated with their abilities, while those without powers rushed at Lung Yubing, weapons drawn, surrounded as she was. Lung Yubing executed a graceful maneuver that left her opponents disoriented. Seizing the moment, she darted toward one man, her dagger slicing through the air to strike his throat effortlessly, ending his life before he could react. One down. Lung Yubing had dispatched an adversary with remarkable efficiency, causing alarm among the remaining assailants. The leader felt a shiver run down his spine. Her speed was astonishing. He believed only by employing his wind abilities could he match her pace. Yet she moved as if unassisted by any powers. Chapter 96. No need. Lung Yubing did not grant him the luxury of time to ponder further. In an instant she leaped before another opponent, her left hand deftly maneuvering the dagger to inflict a lethal wound. Unlike the monsters in games, human vulnerabilities were real. A strike to the throat or heart could end a life in an instant. As her dagger danced, her right hand wielded the flute, unleashing skills one after another. She was grateful that her poison skills were instantaneous, allowing her to leap and evade while her foes hesitated. Their intent was to capture her, not to kill, which caused them to hold back. However, such restraint was foreign to Lung Yubing. To her, any enemy deserved no mercy. Die in the blink of an eye. Only 4 of the 7 remained. The leader's expression darkened. He had not anticipated such losses in such a brief span. It seemed their mission to abduct Lung Yubing would prove challenging. Meanwhile, Lei Hani, like Lung Yubing, was also being pursued. Upon realizing this, he halted and coldly declared, "Come out." The surroundings fell eerily silent, save for a gentle breeze. With calm eyes, Lei Hani swiftly unleashed a precise attack at a specific spot. With a resounding crash, a wall of earth surged upward, but as soon as Lei Hani's lightning ability struck, it crumbled into dust. Coughing, a figure emerged from the debris. Lei Hani regarded them with indifference before cryptically stating, "Still not coming out." Coughing again, the person retorted, "What do you mean by that? I am out, aren't I? I must ask, what offense did I commit against you? I merely found it curious to follow you as you walked alone on this street." The speaker was a woman clad in green, possessing an alluring beauty. As she spoke, she gazed at Lei Hani with a look of feigned innocence, though internally she was perplexed by how he had discovered her presence despite her careful approach. Furthermore, his recently exhibited abilities seemed to surpass his own. Lei Hani remained utterly unperturbed by her words and expressions. He coldly unleashed his skills not against the woman, but rather at various other locations. In the wake of his assault, several individuals fled in disarray. The woman in green felt a shiver in her heart as her eyes narrowed, realizing that their group had been discovered. Concealing themselves any further would be futile. So she proclaimed loudly, "Everyone come out." As her voice echoed, more figures emerged from the shadows, encircling Lei Hani. Their gazes were hostile, brimming with palpable intent to kill. This group comprised roughly 20 individuals, significantly outnumbering those from Leng Yuebing's faction. Initially, they had intended to delay their actions, but since he had sought his own demise, they bore no blame for their course of action. The woman in green chuckled sweetly, revealing her position as the leader of this band. Lei Hani remained silent, not sparing her a glance, his gaze merely sweeping indifferently across his surroundings. The group was incensed by his dismissive demeanor. How dare he overlook them, regardless of his status as an anomalous mage? They too possessed such powers. A throng of 14 or 15 surged toward Lei Hani, while the 5, including the green-clad woman, maintained their distance, aware that they were safer from afar. They dared not underestimate Lei Hani's prowess. Even in the absence of internal power, certain skills retained their potency. They were esteemed anomalous mages, after all, and had no desire to recklessly charge into danger without hesitation. They unleashed their abilities. A barrage of lethal strikes was directed at Lei Hani. Throughout, he did not so much as furrow his brow. Instead of employing anomalous powers, he drew the long sword at his side, with a subtle shift of his stance and a slight lowering of his body. He swiftly slashed with his sword, taking down one opponent. Although devoid of internal energy, his movements were swift and fluid. Even while fending off multiple attackers and evading their anomalies, he remained effortlessly in control. Indeed, compared to the previous level 2 mutated corpse he had faced, These adversaries were far easier to dispatch. For those strikes he could not evade, he unhesitatingly invoked his earth-based abilities for defense. Upon witnessing his earth powers, the attackers paused, astonishment etched on their faces. This was earth-based anomalous power? Yet he had previously employed lightning-based abilities. Could it be that Leilani had awakened two types of powers? This revelation sent shockwaves through them. For until now they had never encountered anyone with dual awakenings. Leilani was the first. The woman in green exchanged glances with the other four anomalous mages, all conveying a shared resolve. This Leilani must be eliminated. As they plotted against him, Leilani too contemplated their eradication. For the time being, his dual abilities remained his trump card, and having revealed them, he intended for none of them to leave alive. In that brief moment of distraction, Leilani dispatched 3 more opponents. Observing this, the remaining attackers shed their complacency, unleashing their full array of techniques, while the 5 anomalous mages intensified their attacks, now more perilous and cunning than before. With the reduced numbers, the pressure on Leilani lessened considerably, though it had never been substantial despite the fierce and devious nature of their assaults. Leilani exhibited no trace of fear. He merely sought openings. Claiming yet another life gradually, only 3 adversaries remained to engage him, and it was evident they could only withstand for a brief spell longer. The 5 anomalous mages, sensing the dire situation, recognized that even with 20 individuals, they had failed to subdue Leilani. With only 8 left, their chances were even slimmer. Their mission was doomed to failure. We retreat, the woman in green decisively declared, and the 5 turned to flee. Leilani narrowed his eyes, attempting to escape. His stance shifted, and the 3 fighters braced themselves with their blades. However, they did not anticipate that this maneuver was merely a feint, while his true lethal strike lay in his anomalous powers. Their hesitation proved fatal, and they fell one by one. Leilani pursued relentlessly, employing both his lightning and earth powers in quick succession to hinder the 5's escape. The woman in green and her companions were forced to halt and engage in a desperate struggle. Yet their earlier expenditure of energy had left them considerably weakened, their abilities inferior to Leilani's. The outcome was all but predetermined. Realizing their anomalous powers could not breach Leilani's defenses, despair began to seep into their hearts. "Your powers are flawed," one cried out in desperation. His abilities were undoubtedly of a different caliber, exhibiting far superior power and defense. Yet why? Leilani paid them no heed. Steadily advancing with a lethal combination of his powers and swordplay as the number of his opponents dwindled, the woman in green grew fearful. Being an anomalous mage, she wished to survive. She had not yet lived enough. "No, please don't kill me. Don't kill me," she cried out in a final plea. "I'll do anything you ask. I'll give myself to you if need be." She remained confident in her beauty, believing Leilani, being a man, would surely acquiesce. However, Leilani's sword did not waver. With a single thrust, it pierced her heart. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Leilani, who withdrew the sword without sparing her a glance. Turning to depart, the wind carried his indifferent words, the last she would ever hear in this world. No need. Chapter 97. Xiaoji is injured. On the 3rd day at dawn, Leilani and Lengyue Bing set out from the city early. Today was the day they had arranged to meet with Mo and others. Over the past 2 days, aside from some areas where individuals were lurking, they had gathered supplies from numerous locations. Of course, Lengyue Bing generously left some behind for those who might come later to collect resources, yet the remainder paled in comparison to what they had taken. Lengyue Bing felt quite satisfied with the supplies they had amassed. Relieved that no incidents had occurred, noticing the fatigue etched on the faces of her companions, as though they had not rested well, she raised an eyebrow and exchanged a glance with Leilani. He too observed their weariness and furrowed his brow, asking, "You haven't rested well?" Mo paused, glancing at Yang. "What? Are you so worried about our safety that you couldn't sleep?" Lengyue Bing teased lightly, fully aware she was only jesting. Yang shook his head, replying, "Though my subordinates are concerned for your highness and princess safety, it hasn't affected our sleep to that extent. Our current state is merely a result of being ambushed the previous night." Lengyue Bing's expression turned serious. "That night Yang recounted the events of that night. They had faced 4 anomalous mages in a surprise attack, rendering them initially passive, but thanks to their advantage in anomalous power levels, they ultimately emerged victorious. However, Li Hu, Zhang Yuan, Wang Tian and Xiaoji had all sustained injuries. Thus, neither Mo nor I slept a wink that night, Yang concluded. "What of their injuries?" Leilani inquired. Li Hu and the others suffered minor wounds, but Xiaoji's injuries are quite severe. She was hurt while pushing her powers beyond her limits and has yet to regain consciousness, Yang explained. Lengyue Bing's expression shifted in alarm. "What? Take me to see her at once. Exceeding one's physical limits with anomalous power can cause significant harm, even endangering one's life. Hearing that Ding Muzi had pushed herself too far made Leng Yuebing extremely anxious. Lei Amo wasted no time, leading Leng Yuebing to Ding Muzi's tent, while Lei Hani followed closely behind, with Lei Amo remaining vigilant outside. Grandfather Ding. Inside the tent, Ding Muzi's grandfather sat by her side, tending to her. Upon seeing the elder, Leng Yuebing softly called out, "Miss Leng, please come and see Xiaoji. Why hasn't she awakened yet?" The elderly man implored, gripping Leng Yuebing's hand tightly. He understood her formidable abilities, having been saved by her, and thus believed that with her presence, Xiaoji would surely be fine. Lei Hani frowned but remained silent, while Leng Yuebing did not resist, knowing the old man's worry for Ding Muzi was overwhelming. "Grandfather Ding, please don't be agitated, nor speak of please that I cannot bear such burdens. That I regard Xiaoji as my sister. I will certainly save her," Leng Yuebing gently reassured the elder. Tears welled in the old man's eyes. He had long recognized that Leng Yuebing and her companions were good people, realizing this since they had rescued him and Xiaoji. Yet still he felt deeply moved. Thank you, he stammered in gratitude. His voice choked with emotion. Chapter 98. Who could it be? At that moment, the tent flap opened, and Lei Xinyu and Leng Yunqi entered. Upon seeing Leng Yuebing, Leng Yunqi's tears began to flow. It turned out that Ding Muzi had awakened her powers after they had departed. Later, during the ambush, she had defended Feng's family, which ultimately led to her powers exceeding her limits. Both Feng and Leng Yunqi felt tremendous guilt over this. Leng Yuebing offered comfort to Leng Yunqi before asking everyone to step outside. She gazed at the unconscious Ding Muzi. She reached out to smooth her hair. Upon seeing Ding Muzi, her anxiety subsided somewhat. Although Ding Muzi's vitality was noticeably diminished, it had stabilized, indicating that Xiaoji was not in immediate danger. With a sigh, Leng Yuebing switched her mental technique to repairing the sky and began to cast a series of healing spells upon Ding Muzi. Gradually, Ding Muzi's health bar began to rise until it was completely filled, at which point Leng Yuebing ceased her actions. After a moment of contemplation, she poured a cup of spatial spiritual water and fed it to Ding Muzi. Once everything was completed, she finally allowed the others to enter. "Miss Leng, how is Xiaozi?" Ding Grandpa inquired, glancing at the still unconscious Ding Muzi. "Rest assured, Grandpa Ding. Xiaozi is fine and will awaken shortly," Leng Yuebing assured him. "That is a relief indeed." Ding Grandpa sighed in relief. "Once Xiaozi wakes up, prepare some nutritious food for her. Also, Lei Yang, please let me know which medicinal herbs you require. I shall provide them for you," Leng Yuebing instructed. "Understood," Lei Yang responded. Upon entering the tent, Leng Yuebing waited until she confirmed the surroundings were clear of others before she and Lei Hani entered the spatial realm together. Who do you think is behind all this? Sometimes we are attacked, and then there are the ambushes faced by Lei Amo and the others, Leng Yuebing mused, plucking a pear from a tree but not immediately consuming it. Instead, she offered one to Lei Hani while they spoke. "Could it be Lei Li?" she questioned, resting her chin on her hand as she ate the pear. "Not likely," Lei Hani shook his head, dismissing her speculation. "Why not?" Leng Yuebing blinked, smiling as she asked. "Yeah, aren't you aware?" Lei Hani countered with a teasing question, his eyes twinkling with mirth. "Honestly, this is quite dull," Leng Yuebing pouted, not refuting Lei Hani's assertion. Heh. Lei Hani chuckled softly, reaching out to ruffle Leng Yuebing's hair. Even if Lei Li had the intent, he lacks the capability. He wouldn't have so many anomalous mages at his disposal. Leng Yuebing nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his statement. "But who could it be that is targeting us?" She murmured that it's not us they are after. "If I am not mistaken, it is me they intend to target," Lei Hani remarked, narrowing his eyes as he listened to Leng Yuebing's musings. "Targeting you. Could it be Ming Di?" A figure suddenly flashed through Leng Yuebing's mind, prompting her to exclaim, "He indeed possesses that capability." Lei Hani affirmed with "It must be him. How infuriating. I should have killed him when I last left the capital," Leng Yuebing declared, her eyes glinting with cold determination. "Yeah, do not be angry as long as we are stronger than them. We have no need to fear," Lei Hani reassured her that in truth, he had withheld certain thoughts. He believed those individuals were not sent by Ming Di. Although Ming Di sought his demise, the current circumstances were evidently not conducive to taking action. Furthermore, if it were indeed the work of Ming Di, then why would he aim to kill them while abducting Ye? This reasoning was illogical. Of course, he had no doubts regarding Leng Yuebing's integrity. If she wished for his life, she would not need to go through such lengths. She understood that if she desired it, even his life would be willingly given. Rendering such efforts a waste of time. With this contemplation, Leihani's eyes narrowed slightly as a flicker of murderous intent passed through his gaze. You are correct, as long as we are stronger than them, no schemes can harm us. Didi, you should absorb those second-tier magic crystals for now. Once the news of the crystals spreads, many will hastily enhance their strength. And one of us must possess greater power than the rest, Leng Yuebing stated. Understood, Leihani replied, comprehending her perspective. They had encountered a few second-tier magic corpses during their recent travels, yet they had not come across any second-tier mutated magic corpses. However, it must be noted that the quantity of magic corpses in Fengyuan City was indeed limited, though their quality surpassed their number, which was somewhat reassuring. Nevertheless, Leng Yuebing could not fathom why, despite the scarcity of magic corpses, the city ultimately became a den of such creatures. All right, Leihani acquiesced, understanding that in this apocalyptic world, strength was paramount. Any schemes would crumble in the face of true power, and he was determined to grow stronger to protect Ye. The two continued to discuss various matters within the spatial realm. Chapter 99. Not worthless. Before long, demise awakened, prompting a collective sigh of relief from everyone. However, upon waking, she appeared exceedingly weak. Leng Yuebing offered her several first-tier magic crystals, encouraging her to absorb them while she had the opportunity. Although overextending one's abilities could have severe consequences, absorbing magic crystals after the immediate threat to life had passed could yield significant benefits. Nevertheless, Leng Yuebing did not endorse this practice and chose not to voice her reservations. Everyone, come here, Leihani called to Lei Mo and the others. The group exchanged glances and ultimately, Aunt Feng remained behind to tend to demise, while the others followed Leihani and Leng Yuebing out. Xiaozi, you have truly suffered this time. It is all Aunt Feng's fault for being so useless. Aunt Feng gently stroked Dingmuse's hair. Aunt Feng, I'm fine. Please do not blame yourself. Dingmuse shook her head in response. Aunt Feng, could you tell me a story? I would love to hear one, Dingmuse coaxed sweetly. Of course, dear. Aunt Feng will tell you a story. Aunt Feng replied. Meanwhile, this is the situation. These are second-tier magic crystals. Leihani succinctly summarized the circumstances regarding the magic corpses in Fengyuan City to Lei Mo and the others. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning the matter of someone impersonating him. Not due to a lack of trust but because he deemed it unnecessary. The group exchanged looks, unsure of what to say. Both Leihani and Leng Yuebing remained silent, knowing that Lei Mo and the others needed time to digest this information. Eventually, Zhang Yuan spoke up. Your Highness, with the current rapid enhancement of the magic corpse's power, does that not render others a danger to us? His concern stemmed from the understanding that while they were aware of the magic crystal's effects, other anomalous mages were not, which could lead to fatal encounters with magic corpses. He did not express sympathy for those others. Rather, he understood the principle that when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. If everyone perished and only their group remained, they would eventually meet the same fate. Lei Yong remained silent, recognizing that His Highness would share his decisions on the matter. He simply needed to listen attentively. The others also refrained from speaking. Zhang Yuan had articulated their unvoiced thoughts, and now they awaited Leng Yuebing and Leihani's directives. Indeed, as you mentioned, it is true that when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Without them, we are also at risk. Thus, I conferred with Yi. She glanced around at the group before continuing. We have decided to disclose the matter of the magic crystals. What are your thoughts? Upon hearing Leng Yuebing's words, they were momentarily taken aback. Then Lei Yong rose to speak. That is a good idea. We are concerned about other strength. Now that we reveal the matter of the magic crystals, their survival will ultimately depend on themselves. I also believe this is a sound approach. We cannot concern ourselves with everyone. They must enhance their own strength, Wang Tian added. The group unanimously supported Leng Yuebing and Leihani's suggestion. Your Highness, you should absorb these second-tier magic crystals as well. Once the news of the crystals is revealed, we need someone formidable to oversee matters, Lei Yong remarked, grasping the situation. Leng Yuebing and Leihani exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. This had been their intention all along, and they had not anticipated Lei Yong would come to the same conclusion. Leng Yuebing thought to herself, truly a strategist at heart. Aside from myself, all of you anomalous mages should strive to enhance your abilities as much as possible. Leihani instructed. What he says is correct. Even if he is powerful alone, he cannot protect us all. Therefore, not just the anomalous mages, but even ordinary individuals must work diligently to improve their strength. Only by enhancing our abilities can we protect ourselves and others, Leng Yuebing asserted. Alas, it is my inadequacy that has led to this. Even as an anomalous mage, I am of no use. Otherwise, Xiaozi would not have endured so much suffering. Grandpa Ding lamented upon hearing Leng Yuebing's words. Grandpa Ding, please do not say such things. You are far from worthless. Your contributions are significant, Lung Yuebing quickly reassured him. Miss Lung, please do not attempt to comfort me. My abilities are merely sufficient to provide you with some water. In a fight, I would be utterly defenseless, Grandpa Ding expressed, feeling that Lung Yuebing's words were merely an attempt to placate him. Lung Yuebing, hearing Grandpa Ding's sentiments, could only smile wryly. Grandpa Ding, I assure you, I have no intention of comforting you, that I speak only the truth. The existence of your water ability is significant for a reason. While I cannot guarantee other abilities, I can assure you that yours is not worthless. In the future, it may well prove more impactful than any other power. Half convinced, Grandpa Ding inquired, really? Miss Lung, you are not deceiving me. Are you? Absolutely not, I would never do such a thing, Lung Yuebing replied, a mix of exasperation and amusement in her tone. Over a month had passed since that day. After a few more days, once Ding Muzi's condition improved, the group prepared to continue their journey. Along the way, they encountered other teams, and Lung Yuebing instructed Li Hu to engage in conversation, inadvertently revealing the secret of the magic crystals. After all, among them, Li Hu appeared the most likely to let something slip, which he found quite unfair. As news spread from one person to another, gradually more individuals became aware of the information. Initially, there were some who doubted it, but when they truly discovered magic crystals within the heads of magic corpses and confirmed their efficacy through experimentation, excitement spread among them. They began to feel that the apocalypse was not as dire as they had initially thought, and their fear of magic corpses began to dissipate. In fact, they even perceived the emergence of magic corpses as an opportunity for strength enhancement. Thus, the roles of magic corpses and humans momentarily reversed. Rather than perceiving magic corpses with tension and fear, they now looked upon them with eager anticipation, as if they were gazing upon a feast. However, gradually, they came to realize the vast disparity in strength between themselves and the magic corpses. The magic corpses were not easily vanquished. Their powers had escalated, transforming what was once a manageable foe into a challenge that now required several individuals to defeat a single one. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that, thanks to the aid of magic crystals, their own abilities had been enhanced to varying degrees. The magic corpses proved formidable, and the acquisition of magic crystals became a contentious issue among them. The crystals were treasures to them, and they were reluctant to share, each desiring to hoard them, leading to escalating conflicts. Somewhere, a man seethed with rage, demanding to know who had leaked this information. He was someone who had known the significance of magic crystals for quite some time. Possessing abilities that had reached the first level, however, unlike Lung Yuebing, who understood the crystals due to memories from a past life, this man had stumbled upon their existence unintentionally over a month into the apocalypse. At that time, he was unaware of their true nature, merely puzzled by the sight of such a beautiful object nestled within the skull of a magic corpse. Exercising caution, he refrained from directly grasping it, instead enveloping it with his powers to lift it. Yet, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The magic crystal vanished before his eyes. He understood clearly that if he wished to carve out a niche for himself in this post-apocalyptic world, the magic crystals were key. Thus, despite recognizing their importance, he chose to keep this knowledge to himself, sharing it only with a select few trusted subordinates. He believed that if this information remained undisclosed, he could maintain an advantage over others in terms of abilities. However, his plans were now thwarted by an unknown party master. We were unable to uncover who did it, one of his subordinates knelt and reported. The man suppressed his fury and replied, "Rise." He did not blame them, knowing full well how difficult it was to investigate matters in this apocalypse. Moreover, with so many people now aware of the news, there was little that could be done. Yet, he pondered the motives behind such actions. Similar scenarios unfolded in numerous locations, where a few individuals, through sheer coincidence, discovered the magic crystals and learned of their significance. Their intentions mirrored that of the man. They sought to secretly augment their own powers. Yet now the information regarding magic crystals had nearly reached the point of common knowledge, making it impossible to conceal. Their only recourse was to gather more crystals to bolster their strength. Chapter 101. Preferring punishment over praise. When Lung Yuebing and Lei Hani decided to disseminate the information about the magic crystals, they anticipated the ensuing uproar. However, the rampant killing of magic corpses and the unrest among various factions were of no concern to them. They were currently traversing the main road, where a few magic corpses were also wandering. Upon spotting Lung Yuebing and her companions, they immediately surrounded them. Lung Yuebing and Lei Hani refrained from engaging and instead allowed Lei Xinyu and others, who had yet to awaken their powers, to deal with the magic corpses. These were merely ordinary first and second level corpses, providing a perfect opportunity for practice. Naturally, Lei Xinyu and her group only targeted the first level corpses, while the second-level ones were dispatched by Lei Mo and others. Working in pairs, Lei Xinyu and her companions battled the magic corpses. Though they faced some difficulty, their prior experience and skills, instilled by Leng Yuebing from the outset, made it manageable. At that moment, a group of individuals approached. Comprising both men and women, numbering about a dozen, they glanced at Leng Yuebing and then at the magic corpses, their eyes flickering with something. Leng Yuebing cast a cold glance at them but said nothing. The group's leader, a middle-aged man, whispered something to his companions, who nodded in agreement before rushing forward to seize the magic corpses from Lei Xinyu and the others. The latter halted their actions, displeased as they watched the theft unfold. "What are you doing stealing our magic corpses?" Li Hu exclaimed. "Who says these magic corpses belong to you?" replied one of the opposing men. We clearly engaged them first. You are the ones who snatched them away." Li Hu retorted angrily. "We took them, so what?" Another person added. Li Hu was about to retort when Leng Yuebing interrupted. "Enough, Li Hu, go extract the magic crystals." Although Li Hu was somewhat dissatisfied, he complied and joined Zhang Yuan and the others in retrieving the crystals. "Wait," the middle-aged man interjected. Li Hu and the others glared at him, but he merely stated nonchalantly, "We want those magic crystals." Li Hu could not suppress his anger. Li Hu, Leng Yuebing called out coolly. He immediately swallowed the rest of his words, his expression one of indignation, mirrored by Lei Xinyu and the others. Lei Hani remained expressionless, casting a cold glance at the opposing group. "What, do you intend to claim that these magic crystals belong to you as well?" Leng Yuebing remarked, a smile that was not quite a smile gracing her lips. "Indeed, these magic crystals are ours. You should leave at once," the middle-aged man declared arrogantly. Given that the majority of his group were adept practitioners, and he himself was a nearly second-level metal element practitioner, it was no wonder they exuded such arrogance. In his eyes, their desire for the magic crystals was a favor to them. His gaze lingered for a moment on Leng Yuebing's face before shifting to Lei Xinyu and the others, an expression of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Of course, in addition to the magic crystals, we also want a few of you women," he leered. Upon hearing this, Lei Hani's expression changed, and a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "And what if I say no?" Leng Yuebing replied coolly, her gaze sharpening with a hint of danger. "Do you think you have the right to refuse?" One of the female practitioners scoffed, her tone laced with arrogance. She considered herself quite attractive. However, when compared to Leng Yuebing's beauty, she felt overshadowed, which irked her greatly. Leng Yuebing merely cast a dispassionate glance at her, saying nothing as she subtly adjusted her jade flute. "Step aside," the middle-aged man barked, his expression shifting. The woman beside him tugged at her, and she narrowly avoided the ensuing attack. "What do you mean by that?" The middle-aged man glared at Leng Yuebing, his demeanor menacing. "What do I mean?" "I mean you shall not take a single magic corpse or crystal today," Leng Yuebing replied with a cold laugh. If these individuals merely sought to steal the magic corpses, she would have let it slide. However, their intention to claim both crystals and people was unacceptable. Even a clay Buddha has its limits, let alone a living person. "Little girl, don't refuse a toast only to accept a penalty drink," the middle-aged man warned, his expression darkening. Leng Yuebing, uninterested in further dialogue, let Lei Yang speak. "Yes," Lei Yang responded, then turned to the middle-aged man with a smile, saying, "We truly do prefer penalty drinks over toasts." Ignoring any retort from the other side, he continued cheerfully, "Since they have invited us to partake in penalty drinks, shouldn't we show our appreciation?" "Of course we must," Zhang Yuan chimed in, hearing the exchange between the two. Leng Yuebing and her companions couldn't help but chuckle, and upon seeing the sour expressions of their adversaries, their spirits lifted. "Humph, seeking death. Attack and kill them," the middle-aged man commanded coldly. Just then they had finished dispatching the remaining magic corpses, and upon hearing his words, the woman who had previously been attacked by Leng Yuebing charged at her. Overestimating oneself, Leng Yuebing remarked coolly, not regarding her adversary as a threat in the slightest. Chapter 102. A fight without suspense. The woman was a fire element practitioner, launching her fiery assault toward Leng Yuebing. Lei Hani attempted to intervene but was halted by Leng Yuebing. "Hani, it's merely a trivial skill. I can handle this myself," she stated calmly. Hearing this, Lei Hani stepped aside. Knowing that the woman's abilities were insufficient to match Leng Yuebing's, Leng Yuebing casually retreated a few steps, easily evading the woman's attack. Overestimating oneself, she reiterated coolly. The woman, her face flushed with embarrassment at Leng Yuebing's effortless dodging, felt her anger swell as she heard the dismissive words, driving her to intensify her attacks. Another female practitioner, an ice element user, joined the fray against Leng Yuebing. Raising an eyebrow, Leng Yuebing recognized this as an attempt to showcase a dual assault of fire and ice. Leng Yuebing engaged with the two women. Lei Yang and the others also clashed with their opponents. The middle-aged man focused on attacking Lei Xinyu and her companions, having discerned from their earlier confrontation with the magic corpses that they were not practitioners. Lei Xinyu was the first to be targeted, barely managing to evade his metal element abilities while inwardly cursing his underhandedness. However, following the apocalypse, her combat experience had significantly improved, although she found herself struggling against a nearly second-level practitioner. She could hold her ground for a while. Observing Lei Xinyu under attack, Lei Yang's expression shifted slightly, but he was currently entangled with two practitioners of his own, though his abilities surpassed theirs. Extricating himself from their grasp would require a bit of effort. His expression darkened as he decided to switch from defense to offense, opting for close combat to resolve matters swiftly. The two practitioners recognized his intent, exchanged glances and dispersed to flank him. Lei Yang, along with Leng Yuebing and others, faced similar challenges. Although Lei Hani also had two opponents, their abilities were significantly inferior to his, and he remained unhurried, skillfully engaging while keeping an eye on the unfolding situation. It must be said that although the level of the opposing mages is somewhat lower than that of our group, their numbers of mages far exceed ours. A few of these mages, along with some ordinary individuals, advanced menacingly toward Aunt Feng and Grandpa Ding. Having identified them as lacking in combat prowess, their faces twisted with malice as they prepared to attack Grandpa. Mother! Leng Yunzi and Ding Muzi shouted anxiously, desperate to rush to their aid, but they found themselves firmly ensnared by their own adversaries, helplessly watching the unfolding scene with anxious expressions. Their opponents sneered, tightening their grip on them upon hearing the cries. Lei Xinyu and the others were taken aback among their group. It was indeed Grandpa Ding and Aunt Feng who possessed the least fighting capability, just as the assailants were about to strike. A wall of earth suddenly materialized, deflecting the attacks aimed at the two. After being struck, the earthen wall merely shuddered slightly, showing no signs of collapse from the blows. The unexpected appearance of the barrier momentarily stunned the attackers. And in that instant, a staff came crashing down upon one of them, while a dagger pierced the chest of another. To underestimate our two old fellows is a grave mistake. The dog-whipping stick of our beggar clan is not just for show, Grandpa Ding exclaimed, laughing heartily after landing his strike. Aware of their advancing age compared to Lei Xinyu and her companions, they occasionally joined in the battle against the demonic corpses to compensate for their shortcomings, thus gaining some combat experience. Those who dared to belittle them would find themselves at a disadvantage. The elemental powers of their foes surged toward the duo, yet were consistently thwarted by the earth-based abilities of Grandpa Ding and Aunt Feng. Seeing that their grandfather and mother were not in mortal danger, Leng Yunzi and Ding Muzi breathed a sigh of relief, unleashing their pent-up fury upon their opponents, who suddenly felt a significant increase in pressure. Leng Yuebing was not inclined to play with the two women any longer. She swiftly cast a mind-controlling spell, followed by a hundred-legged control, commanding them to attack the middle-aged man. The two women shuddered and then turned to assault the man. Lei Xinyu's expression soured at the sight of two more opponents joining the fray. Sweat beaded on her forehead. However, contrary to her expectations, these two were heading straight for the middle-aged man without uttering a word. They ignored everyone else and launched their assault. Bastards! The middle-aged man could not help but curse. Noticing that Leng Yuebing had lost her playful demeanor, Lei Hani intensified his attacks, and before the two women could react, a spike of earth pierced through them. Meanwhile, battles raged elsewhere, and as previously stated, while their numbers were considerable, the strength of Lei Xinyu and her companions was superior, and over time the outcome would inevitably become clear. The middle-aged man found himself increasingly beleaguered by his own subordinates, sustaining injuries in the process. Though his powers were superior to those of the two women, he hesitated to strike, wary of causing harm to his own. Even as he sensed their peculiarities, his attacks were hesitant. After narrowly dodging their strikes once more, the middle-aged man felt a surge of anger, casting a glance at the battles of the others. His heart sank as he realized that his group had encountered a formidable challenge. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and his subordinates' attacks grew ruthless. The two women soon lost their fighting capability. And at that moment the middle-aged man bellowed, "We retreat!" His men, already instilled with fear, were elated to hear his command and immediately turned to flee. Leng Yuebing sneered, "Want to escape? That requires their permission." Lei Hani unleashed a bolt of lightning toward the middle-aged man. While Leng Yuebing swiftly approached another individual, her dagger deftly piercing his chest before she withdrew it with ease. Lei Yang and the others had long been harboring pent-up frustration and had no intention of allowing these individuals to escape. Chapter 103. Another group approaches. Ultimately, those individuals were mercilessly dealt with by Leng Yuebing and her companions. She remarked that they should not blame her group for their cruelty, as they had offered the opposing side an opportunity, which they had chosen to disregard. However, Leng Yuebing refrained from refining the heads of these individuals into magic crystals, as she and her companions deemed such actions too gruesome. They left the bodies behind, extracting magic crystals from the demonic corpses before departing. "Mother, are you all right?" Ling Yunzi asked with concern, worried for Aunt Feng, who was experiencing her first kill. She feared her mother might feel unwell. Recalling her own discomfort during her first kill, "Chair, I'm fine," Aunt Feng replied with a smile. Though she felt a wave of nausea, she understood that had she not eliminated those individuals, it would have been her own life at stake. This time there were 7 second-tier demonic corpses. Leng Yuebing allocated 2 each to Lei Yang and Lei Amo, the only 2 among their group on the verge of becoming second-tier mages. These 2 magic crystals would serve as a substantial boost for their breakthroughs and to stabilize their abilities thereafter. The remaining 3 crystals were given to Lei Hani, which drew no objections from anyone. The first-tier crystals were distributed among Leng Yunzi and the others, who found them quite beneficial at their current level. Though Lei Xinyu and the others who had yet to awaken their abilities could only envy them, they bore no ill will, knowing that once they awakened their powers, they too would have access to magic crystals. And even without the ability, they could still fight against demonic corpses. The group did not rush to refine the magic crystals but continued onward, aware of when to best utilize them, especially Lei Yang and Lei Amo. On the official road before the apocalypse, the foot traffic was neither sparse nor excessive. Leng Yuebing speculated that during the apocalypse, nearly everyone on the road had either turned into demonic corpses or had become food for them. However, given the current number of demonic corpses on the official road, it seemed few had traversed this path. Otherwise there would not be so many corpses, and even if there were, only a handful would remain. Of course, it was also possible that some had attempted to pass but had been entirely wiped out by the demonic corpses. This time, Leng Yuebing did not permit those without powers such as Lei Xinyu to participate. Instead, she tasked Lei Amo and others with powers to engage the demonic corpses, restricting them to using only their abilities. This approach was intended to hone their precision and to exhaust their powers significantly, maximizing the benefits of absorbing the magic crystals later. Lei Yang and the others had no objections, and when the demonic corpses approached, they unleashed their abilities in response. The woods flanking the official road had once served as an ideal ambush site before the apocalypse. And this remained true even after. Suddenly, Leng Yuebing raised an eyebrow and whispered to Lei Hani. He nodded slightly in acknowledgement at a tea. That moment, rustling sounds emanated from one side of the woods, causing Li Hu and the others to immediately heighten their vigilance. The noise did not persist for long before several figures emerged from the forest. Upon seeing Lei Hani and his group, they paused in surprise. Li Hu and the others slightly drew their blades, not expecting to encounter another group so soon after dealing with the last. If this new group shared the same intentions as the previous one, they would not hesitate to respond with force. Sorry, we did not mean to intrude. We shall take our leave," said a young man in his 20s, who appeared quite courteous. After speaking, he gestured to his companions and indeed led them back into the woods. As Li Hu and the others witnessed their departure, they finally breathed a sigh of relief and sheathed their weapons. Lei Hani and Leng Yuebing exchanged glances, saying nothing. However, upon closer inspection, one could see a trace of a cold smile playing at the corners of Leng Yuebing's mouth. Meanwhile, the group that had entered the forest was filled with confusion. Chapter 104. Walking together. Young master, why? A girl, several paces behind the young man, asked. She had an oval face and a slightly pouting expression. Appearing puzzled. You honor. The young man was interrupted by an elderly man following closely behind him, who spoke in a calm tone. The girl, you honor, seemed to fear the elder, falling silent at his words. It's all right, just a small matter, the young man said with a slight smile, dismissing the concern. Hearing this, the elder said no more. You honor, those individuals are not ordinary, the young man remarked with a light chuckle, but we are not ordinary either. We are all mages. Are we afraid of them? Yuana retorted. Zhangshu, what do you think? The young man inquired without engaging in an argument with her. Indeed, the elder replied. Yuana, there is a saying, there are always greater talents beyond the mountains. Just because we are mages does not mean we are invincible. Mages can die too. Yuana pouted, still somewhat unconvinced but too intimidated by the elder's authority to voice her disagreement. Deep down, she felt dismissive. Their group had been aware of the significance of magic crystals even before the news spread. And now each member was at least a first-tier mage. Even if the others were mages too, they were likely those who only gained strength after learning about magic crystals, thus what was there to fear? Zhangshu is right. Look at them, they seem quite ordinary, the young man said, his eyes narrowing slightly as he added, Yet one of them gives me an extremely dangerous feeling. Indeed, danger loomed, even from a distance. The stern-looking man imparted a sense of unease. He had always trusted his instincts, and thus, he resolutely decided not to antagonize these individuals. Young master, are you serious? How could Your Honor fail to notice anything? Your Honor exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. Your Honor, do not speak so disrespectfully to the young master, Zhang Shu admonished, frowning in displeasure. Oh, Your Honor replied in a subdued tone, I is of no consequence. That man is truly formidable. I wonder if you sensed it too, Zhang Shu? The young man addressed Zhang Shu, seemingly undeterred by Your Honor's demeanor. Forgive me, young master. I truly did not pay attention, Zhang Shu admitted, somewhat embarrassed. Forget I in any case. It is best if we do not make enemies of those individuals, the young man remarked. Young master, how long must we protect those few people? Your Honor, ever restless, interjected, casting a discontented glance behind her. Only until we reach our destination. The young man replied, but bringing them along is nothing but a burden. They are of no assistance, Your Honor protested, stamping her foot in frustration. Your Honor, the young master does not require your unsolicited opinions. Is there no decorum left? Zhang Shu's tone was grave. Zhang Shu, do not take offense. Your Honor is still young. The young man chuckled lightly. He held a deep regard for the elder who had cared for him since childhood. Alas, young master, if you continue to indulge her, she will inevitably bring us trouble, Zhang Shu sighed. Ha, Zhang Shu, you worry too much. Your Honor is a well-behaved girl. How could she cause any trouble? The young man replied with a hearty laugh. It turned out that Your Honor was Zhang Shu's daughter. Hey, everyone, stand still. A sharp voice rang out from the middle of the group. The young man slightly furrowed his brow, a flash of displeasure crossing his features. Before he resumed his courteous demeanor, what is it, Miss Jean? He inquired gently. Hongxi, I am so tired. The girl, clad in a pink dress and petite in stature, lamented to the young man. Then let us rest here. He suggested, unfazed. But at this place. She hesitated, glancing around, then said, I feel a bit frightened here. Then where would you prefer to rest, Miss Jean? The young man inquired, maintaining his composure. Hongxi, why do you keep calling me Miss? Just call me Ziru. As I have told you before, there is no need for formality, Jean Ziru replied, her cheeks tinged with pink. Your Honor, observing her pretentious display, felt a twinge of disdain. Let us walk with that previous group. There is safety in numbers, Jean Ziru suggested with a playful smile. The young man narrowed his eyes, pondering their intentions. Is that what you wish, young Master Jean? He asked, glancing toward Jean Ziru's brother. Indeed, that is my intention, he affirmed. Chapter 105. The Jean siblings. The battle between Lung Yuebing and the demonic corpse concluded swiftly. Lei Hani glanced at the sky. Although it was still light, it was no longer suitable for travel. Let us tidy up and rest nearby for the night, he remarked coolly. Lung Yuebing sighed inwardly, reflecting on the differences between ancient and modern times. In modernity, one could traverse great distances in a single day. Whereas in the ancient era. Although one could travel by carriage, few dared to ride horses or carriages for fear of their lives. Upon hearing his words, Lei Mo and the others hastened their efforts to collect magical crystals. What are you planning to do? Lei Sinu's wary voice rang out, causing all eyes to turn toward her. Do not misunderstand, young lady. We harbor no ill intentions, the elder replied with a smile. Lei Sinu and her companions remained vigilant. Not relaxing their guard, the elder, somewhat exasperated, was interrupted by Lung Yuebing, who asked, May I inquire what brings you here? We wish to accompany you, Zhan Hongxi began, but his sister interjected. She raised her chin slightly, her demeanor haughty, and cast furtive glances at Lei Hani while pointedly ignoring Lung Yuebing. Zhan Hongxi, upon hearing Jean Ziru's words, imperceptibly frowned, a hint of annoyance creeping in. Lung Yuebing observed her subtle gestures with amusement. It appeared someone had taken a liking to why as she thought this. Lung Yuebing instinctively met Lei Hani's warm gaze, feeling her cheeks heat up for reasons unbeknownst to her. Shaking her head internally, she smiled and said, Oh, so you wish to accompany us? Indeed, and rest assured, you shall receive your due compensation. Jean Ziru huffed. We must decline, Lung Yuebing stated firmly. Jean Ziru's expression shifted, her anger evident. She had not anticipated that this woman would dare to refuse her offer, especially since she had extended such a generous invitation. A glance at Lei Hani revealed that his attention remained fixed on Lung Yuebing, deepening her frustration. Yes, she had indeed taken a liking to Lei Hani. He was clearly a man of great caliber, a fitting match for her. What was this woman? Merely someone with slightly better looks. In terms of status, she was no match for Jean Ziru. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, she was halted by her brother's presence. Turning to see her brother, she fell silent and weakly addressed him. Brother Ziru, how can you speak so impolitely? Apologize to this young lady at once, her brother said. A trace of displeasure evident on his face, he then turned to Lung Yuebing with a smile, saying, My lady, please forgive my sister's rudeness. She has been spoiled since childhood and means no harm. Brother, but Jin Ziru felt discontent at being labeled as unreasonable, particularly since she was being asked to apologize to that woman, which displeased her. However, upon seeing the stern look in her brother's eyes, she swallowed her words. Casting a resentful glance at Lung Yuebing, she reluctantly said, Ziru was indeed impolite. Lung Yuebing and her companions observed their exchange with cold indifference, saying nothing. Zhang Hongxi's eyes briefly reflected disdain, yet he remained silent. Very well, you may join us, Lung Yuebing suddenly declared without preamble. Lei Xinyu and Lung Yunqi exchanged astonished glances, perplexed by her abrupt change of heart. Zhang Hongxi too was taken aback. He had believed these individuals would refuse to accompany them. Yet the situation had taken a surprising turn. The Jin siblings exchanged surprised looks, followed swiftly by excitement. Only Lei Hani remained unchanged, his gentle gaze fixed on Lung Yuebing. Aside from him, no one noticed the fleeting smirk that crossed Lung Yuebing's lips. Her agreement to allow these individuals to join them was merely a ploy to discern their true intentions. If their interest in Yi was the sole reason, she would never accept it. She was rather curious about what schemes the Jin siblings were concocting. As Lei Hani expressed no objections, Li Hu and the others kept their myriad questions to themselves, tacitly accepting the situation. Chapter 106. A conflict that is not a conflict. Nightfall arrived swiftly, and Lung Yuebing's group set up tents to prepare. Zhang Hongxi found himself feeling somewhat awkward as he surveyed the disparity between their encampment and that of Lung Yuebing's group. He could not quite understand why he felt embarrassed. After all, they had a larger number of people but only 4 tents, leaving his subordinates to sleep outdoors, yet he could not fault himself for neglecting his men. In this apocalyptic world, survival was paramount, and who had the leisure to concern themselves with accommodations? With the tents erected, Lung Yuebing showed no hesitation in retrieving pots and utensils from her spatial storage. Jin Yuda had been keeping a keen eye on Lung Yuebing's actions. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of those items, a flicker of shadow crossed his eyes suddenly. He felt a piercing glare directed at him and turned to find Lei Hani's icy gaze fixed upon him. Momentarily taken aback, he quickly composed himself and offered Lei Hani a defiant smile. Lei Hani's eyes narrowed slightly, exuding an air of danger, prompting Lei Amo and the others beside him to instinctively step aside. Abruptly, Lei Hani's lips curled into a smile, leaving Lei Yong and Lei Amo exchanging uneasy glances, feeling a prickling sensation at the back of their necks. The sight of their lord smiling was terrifying. Jin Yuda, caught off guard by Lei Hani's reaction, was momentarily stupefied. How intriguing! Furthermore, he had not anticipated that the young girl was a spatial mage. If he could harness her abilities soon. Everyone finished tidying up. But a minor issue arose during mealtime. Noticing that the food prepared by Lung Yuebing was of superior quality, particularly her own, Jin Ziru demanded to share their meal. Naturally, Li Hu and the others would not acquiesce to this request. And Zhang Hongxi found it inappropriate as well. Yet for reasons unknown, Lung Yuebing unexpectedly agreed, though she did not personally prepare the meal for Jin Ziru. Zhang Hongxi harbored a lingering sense of unease, for he perceived that the other party was not one to be easily persuaded. How could they so readily acquiesce? Yet, he refrained from alerting Jin Zirwei, choosing instead to feign ignorance. Jin Yuda also sensed something amiss. Though he could not pinpoint what exactly was wrong. Moreover, he found himself rather tempted by the prospect of the other party's culinary offerings, having not truly savored a proper meal since the onset of this apocalyptic era. On the side of Lung Yuebing, Li Hu and Zhang Yuan were left to keep watch through the night, while Zhang Hongxi, for the sake of safety, assigned 4 individuals to guard. The sky was on the brink of complete darkness when Li Hu extinguished the fire on his side. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to approach Zhang Hongxi's group, intending to extinguish their flames as well. Hey, what are you doing? Yuaner, who had been standing idly by, immediately voiced her discontent upon seeing Li Hu's approach. All eyes turned to Li Hu, who nonchalantly replied, We need to put this out. Put it out. This is our fire. What gives you the right? Yuaner furrowed her brow, refusing to comply. Extinguishing this fire is for your own good. I truly wonder how you have survived in this apocalypse for so long without even this basic understanding. Lei Xinyu interjected upon hearing Yuaner's words. What are you talking about? We have managed to survive thanks to our own skills. Yuaner retorted, having always held a disdain for Lung Yuebing's group. Now she felt insulted by Lei Xinyu's comment and was incensed. Of skills, you say? Lei Xinyu scoffed with a derisive smile. This fire cannot be extinguished. Not only ours but yours must be lit as well. At this moment, Jean Zirwei spoke up. Yuan'er glanced at her, suddenly finding Jean Zirwei less irritating than before. In truth, Yuan'er did possess abilities, despite her youth. She was an adept mage who had managed to survive in this harsh world, not just due to Uncle Zhang's protection, but because of her own strength. Yet, regardless of her capabilities, she remained a girl. And the night still instilled fear in her, especially in such a wilderness. Only the light of a fire could provide a semblance of safety. As the argument continued, Lei Mo approached Lei Mo. They refused to extinguish the fire. Lei Xinyu reported. Lei Mo glanced at the flames and addressed Lei Xinyu. Have Old Ding put it out directly? I said no extinguishing. Jean Zirwei shouted, positioning herself protectively in front of the fire. Clearly displeased with Lei Mo's demeanor, Old Ding stood awkwardly, unsure of how to proceed. Lei Mo's expression remained devoid of emotion as he directed his gaze towards Jean Zirwei, stating, if you wish to perish, do not involve us. How dare you speak to us like that? You are supposed to be protecting us. Jean Zirwei retorted sharply. What's going on? Leng Yuebing and Lei Hani arrived, drawn by the commotion. What manner of people are you? Do you not have any decorum, addressing your employers in such a manner? Jean Zirwei mocked upon seeing Leng Yuebing. Hearing her words, Lei Xinyu's face flushed with indignation. For she, the cherished jewel of the Lei royal family, was of a status even above that of a princess, and yet Jean Zirwei dared to suggest she lacked decorum. Leng Yuebing cast a glance at Lei Xinyu, offering her a reassuring look before saying, employer? She murmured softly, her confusion evident. When did you become our employer? And when did we agree to protect you? Jean Zirwei's expression shifted, but Leng Yuebing did not wait for her response. Her demeanor turning icy as she addressed Zhang Hongxi and Jean Yuda. If you wish to die, then go ahead, but do not drag us down with you if you choose to follow us. You must heed our commands, do not act like spoiled aristocrats or else this. A bloodthirsty smile crept upon Leng Yuebing's lips. I would not hesitate to feed you to the demon corpses. Jean Zirwei shivered involuntarily, a wave of fear washing over her. Jean Yuda's expression faltered as well, and he rose to speak. Miss Leng, please do not be angry. My sister is merely afraid of the dark, which is why she does not wish to extinguish the fire. Might I ask why it is so imperative to put it out? Truth be told, he too was reluctant to see the fire extinguished. In the wilderness, only a flame could provide a sense of security. Zhang Hongxi, witnessing Leng Yuebing's genuine anger, admonished Yuan'er, do not be rude. How could you speak to Miss Lei in such a manner? Apologize at once. Yuan'er pouted, and though she remained somewhat disgruntled, she complied and apologized to Lei Xinyu. Lei Xinyu regarded her for a moment before addressing Jean Yuda. I truly question how you have survived for so long in this apocalypse. You wish to become food for the demon corpses? We certainly do not. What do you? Jean Zirwei began to protest. Old Ding, extinguish the fire, Leng Yuebing interrupted firmly, directing her command at Old Ding, without hesitation. Old Ding utilized his water-based abilities to douse the flames as the fire was snuffed out. Darkness enveloped the surroundings, casting everything into an abyss of silence. Jean Zirwei, feeling a surge of trepidation, instinctively stepped behind Jean Yuda. Leng Yuebing paid them no further mind, instead turning to Li Hu and the others. Let us depart with that. The group ignored Jean Zirwei and her companions, retreating to their tents. Once inside, Leng Yuebing and Lei Hani ensured they were alone before entering their spatial realm. Within, Leng Yuebing munched on fresh grapes, her demeanor transforming from icy to warm as she smiled at Lei Hani. What do you think their intentions are? How could this concern you? He retorted. The young lady seems to have taken a liking to you. Unbeknownst to Leng Yuebing, her tone had carried a hint of jealousy. Lei Hani paused in peeling grapes, lifting his gaze to meet hers directly. Feeling his steady gaze, Leng Yuebing grew uncomfortable and glanced at herself, puzzled as to what might be amiss. Why are you looking at me? Why do you care? Lei Hani inquired, noting her sudden self-consciousness. Leng Yuebing, having failed to recognize her own subtle expressions of dissatisfaction, found herself increasingly aware of him. Do you think they truly seek us for that reason? She questioned. Isn't it obvious? Lei Hani replied. It seems our thoughts align. With a smile, Leng Yuebing added, I wonder if they seek the demon crystal or something else entirely. Lei Hani dismissed her concern. In time, we shall find out. Leng Yuebing nodded in agreement, acknowledging that a cunning fox would eventually reveal its tail. They need not rush. After spending a moment longer in the spatial realm, they re-emerged, only to find the atmosphere outside decidedly unsettling. They exchanged glances, and Leng Yuebing furrowed her brow. It was late at night. Surely, nothing untoward had occurred. Upon exiting the tent, Leng Yuebing glanced at the map, her expression darkening. What is it? Lei Hani inquired softly, Noticing her unease centered around their tent, a large swarm of demon corpses had inexplicably appeared. A wave of anxiety surged within Leng Yuebing as she sensed danger encroaching upon them. Mutated demon corpses, she thought, her mind racing, and she knew they were no less than second tier, or else her apprehension would not be so acute. Damn it, how did we attract these demon corpses? She cursed under her breath. The red dots displayed on the map suggested that the number of demon corpses was likely greater than when they had first exited the capital. Observing the shift in Leng Yuebing's demeanor, Lei Hani understood that the situation had grown dire. Master, mistress, Remo shouted upon seeing Lei Hani and Leng Yuebing their request. They changed how they addressed the two. Lei Hani nodded. What has happened? He inquired. Though he was already aware of the approaching demon corpses, he asked nonetheless to avoid arousing suspicion. Upon hearing Lei Hani's words, Remo, who typically wore a stoic expression, rarely displayed a hint of anger. Leng Yuebing raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat intrigued. However, before Remo could speak, Lei Xinyu indignantly exclaimed, Brother, sister-in-law, they have started a fire again, attracting the demon corpses. They just finished fighting during the day, and we could have had a peaceful night. But unexpectedly, those people lit the fire again. Although it was quickly extinguished, it still drew the demon corpses. Are we not allowed to rest? Lei Xinyu was unaware of the number of demon corpses that would necessitate a battle. She simply felt a surge of frustration without any other emotions. Leng Yuebing and Lei Hani exchanged a glance, a glimmer of coldness flashing in their eyes. So it was those individuals again. However, at that moment, Leng Yuebing regretted her decision. If she could turn back time, she would certainly refuse again. If it were too troublesome, she would rather eliminate the issue outright than deal with the myriad of troubles that had now arisen. Instruct everyone to quickly tidy up and be ready for battle, Leng Yuebing commanded. Brother, sister-in-law, what is happening? Lei Xinyu asked, sensing that something was amiss. Chapter 109. The onslaught of demon corpses. Zhang Hongxi and his companions looked rather grim upon seeing Leng Yuebing and Lei Hani. Zhang Hongxi felt somewhat uncomfortable in their presence, as he harbored a twinge of guilt. It was his people who had drawn the demon corpses. Primarily, it was those individuals who disregarded Leng Yuebing's warnings about attracting the demon corpses. Believing she was intentionally opposing them, they had previously lit fires at night without incident, and the so-called attraction of demon corpses had never occurred. Little did they expect that this time, merely lighting a fire would immediately draw the demon corpses. In truth, Zhang Hongxi and his group had experienced good fortune in the past. The places they had stayed, even in the wild, were generally cleared of demon corpses, so lighting a fire there would not attract them. However, this time they had camped on a main road that had not been cleared, and there was a mutated demon corpse nearby. Even without a fire, they should have been cautious, especially since they were so brazenly illuminating the night with their flames, practically announcing to the demon corpses, your food is right here. Lei Hani cast a cold glance at them, the chilling pressure emanating from his gaze causing Zhang Hongxi's heart to shudder. Only after Lei Hani shifted his gaze did Zhang Hongxi let out a slight sigh of relief. Simultaneously, he began to take Lei Hani more seriously. He had previously regarded this man as merely dangerous, but the aura he had just exuded was not something an ordinary person possessed. Strength could be enhanced through magic crystals and combat in the post-apocalyptic world. Yet the aura of authority was not something one could acquire overnight. This man must have held a significant position before the apocalypse. Moreover, Zhang Hongxi covertly glanced at Remo and the others. Continuing to ponder, those individuals were clearly loyal subordinates, and in the apocalypse, having such loyal followers likely indicated they were from prominent families. Only those from such families could maintain a group of devoted subordinates even in dire times. Leng Yuebing and Lei Hani paid no heed to Zhang Hongxi or his thoughts. Remo and the others were already prepared for battle, so they quickly organized their belongings. However, Zhang Hongxi's group moved sluggishly. Thinking, it's just a few demon corpses, it will be resolved quickly. What do we need to tidy up? They took their time gathering their things, which Leng Yuebing and her companions observed, yet no one stepped forward to comment. Indeed, others' affairs were none of their concern, and they had no obligation to intervene. Any attempt at persuasion would likely be met with disdain. As Zhang Hongxi's group dithered, the demon corpses were not so accommodating. So many demon corpses. Yuana was the first to notice. With no firelight around, she could only see by the moonlight, and the sheer number sent a wave of dread through her. The others felt their scalps tingle. But Leng Yuebing's group remained relatively calm. They had grown accustomed to such situations. However, what was this absurdity of being accustomed to being attacked by hordes of demon corpses? Prepare for battle, Lei Hani commanded. Remo and the others immediately assumed combat stances. Meanwhile, Zhang Hongxi's group was somewhat caught off guard, leading to chaos. Jin Zirwei, terrified, clutched Jin Yuta's arm, Trembling as she said, "Brother, what should we do? There are so many demon corpses. I don't want to be quiet." Jin Yuda's voice was cold, causing Jin Zirwei to fall silent instantly. Zhang Hongxi glanced at the siblings, frowning truthfully. He considered abandoning them, but recalling the family's orders, he had to dismiss that thought. "Everyone remain calm, we will fight our way out," he instructed. His followers, loyal to the Zhang family, suppressed their panic at his words and adopted a combat-ready posture. Leng Yuebing's group had already engaged the demon corpses. Given their overwhelming numbers, they opted for close-quarters combat instead of using their abilities. Although this increased the danger significantly, it was more convenient than relying on abilities, which were limited in use. Once exhausted, they could no longer be employed. Of course, close combat also drained stamina quickly, but their endurance had improved considerably over the past few months. Leng Yuebing wielded a jade flute in one hand and a dagger in the other. Not holding back from the outset, she immediately used the mind-confusing Gu and hundred-legged control to manipulate several demon corpses, positioning them to protect Lei Xinyu and the others from danger. Lei Hani executed sword techniques with ease, dispatching a demon corpse with each strike. The two fought closely, trusting one another with their backs, a testament to their profound trust in each other, and they coordinated exceptionally well. However, Lei Hani furrowed his brow as the encircling demon corpses multiplied, creating an ominous sense that they were being separated. Leng Yuebing called softly. Without needing her to articulate her thoughts, Lei Hani understood and responded with a gentle, Chapter 110. Dual-element demon corpse. A smile graced Leng Yuebing's lips. As she recognized that Lei Hani had comprehended her intention, this feeling of mental connection, Leng Yuebing narrowed her eyes, acknowledging that it was indeed pleasant. Gradually, the two were pushed apart by the swarm of demon corpses, and the distance between them increased. It was not merely that Lei Hani was distancing himself from the group. The demon corpses seemed to possess a consciousness, deliberately attempting to separate him from the others. This was not the demon corpses acting of their own volition, but rather the mutated demon corpse controlling them that orchestrated this separation. Watching Lei Hani grow more distant, worry and anxiety flickered in Leng Yuebing's eyes. The gap between them had widened significantly. If he were in danger, she feared she might be unable to assist him. Yet, Leng Yuebing could not reach Lei Hani, as she was besieged by numerous demon corpses, fending off wave after wave, leaving her unable to break free. Lei Hani glanced towards Leng Yuebing, confirming her safety before focusing on the demon corpses around him. Suddenly, a sense of danger surged within Lei Hani. Without hesitation, he erected an earthen wall behind him, simultaneously unleashing a lightning-based area attack that obliterated several demon corpses in his vicinity. Thought flashed through his mind. "It's here." An attack was launched towards Lei Hani, but it was blocked by the earthen wall. However, the wall only held for a moment before the attack shattered. As the wall crumbled, the attack hurtled directly at Lei Hani's previous position, creating a crater in the ground from which wisps of smoke rose. Poison-based abilities. Poison abilities are rare, akin to wood-based abilities, and they possess corrosive properties. Lei Hani sensed that this opponent was formidable, especially since this mutated demon corpse wielded dual-element abilities. In addition to poison, it also possessed metal abilities. Moreover, Lei Hani squinted, noting that this demon corpse's ability level surpassed his own. His earth abilities had reached level 2 and were on the verge of level 3. Yet they had been easily shattered by the enemy's attack. While it was true that his earthen wall was hastily constructed, this nonetheless indicated a significant issue. Meanwhile, Leng Yuebing, who had been keeping a close watch on Lei Hani's situation, furrowed her brow upon witnessing that attack. She had not anticipated that this mutated demon corpse would possess dual-element abilities, one of which was the rare poison type. Leng Yuebing's heart raced with concern, especially seeing Lei Hani's earth abilities so effortlessly dismantled. Assessing her surroundings, Leng Yuebing's expression hardened as she hastened her pace in eliminating the demon corpses. She needed to reach quickly. She could not afford to linger here. The mutated corpse, realizing that its assault had been evaded by Lei Hani, launched another attack, exposing itself from the throng of other corpses and charging directly at Lei Hani within its limited intellect. It sensed that this particular prey was the most delectable among all others, and it deemed itself far superior to the surrounding corpses. Thus, this meal was rightfully its own. There had been another prey equally tempting. Yet these two morsels were in close proximity. The mutated corpse vaguely perceived that if they remained together, it would face danger, prompting its cunning decision to command its subordinates to separate them. Indeed, the two prey were soon distanced from one another. With its objective achieved, the mutated corpse could no longer restrain itself and launched an attack. "First, I shall devour this morsel, and then I will feast upon the other." It thought that as the battle commenced, Lei Hani felt a slight shock within his heart, for the mutated corpse's ability was not merely at the 3rd level, it was undoubtedly at the 4th level. The realization of facing a 4th-level mutated corpse caused Lei Hani to furrow his brow, yet he was not filled with trepidation however. He had not anticipated that after only recently battling a 2nd-level mutated corpse, he was now confronted with one of the 4th level. The rate of increase in the corpse's strength was astonishingly rapid. Lei Hani's fighting spirit was ignited, although he was at a disadvantage. Being 2 levels lower in ability, he was not necessarily fated to lose. His powers were on the verge of reaching the 3rd level, so facing a 4th-level mutated corpse, he still possessed the strength to contend. This battle might just serve as the catalyst for his breakthrough. Within a certain radius around Lei Hani and the mutated corpse, no other corpses dared to approach, for the 4th-level mutated corpse had issued a command that instilled fear in them. It did not allow these corpses to attack alongside it but instead ordered them to keep their distance. This was not born from confidence. The mutated corpse, with its limited intelligence, did not comprehend the concept of confidence. Rather, as a superior being, it instinctively felt that the presence of the other corpses near it and its prey was a provocation, an attempt to seize its meal. Thus, it forbade them from encroaching. This prey belonged to it. Consequently, Lei Hani was able to focus entirely on the mutated corpse without the burden of dealing with the others, alleviating some pressure. Chapter 111 Mutation. Lei Hani did not rely solely on his powers. He also wielded his sword skillfully. The long sword defended against the mutated corpse's onslaught, while his agile form evaded its energy attacks, employing his prior skills to engage in combat with the mutated corpse. The claws of the 4th-level mutated corpse were exceedingly hard and sharp. A mere scratch from them could transform one into a corpse or even sever an arm. However, the long sword in Lei Hani's hand was forged from a century-old fine iron. A superb weapon that even the claws of the 4th-level mutated corpse could not mar. Lung Yuebing cast a glance at the battle on Lei Hani's side. The game system displayed that the opponent was a 4th-level mutated corpse. Although formidable and a genuine threat, she believed that if she joined forces with Lei Hani, they could surely vanquish the mutated corpse, rendering the danger negligible. Yet, inexplicably, her unease intensified rather than subsided, pressing her lips together. Lung Yuebing could not fathom the reason for her disquiet. Nonetheless, this inexplicable anxiety heightened her vigilance. The cool-down period for Baizhu had elapsed, allowing Lung Yuebing to regain control over several corpses, redirecting them towards Lei Xinyu and her companions. On Lei Xinyu's side, they remained united, forming a circle and wholeheartedly engaging the corpses before them. Their synergy was commendable, and for the time being, they faced no imminent peril. However, they were acutely aware of the situation involving Lei Hani. While they could not ascertain the level of the mutated corpse he was confronting, it was undoubtedly powerful. Otherwise, he would have resolved the matter long ago. What should we do? It seems quite perilous for my brother. Lei Xinyu exclaimed anxiously while battling the corpses. Lei Mo and the others observed Lei Hani's predicament, yet felt utterly helpless. We cannot get through, Zhang Yuan remarked. The sheer number of corpses barred their passage, many of which were 2nd level, with even some 3rd level among them. They had to remain vigilant to avoid sustaining any injuries. I believe in our master. He will certainly be fine, Li Hu asserted resolutely. Let us hasten to slay the corpses, striving to reach our master. Even if we cannot assist him, it is better to gather together for a strategic retreat, Lei Yang proposed. Agreed, the others responded in unison. Seeing that Lei Xinyu's group appeared safe, Lung Yuebing felt somewhat reassured. She then turned her attention to the lowly corpses surrounding her. Narrowing her eyes as she activated her invisibility skill, she could no longer afford to linger with these corpses. The invisibility skill rendered her completely undetectable to the naked eye while also masking her aura. The corpses lost their target, bewildered as they turned in place before charging towards Zhang Hongxi's side. Casualties had already begun to manifest among Zhang Hongxi's group, with many transforming into corpses or being devoured by them, placing them in a precarious situation. Lung Yuebing did not concern herself with Zhang Hongxi's fate. After becoming invisible, she swiftly utilized her lightness skill to reach Lei Hani's side, though she did not immediately reveal herself, remaining still and silent at one side. The 4th-level mutated corpse possessed a heightened sense of danger. Should she strike and fail to achieve a decisive blow, the mutated corpse would become alert, rendering subsequent attacks challenging. If not impossible. Lei Hani had divided his attention slightly towards Lung Yuebing's direction, upon noticing her sudden disappearance. He felt a jolt of alarm, causing his movements to falter momentarily. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp, allowing him to narrowly evade the 4th-level mutated corpse's attack. With no time to ponder other matters, Lei Hani instinctively turned his head to look for Lung Yuebing. And upon confirming her absence, a flicker of panic crossed his peach blossom eyes, yet he quickly regained his composure, recalling the peculiar techniques Lung Yuebing had displayed, one of which was indeed invisibility. This realization alleviated his concerns. She must have activated her invisibility, Lei Hani contemplated briefly and understood. All of this transpired within mere seconds, and he once again engaged the fourth-level mutated corpse in combat. The mutated corpse roared in fury, its limited intellect unable to fathom why the prey before it had suddenly grown formidable. Lung Yuebing, observing from the sidelines, initially felt a surge of panic at the sight of Lei Hani nearly being grasped by the fourth-level mutated corpse. However, she then witnessed him evade the attack, and her previously furrowed brow relaxed entirely. It seemed that he had anticipated the situation. A smile unconsciously crept onto her lips, yet her eyes bore a hint of guilt. For she understood that Lei Hani's recent maneuvers were entirely influenced by her abrupt disappearance. Thankfully, he had managed to evade the danger and regained his composure. Otherwise, should harm befall him, she would be heartbroken. Lung Yuebing quietly observed, her eyes suddenly brightening as she discovered something. However, just as she was about to strike, a sudden anomaly compelled her to halt her attack, her face reflecting sheer terror. Chapter 112, The Red Moon Shall Appear. It was not only Lung Yuebing who ceased her actions, the others instinctively paused their assaults as well. This was indeed a perilous moment, yet no one paid it heed. Rather, all were captivated by the unfolding scene. Fortunately, the corpses also stood frozen immobile, as if they no longer perceived the beings before them as prey, but rather as kindred spirits. Why were they behaving this way? This was entirely due to the fact that, in an instant, the entire night had plunged into darkness. Although night was inherently dark, the post-apocalyptic nights were even more so than those before. Yet, even so, the moon and stars remained visible under the cloak of night without any light. Moonlight could still illuminate the surroundings, preventing total darkness. However, at this moment, the entire world had been engulfed in profound darkness, the sky utterly devoid of moonlight and stars. It was so dark that one could not see their own hand before their face. Upon witnessing this, Lung Yuebing's heart trembled, a bitter sensation creeping into her consciousness. It had come earlier than anticipated, she thought. She had encountered such a phenomenon in her previous life, where upon its occurrence animals mutated, and water became unfit for use. However, in her past, this scenario had manifested over a year into the apocalypse. From that day forth, the true brutality of the apocalypse had begun, the heavens no longer adorned with stars, save for a singular blood-red moon that hung ominously in the sky. Although many events had diverged from her past experiences, Lung Yuebing still harbored a sliver of hope, believing that some occurrences would remain unchanged. Even if they were to happen prematurely, it could only be by a few days. Yet, she had not anticipated that the red moon would emerge only a few months into this apocalypse. Nevertheless, despite the overwhelming fear that gripped her heart, she did not succumb to the same panic as before. She quickly regained her composure. Since certain events were unavoidable, she would face them head-on. If the heavens sought to destroy her, then she would defy the heavens. Once she regained her calm, Lung Yuebing began to contemplate her next course of action. With the entire world enveloped in darkness, this moment also marked the only time when the corpses would lose their combat capabilities and cease resistance. Akin to lifeless entities. With this thought, a sardonic smile curled at the corners of her mouth. In light of this, they ought to be grateful for the timely appearance of this phenomenon. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly be exhausted to death by the sheer number of corpses. Shaking her head, Lung Yuebing let out a faint sigh. The pressing concern was to vacate this place as swiftly as possible. She called out, simultaneously revealing her presence. Lei Hani had long since regained his focus, his brows furrowing as he pondered the peculiar phenomenon before him. Naturally, his immediate response was to attack the fourth-level mutated corpse before him. In the enveloping darkness, he was unable to discern the whereabouts of the level 4 mutated demon corpse. Yet this posed no challenge for him. Raising a sphere of lightning in his hand, the diminutive orb radiated brilliance, with sparks of electricity dancing within. Utilizing the illumination provided by the lightning, a bolt of electric energy accurately struck the head of the level 4 mutated demon corpse, which remained motionless from beginning to end until the attack obliterated half of its cranium, after which it collapsed to the ground. Thus, a level 4 mutated demon corpse was effortlessly dispatched. Suddenly, he heard the voice of Lung Yuebing, and without further contemplation, he turned towards the direction of the sound. She had witnessed the demise of the level 4 mutated demon corpse illuminated by the lightning, merely raising an eyebrow without uttering a word. Lei Hani noted that the lightning sphere in his hand had not dissipated, allowing him to catch sight of Lung Yuebing. This phenomenon will last for 3 hours. During this time, The demon corpses will lack combat capability. We should seize this opportunity to make a swift departure. Lung Yubing approached Lei Han, succinctly outlining the situation at hand. She could not afford to elaborate at this moment. Safety must come first before they could explain everything to the others. Lei Han did not press for further details, simply responding understood. He then called out Lei Mo Lei Yang. Master, the two responded immediately, while Lei Xianyu and the others looked towards Lei Han. Puzzled. Why could they see Lei Han in the impenetrable darkness? Because amidst the obscurity, he was the only one emanating light. To their astonishment, they discovered that the demon corpses showed no reaction to the light. Remaining still and refraining from attacking, Lei Han, not allowing them the luxury of further contemplation, declared, "We must leave at once." Although the group was bewildered, they complied without hesitation. Lei Han instructed everyone to gather wood for torches. Fortunately, there were trees nearby, and they carelessly snapped off several sturdy branches. He directed Lei Yang to ignite the twigs to create torches, reasoning that relying solely on supernatural powers for illumination was excessively draining. Without a hint of hesitation, Lei Yang complied, knowing that he simply needed to follow his master's commands. Once the torches were prepared, the group set off promptly. Zhan Hongxi, having noticed their situation and the unusual behavior of the demon corpses, hesitated for a moment before leading the remaining individuals to follow suit. Chapter 113. Animal mutation. Along their journey, the demon corpses that obstructed their path were systematically eliminated, and of course they did not squander the magical crystals. To their astonishment, the group realized that these demon corpses offered no resistance. Excitement surged among them as they aspired to eradicate all the demon corpses in the vicinity. This was particularly true for Zhan Hongxi's team and the Jin siblings, whose eyes gleamed with greed at the sight of the demon corpses. If all these magical crystals were to belong to them, their strength would soar. With this thought, exhilaration surged within them. Observing this, Lung Yubing curled her lips into a faint, sardonic smile, coolly remarking, "This situation may last at most 3 hours, therefore, if they could not distance themselves significantly within those 3 hours, trouble would inevitably follow." Moreover, a flicker of shadow passed through her eyes. These 3 hours reflected the conditions of her past life. In this life with so many changes, she could not guarantee if that time frame would be shortened. Perhaps within a quarter of an hour, the demon corpses would return to normal, and at that point, escaping the encirclement would become exceedingly arduous. Lung Yubing's words undoubtedly doused the excitement of the group with cold water. 3 hours at most. How long could it be at a minimum? 1 hour, 2 hours, or perhaps less than half an hour? With this realization, any inappropriate thoughts extinguished, and Zhan Hongxi's subordinates were eager to vacate the area surrounded by demon corpses. Lei Mo and the others merely cast a scornful glance at those individuals, their expressions remaining composed. Why had the moon vanished, plunging the world into darkness, while these demon corpses, which should have attacked them, stood motionless as if turned to wood? Lei Xianyu's inquiry echoed the unspoken questions in everyone's hearts, and upon hearing her, they all perked up their ears. Lei Han also glanced at Lung Yubing. Sharing his own confusion, yet with a greater sense of foreboding, his peach blossom eyes half closed. He sensed that with the occurrence of this bizarre event, a greater calamity loomed on the horizon. Calamity? With this thought, a flicker of darkness flashed through Lei Hanyi's eyes. Raising his gaze, he fixed his stare upon Lung Yubing, having already made a decision within, regardless of the scale of the impending disaster. He would exert every effort to ensure Yu's safety. Lung Yubing, feeling the heat of his gaze, lifted her head to meet his eyes, a smile gracing her lips. Lei Hanyi's peach blossom eyes deepened in intensity. Lung Yubing retracted her smile and addressed Lei Xianyu and the others, speaking solemnly, "There is much to discuss, but what I can tell you is to prepare for combat against mutated animals." Combat against animals? The moment Lung Yubing uttered this, the group was engulfed in confusion. What did she mean by fighting against animals? After a moment's contemplation, Lei Han comprehended her implication. "You. Are you suggesting that animals can also mutate?" Boom! As soon as Lei Hanyi's words left his lips, it was as if a thunderclap resounded in the still air, sending a shiver through the hearts of those present. Surely not. How could animals possibly mutate? Li Hu, unable to fathom the notion, questioned incredulously. Disregarding the hierarchy, however, Lei Yang believed in the veracity of Lei Hanyi's statement, though he thought that even if animals were to mutate, there was no need for preparation. Zhan Hongxi and his companions listened intently to the exchange. Zhan Hongxi's eyes flickered. He was shocked by the idea of animal mutation, yet he was puzzled about how this cold young lady came to possess such knowledge. Animals could not possibly mutate, could they? Lung Yubing replied coolly to Li Hu's question. Reflecting on it, He realized that if humans could mutate, the same could be true for animals. However, that animal mutation was not something to fear. Before the apocalypse, they had easily dealt with them, and now with supernatural powers, what was there to dread? Jin Yu scoffed dismissively. That in his view, the animals posed no threat. Humph. Lung Yubing shot him a cold glance. Retorting sarcastically, is that so? Then let's see who is truly formidable between mutated animals and demon corpses. Sister, are you saying those animals possess supernatural abilities? Jin Yunqi exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Lung Yubing replied with a smile. Her expression appeared warm and inviting, yet to the others, it radiated an unsettling chill. If animals possess supernatural abilities, they pondered, feeling a sense of foreboding. Lung Yubing cast a chilling glance at them. Her heart secretly amused. She had yet to inform them that after today, the water would also be undrinkable. However, she chose to keep this revelation to herself, curious to witness the expressions of Zhang Hongxi's group when they turned into demon corpses after consuming the tainted water. That thought amused her greatly. As for Lei Xian Yu and the others, their water was sourced from her space or produced by Ding Lao's supernatural abilities. They refrained from drinking the water from outside. Chapter 114. The Rise of Demon Corpse Power. The atmosphere turned tense. Although they continued on their journey, conversation ceased. Lung Yubing shot Lei Hani a glance, conveying the message. Tisk tsk, the harshness of reality is truly unbearable. A flicker of affection glimmered in Lei Hani's eyes. Yu is quite pleased. Lung Yubing blinked, openly admitting yes, quite well. Lei Hani gazed at her with a blend of exasperation and fondness. Yu. There are likely even more disheartening matters you have yet to disclose. Lung Yubing's eyes sparkled with mirth. Those who know me well. A hint of amusement flickered in her gaze. Then let us continue. The smile on Lung Yubing's face blossomed even more radiantly as she readily replied, all right. Suppressing her smile, Lung Yubing spoke coolly once more. What? Are you all afraid? Master, we are not afraid, Zhang Yuan asserted. Whether or not they were afraid was their own concern. She had another piece of information to share. Unfazed by Zhang Yuan's comment, Lung Yubing continued, once these demon corpses regain their mobility, their strength will increase somewhat. A slight increase in the strength of demon corpses. Li Hu swallowed hard, hesitantly asking, Master, how much is this somewhat? With a smile that teetered on the edge of mockery, Lung Yubing regarded Li Hu and replied, well, not too much, at least 1 or 2 levels, at most about 3 or 4 levels. At least 1 or 2 levels, at most 3 or 4 levels. Was that not considered a small increase? Upon hearing Lung Yubing's casual remark, the corners of their mouths twitched. It was known that among them, only Lei Hanyi's supernatural ability was the highest, yet he was nearing level 3. While the others barely reached level 2. Given that the demon corpses were already at level 3, with an increase of 3 or 4 levels, did that not imply that, in 3 hours, the demon corpses could potentially reach level 7? They were oblivious to the fact that the mutated demon corpse they had previously encountered with Lei Hani was actually at level 3. Otherwise, their shock would have intensified. Yet even without this knowledge, the implications of their thoughts were sufficient to instill terror. Level 7 demon corpses, particularly if they were mutated, they could not help but shudder at the thought. Unwilling to delve further, Lei Hani had not anticipated that Lung Yubing would reveal such a staggering piece of information. He lowered his gaze, lost in contemplation. Creating a spectacle, are you? What you say is merely your word. Who knows if you are attempting to frighten us? Jin Zirui suddenly broke the silence, her voice laced with disdain. Observing the tumultuous emotions of those around her due to Lung Yubing's words, she felt an inexplicable discomfort. Humph. As soon as the anomalies emerged, this wretched woman immediately claimed to foresee future events. How could that possibly be? She must be fabricating tales to garner public attention. Lung Yubing did not even spare her a glance. She merely scoffed at the doubts cast upon her, dismissing them entirely as she addressed Lei Mo and the others. What, are you all so easily defeated by such a trivial matter? Lei Mo and his companions fell silent, regarding the mutations in animals. They were merely astonished and slightly apprehensive, yet not fearful, nor were they demoralized, for they understood that the duration of animal mutations was far less than the time they had possessed their abilities. Even if these creatures had mutated, they believed they could still manage. However, Lung Yubing's assertion that the strength of the demon corpses had significantly increased genuinely instilled a sense of helplessness within them. Unlike animals, demon corpses were derived from humans, and thus their power manifested alongside humanity. Originally, demon corpses were only marginally superior to adept sorcerers, yet now their mistress informed them that within mere hours, the demon corpse's power would swell considerably, which truly disheartened them. Did humanity still harbor any hope of survival? Mistress, this is hardly a trivial matter. Li Hu stated bluntly. Lung Yubing glanced at Lei Han with a hint of exasperation. This group was simply intolerant of adversity. Look at her own so composed, completely unaffected by the situation. Lei Han raised an eyebrow, finding amusement in Lung Yubing's expression. Suddenly, Lung Yubing's demeanor turned stern as she coldly declared. I care not whether you are frightened or discouraged. I demand that you vacate this place within half an hour. Should anyone dawdle, I shall not hesitate to deal with them immediately. As she spoke, her icy gaze swept towards Zhan Hongxi. Under the weight of Lung Yubing's stare, Jin Zirui involuntarily shivered, yet felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at being disregarded by Lung Yubing. She wished to voice her thoughts, but Jin Yude restrained her. Behave yourself, he said displeased. Jin Zirui pouted, still unsatisfied, yet dared not speak further. Thus everyone hastened to depart, including Zhan Hongxi's group. Zhan Hongxi thought that regardless of the truth in Lung Yubing's words, leaving this place hastily was certainly the prudent choice. Yet, despite their urgency, their spirits remained low. Lung Yubing chose not to elaborate further. She mused, stroking her chin. Did I perhaps forget to mention that during these few hours, the efficacy of ability users absorbing magic crystals would be greatly amplified? In truth, this phenomenon benefited not only the demon corpses and animals, but humans as well. With a blink, Lung Yubing decided against mentioning it, reasoning that she could simply provide them with magic crystals later. As for their disheartenment over the demon corpses' enhanced strength, if they were to be disheartened, then so be it. Life is fraught with challenges. When Lei Han caught a glimmer of cunning in Lung Yubing's eyes, a smile flickered across his face. It seemed that Yu was plotting against someone again. However, as long as her schemes did not involve him, he was indifferent. It could be said that having these two exceedingly unreliable masters was the greatest misfortune for Lei Mo and his companions. Chapter 115. Demon Corpse Silkworm. As the sun rose once more, the group understood that true danger had arrived. During the latter half of the night, some rejoiced while others despaired. Naturally, those rejoicing were Lung Yubing's companions, while those in despair were Zhan Hongxi's group. The latter glared angrily at Lung Yubing, while Li Hu and others gazed at her with admiration. The stark contrast in emotion stemmed primarily from events that transpired after they found a safe cave in the latter part of the night. After disheartening everyone, Lung Yubing and her companions took nearly half an hour to ascertain that they had reached a secure area. They were fortunate enough to discover a cave to take refuge in. Sealing its entrance temporarily, unceremoniously, the group divided into two sides, each claiming a section of the cave. Lung Yubing retrieved the magic crystals she had collected along the way, distributing 3 second-tier magic crystals and 2 third-tier ones to each person. Without further ado, she instructed Lei Mo and the others to absorb them. Lei Han received his share as well, but in addition to the others, he was granted a 4th-tier mutated magic crystal. Observing Lung Yubing's actions, Zhan Hongxi merely raised an eyebrow. Perplexed by her intentions nevertheless, he decided to follow her lead, though their demeanor appeared somewhat lacking in funds compared to her lavishness. In truth, they had little choice. Their journey had primarily been about haste, leaving no time for excess. Unlike them, Lung Yubing was aided by a gaming system, allowing her to easily keep pace even if she fell behind, resulting in a significant accumulation of magic crystals. By the time they realized that absorbing magic crystals would enhance their abilities considerably, it was too late, as they lacked sufficient crystals to absorb. Ultimately, they could only watch enviously as Lei Mo and the others augmented their powers, filled with resentment towards Lung Yubing. Observing her actions, it seemed she had anticipated this situation long before. Yet she had not uttered a word, which they found utterly outrageous. As for their ire, Lung Yubing appeared utterly innocent. These people are not mine. Why should I bother to remind them, she thought. Even if she had warned them, they would likely perceive it as her attempt to squander their chance at survival. Furthermore, the arrival of the demon corpses was partly due to Jin Zirui, and she had never been one to repay kindness with enmity. Standing beside Lung Yubing, Lei Han exchanged a knowing glance with her, both sharing a smile. After 2 hours of absorbing magic crystals the previous night, Lei Han had already surpassed the 3rd tier. As for the exact level of his abilities, only he and Lung Yubing were privy to that information. Moreover, Lei Han had not merely absorbed 6 magic crystals. Those 6 were merely a cover to facilitate the retrieval of more crystals from the space. Prepare yourselves. We must leave, Lei Han said calmly to Lei Mo and Lei Yong with dawn breaking. It was time for them to resume their journey. Lowering his gaze to his hands, Lei Han's eyes flickered with indecision. The group quickly gathered their belongings and exited the cave. Zhan Hongxi and his companions continued to follow Lei Han and the others. Among their ranks, only Zhan Hongxi possessed a higher level of abilities, Yet he found Lei Hani inscrutable. For safety's sake, they chose to trail behind them. This cave was situated a fair distance from the main road, and Leng Yubing and her companions resolved to follow the main road, intending to reach the next town to collect more supplies. Why take the main road? There are so many demon corpses. It must be exceedingly perilous. We should head towards areas with fewer people. Yuan Er immediately objected upon hearing Leng Yubing's plan. Yuan Er, Zhang Lao admonished softly. Yuan Er pouted, casting an irritated glance at Zhang Hongxi, but dared not voice any further dissent. Jin Zirui also contemplated speaking, only to be restrained by Jin Yuda. The group remained silent as they trailed closely behind Leng Yubing and Lei Hani. Suddenly, the two halted, their eyes betraying wariness as Leng Yubing and Lei Hani stopped. The others followed suit. Lei Mo and the others did not inquire about the cause, as they could discern from their master's expressions that something was amiss. And they immediately entered a state of alert. Leng Yubing's countenance darkened slightly. Her map revealed a vast expanse of densely clustered red dots, yet she could not ascertain their nature. Deep down, she hoped they were demon corpses. Although the demon corpses' levels were not low, they were still preferable to whatever else lurked out there. Those other creatures. It would be best to avoid them altogether. Yet, sometimes the very thing one fears most is precisely what one encounters. When a multitude of those densely packed entities approached, Leng Yubing's expression turned utterly grim. What is that? Yuan Er suddenly shrieked. The swarm resembled insects, yet they were significantly larger, measuring about 50 to 60 centimeters, wriggling across the ground, their bodies gray and exceedingly slender. The sight of this mass was enough to send shivers down the spines of the onlookers. Even Lei Mo and the other men turned pale. Among them, only Lei Hani retained his composure. Upon seeing these creatures, his gaze deepened. Demon corpse silkworms. Leng Yubing articulated each word with clarity.